Brought to you by Maran Buick GMC. It's an off day for the Tigers today, and after being swept by the A's, it could certainly be at a beneficial time. Last night, Detroit gets shut out 7-0 with Casey Mize going 3 1/3, and the Tigers' offense only mustering 2 hits. Detroit has another series with Kansas City beginning tomorrow. Tigers holding an 8.5 game lead over them in the Central. Lots of practice squad moves being made within the NFL as we approach the regular season. The Lions included on that list as they re-signed Dan Skipper. And former backup quarterback and third-round draft pick for the Lions, Hendon Hooker, also gets a spot on a practice squad. He was picked up yesterday by Carolina. Someone who will not be seeing immediate playing time this season is Kansas City Chief Rashee Rice. He has finally come to terms of an agreement within the NFL to accept a 6-game suspension for his involvement in a multi-car crash in March of 2024. Rice was driving at speeds reaching near 119 miles per hour and fled the scene afterwards. College football begins week 1 today. Michigan and Michigan State start their seasons tomorrow and Saturday. MSU against Western Michigan tomorrow night, while Michigan plays against New Mexico on Saturday. And finally, in tennis, the second round for men's and women's singles continues today in the U.S. Open. Jannik Sinner, the favorite to win the men's competition. From the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Dustin Fiocco. For details on these stories and more, you can stay tuned or head to 971theticket.com.
Go ahead, John. What do you want to say?
What do I want to say?
Tigers have lost 4 in a row. You're already giving me a look. Say what you want to say.
Well, I mean, you did it again. Thank you, I guess.
I don't
know. Well, you keep making these grand proclamations. And the grand proclamation wasn't that the division is over. I think most people, whether they want to say it or not in those words, believe that the Lions or the Tigers are going to win the division.
Right.
And the Guardians, you buried them.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
They look dead.
Yeah. But you didn't bury Kansas City, although it's kind of implied when
you declared the division over in July. Yes.
This time it was the obnoxious and arrogant calling for apologies.
I still
on
stand
Monday.
by it.
That's fine. But you call for apologies, and then you look at what the Tigers have done over the last 3 games. Since that moment, I mean, they've given up, 22 runs in 3 games? Thank you.
Not good.
32-4, but I'm not going to put the last loss to Kansas City. That was a series win. They just lost the last game. Mm-hmm. And then you came in and demanded that everybody apologize to you, bow down and say, oh, I was so wrong.
It's because there's no curse. It's because they're not going to lose this division.
Okay, but you keep sending them on these
I'm not sending them anywhere.
downswings.
I don't have that power or authority, John.
Well, it's just kind of, I agree with you. You don't. You have 0.
It's a good thing I don't. It would be very bad for everybody involved. Anyway.
But the timing is such that every time you open your mouth, this happens.
I know, and you gave me a look as soon as I came in today. But good morning, everybody. It's 97.1, Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park. We've got Gov and Greg behind the glass, and you heard Dustin Fiocco on the updates. We are going to talk a lot of football today. We also have Dear John and a 2 Grand Slam for a Thursday. But yes, the Tigers have lost 4 in a row. They've been swept. Very rare this season have the Tigers been swept. And John, I guess we could start with a classic something or nothing. Is this something or nothing what's going on with this baseball team?
Nothing in terms of the losing. They're going to lose, have some streaks like this. They had one that they lost 12 of 13. All right? They will be just fine. That's why you win more series than you lose. You stack together 4 or 5 series wins so that when you have a bad moment like this, and there's plenty of excuses, right? Hey, they're playing on the West Coast, or it's late at night. What? I don't care. They're tired. It's late August. Everyone is like that. So you're going to have a stretch where, hey, the bats aren't there enough and the pitching's not good enough. So be it.
It's nothing in terms of nothing to panic about. I think it's something when it comes to the fact they don't have a number 2 pitcher, right? Casey Mize gets lit up yesterday, and we were digging back. Do you realize his ERA, his last 8 starts? So we're going back to early July. 8 starts for Casey Mize. He has an ERA of 7.2.
Right.
And this is a guy who we were penciling in. He was an all-star. He's a guy we were penciling in to be the number 2 come postseason time. You go, okay, well, fine. He doesn't have elite swing and miss. Maybe he's more of a 3 or a 4. Flaherty was on a World Series winner last year. Well, we all know you can't count on him start to start, but it's good news. They brought in Charlie Morton. He's a vet. He's pitched well in the second half of the season. He got lit up the other night. So it's something in the sense that if you don't have a number 2, you're going to tax your bullpen that's not as deep as they were a year ago, and that's something.
Yeah. And I'm curious about the entire starting staff. Because even if you look at Skubal, and we hold Skubal to a completely different standard, fair or unfair?
That's
but
fair.
If we're talking about Casey Mize not performing to a standard that we think he's at, but it should be, it's lower than Tarek Skubal. Tarek Skubal over the last 4 to 5 starts, he had a gem last time, not 2 times ago, but and I know 2 days ago, right? 12 strikeouts.
Yeah.
But
he gave up the grand slam.
And so, I mean, the biggest home run that we remember him giving up the grand slam was
Lance Thomas.
Yeah.
ALDS.
Game
5.
If you're getting into August and September, and even your ace isn't performing as good as he is expected or has traditionally, he doesn't, Casey Mize doesn't, Morton, we're still figuring out. His last start wasn't great. Paddock hasn't been great. Like
he pitches Friday.
Yeah. I mean, Kansas City, at least he knows the division, right?
Sure, there you go.
But my point is, none of the pitchers have pitched to their individual standards in the last month to 2 months.
And I think we said yesterday, like, you got a month to figure it out. What is it, like 27 games here down the stretch to figure it out? Like, if they don't have a number 2, they're not going to the ALCS.
I wish you'd stop saying that. I know.
You can't be constipated for the playoffs, John.
I know.
Got to have good bowel movements.
You got to clear the runway.
That's right.
And so, I mean, yes, they've got to figure out what's going on with this pitching staff. Because if you pitch this way, this irregularly, and I didn't even mean that, but yes, if you pitch this irregularly,
if it's oily and messy and splatters all over,
then you're
not
going to have issues.
Yeah. A nice, firm, compact.
And now you're taking it too far.
Okay.
So I'm going to say this is barely something. And the reason is that who they play this weekend.
Yeah.
Because of the direct matchup with Casey and their 8.5 out, and the pitching matchups are, tomorrow night, Paddock versus Lugo. Uh-oh. And then you got Flaherty versus undecided. Well, I might like undecided better.
Like a true bullpen day.
And then Sunday, Skubal and Waka. And you'd hope Skubal could stop the bleeding if they lost the first 2 of that. And if they, it's something if they get swept.
Yeah, if we're coming in Labor Day and the lead's down to 5.5, and they've been on a 7-game skid.
And that's 2 consecutive Skubal
Sweeps.
Losses. Plus, he hasn't, in general, they haven't won his starts. And
you know what? When you say undecided, you're kind of more excited about undecided or more confident in undecided. If it's Melton for 3 innings, yeah, I would be more confident in that too.
No, it's the KC's undecided, though. It's Flaherty versus undecided.
Oh.
No, that's what I'm saying is because I went to the game last Sunday, and Flaherty, you guys, you wouldn't believe how hard the balls were hit off him. He was horrible. But beyond that, the outs were like, oh my gosh, they hit it right to our guy, or he would have had a triple.
Right, but if you flip it around and you say, okay, well, where is the confidence in this pitching staff? And if you're going to go with pitching chaos or an opener, I'd have more confidence in Melton right now after a Skubal start than, and especially if you're saying Melton's only going to go 3, maybe 4 innings.
Well, that's the thing. If you're figuring it out might entail Melton is a starter.
Yeah.
Or opener, whatever it ends up being.
Don't say starter, opener.
Sorry, yes.
Because it makes all the difference in the world.
Well,
I say with great sarcasm.
No, but AJ is very, particular about how he manages this rotation. But he may be getting answers that he didn't expect. The answer might be, I can't give Casey Mize the ball in a big postseason game. The answer might be, Troy Melton's the hot hand. I mean, I don't know how the next 4 weeks will play out, but they need more answers than they have right now. And you don't get to choose whether you like the answers or not. You get the answers you get, and you make the best decision off of them.
Yep.
ALDS starts tomorrow. This is what I'm doing. It's Scooble, Morton, Melton on a short opener, and then figure it out from there.
Flaherty maybe game 4?
No, the ALDS. So
Oh, ALDS, yeah. You're hoping you're done.
Most likely.
Yeah, you're hoping to
create 3 wins. We'll sweep.
Yeah.
I mean, think about that, though. I'm leaving 3 starters not playing. I'd probably go Melton Mize, depending on how the game was going.
But the Mize thing is a thing now, man. He was an all-star in the first half. His second half, I gave you the last 8 starts. Like, we were doing this pre-show, and I go, what do you think it is? And you go, 4-5. Up. Is it in the 5s? Up. Can't be in the 6s. Up. 7.2 ERA in 8 starts.
But do you go into that third game? Because I agree with you. I think it's Morton after Scooble. You go into that third game with pitching chaos, and you say, Mize, you've got the first 2 innings. Then we'll determine if you're going to get inning 3. And then Melton, you're up next, and it's a couple of innings, and we'll determine if you get innings 3 or even 4. I think he could go longer. I got more faith right now that he can go a little bit longer than Casey Mize. Now all of a sudden you're in this 7th, maybe 8th inning if you can get a little bit of extra juice out of Casey Mize.
But do you see how this becomes a problem in the ALCS?
Oh, I think we've all identified
but
that.
I'm not talking
that
about you,
becomes
like
an issue.
the listener. Like, as we're kind of going, hey, I can kind of patchwork my way through a 5-game series. All of a sudden, I'm relying on guys I don't want to be pitching in the 5th, 6th, and 7th inning. I got to get to Finnegan. I got to get to Vest. That becomes really daunting in a 7-game series with the way they're pitching.
And then that's when you need somebody to step up in the biggest moments. And maybe it's do something that's a little bit out of character and be dominant.
Yeah.
But you need performances like that in the postseason, whether it's at the plate and like, because yesterday, the other thing that we're not talking about because the pitching has been the issue, is 2 hits.
Yeah, I got shut out.
That's not good enough. Obviously. I mean, okay, master of the obvious there.
The only hits in the day were Torkelson and Dingler.
Yeah. Dingler's been good. I don't know that we've talked about him enough.
We haven't done enough talking about the season he's had. Tigers lost 7-0 to the A's, swept by the A's. They were swept for the 3rd time in the second half of the season. Pirates and Blue Jays, the other 2 times they were swept in the second half. And we asked a question, something or nothing. We've got Lions Fact or Fiction. We are a week. What was that?
Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Hot mic.
Oh, yeah. It's not a sweep.
What?
You said Blue Jay sweep?
Oh, they were not. It was a 4-game series.
Yeah, they've had 2 of those where Cleveland and Toronto came in here and won 3 or 4.
Yeah, I said it, and I looked back, and there was like a peanut gallery look, and I go, I screwed it up. Just tell me it in the moment, because I know Ticket Tex is going to clobber me for it. Fine, they're swept for the 2nd time in the second half. Pirates and A's, not exactly a World Series bunch there. But the Tigers are in first place by 8.5 games. We asked the question, something or nothing. Lions Fact or Fiction at 6:35 this morning, and then we're going to get deeper into the Lions at the end of the hour. It's 97.1.
Value-driven banking begins with First Merchants Bank. When I have questions about my finances, I turn to my bank, and that's First Merchants Bank. I know that their attentive local bankers are 100% interested in listening to my situation and helping me find the answers that I need. First Merchants doesn't provide cookie-cutter solutions or check-off boxes when it comes to financial advice. They're going to take the time to learn about my life and my personal financial goals and work with me to build a plan that fits my unique situation. That's because First Merchants Bank really cares. They see me as a person, as an individual, and not just as a number on a spreadsheet, and they're going to do all they can to help their customers and communities succeed. You can count on that since First Merchants Bank is staffed by local bankers. They live and work here who know and are passionate about the needs of the local community because it's their community as well, and we all have to work together to help it continue to prosper. To get started on your personalized financial solution today, all you have to do is visit firstmerchants.com. That's firstmerchants.com. First Merchants Bank, member FDIC.
You don't want it to happen, but it does happen. If you find yourself injured in an auto accident, take control. Get someone who cares about you. Get with KG Law. Get personalized care, guidance, and full legal representation from the Michigan law firm that has won over 5,000 personal injury cases. 98% success rate. KG Law knows how to win your case. You need a law firm that cares, and KG Law is that law firm. Lawrence KG and his staff, down-to-earth, approachable people. Phone number is 877-KG-CARES. You can check them out online. They're at kgcares.com. Again, that's KAJY, kgcares.com. Dan Dickerson on the call. 7-0 loss. Tigers swept by just the fourth time this season.
Mm-hmm. That's why I'm going to sit there and say it's nothing. It's a rare occasion this year that they get swept in a series.
Yeah, they were swept by the Dodgers to start, the Mariners right before the All-Star break. They were swept by the Pirates shortly after, and then, of course, the series out in Sacramento. We asked the question, something or nothing. It's only something in that the starting pitching is a problem right now. They don't know who the number 2 is. It's taxing a bullpen that has a bunch of projects they're trying to sort out themselves. It's something in that this will be a problem come postseason time. Texters, Dickerson spent an inning blaming the performance on the ballpark. I don't want to hear it, bruh. Yeah, both teams are hitting in the same ballpark.
Yeah, and I know when they were finishing up that series with KC, I was listening to him, and I think it was Petrie that was on with them. And he was talking about going to minor league parks. And, Petrie was like, I'm excited to see it, but I never liked playing in parks like that. And I don't really understand that concept. And I guess unless you're a major league ball player, it's really hard to figure out what the difference is.
Oh, I get not wanting to play in a minor league ballpark. You feel like it's beneath you. But at the same time, both teams are playing in it.
But it's a major league ballpark right now.
Yeah.
So,
but in terms of the atmosphere, it's a smaller ballpark, capacity, crowds. It might feel small time. There's no excuse,
right? But is it beneath you then to play in the Little League World Series game?
I think it's different when it's like a one-off thing as opposed to a series. Or these dudes play 80 games there. Texter says we have the Mets next, and they are hot. Yikes! This could turn into a problem. No excuse. The Tigers are not as good as their record. Signed, KJ.
Really doing that again?
Anytime the team loses, the ticket text we get. Ticket Texter says, good morning. I agree with everything you guys are saying about the Tigers. My question is, the other AL teams also have similar flaws. Is there a 7-game series where they actually have the better rotation? Well, Houston's got a 1-2 punch with Valdez and Brown, but the Tigers have had success head-to-head in that.
Right.
The Mariners are at least 4 deep with their starting rotation.
Toronto, what do they probably confident with 3 of their starters.
Sure.
Yankees have a 1-2.
Yankees have a 1-2 with Fried and Rodon,
Red
both
Sox
lefties.
have Crochet,
who's right behind Skubal for the Cy Young.
Yeah. So, it gets way more concerning and interesting, I guess, if you like sitting on the edge of your seat for a 5 or 7 game series.
Tex says, guys, the Tigers don't have the pitching to win in the playoffs this year. And honestly, they might not have the hitting either. That's Doug and Hotel. Have the Tigers been in first the entire season? That's Sergeant Ammo and Swartz Creek. And most of the season, they've been in first place.
In the division, yeah.
In the division.
Okay, yeah, except for the first 3 games.
Series where they swept by the Dodgers.
Yeah, at some point, it was like mid to late April. They took over sole possession for good. How about this stat? Is this something or nothing? Mm-hmm. This team is 500 since June 13th. That's 2.5 months of baseball. They got the 21 over on June 13th.
Yeah.
And have just kind of hovered there.
Yeah.
With some ups and downs, but yeah.
You can pick a number, right, Greg?
No, I'm just saying, I think it was a week ago, Tom was exalting the fact that they had gotten back to 25 over after, like they were 25 over, had their slump, and now they're back at 25 over and having their, now having back
A
at their
mini
success,
slump.
which is a way of saying they've been 500 since.
Yeah.
Da-da-da.
Right.
Yeah.
248-539-9797. Let's get to Ed. Ed, good morning.
Hey guys, good morning. How you doing?
Good.
Good. Hey, as far as the team goes, you don't have an ace anymore. Skubal is, if you look at his numbers, he's I think 18th best in Major League. So to me, he's an average pitcher.
Wait.
Whoa. What metric what time frame and what metric are you using to say Skubal is 18th best in baseball?
Since July 17th, or excuse me, since June 17th.
All right,
Since
well, we
June
can.
17th.
What about when there's a
Skubal,
full
I think,
moon?
Yeah, look, come on, you guys. He's 11-3. He's been 11-3 for 3 weeks, and he's not doing anything. Maybe I'm looking at him more than the offense. And it's this is a one and done team. They're going to get in the playoffs, obviously, but they're out the first round. They're done.
As they're currently pitching, I would agree with you.
Right, yeah, and I don't know that we're just going to argue that, but and I will go to, and I mentioned this a few minutes ago. In the last 6 weeks, Skubal hasn't been the Skubal that he hasn't pitched into the Skubal standard that we have, but he's still been really good.
So I've got his ERA by month. In June, it was 1.89. In July, it was 1.82. August, it's 3.06. Which I think if you have eyes, you've seen the last month here that it's been. But 3.06 is not a bum.
No, but it's not. No, it's not. It's not. But it's not what we expect. We expect Skubal to always hold to that 1.18.
No, and I'll give Rico credit. He made the point the other day. It really puts extra pressure on Skubal with the way everybody else is pitching. Because if you lose game one with Skubal in the ALDS, you kind of feel like you're hosed right now.
Okay, well, if you want more pressure, if that's what's affecting him.
No, I'm not saying I'm saying just like as a Tiger fan.
It does put more pressure on him, yes. But if you're going to be the guy that wants $400 million, then go out there and perform.
Ticket Texter says, it's baseball, guys. Remember one thing. All right, let's get to Heather with the news.
Well, the news of another school shooting rocked the country yesterday when we learned that a gunman opened fire at a Catholic school in Minneapolis. 2 children were killed and at least 17 others were injured when shots were fired through a stained glass window. This was during a mass celebrating the first week of school. These little kids were sitting there in the church pews when this rampage took place. The 2 children that were killed, 8 and 10 years old. 14 of the 17 injured were children. 2 of them are in critical condition. The shooter has been identified as 23-year-old Robin Westman, formerly known as Robert Westman. The shooter died from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. It's being reported that the shooter did release these really disturbing, twisted videos on YouTube, which included a manifesto. He had this whole journal that he was flipping through as this video played. He was writing in code in this journal about basically his obsession of school shootings and his obsession with Sandy Hook and things like that. There were firearms. The magazines were marked with different words and phrases, and it's an absolute unspeakable tragedy. I was listening to the radio on my drive to pick up my kids from school yesterday, and they played a sound of a little boy who was like 6 years old talking about him being there, and he basically thought he was going to die, but he said, my friend protected me, like got on top of me when we were hiding under there. And then as I'm driving to pick up my kids from school, I'm thinking, my gosh, could this be my child? Could this happen to my kids? And it's nothing you ever want to imagine taking place at the school your kid goes to.
Yep.
It's just, it's devastating.
But it's
very sad news.
It's so devastating, awful. And yeah, when you think about your own life and your own family and your own community and your own kids, like, something's got to be done.
Yep. 3 Macomb County residents have pleaded guilty to conspiring to scam more than $3 million in federal COVID-19 relief funds. So there's a 39-year-old from Macomb, a 45-year-old from Shelby Township. They pleaded guilty on Tuesday in federal court to conspiring to commit wire fraud and bank fraud. There's a third person from Shelby Township as well who previously pleaded guilty. They each face up to 30 years in prison. And authorities say that this trio was involved in a scheme where they they submitted fake applications to the U.S. Small Business Administration for paycheck protection program. You know, they were trying to take out loans when they didn't really have these obviously businesses. They submitted fake payrolls, fake health insurance, fake bank and tax records. And like I said, they received more than $3 million in loans. Kansas City Chiefs receiver Rashee Rice has been suspended 6 games to start the season for violating the NFL's personal conduct policy. He's now prohibited from practice with the team as well and is suspended without pay, effective immediately. He will be eligible for reinstatement on October 13th following the Chiefs' Week 6 game against the Lions. His suspension stems from his involvement in that horrific multi-car crash back in 2024. Mm-hmm. Let's see. It looks like Bill Belichick's girlfriend, Jordan Hudson, is ready to cash in on their relationship's 49-year age gap. She's 24. He's 73. She has filed to trademark the phrase gold digger.
I think they filed together, didn't they?
Perhaps.
Yeah.
They're both looking to cash in then.
Yeah.
Having a little fun with their age difference. They plan to use it for jewelry and keychains and, whatnot. The application sounds like hasn't been reviewed yet.
And I think there's other words in there as well that they've filed for, like for Chapel Bill. They want to trademark that. The Bellastrator, Trail of Salty Tears, the Belichick Way, No Days Off. Like
those I get. I mean, I get gold digger too, but I feel like, well, you can't trademark that. That like when you
but
hear the word
specifically for jewelry is what they're doing.
Right,
Right?
yeah. I mean, it's not going to prevent you from calling somebody a gold digger.
No, I know.
But
so can they be mad if we call her that if she's going to trademark it?
Oh no, she'll probably wear it, won't she?
Yeah, it's just another way for her to, like, you're advertising for her.
Self-identified.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's Heather with the news. All right, coming up next, Lions fact or fiction. Will Goff lead the NFC in passing again? Aiden Hutchinson will have some thoughts on him as well as the Lions season. Fact or fiction? It's 97.1.
Dr. B at Michigan Hair Restoration is celebrating 30 years of helping thousands of men across Southeast Michigan regrow their hair and restore their confidence. And to celebrate, he's giving you $1,000 off any hair transplant to mark the milestone. Dr. B is a true pioneer. He's one of the first to use your own hair to stimulate new growth. What once seemed like science fiction is now changing lives right here in Michigan. He believes in it so much, not only has he had the procedure himself, he also performed it on his own son. So forget about those outdated methods. No stitches, no staples, no embarrassing scars, just real results with hair you can run your fingers through. He offers the most advanced treatments, including natural therapies that keep improving, and he guarantees all of them. So the sooner you go to see Dr. B, the more options you'll have. Book now at MichiganHairRestoration.com and mention 97.1 to unlock your exclusive $1,000 off before it's gone.
1 week away from the NFL season. It's time to lock it in. Fact or Fiction, Lions edition.
Yeah, live radio here, getting scurrying around and behind the scenes here. All right, let's get going here. Season's a week away, man.
Yep.
Next week, Eagles, Cowboys, a little bit of a kind of to that, but anyways, at least it's NFL football.
Well, yeah,
Will
but
Parsons be there?
Yeah, will Micah Parsons get off the training table?
Literally.
He won't play in that game. All right, let's go. Jared Goff will lead the NFC in passing yardage again.
Yes. And I don't necessarily know that he has as many yards as he has last year with 4,600 yards. I think there's a chance that could actually be more. But Baker, he was number 2 last year in all of the NFL. And then you look and say, okay, well, Baker was number 3. I think Baker, in his numbers, takes a little bit of a step back. Geno Smith, who was in the top 10, no longer a factor in the NFC. You got to go all the way down to Brock Purdy, who I think was 10, because Sam Darnold, also in the top 10, no longer an issue in the NFC. So I think he does lead the NFC in passing yards again. And Tesla is a part of that equation. Jahmyr Gibbs being a receiver, using him to catch the ball more is a part of that equation.
I'll go Fiction. I want the field, but that's kind of a cop-out, so I'll give you a name. Dak Prescott. I think they're going to be trailing. They do not have a run game. They added George Pickens. Dak leads the NFC.
It's possible. Yep.
Aiden Hutchinson will have 17 sacks or more, so that's 1 per game.
Fact. He's going to do it. Aiden Hutchinson, a fact, will have 18-plus sacks and win Defensive Player of the Year.
A fact as well. I think he is going to come back with a vengeance. He was really finding a rhythm last year, and I know everybody says, well, he was backup tackles. I don't care who the tackles are or how many times he gets double-teamed. He is coming back with a vengeance and will be dominant this year. So it's 18 or more.
Defensive Player of the Year?
Yes.
That's what I said.
All right. Number 0.
Did he stutter?
Got the second best odds, by the way, behind only Micah Parsons, who, if you missed it, hasn't exactly been ramping up.
Number 0 last year, Terrion Arnold had 0 interceptions. This year, Terrion Arnold will have 3 interceptions or more. I'm
going to say Fiction. I think he is going to be a much better player, and he'll have more passes defended. He'll be I'm not going to call him a shutdown corner. I just don't think, interceptions are really hard to come by. I don't think he has a couple, but I don't think he has 3 or more.
What he said, Fiction.
Wow.
Interceptions are hard to come by. I think he'll have more than 0, but I'm not predicting like some big interception season.
Right.
He's the number 2 corner.
And they have above average playmakers at safety, which kind of takes away opportunity. I think, look, I was bothered by the 0 last year, but then they also had the interception leader on their team. You only get so many chances to make an interception.
Right. And the way the defense is set up, it's man coverage. Typically guys in zone are sitting there. Safeties, they can make the play on the ball.
And the one thing that I could say yes to is that Calvin Shepard has emphasized, and we've heard this throughout all of training camp, get that ball out. Turnovers is all a big part of what their point of emphasis defensively. But I still think, like what Jim said, man coverage, that's really tough to do.
Jahmyr Gibbs will have 2,000 yards combined rushing and receiving.
Last year he had 1,929. It's close. I'm going to say Fiction because I don't expect Montgomery to miss time, and I think they will manage the workload to get through 20-plus games.
I'm going to say fact because he was so close last year. I think the numbers for rushing stay the same. They may actually go up a little bit. He might be a 1,500-yard back because, Montgomery is there, but over the course of the season, it's still going to be a 1-2 punch, but it's going to be more in favor of Jahmyr Gibbs this year, and they're going to use him more to catch the ball. So 517 yards last year receiving goes up.
I'm fascinated by this because I feel like Jahmyr Gibbs has the potential to have an LaDainian Tomlinson / Sean Alexander / Priest Holmes type year in his career. Yes. And does that bust through this year? And if it is busting through, do you hold that back? Like what you said, workload. It's going to be very fascinating.
They're playing
to
for
watch.
the Super Bowl, not for individual accolades.
They're going to play in the Super Bowl? All right, we'll get to that in a little bit. Isaac Tesla will have more touchdowns than Jamison Williams.
I'm going to say Fiction. And the reason I say Fiction is he's going to be the number 3 receiver. He'll be the number 4 or 5 target. He's going to be a huge addition to this offense. But J-Mo, obviously, he can have the game-breaking touchdowns. He can be a 50-50 ball guy as well. You can use him in the red zone. But they also hand him the ball. on some reverse. We've seen some big-time plays on reverses. Don't be surprised to see him line up in the backfield at some point. That's something I'm looking for with John Morton and with...
Fullback?
No, not a fullback. Come on, don't be a dork. Yeah, but I do think we see him get the ball in his hands a lot more. A breakout season, as John Morton has said.
Tesla will have more. The frame, 6'4", built for the red zone. J-Mo doesn't get a ton of red zone targets. And between Laporta and St. Brown in the red zone, I just think Tesla's skill set suits him more for red zone.
It sounded like a pick. It seems like it's going to be a pick your poison with Tesla or Laporta in red zone TDs. All right, Jack Campbell will make the Pro Bowl.
Fact. It could be a big year for him. They're banking on a big year. Green dot. He's already had some progress from his first couple seasons. I think it's going to be a big year for him.
Yep. He's going to be on the field almost exclusively. And I think he has another step forward. He's taken a step forward every single year. I would look for him to be in the top 2 or 3 in total tackles. And look for him. You talk about interceptions. A guy that, numbers could go up in that regard is Jack Campbell.
Kirby Joseph will lead the NFL in interceptions again.
Fiction. And not because I think Kirby Joseph takes a step back. I know everybody wants to say, the Lions take a step. No, that's not it at all. It's some of those were tips and overthrows. And, right place, right time. And good players are in the right place at the right time. I think he still has 6 or 7, but to think that he has the 9 that he had last year, I don't think so.
Exactly. I don't expect him to lead the league again. It's a tall task. Fiction.
The Lions will lose to the Ravens, Chiefs, and Bengals.
Fiction. I think they will lose to the Ravens. They may lose to the Chiefs, although no Rashee Rice is a vote of confidence, and I think they'll beat the Bengals.
Same. I think
They
there's
have
a
Chase
chance.
Brown, by the way. The Bengals.
I chase Brown kids.
That's a great one. Ravens. I'm not going to sit there and say that they lose all of them. No, I don't think they do. Jared Goff has never lost to Patrick Mahomes. I mean, let's not forget that. And I know there's a lot more that goes into it. It's just a fun little stat. But the Bengals, I do think that they beat the Bengals. It's going to be a track meet, but I think they beat the Bengals.
The Lions will not lose a game in the division.
I think this is fiction. It's 6 games. I don't know if it's Green Bay or if it's Minnesota that they lose one of them to. But to sit here and think, I mean, it's kind of just playing the odds, right? It's 5-1 in the division. I think everybody starting the season would say that's a great division record. I don't think they sweep the division, though.
Yeah, I would say they're going to win 5+, but I'll play it safe here.
5+. You're son.
That's 6 then.
No, 5 or more. Greg gets what I'm saying. My bet is they're not losing multiple games, but I think they'll lose one. Let me get a couple words out, dude.
I think the road game set up very favorably in the division, meaning that you open at Green Bay, teams going to be ready to go. They're healthy.
Yep.
They've had success there. Let's set the tone. You got Minnesota on Christmas. I actually think it's worse to play at home on Christmas. And you close with Chicago, and by then that's going to be a dumpster fire with Ben Johnson and Caleb Williams. Mobile quarterbacks will be the Lions' Achilles heel.
I'm going to say... Okay, fact, because it's a factor for every team. It's not just the Achilles heel for the Lions. It's the Achilles heel for almost every defense. The only one that we saw that could, I think, handle it is the Philly defense. And, when you say it's the Lions' Achilles heel, you could also say it's...
mythological hero Achilles.
I thought about that when I wrote this.
I love that one.
I will say fact, it is one of their 2 Achilles heels. The other one would be the interior of the offensive line. But if you're starting Marcus Davenport, putting a lot of faith in him, it's going to be Achilles heel.
The Lions will win the Super Bowl.
Fiction. Because of the 2 Achilles heels.
Well, there's an Achilles heel for every team. Some are a little bit more visible at this time of the year than others. They'll develop them throughout the course of the season. But I'm going to play the odds and say it's fiction. It's the odds that the Lions never have even been there. And I do think we went through our picks last week. I think they get there. I just don't think that they win it.
You had the Ravens, I had the Bills.
Everybody's confidence has been shaken, I think, a little bit. Justifiably so. I mean, I think the Ragnow thing changed a lot of things for a lot of people.
Yep. There you have it. That's Fact or Fiction, 97.1.
Hey, I wanted to highlight the great value that your Metro Detroit Buick GMC dealers are bringing our listeners this month. And maybe you're looking for a stylish SUV. You can lease a new Buick Encore GX for only $199 a month, or get into the stunning new Buick Envista with a starting MSRP under $26,000. Both are exceptional by design. Find your perfect Buick. These deals are happening right now at any of your 20 Metro Detroit Buick GMC dealers. 2026 Buick Envista MSRP $25,995. The manufacturer's suggested retail price includes destination freight charges. Tax, title, license, dealer fees, and optional equipment are not included. Dealer sets final price. Must be a current lessee of a 2020 model year or newer Buick or GMC vehicle through GM Financial for at least 30 days prior to the new vehicle sale. No security deposit required. Mileage charge of 25 cents per mile over 20,000 miles at participating dealers only. Residency restrictions apply.
And that would be the final. Dan Dickerson on the call. Tigers swept by the A's out in Sacramento this week.
Tough trip.
Lead is 8.5 in the division, something or nothing. We opened the show with it. Got to Factor Fiction, have some of your ticket texts. It's a Thursday, which means 2 Grand Slam coming up at 7:25, a chance to win $2,000. And it means Dear John. Topics today are bad friend, cleaning up the mess, ex-wife versus current wife,
Ooh.
and losing weight.
Oh, okay.
So some advice from John Jansen coming up at 7:35 this morning. Some ticket texts on the Lions Factor Fiction. The Gibbs stuff really stood out to people. We got a bunch of response on that. Says Gibbs is not big enough to withstand the big hits in the NFL to get to 2,000 all-purpose yards.
You know, I don't have an issue with. I think originally when Montgomery went down, everybody had that question, like, can he carry the load? Can he sustain carrying the ball 20 times a game? And I think he's answered that question.
I think he did too. And if David Montgomery wasn't on this team, it'd be no question.
Right.
Ticket Texter says, I like the Gibbs prediction, but I'd comp it to the greatest show on turf, Marshall Faulk. Says more rushing and a few less receiving yards. But basically Marshall Faulk. And one says he will be the feature back this season, period. The reason they lost the playoff game was the misplaced loyalty to Montgomery, who was hobbled and useless early in the game. I've seen enough of Montgomery. Give me more Gibbs.
I don't want to discount what David Montgomery brings to this offense. I don't want to discount that at all. But I think we've learned over the first couple of years of Jahmyr Gibbs' career, he is special. Mm-hmm. And you're still going to have a package that involves David Montgomery. And a large package that involves David Montgomery. But
some would say the ultimate package.
Somewhat might say the ultimate package. But I think that's when you have two backs like that in the backfield, you do have, quote unquote, the ultimate package. The answer is.
I'll leave that to Lisa. So what we have here is an interesting discussion. We mentioned Marcus Davenport a little bit in Factor Fiction. The Lions went out and added a couple defensive linemen yesterday to help round out their roster, but none of them are people we've heard of, and they're end-of-the-roster bodies. John, they are putting a lot of faith in Marcus Davenport. I'll ask you, is it too much faith? Does Brad Holmes have kind of blinders on?
I don't think he has blinders on because maybe I have too much faith in Brad Holmes that they're going to go out and add Zadarius Smith, because it's sometimes when you look at it, right, it's just is the easiest solution the one that is going to happen. That is by far the easiest solution. Or I don't know that he has too much faith in Marcus Davenport, because how could he? How could he?
Well, I want to back up. When they brought Marcus Davenport back, it's a 1-year deal, and it's not very expensive.
No, it's $1.5 million.
And you said, based on that deal, they're going to do more.
Yeah.
They haven't. And all I'm saying is, John, it may be a possibility that this is Brad's guy. I mean, the Zadarius move hasn't happened. Look, it could happen today, tomorrow, next week. It hasn't happened. Is it possible that Brad just loves Marcus Davenport, brought him in, wasn't satisfied with last year because he got hurt, but is doubling down that this guy is a bookend to Aiden Hutchinson? I think it's possible Brad Holmes feels that way. And if he does, I think he is making a mistake.
Yes, I would agree with that last statement. It also could be, do they feel that they can get 4 to 5 games at the start of the season out of him? Like, are they banking on 4 to 5 games from Marcus Davenport? Anything over that is gravy, which I would agree with. But that anything over that is gravy, not banking on him for 4 to 5 games, because I got to imagine that it's going to be Al-Quadin Muhammad, Marcus Davenport, and then insert, I don't know, Tyler Lacey, Tyrus Wheat, like the guys we don't know about, in a rotation opposite Aiden Hutchinson. And they're just simply gambling on Marcus Davenport to be there until Pascal comes back. Okay, and again, I'm not saying, hey, look, the cavalry is arriving.
Yeah.
Because Josh Pascal has not been dominant on the edge.
No. And then, again, the way their defense operates, we know Aiden's your alpha dog pass rusher. But teams can slide protections, use tight ends, chip with the running back. It's why the Lions had to get creative with blitzes a couple years ago to offset it, to create a balanced rush. I don't believe they have a balanced rush, and we're starting the season in 10 days, less than 10 days.
Well, here's the issue that I have with only having the guys on the roster right now, Davenport, Muhammad, Lacey, Wheat, whatever, is how have we seen Aiden Hutchinson used? We've seen him on the edge. Mm-hmm. We also see him line up over a guard.
Reduced down, yeah.
And so if you're telling me that they're limiting Aiden Hutchinson to only being an edge, now you're not maximizing the opportunities to create unbelievable mismatches that favor the Lions but favor Aiden Hutchinson. Like, you're not going to be able to use him the way that he is best used, and that is at every single position on that defensive front. Move him around, create fear in every offensive lineman. The only one that you're not going to have any fear in is the center. We're not going to see him line up as a nose, but line him up as a wide 3, as a 2-eye, as different ways. Now you can't do that because if you do it right now, even if Davenport is healthy, you got Al-Quadin Muhammad on one side, Marcus Davenport on the other. I don't like that.
And there's no depth. And they're very fortunate that Aiden Hutchinson is a guy that logs like 95% of the snaps. Like, he's a workhorse. Sure. But again, I think you're putting too much faith in Davenport. I think Brad Holmes loves Marcus Davenport too much. You guys let us know if that's the read of the situation in your eyes. 248-539-9797. But, John, we were waiting to see how they'd get to 53, and they made 2 moves yesterday on the D-line, and
I believe they're at 52 now, right?
I think they still have one more spot, yes.
Yeah, because they did acquire a defensive back.
A safety
yesterday
from Jacksonville while we were on the air. And then the 2 moves on the D-line they made, you referenced it, Tyler Lacey and Tyrus Wheat. And if you've never heard of these people, that's okay. I don't think anybody had heard of these people. Lacey was a 4th-round pick in 2023. He started 8 games at defensive tackle, can play a little bit of that big defensive end, but not a true.
Wheat was undrafted.
Yeah, and Wheat's an undrafted dude. So they are telling you, shy of a Za'Darius Hail Mary here.
Well, okay, let's dial that back a little bit. I don't think it's a Hail Mary.
Shy of a last-second signing that Marcus Davenport is an every down bookend to Aiden Hutchinson, which feels crazy. If I would have told you that in April, you would have said, Brad's too smart for that. There's too much riding on this season. That can't be the case. And, John, it's a very real possibility that Marcus Davenport is viewed as that bookend in the eyes of Brad Holmes.
If I'm Kelvin Shepard, I'm spending every morning meeting Brad Holmes as he walks into his office with whatever. Hey, you want a cup of coffee? You is there anything I could do for you? By the way, there's something you could do for me. Go get me Za'Darius Smith. And then if he says yes, then Kelvin Shepard hops on a plane with contract in hand, along with Brad Holmes. They go find Za'Darius Smith and they handcuff him and bring him back to Detroit and say, this is where you need to be.
This is the problem with the bringing the band back together thing, though. When you just all these 1-year deals that happen back, early in the offseason, and then trusting Pascal, who has earned absolutely no reason to have trust in him, and now he's hurt. Yeah. So now you're in this pickle. I would say this: if it's going to be Smith, why not Clowney?
Well, that's the other option. If Za'Darius signs somewhere else, because allegedly other contenders are calling him. I think Judon, I screwed up. I think he's with Miami now.
Oh, is he? Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it slipped through the cracks in the last week as the preseason was winding down. But Clowney is, Tom, still unsigned? Yes? Okay. So that would be the other plan, but right now it's Davenport or bust. Let's get some phone calls in the mix, 7 o'clock hour. Plus, you may have seen a deal done in the NFL and how it affects one of our young stars. We'll do that. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Service of Southeast Michigan. For the 4th time this season, the Tigers fall victim to a sweep. The A's take the finale yesterday 7-0 to increase Detroit's slump to 4 consecutive losses. Tigers with a chance to regroup with an off day today. They begin a series with the Royals tomorrow as Kansas City trails them by 8.5 games in the Central. It's been a busy 24 hours for the Lions as they look to get all their roster moves set ahead of the NFL season. We are just 1 week away from the season kicking off. Yesterday, the Lions were active in trading Tim Patrick to the Jags and also by re-signing Dan Skipper to the practice squad. Detroit's former backup quarterback Hendon Hooker also finding a spot on the practice squad of the Carolina Panthers. An interesting front office move has been made within the sport of hockey and basketball. Matthew Caldwell, the business operations president and two-time defending Stanley Cup winning Florida Panther member, he's officially leaving his position to take over the responsibilities as CEO of both the Minnesota Timberwolves in the NBA and the Minnesota Lynx in the WNBA. This year's Riders Cup team is all set with Keegan Bradley as the team's captain. Leaving himself off the list, he has made the captain's picks for the teams. Those picks include Patrick Cantley, Sam Burns, Ben Griffin, Colin Morikawa, Justin Thomas, and Cameron Young. From the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Dustin Fiocco. For details on these stories and more, you can stay tuned or also head to 971theticket.com.
Lions added a couple D linemen yesterday, not Zadarius Smith, and really nothing proven. Do they love Marcus Davenport a little too much here? 248-539-9797. Our football conversations are brought to you by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. We'll get to the phones here in a second. That question, does Brad Holmes love Davenport too much? And then the headline with Kyle Hamilton. He's getting a record-breaking deal for his safety. John, we always look at these deals and we think about how it impacts our team.
Yeah,
Did the price just go up for Brian Branch?
Oh, it certainly did. I mean, you look at all the top safeties, and most people think Brian Branch is in the top 2 or 3 as safeties. Even ESPN, when they did their, let's talk to executives and scouts, he came in at number 2 behind Kyle Hamilton.
Yeah, Kyle Hamilton, 4 years, $100 million.
So 4 years, $100 million. Some other contracts in the safety realm, you've got Antoine Winfield Jr., who is 4 years, $84 million. You've got, obviously, Kirby Joseph on the same team, 4 years, $86 million. You look at the structure, it's a little bit
team-friendly.
Team-friendly. The Falcons, Jesse Bates, who is really good. Jesse Bates the third. 4 years, $64 million, but he signed that one 2 years ago.
The cost just goes up.
Yeah, Xavier McKinney, who signed his contract with Green Bay.
Good player.
A year ago, so it's just before the 24 season, 4 years, $68 million. And so, yeah, the price just keeps going up. If he's going to sign for more than, I think, Kirby Joseph.
Yeah.
And he's going to be right there in the realm of Kyle Hamilton. And a year from now, it's probably going to be more.
Yeah, Kyle Hamilton's the better safety, but a year from now, I mean, we know it. The highest paid guy is not always the best guy at the position. I think it's a starting point for the conversation. 4 years, $100 million. And I'll just say this. I love Brian Branch. I would prioritize Brian Branch. I'd sign Brian Branch to something similar. John, as I sat down, I started ranking these core pieces that we have here in Detroit and set the quarterback aside because quarterback's just inherently important. I'd put Branch in the top 5. I would say it's Sewell, Hutch, St. Brown, Gibbs, and Brian Branch are my 5 most important non-quarterbacks for the Detroit Lions. Because it's obvious, protect the quarterback, hit the quarterback. Quarterback's best friend in the pass game is St. Brown. Gibbs is a big part of the identity, the explosive rushing. And I cannot say enough good things about Brian Branch because he isn't just a safety. The way he's deployed on this defense, the way NFL offenses have become very east and west as much as they are north and south, you need someone who can cover and play the run so that you're never at a disadvantage personnel-wise. Brian Branch can play in the slot as your nickel. He can play safety and cover down the field. He can be a blitzer. He can help in the run game. He is a chess piece that I don't know if you can quite put a price on, but they're going to have to, and I hope that he's a guy they keep in all of this, even if it means losing guys I haven't mentioned.
Right, and just as an example, when you talk about it's not always the best at the position that makes the most.
Yeah.
And right now, Kyle Hamilton has set the market for the safety position. 4 years, $100 million. So it's an annual value of about $25 million. Amon-Ra St. Brown, last year, set the market for the receivers And that was 2 days before the draft. He was the highest paid receiver for all of, a day or 2 days, less than a week.
Very quick.
Before A.J. Brown set that. Where does Amon-Ra St. Brown rank right now?
Do you have it?
Yeah, 8th.
Wow, I was going to guess like 5 or 6.
No, he's 8th.
Wow.
You've got Terry McLaurin, who just signed his deal. You've got A.J. Brown, who did it right after Amon-Ra St. Brown. Garrett Wilson, DK Metcalf, CeeDee Lamb, Justin Jefferson, and Jamar Chase. All make more than Amon-Ra St. Brown.
It's why Brad Holmes has tried to get deals done a year early, as opposed to letting guys hit free agency and paying a premium.
Right.
And for Branch, next year will be the year for him to get paid.
Exactly, because he was not a first-round pick. So he doesn't have that fifth-year option. And I am 100% with you that it is vitally important for this defense. When you think about having Branch and Kirby Joseph back there, one of the things that makes this defense the possibility for them to be a top 10 defense, even a top 5 defense, is the secondary.
Yeah.
2 years ago, it was a disaster. Now we're talking about the best safety duo in the business. And you've got DJ Reed, Terrion Arnold, and nobody's going to sit there and say, well, it's the best combo of corners in the NFL. But Terrion Arnold takes a couple steps forward. Yeah, throw Amik Robertson in there. It's a really good secondary.
Yeah, I mean, if you're ranking secondaries, not just offhand, I think Baltimore's in that short list, and Detroit's right there too. And Baltimore just paid Kyle Hamilton. So again,
exactly.
it's what you choose to prioritize. Do you agree with me that he's like a top 5 piece setting aside quarterback?
Yeah, I don't think there's any question
about that. So you'd have him
that.
Ahead of even Kirby Joseph, who they already paid.
Yeah, I just said that, yeah.
Ahead of Jack Campbell.
Yes.
Ahead of Aleem McNeil.
It's tougher to do what Brian Branch does. And you mentioned it's not just playing safety, it's playing nickel, it's rushing the quarterback. It's who he is as a player. And yeah, he's labeled as a safety, but it's harder to do what he does. If you lose him, it's a bigger loss than Aleem McNeil.
Yeah. And the antenna goes up. You see Kyle Hamilton get that record-setting deal. Let's get to the phones. Jay in Brighton. Good morning, Jay.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Hey,
How you
what's
doing?
up?
I'm doing great. I think that you guys might be wrong about Davenport there.
I would love to be wrong. What are you seeing?
I mean, his talent as a disruptive pass rusher with the length and athleticism to play on the edge or slide inside, I think it could do well with Hutch out there. I mean, despite his injuries in his season, if he can stay healthy, I think he'll be a big help to the team.
Okay, Jay, I don't think either of us are denying if he's on the field, he can be a big force. The problem is the capital I along with the capital F of if he's on the field. He hasn't been throughout the course of his career.
That's a fair point. I just think he's going to tear it up. And unpopular opinion, I think we should get rid of J-Mo and trade for Mike Parsons.
Well, I don't know that Dallas is looking for another wide receiver. I mean, they've got CeeDee Lamb and they've got
the head case known as George Pickens.
Right.
But they're rolling the dice. No.
The issue for Dallas has not been their offense. The issue for Dallas has been defense, and they can't stop the run. If Micah Parsons isn't there, they can't rush the passer either.
They should just go in and get blank check and sign Micah Parsons and be done with it. I no, that's more of a fantasy land trade. The Davenport point, okay? 6'6", long, heavy edge, right? Like they view that edge. They want you to be a 3-down guy. It's what they looked for with Sedarius at the deadline. On paper, great. Here's the problem. Game's not played on paper. And his skin may be made of paper and he may have glass bones. Like he doesn't play the game. He has played 2 games last year, 4 games the year before. And how about this? For his vote of if he's healthy, he can be a stud. His last healthy season was 2022. He played 15 games. John, do you know how many sacks he had that season?
No.
Half a sack. We are 4 years removed from his 9-sack season at 26 years old. The idea that our general manager is like goo-goo gaga that it's going to happen this year and has no fallback plan feels silly.
It does. It's frustrating because, and I think Marcus Davenport, when healthy, is closer to the 9 sacks that he had at his peak versus the half a sack that he had in 22. I do think that he can be a force. The problem is, and you could talk about his ability to rush the passer. You could talk about his ability to stop the run, to his ability to be a 3-down force. But the best ability, the only one that really matters, is availability.
So the roster spot is there for some reason, right?
Yes.
I mean, what are they doing? You know, it's like I don't recall a team really doing this. Now we're close to the situation. Maybe it's other teams have done it, but it just seems odd, doesn't it?
So what typically happens is you make your 53, and maybe there's a spot or two that you want to leave open to claim from waivers. And that typically happens within 24 to 48 hours, right?
And they got 2, but they didn't get 3.
Well, they opened 4 spots with the
Right,
Tim Patrick
exactly.
trade, which it felt like a lot, but hey, let's see it through. There's still one more, right? If we're doing the math right.
Yeah, it's like head scratching. It's like I can't think of anything that they would look to add besides an edge, or unless they were in QB3.
I don't think they're going to. I mean, the
I
way
don't
Dan
think
Campbell
so.
talked about it, I don't
Yeah.
see that.
So what's it for?
I mean, look, I'm hoping it's Za'Darius. We've spent so much airtime talking about it, and I feel like it's for good reason. It's a critical need. Davenport's not enough.
Because I would argue the more you sit here and like somebody texts in, well, wait until Davenport gets hurt and then go get Smith. Well, that's a dangerous game to play.
Because somebody else is going to pick him up before then.
And I would argue they got caught with their pants down with Carson Wentz. I would have rather had Carson Wentz as my backup quarterback.
And beyond that, I would argue if Davenport gets hurt against Cincinnati, I want someone to rush Joe Burrow that day.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't want to worry about it next week. I want to win that day. Or if he gets hurt against Kansas City or Baltimore or Philly or against Jaden Daniels and the Commanders, I don't want to go, we'll solve it on Monday with the waivers. I want him in uniform with the pads and the helmet, and he straps on the chin strap and goes after the quarterback.
I'm okay with the math equation that is QB2 in regards to, and I don't know what Carson Wentz ended up signing for, but to have Kyle Allen at a cheaper price, whatever it is, I know it's more than they're paying Kyle Allen. Kyle Allen does have starting experience, and he showed throughout the course of the preseason outside of the Hall of Fame game that he can be a capable quarterback that can get you out of a game.
248-539-9797. Heather's News, 2 Grand Slam, and Dear John. It's all coming up, 97.1.
Football is back, and I'm bringing you the tailgate must-have, Surfside iced tea and vodka and Surfside lemonade and vodka. They're absolutely delicious and available in the convenient variety 8-packs. Now, each can of Surfside is only 100 calories, and the best part, no bubbles, no troubles, zero carbonation, so you can tailgate like a champ. Ask for it at your local bars and stores. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
Injury attorney David Feminino is the guy you want to call if you're ever hurt in an accident. But what he and all of us really want is for all of us to be safe. He knows how tragic accidents can be. That's why he started David's Driving Edge, to spread awareness about distracted driving and help us with all the tips to be better prepared on the road. If we can prevent accidents before they happen, that's the real win. Learn more at getdavidgetpaid.com/driving edge. That's getdavidgetpaid.com/driving edge.
Before the 2 Grand Slam, Heather with the news.
Well, hundreds gathered in the Twin Cities on Wednesday night to mourn that Catholic school shooting that left 2 children dead and 17 others injured. The shooter attacked these students while they were in morning mass to celebrate the first week of school. So these little kids were literally praying. They were sitting in pews. This guy shot through the stained glass window. The gunman, identified as 23-year-old Robin Westman, formerly Robert Westman, died at the scene of a self-inflicted gunshot wound. The 2 children who were killed, 8 and 10 years old, 14 of the 17 injured were children as well, all between the ages of 6 and 15. I have seen one article. We don't know much about the victims yet. There's also some 3 elderly parishioners in their 80s were injured. But I have seen one article that identified one of the victims as a 13-year-old boy who was shot in the stomach. His mom is saying he is recovering. He had surgery. And obviously they said they're praying for everyone involved, and they're going to be there to support their son. Authorities say that the shooter did not have a criminal history, still investigating the motive, but the shooter did release like a series of just really disturbing videos on YouTube, sharing this handwritten manifesto, going through this journal that was written in code, didn't want to be found out, but basically shared an infatuation with other mass shootings.
He's a sick individual.
Very much so.
And
it's a tragic story.
And I know, we can have the conversation about access to guns, but we also have to talk about mental health here, because that's the big issue. If he had no prior, documented issues, then we're not doing enough.
No. An East Point man who was just trying to get breakfast at McDonald's, and he ended up turning into a hero. So on July 10th, Devontae Pace was at McDonald's when the store manager, Jennifer Harris, was fatally stabbed. We talked a lot about this, by a disgruntled employee. That employee came back, stabbed the manager. Well, Pace jumped into action when he saw the suspect try to flee the building. And he said, "Screw the breakfast. I'm going to go make sure this girl doesn't get away." Chased her around the building, held her at gunpoint until police arrived, and now he is being honored by police. He received a plaque for outstanding service to the city of East Point. So
good for him.
Yeah, very good. More of Michigan's youngest students are struggling with reading. New data released Wednesday shows that 61% of third graders and 57.6% of fourth graders did not pass the annual state assessment, marking a poorer performance compared to last year. And according to experts, third grade reading proficiency is a key indicator for future academic success and high school graduation rates. And research actually indicates that students who aren't reading proficiently by third grade are at a significant disadvantage and are more likely to drop out of school. So this is something we definitely need to figure out. Now, there is, I guess, not good news, but despite these declines in reading scores for grades 5 through 8, they showed an improvement, with 8th graders achieving the highest proficiency rate at 65.3%. So there is increases in other grades. Obviously, they looked at everything. Math scores across the state showed progress for grades 4 through 7, but also showed some drops in both 3rd and 8th grade. I mean, you can go on and see all the data, but clearly we got to make sure we're helping the youth.
They're our
Let's
future.
see. Yeah, they sure are. Would you like to sing the song?
No.
I know you like to sing. Hey, if you'd like
Someone
to
has to on the show.
be part of the 2 Grand Slam, give us a call at 248-539-9797. You guys, the Michigan State men's basketball team will host the University of Arkansas in a non-conference game at the Breslin Center on Saturday, November 8th. The game will be part of a 2-year home-and-home series with the Razorbacks. So obviously the
That's
Spartans
cool.
will go and play
Yeah.
in Arizona next season. During their 2 previous matchups, the Spartans won both games. So
Cool.
go green.
Izzo's never afraid to schedule the non-con. Calipari, it'll be great.
Yeah. So Google says there's 4 big trends from 2025 that are already kind of fading away, including Labubu's.
Oh, good.
Big trend, right? They peaked, they say, in June, held steady until July, and now kind of tanking. So they're kind of like Beanie Babies.
Yes. Stop the
guess.
investment, I guess.
Yeah.
No longer an investment.
I think people are still I
Did
still
your girls
see
get
them.
into it?
No.
Okay.
No.
Well, it was also you couldn't really
They have brains.
get them anywhere. Do you know what I mean? It
Yes.
wasn't like you could walk into any store and buy one.
Right.
At least in Michigan, I don't even know where you could get one at. Where did your wife see it?
She was at 12 Oaks Mall, and I believe they were out of a vending machine. Yeah.
I feel like they might have had it at Great Lakes Crossing too, one of the
Could
vending
be, yeah.
machines, but
Yeah.
they're not like easily accessible. You can't go to
Yeah.
like a Target or a Walmart.
I was
You
there.
just
In
can't
fact, it
walk
was
in.
funny because I was there the other day, maybe a couple weeks ago now, and I looked and I'm like, well, the vending machine didn't even have them anymore.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Sold out?
Well, no, I was
Oh,
there
there's
something
something
else.
else. Something else,
in
okay.
it. Yeah.
Also, things I had actually never even heard of. Lobster sweaters, apparently a big trend in 25.
Lobster sweater, like
What is
actual
it?
sweaters with
A
lobsters
cable
on them.
knit sweater with a lobster on it, I guess, was super
never
trendy.
even
Bubble
heard.
skirts, apparently, and beaded bags. Things I didn't even know were
bedazzling.
trending.
Yeah.
Okay.
They're out.
Hey.
Your chance to win some money. Let's do it.
Well, we all know the rules of the game are super simple, right?
Yep.
10 questions in 60 seconds, get them all right, win $2,000. However, the game itself is not always simple. You got to have
Oh, keep it
brains,
simple.
right?
Keep it easy.
You
Yes.
got to have knowledge. You also have to have confidence. So we'll see how our contestant does.
Yeah.
Got to be awake, alert,
You
ready
do
to
need
go.
to
Yeah.
be competent. Yes.
Yep.
Yes. Competence starts with dialing.
It's true.
Well, Ed got that part right. Ed in Washington Township. Good morning.
Morning, guys. How you doing? Morning, Heather.
Good morning.
Good morning. You're passing our competency test.
So far.
Oh, maybe I'm wide awake going to work. I love you guys. You make my hour drive bearable in the morning.
Thank
All right. Thank
Excellent,
you.
Ed. I hope we can make your morning even better by giving you $2,000. If there is a question you don't know, say pass, and we'll get back to it. Okay, Ed, here
Okay.
we go. Who do the Tigers play tomorrow night?
Tomorrow night, Tigers play. Oh God, pass.
Who is the starting quarterback for Michigan State?
Adrian Childs,
What is the capital of Minnesota?
Minnesota, Minneapolis, St. Paul.
Who led Michigan in rushing yardage last season?
Pass.
Where did Travis Kelce play in college?
God, I'm gonna say Arizona State.
This artist had the 2014 hit Bad Blood.
Bad blood. Pass.
This team currently has the best record in Major League Baseball.
Milwaukee Brewers.
Who won the Heisman Trophy last December?
Pass.
Who played Hawkeye in Avengers Endgame?
God, I know him. Pass.
Who led the NFL in sacks last season?
Miles Garrett.
Who do the Tigers play tomorrow night?
Kansas City Royals.
Who led Michigan in rushing yardage last season?
I forget his name. I'm sorry. Pass.
Who had the 2014 hit Bad Blood?
Ooh, 1, 2, 3. I got you with 3. That's
Well,
tough.
better
And-
than nothing, I guess.
It is.
Yeah, it is. And I do appreciate the fact that you had a lot of energy. That was
thank you.
Yes. I appreciate
My
the
first
energy.
time, so I was excited. I've tried for 5-6 years.
Yep. Yeah. First time. Usually
It
have
gets
a lot of
better as
energy.
you go.
Hey.
Not as much money as energy, but what the heck? What are you going to do, right?
Yeah. Well, hey, hang on the line because we'll make sure you get paid $75. And the Thursday Grand Slam, 2 Grand Slam, is brought to you by Femininio Law. Get David, get paid.
Let's go through this, John. The Tigers play the Royals tomorrow night.
Yeah.
He got back to that one, got it right. The starting quarterback for Michigan State.
Aiden Childs, I thought he was back on track.
There you go. Capital Minnesota. See, you can't just start listing all the cities.
No, and I know the Twin Cities, it's right there, but he said Minneapolis first, and then it said St. Paul.
We needed
It's
just
St. Paul.
And it's probably the airport, too. It might be called the Minneapolis-St. Paul Airport.
Oh, it is, yes.
Oh, I mean, Twin Cities. It trips people up. Who led Michigan in rushing last year, John?
That would be Khalil Mullins, one of my favorite all-time Wolverines.
Where did Travis Kelce play in college?
He said Arizona State. Not even close.
He's a Midwest guy.
Cincinnati.
And then we thought that would tip you off if you didn't know the artist that had the 2014 hit Bad
Obviously,
Blood.
Ed wasn't a Swiftie. It's Taylor Swift.
T Swift. Team currently has the best record in Major League Baseball. He knows that.
Yes, Milwaukee Brewers.
That's right. Who won the Heisman last December? He didn't get back to it.
He said he knew it, but he didn't get back to Travis Hunter.
I didn't know this one. Hawkeye in Avengers Endgame.
Yeah, I didn't either. Jeremy Renner.
Good guess. Who led the league in sacks last
Who did
year?
he guess? Myles Garrett?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
a good guess.
Yeah, a good guess, yes. But we've been talking a lot about another guy who's led the NFL in sacks, Trey Hendrickson, last 2 years.
Back-to-back seasons. It's your 2 Grand Slam, your chance to win $2,000 twice a week, Tuesdays and Thursdays at 7:25. Coming up next, it's Dear John. We're also going to talk a little Tiger baseball at 8:02. Something or nothing. What's going on? It's 97.1.
Hey, Detroit. John?
Nope.
It's me, right?
Yep.
It's Heather. Did you know military veterans in our area are holding on to millions in debt? That's why Verizon is partnering with the Detroit Lions to tackle it head on. At Verizon, they know how valuable veterans are. They employ over 8,000 of them, and they don't want to see veterans held back by financial debt. So they're stepping up, committing to eliminate up to $1 million in veteran debt in the greater Detroit area this year. Plus, for every Lions win, an additional $100,000 will be eliminated. And that's not all. Verizon is giving active military and veteran families a special mobile plan discount starting at just $25 per line a month for 4 lines on unlimited welcome. And they're backing it with a 3-year price lock guarantee. Verizon is freeing some of our best from financial burdens. Stop by a Verizon store to learn more and see how they're honoring our veterans today. Discount for personal lines only for military and veterans. Approved verification documents required. Auto pay and paper-free billing required. In times of congestion, your data may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms apply.
Big shout out to Founders sponsoring Dear John. We've got questions for John Jansen today from the people. You can submit yours, dearjohnjansen@gmail.com. Your subjects, your topics: bad friend, cleaning up the mess, ex-wife versus current wife. Ooh. You think it's a no-brainer. Losing weight is the last one.
Okay.
We'll start with bad friend. Dear John, my friend who has kids pulled me aside recently and said she's upset that I haven't come to more of her kids' events. For context, I don't have any kids. She wanted me to go to more birthdays, sporting events, and school plays. I was taken aback. They're not my kids. And while I think it'd be nice to go, I don't think it should be an expectation. Am I being a bad friend?
No, I don't think you're being a bad friend. I mean, it depends on some of it. How often are you around? Do the kids call you,
Aunt or
Julie?
uncle? Yeah.
Yeah. If that's the case, and you care about your friend, you should care about their family and go to some, especially the birthday parties. But sporting events kids' sporting events can be a little bit tedious at times. I don't know. Does it say how old the kids are?
It doesn't.
But there's so many of them. You got your own life.
Right.
But again, if you're invested in the friend who has kids in their life, and it's not just, a girls' night out, it's, yes, I'm invested in them and their family. I know the kids. I would think you'd want to see some of that. But no, you're not a bad friend if you don't go.
I agree with you. I'm thinking back, to my friends that have kids. Like, I've been to dance recitals and some sporting events, and definitely birthdays if they're at their house in particular.
Yeah.
But when the kids get a little bit older, they don't really want parents or parents' friends there. Like, you know what I mean? They're doing their own party.
I disagree with
You
that.
do?
So, yeah, because Ruby's basketball. Like, Stoney showed up to
sporting events
one or
different. I
two,
meant
yeah.
birthday parties.
Oh, birthdays, yeah.
Like when you're
'Cause they're doing
14
their
and you're doing
friends.
your friend's birthday, you don't want there's
Yeah.
mom's friend so and so hanging out in the corner. That's kind of weird. But I don't think you're a bad friend for not showing up.
But if you have referred to them your entire life as Aunt Heather, then I think that's a little bit different. I don't think it's weird that they're there. I don't think they feel weird about it. They're coming to be with. It's a distraction for your mom.
If you do a family birthday at home, that's okay. But if it's like the kid's birthday, they're like doing it at a hotel pool or something.
They're going to play like laser tag.
Yeah,
you don't need to be there.
You don't need to be there for that.
I thought this was interesting because I haven't reached this point yet. Like, we don't have kids and our friends aren't yet at that stage yet. And I would feel like I don't have to go to stuff, but I think it would be like all the benefits of having kids with none of the responsibilities.
Sure.
Like, you can go and be like proud of these kids and like give them cool gifts, and then you don't have to take care of
them home?
any of the problems. Yeah.
You could be the cool aunt.
Yes.
Like that. And so blood matters, but you don't have to be blood to be called aunt or uncle. And it is. It's awesome to be able to take some of your friends' kids. Like, if you want to go for ice cream after a game, like, hey, let's go. Oh, Mom said no ice cream, but hey, here's a big banana split with extra, whipped cream on top because I'm cool.
Next
All
one.
right. Next one is cleaning up the mess. Dear John, I just got married a month ago. We've been living together for 3 years. I do everything around the house: cook, clean, laundry, even handle the bills. Says we split the bills. Her excuse for never helping me was she was always busy with wedding stuff. Well, now that that's over, she still does nothing. I've tried the talk. What's next? Leave a mess, do nothing, or get loud? Signed, Anthony.
Ooh, Anthony. No, this is something that there's excuse. There's always going to be an excuse. If she used the excuse of, I'm preparing for the wedding, then the next excuse is just whatever is next that is busy in her life. I'm working all the time. Okay, well, so am I. Okay, leave the mess. Or push the mess into like her area of, if it's in the room, your room that I would assume that you share.
Yeah, but can you out mess someone who's okay with not cleaning?
That's.
Then you got to live with it.
What was she like before you got engaged? I mean, was she clean? Did she live at home with her parents? Did she live on her own? Because if she was clean before, she can be clean again. But if she was always messy,
right,
she's going to always. You knew that going into it. That she's probably
something you're going to have to live with.
Messy.
Yeah.
But at the same time, there is like you have to contribute some. Like if she's refusing to do anything,
and she.
How old is she?
Anthony, let us know. Send a follow-up email.
Yeah, send picture.
Could you imagine we start getting emails with people like, just for context, hand John a photo of her. I don't know what he's supposed to do. You want to move on?
Yeah.
Ex-wife versus current wife. It's a little longer one. It says, Dear John, I was married and it lasted 16 years. We had 3 kids together and spent a lot of time and money at Disney. It became the thing we did. Since the divorce, my ex and I have remained close, mostly for the kids. Back in 2019, I did a run in Disney and have done it every year since. In 2021, I asked my son if he wanted to come. My ex heard about it and showed up to cheer him on. She was impressed and has signed up to do the run as well for 2026. It's a 4-day event. Her husband is supportive. Our kids think it's awesome. My current wife isn't thrilled. There's nothing funny going on. We're not going to be together. My wife would prefer my ex not come. But I don't feel it's my place to tell her she can't. She can do what she wants, and I'm certainly going to do it. It's my thing. What do? Do I ask my ex not to come? I feel like I'm in a no-win situation. It's signed Dopey in Oxford.
Yeah, if your current wife, if it makes her uncomfortable, then yeah, I think you actually have that conversation with your ex and say, hey, this is a weird situation. Sorry, but I would prefer that you're not there. You can't prevent her from going, but right. You can certainly put up barriers that would help make your current wife more comfortable.
Yeah, I mean, how many people are going to be running in this Disney run? I bet a lot.
Right.
So, yeah, I think you can set boundaries with her and say, hey, it's great you want to run in this. Go for it, but I don't think we should be running together. I don't think we should be doing this as a team.
And Disney's a big property. Like, hey, you're staying somewhere far removed from where we are.
But
and
the mom's going to want to run with the son, right? And the son's going to want to run with the dad.
Oh, is the son's running too?
Yeah.
Oh.
The son's been doing it since 21. That's where it's messy.
Okay.
So then it gets into, okay, well, like, whose weekend is it? And I mean, divorce is messy.
What if you invite the current wife? She doesn't have to run, but then she can be on the trip and see, like, hey, nothing nefarious is going on.
Oh, so she can spend more time with the ex.
John, I'm trying.
Yeah, I know.
This is your segment. I'm sorry.
It gets weird. No, this is where it gets weird. No, and I appreciate your input. But if it makes your current wife uncomfortable, then you need to have that conversation with your ex. And if the relationship is good enough, your ex will say, all right, yes, it's fine. I will step away, or I'll do it, somewhere else, or I think you have to have that conversation.
But being involved with a partner who is divorced with children, you also have to know going into it that you are going to have interactions with the ex-wife because of the kids.
Sure,
yes.
At graduations, at family events.
Well, it's a family tradition. They were doing this when the kids were growing up, going to Disney.
Okay, yeah, once you get divorced, those family traditions go out the window.
Okay.
It's a tough situation. Yeah. Last one, losing weight. Dear John, I dated a girl for almost 8 years of my early teens and into my 20s. Long story short, she was growing as a person. She was getting healthier, etc., and I was not. We split up 2 years ago. I'm now 25, and I've not been able to get myself out of this hole. My goal is to not get her back. My goal is to get healthier and be more confident so that I can finally move on. I'm 25, weigh just about 300 pounds. I can't control my eating habits. I desperately want to lose weight and get into shape and start settling down and find a girl to marry and start a family. But I need to get my confidence and my self-esteem up by losing at least 20 pounds. Where do I start?
Well, I would say first thing, start with sleep habits. And people overlook that all the time. If you're not getting enough rest, then it is really hard to control those urges when you want to eat. Everything becomes stress, and there's a lot of people that just are stress eaters. So first of all, take a look at your sleep habits. Get yourself at least 8 hours of sleep a night, and then set a schedule. When you go to the grocery store, hey, it's not all of the high processed foods. It's the foods that you can get in the produce section. It's at the meat counter. Those are the type of things that you need to eat. And you'll find that once you get away from a lot of the sugary foods, a lot of those things, it's going to hurt for a week because you will have sugar cravings. Mm-hmm. But once you get through that, if this is that important to you, you are going to have to set yourself up for success. So things in the fridge, things at the home that are only healthy to eat.
It's a great that you can help yourself from yourself. Shop on the outer parts of the store. Avoid the inner snacks and temptations and treats. The other thing I'd say is, like they say to quit smoking, it takes 2 to 3 weeks. The habits, you got to go 2 to 3 weeks to get into the routine of this and stick with it. One other trick that I found when I lost weight was we always eat more than we think we should. You don't have to eat until until you're stuffed. Eat until you're not hungry, and then sit on it, and you'll be surprised that you don't need to eat as big of portions.
And all I would say, on top of everything you're talking about, the healthy diet, meal prepping, find a buddy to go to the gym with. Or if you can't go to the gym, to walk around the neighborhood with. Find a buddy, because I do think having somebody to work out with or be active with is super helpful. It motivates you because they're going to say, let's go, and you're going to have to go.
Yeah, I mean, the last thing I'll say is you can't out-train a bad diet. So it's sleep, number one. It's what you're eating, what's around the house, and then after that, start working on it. Go for walks. That's a great way to start.
Send them in, dearjohnjansen@gmail.com. It's dearjohn971.
Hey, summer is in its waning moments. It's a little bit cooler today. Maybe you're getting ready to turn on the heat, or you're still hoping to use the AC. Don't wait. Whatever you need, call the team at Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They take care of my house. They'll do the same thing for yours. Upgrade your system now and save up to $1,000. Give them a call for details and schedule a free in-home estimate. You're going to love them when they show up. Same-day service is available. All you have to do is call before noon. You want to find more information? It's there on the web at mastercraftheating.com. That's mastercraftheating.com.
Ticket text pouring in on Dear John. Some of your reaction to the advice that John handed down this week. 8 o'clock, we're going to get into the Tigers. Something or nothing. Swept by the A's. 4-game losing streak. And Casey Mize, don't look now. Mm-hmm. Last 8 starts. Whatever you think its ERA is, it's higher than that. Okay, ticket texters. It says, I feel bad when I hear cookies give takes on kids. Just no clue how awesome it is to be a dad. Signed, a dad in Waterford.
No one knows what they don't know. I mean,
right.
You wouldn't know. You have no idea because you're not a dad. And that's okay.
Yes, if that's a decision that you want to make, like there are a lot of parents that shouldn't be parents. And I'm not saying you would be one of those, but if you got to want to do it.
That's my thing. Like, you should want to be a parent. Yeah. Because otherwise you're not going to be a good parent. Texter says, you're definitely a bad friend if you don't go to your friends' kids' sporting events, birthday parties, etc. You're single without kids. You have nothing but time. Go be a good friend. Jim has the right idea.
So they're specifically calling you out.
They're saying I have the right idea to, like, you get all the good and none of the bad. Show up and still take advantage. But at the same time, I don't feel like you should be pressured to because you didn't sign up to have kids.
No, but it just depends on how much that individual means to you.
Yeah.
If they mean a lot to you, then their family also means something to you. You don't have to go to every event, but showing up every once in a while, showing up for your friend is a part of that.
Yeah, it depends. Like, if you have nothing going on, I mean, it's an excuse to get out of the house and do something.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Maybe you meet someone.
There you go. Hotness factor, John. You often cite it will only carry the first year or two of a relationship. Hot people with annoying behavior become less attractive with time. That's signed Tom.
Yes. No, I know. That's kind of, it's people expect at some point I'm going to ask that question. And it's a legitimate question in certain situations.
I think at some point we're just going to get 4 of these where it's going to be a picture of their spouse and say, John, is my wife hot?
We're going to play Hot or Not?
Hot or Not.
God.
Was that a website?
Yes.
Hotornot.com? Yeah.
Stoney actually did it live on the air.
He did not.
No, really?
Like, I can't see him, Stoney.
Right. Would he actually critique them too and be like, yeah.
But the listener couldn't see him.
Oh, my goodness.
Just terrible
so
radio.
he's then describing her. Oh, boy.
Talking about
only Stoney could do that and make it radio that you'd want to listen to.
By far, the most response was on that complicated Disney situation about the kids and the run and the ex and the current wife. The current wife needs to relax or start running.
Well, I disagree with that. If it makes her uncomfortable, then I mean, the easiest solution is that the dad finds a different one to run with his son. And there is a world where if you have... At some point, divorces are not amicable, but at some point, if you have an amicable relationship at, however far down the road it is, that you need to be able to show your son, your kids, in this case his son, that you can be friendly in public. But I just think if it makes your current wife uncomfortable, then don't do it.
This text says the new wife needs to grow the bleep up. Like, you're going to have to accept that this woman is going to be in your life, and you have to not be insecure that she's going to steal him back from you.
I don't think that's it. I don't.
Then what's
think
the harm in them spending time with the kid at a shared event at a thing they've been doing since they were? I don't. It's like 16 years.
Yeah, but his ex-wife wasn't running the race until. I mean, there could be an issue where she. Is worried that the son is getting too close to him versus her.
Right.
All of those things play a factor.
The Disney IP sucks these days. It definitely wouldn't be romantic at all. What's IP? Is that like the race? Is it?
It must be.
Okay.
I don't think it's meant to be romantic.
Property?
Yeah, but that doesn't really fit there. Is he saying like this isn't going to draw? It's not going to get the couple back together because they're doing this race?
Yeah. No.
Yeah. It's a run, not a family photo. She needs to relax. Again, terrible advice. You will start a war with your ex if you try to use your current wife as a reason your ex shouldn't come to your kid's event. Obviously, you guys are not divorced.
Well,
John is the expert on that.
There's no expert on it.
Run in Disney. The stepmom needs to look at through the eyes of the kids. If they were part of the package, deal with it. Dan in St. Clair.
We just got this text in. John's new segment, Rate My Wife.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, she's a solid 7. gives feedback.
Oh, the look I just got from Heather. It was a joke.
Because all I think about is when off air they were rating all the women on The Golden Bachelor.
You need to be clarifying who they were.
Those people?
It was awful. Silence.
Tex says the last guy should do the Disney run. Problem solved.
Oh, well, he's got to train for that.
Yeah, exactly.
Definitely got to do some training for that.
Says for the guy with the weight loss, tell ChatGPT to give you a 7-day meal plan for whatever kind of diet you want, Mediterranean, calories, etc., and it will help you base your grocery list off of that.
Easy peasy.
Yeah, I mean, the ChatGPT can't help with that, but it really comes down to just self-discipline, and it's not an easy thing to do. Trust me.
John in Florida says, I agree with all the weight loss tips, especially doing it with somebody else. My wife and I did a weight loss journey together before our wedding, and it made it way easier than going it alone.
You need a buddy.
You see he was on hold?
Oh.
The Godfather. Stoney. Good morning.
Even when I'm on the New Jersey Turnpike, you guys are making fun of me. Hot or not hot. I love that.
So Stoney,
What
okay,
up, boys and girls.
Hey,
What's
Stoney.
Hey, so you're on the Jersey Turnpike?
Yes, driving from North Jersey to Philadelphia. I have to take my mom to the doctor, and then we have the wedding. My sister's daughter, my niece, gets married on Sunday.
Congratulations.
Okay, is there anybody driving next to you?
No, it's wonderful.
Oh, I was going to say, we could give us a live hot or not hot.
Well, it would be my wife, so she's hot.
Smart man.
That's the only woman that would probably driving next to me, or my daughters, but they're not.
No, I'm not talking about in the car. I'm talking about the
no.
car next to you.
Oh, okay. Oh,
Yeah, I'm not asking you to rate your wife or your mom.
All right.
Or your daughters.
Hold on, I'm in the middle.
He's going to try to find an next.
To speed up or slow down.
Stoney, I love you.
I don't want to get in an accident.
Could you imagine?
As Gov would know, I'm such a good driver to begin with, let alone trying to find hot babes on the New Jersey Turnpike while going 70 miles an hour.
This should be the new segment, not John rating, but Stoney behind the wheel driving around Metro Detroit rating people. And then if we get an accident, it's epic radio.
By the way, the best thing about being out of town was I didn't get to watch the Tigers the last 3 days.
Oh God, Stoney. We're gonna do something or nothing in the 8 o'clock hour. What do you think?
I think it's something only because their starting pitching is pathetic right now, except for Scooble, obviously. I think it's time to maybe put Melton in the rotation, just see what the hell happens. But
yeah, we talked a little bit about that, but the issue is, how much are they going to manage his innings being a young pitcher?
Yeah. By the way, your Marcus Davenport, and I agree with that, with everything you're saying, except one thing. It might not be Brad Holmes. It could be Dan Campbell. Don't forget, he has as much impact on this as anybody. And Dan had him in New Orleans. So
Yes.
Maybe this is a Dan Campbell thing, not a Brad Holmes thing. I don't know. They're so they're together so much in what they think. So it's probably both of them. And John, you need, because Lisa loves tennis. I went to the U.S. Open the other night. You should go. It's great.
Oh, yeah. You know what? That's on the bucket list. I think you and I talked about that before. It's certainly on the bucket list. It's been fun to watch it at home.
Yeah, I went once, like in the '80s, but it's a lot bigger and different than it was back then. I actually had to make a decision because the U.S. Open, we parked in a parking lot between Citi Field, where the Mets are playing the Phillies, and the U.S. Open, and I said, you know what? I've seen so many baseball games in my life. Let's do the tennis. So
Stoney,
it was great.
As much as we'd like to keep you company on the rest of your drive in, we're going to let you go. It's always good to hear from you.
Take time.
Thanks, Stoney. Yep.
We always love hearing from you. Yes.
Stoney!
Heather, you have to look up this drink that I had at the U.S. Open. You'd love it. It's called the Honey Deuce.
Oh.
Deuce.
Okay.
Yes. Honey Deuce.
I'll look it up.
We will look
Melon
it up.
balls. Yes.
Yes. Thank you for enunciating.
Yes, I did. I had to, well, that word gets mispronounced in songs, as I know.
How much did it cost you? Aren't they really expensive, those drinks?
Yes. Yeah, but I did one. There are people who are drinking like 10 of them. It's like $23 a drink. It's crazy.
Ballers. Jeez.
Oh,
Quite literally.
no kidding. Melon ballers. Stoney, we love it. Good stuff. The legend himself, the Godfather. Yeah, I mean, I kind of felt like Wednesdays with Wojos. We just ran him through the whole show sheet. That was wonderful. We are going to talk a little more about Marcus Davenport and the infatuation with him as the roster gets closer to being set. We have a Lions Factor Fiction in the 8 o'clock hour, and Something or Nothing is next, 97.1.
Brought to you by the Michigan Lottery. Nothing clicking at the plate or on the mound yesterday for the Tigers as they suffer their fourth sweep of the year in a 7-0 finale loss yesterday to the A's. Tigers seeing their double-digit lead of the Central shrink down to 8.5 games over Kansas City. And with an off day today, they begin a series with the Royals starting tomorrow. After surprisingly being cut earlier in the week, Dan Skipper has already made his return to Detroit by being signed to the Lions practice squad. College football begins today, as does high school football. The 20th annual Amazon Prep Kickoff Classic taking place today at Wayne State. In the NBA, following a heartbreaking injury in the finals this year, Tyrese Halliburton has his timetable set after his ruptured Achilles. It won't be anytime soon, as the Indiana Pacer will be out for the next 15 months. And following his meltdown in the U.S. Open, Daniil Medvedev has been fined more than a third of his prize money, a fine worth over $42,000 for his behavior following his first-round elimination. Mid-match, he berated the official in an event that stalled the game for over 6 minutes, and following the loss, he violently destroyed his racket on the side of the court. From the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Dustin Fiocco. For details on these stories and more, you can stay tuned or also head to 971theticket.com.
The Honey Deuce cocktail, if you're curious. It's got Grey Goose vodka, fresh lemonade, raspberry liqueur, and it's garnished with 3 honeydew melon balls.
It's right up my alley. I would like that.
Sounds great.
Sounds
Too
awesome.
fruity for you, John?
Yeah, it wouldn't be one I would order.
Okay. Certainly not for $23 or whatever it was.
No.
Yikes. Anyway, Tigers are playing these late night games. They may be not on your radar. They've lost all of them. They've lost 4 in a row, 3 straight to the Sacramento A's. And John, our question is something or nothing.
Okay, it's something in regards to the starting pitching. It's nothing in regards to how it affects the Tigers and getting to the postseason. That's probably a way oversimplification, but that's how I see it.
Yeah, they're still 8.5 up in the division. They're going to have Kansas City coming up this weekend. Barring some sweep, I don't think anybody's panicking. The concern is about starting pitching. Casey Mize pitched last night, and he got hit up again. His last 8 starts, he has an ERA of 7.20. I'll say that again, 7.20. That's a guy who was the number 2 in the rotation. He was an all-star, and now I have no idea what the hell to do with him. They don't have a number 2 pitcher. And if you don't have quality starting pitching, you're going to tax a bullpen of reclamation projects. You're not going to have a chance to go anywhere once you make the postseason, because I still think they're making the postseason. I don't think anybody's panicking about that. In that way, it is nothing to lose these 3 games. But it's something that we don't have a number 2 starting pitcher right now.
It's frustrating. It is certainly concerning. And how do they manufacture innings from a staff that your starting pitching is unpredictable?
Because the issue is we were already discussing, hey, we need to get this bullpen shored up, right? You asked AJ Hinch about it. He goes, hopefully we can do it sooner rather than later. Well, instead of asking these guys to pitch 2 or 3 innings, you're going to start asking them to pitch 4 or 5 innings. And now you do not have the depth you had last year with pitching chaos, and you are begging to be bounced early. Now, the good news is you got 27 more games, and you got a month to figure it out. But John, I don't know who it is, because Morton got hit up in this series. Flaherty has been inconsistent. Casey Mize, since early July, hasn't been good enough. And Paddock's throwing today. He hasn't inspired anybody. I know they'll get Reese Olson back for the playoffs, but the thought is he's going to be a bullpen arm, not like a innings eater.
They're hoping to get him back for the playoffs.
I know, not a guarantee.
Don't know if they will or not.
So then do you bring up Melton? If you make him a starter, it solves the problem in the short term. But if you're managing his innings, you might not have those innings when you really need them in the postseason. So are they going to maybe ramp him up in late September? If they don't have any other option, John, I think they have to.
Well, I think they have to, yeah. And I don't know what the unwritten rules are for a young pitcher. If you're in the ALCS, do you not pitch him because of some predetermined pitch or innings limit? Like, I don't think you can do that. You've got to try and get to the World Series. And then the same thing in the World Series. It repeats itself.
Right, because at some point you have to go for it. I know their thing is we're going to be good forever and we're going to play the long game. We're not going to trade our top prospects. We're not going to rush McGonigal. We're not going to burn the innings on Melton. If you're 8 wins away from winning the World Series,
and I got to
throw
believe
him a couple extra innings.
And I got to believe if you ask the athlete, like, hey, I know that we're reaching your innings limit that we had talked about back in, July, but do you want to pitch in the World Series?
Hello.
I mean, that seems like an easy answer to me.
So we're working with numbers here. Melton's previous career high in innings pitched, 2024, he threw 100.2 innings. This year he's up to 75.
Right, so how far above that 100.2 innings?
Does he have another 50 innings to get to 125? Can he get to 150? Because if he can get to 150, then you're fine.
I would think, and I would think at some point that number is irrelevant.
Correct.
It's about the wins. That's the number that is relevant. It's 3 in a 5-game series and 4 in a 7-game series.
Quick math. Actually, he's up to 102 innings now. I had to add his majors plus his minors. So he's at where he basically at a career high innings right now, and that's what they're going to be juggling down the stretch. But he's been
good.
Yeah, he's been very good. Let's get to Sam on a cell. Sam, good morning.
Hey, good morning. So this is me, my opinion. I think it's something. I think they need to address the pitching as soon as possible because, I'm sure we'll get to the postseason, and if they've been pitching like they have been, and they lose a key game, then that game could cost them the whole series and the postseason. So they need to address it.
How, Sam? I'm not trying to be smarmy. Like, what's the answer? That I'm not supposed to talk about the deadline, but it's over. So what do you do now?
I mean, I don't know what to do. I'm not, I have no clue what to do. But it's just it's something that needs to be addressed. Either more training, work more. I have no idea. That's just my concern. The pitching. It could cost us the World Series.
I'm right there. I think that's a great read of the situation. And we've got text this morning talking about, hey, this is why Fetter's supposed to be the real deal, right? This is why A.J. Hinch is thought to be a great manager. They're going to have to mix and match. They're going to have to stumble into a strategy because they just don't have the horses right now. Rich in Livonia, good morning. You're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning, team. So wanted to jump in a little bit about last night and just the observations over the weekend or over the last 3 days. It just seems as if it was either hit really hard or it was maybe a swing and miss, but everything that they were dishing up to the A's was just pounded, which is a dangerous team. I do not want to face them if we end up getting to the postseason. Just really looks like a dangerous team. But outside of that, I mean, from a pitching standpoint, I think they go back to the bullpen by designation and roll one of their starting roles where they just have the bullpen deployment. Go back to that and try to see if that's going to spark something because it just doesn't seem like, they're pitching to contact and the contact is hard. So, but it's nothing that I'm really too upset or scared about yet, but we're getting close.
They're running out of time to figure it out. Yeah, they're running out of time to figure it out. I mean, it's all well and good to be searching for solutions in late August. Mm-hmm. You don't want to be searching for solutions in late September. But John, let's go.
But okay, so what do they do? Like, what is the solution? You're not going to add arms.
No, you can't. They have what they have, and Finnegan's been a really good addition, and you feel good about him in the 8th or the 9th or the leverage spot. But you got to get there. And you like Vest, but you got to get there. And if you're going to use Melton to open games, he's no longer that bridge guy that you highlighted. And maybe it's Tyler Holton, but I feel like he's been more uneven this year than last year. And you start to really run through it. You don't have the depth you had a year ago. Not out of the bullpen.
No, but it's up to AJ and Chris Federer to figure out what is the favorable matchup for this pitching staff. And it's trying to put that Rubik's Cube all back together where you're looking at a 5-game series and you're saying, well, in this one, we want to use Melton as an opener and Flaherty as a long reliever because we like the matchups better later in the game. I don't know. I'm making things up because I don't know what they know.
Well, they should have a whiteboard and they should be talking through all of it. Everything should be on the table right now. Ticket text 248-539-9797. Guys, right now, even Skubal isn't pitching great. They don't have enough pitching. Well, and you see what happens if you lose the Skubal start.
Yeah. That he's the one that's supposed to always keep you on track. And fair, not fair. That's the expectation.
And it really feels like all the teams they may face in an ALCS or an ALDS have a steadier rotation.
And I know last year when they were on this great run, right, there was one where Skubal lost and everybody thought, oh, well, it's over. Because that is the expectation that you can count on a Skubal win.
John, I know I'm not everybody's cup of tea, but have I said something outrageous in the first 12 minutes of this hour? Because this text says, guys, it's 8 a.m. Eastern. I'm just starting to listen. I want to make sure someone calls in to tell Costa to shut up his prediction hole.
No, it's probably a reference to your demanding apologies on Monday.
Was I wrong to do that? We can explore. We'll keep the conversation rolling. 97.1.
Hey, you guys, it's Heather, and if you've ever thought about getting a hot tub, this is your moment. The weather is starting to cool down, and there's nothing more relaxing than jumping in your hot tub, and you got to go check out Beninati Pool and Spa, because I'm telling you, they made the entire process so easy when I got my hot tub. They helped me pick out the tub that was perfect for me and my family, plus they delivered it, they installed it, and they've been there to help with maintenance as well. I'm telling you, they handle everything. Beninati Pool and Spa is in Utica, next to Jimmy John's Field. Plus, they have this brand new showroom in Clinton Township. It's right off M59 and I-94. So no matter which location you go to, you're going to be met with Beninati experts who will give you a personalized experience and help you find the right hot tub as well. And this is pretty cool. If you mention my name, they'll take $500 off your purchase just like that. Visit BeninatiPools.com or stop by Utica or Clinton Township and see why so many people, including me, love the Beninati experience.
When it comes to an IRS collection or audit, you need a law firm that specializes in the resolution of all types of tax problems. And when dealing with the world's largest civil law enforcement agency, your case could take a lot of twists and turns. Your first call, your only call, should be to Abraham and Rose. Maurice and Jerry are prepared to advocate on your behalf, no matter if it's civil or criminal or even the Michigan Department of Treasury. So whether it's personal income tax or business payroll taxes, you're going to need a real team of local lawyers that you can sit down with and have a conversation with, not a tax organization with a random individual you're never going to meet. Visit abrahamandrose.com today or call 248-539-5040 so you never personally have to deal with the IRS.
Tigers swept by the A's, just the fourth time all season they've been swept. Something or nothing, 248-539-9797. We've got open lines, got some good ticket text to read. Later in the hour, does Brad Holmes love Davenport a little too much? And the bar to pay Brian Branch just went up. We'll get to where he ranks in the hierarchy. Key pieces for this Lions team. John, on the Detroit Tigers.
Yeah.
Text says, you guys are spot on with needing starting pitching, but you're dead wrong that these games mean nothing. We can't lose to the worst teams in the league, can't get swept by them. I'm not confident like you guys are that they will still make the playoffs. They are in danger of blowing an opportunity at the postseason.
No.
Not right now.
No. And so I'm trying to get the right screen up. They've got an 8.5 game lead in division. I'm not going to declare it over yet, but I don't think that they're missing out on that. Right now they're tied for one of the top 2 seeds in the American League. And they are, 5 games up on the Astros for that second seed.
So, look, making the playoffs, well, that's even farther because you're talking about Cleveland jumping up at this
Right.
point. Yeah, I mean, but winning the division, I mean, that would be a choke.
Yeah.
Big time. I still, look, the only reason to be concerned, like that there's something short term, is that they actually play the Royals 3 straight games in KC, and the pitching matchups favor the Royals.
You get Scooble Sunday.
Yeah. But you have Flaherty going against undecided on Saturday, and at this point, I like undecided. You know, the way Flaherty, I went to the game Sunday, Flaherty got hit so hard, it was even the outs were just line drive.
Loud outs. Text says, I don't like that you guys are talking about what can happen in the postseason like it's a guarantee we make the postseason. Text says, it's extremely concerning that our solution is a rookie pitcher. It's not fair to Melton to expect him to be the 2. Flaherty and Mize have let this team down. Justin driving to work. I mean, Mize was an all-star. He's just been awful for 2 months now. Text says, what about Montero? Could he be a solution? I trust him as much as anybody but Scooble. Texter says, don't worry. Alex Cobb will save the season. JK, Dean in Harrison Township.
On Twitch, it says, it's okay. Tigers can't lose today.
They seem to be paying a price for Cobb, that he was brought in probably to somewhat replace Job originally, because Job was going to be on a pitch count for all season. I mean, who knows how they would have managed Job throughout the year. I don't know if he'd have been able to pitch in the postseason.
But the Cobb thing, I mean, we talked about it at the time. The guy was contemplating retirement. He had barely pitched the year before. And the Tigers, they didn't give him like a flyer deal. They paid him $15 million.
Right. And
there's a little bit of a misplaced faith in Alex Cobb.
It's a little bit like Davenport with the Lions. I mean, you're just hoping that it's going to be okay. I mean, placing your fate and hope can be extremely dangerous.
Yeah. Texter says we do miss Jackson Jobe now.
In terms of the Melton one, you guys were more referring to him being like the third starter in a playoff series. So you're best of 5. You're going Scooble. I would go Morton because of experience, and he's looked the best, the most consistent out of all of them.
Well, after the last start, he gave up 5 runs, 5 innings.
And then I would open Melton, and then I would go.
You see how far you can go.
To Flaherty for 1 inning, and then to Holton, and then to hopefully you're winning, and then it's Vest and Finnegan.
Yeah, you see how problematic this is, though, if we're taking guys who are starters and saying you're an inning guy. And how many innings are there in a 5 or even a 7-game series?
Well, my son said to me on Sunday at the game, he'll do fine the first couple innings, and then they're going to hit him. Yeah. I mean, It's obvious. He can get through the lineup sometimes like one time.
248-539-9797. Something or nothing. Tigers have lost 4 in a row. We're swept by the A's, and we do not know who the number 2 starter is. It's Scooble and a collection of question marks at the moment. We have Lions Fact or Fiction coming up at 8:35. We are a week away from the NFL season. Will Gibbs get to 2,000 yards? Some Tesla hype and Jared Goff. Aiden Hutchinson. All the big names, Fact or Fiction. But first, Heather with the news.
Well, I know everyone heard this news already, but Minneapolis and really people around the country are mourning the tragic death of 2 young students and 17 other victims who were injured in a school shooting that took place at a Catholic school. These children were in a morning mass, right? Sitting there praying when a gunman opened fire, fired several shots through the stained glass windows. The gunman was identified as 23-year-old Robin Westman. They died at the scene of a self-inflicted gunshot wound. The 2 children who were killed, 8 and 10 years old. 14 of the 17 others who were injured were children, all between the ages of 6 and 15. There were several other elderly people in their 80s who were wounded as well. I was just watching that story. I mentioned earlier this morning that yesterday I heard the audio of a little boy.
Oh, I know.
And I saw that story again. This little boy, right? His voice sounded much younger than he was. I think he might have actually been 10. It sounded like he was 4 or 5, but talking about how his buddy protected him. They got down on the ground, hiding underneath one of the church pews, and his buddy was laying on top of him to protect him. And what that was like for these students that were there, and very, very sad. Obviously, everything is still under investigation. Authorities say the shooter didn't have a criminal history, but did release these videos on YouTube.
Videos and pictures, yeah.
And like scheduled them to be released at specific times. And they're all of him looking through this like manifesto, this journal that was created, written in code words. But when you really read what was in there, it was quite disturbing. A map of the church, because they had attended that school themselves. His mom had worked there. It's just, it's so sad. I mean, it's the same reaction every time this happens. I mean, it's devastating. It's unthinkable. And there's anger as well because it keeps happening over and over. In other news, Delta Airlines is facing a massive legal showdown after an alleged slap in the sky. So there's a passenger who says that he was struck by a flight attendant on a cross-country flight last month, and now his attorneys want $20 million from Delta, or they say they'll sue. So they haven't filed a lawsuit yet. This passenger says it was humiliating to be slapped by a flight attendant in front of one of his children. Said it all started when his wife asked for some water for one of their kids. Apparently that flight attendant said, nope, can't give you water right now. So he said, I'll go ask somebody. So he asked a flight attendant, was denied again. Said, this is crazy. I'm going to go ask a different flight attendant who did ultimately provide the water to him and also apologized. He says once he sat back down in his seat, the same crew member who refused to give him water the first time was offering him a drink. Like it must have been when they were doing the drinks. And he said, no, I refuse. And then like things escalated. He says the flight attendant leaned closer to his ear, whispered something very vulgar. And when he responded by standing up, that's when he was slapped right there in the face, it sounds like. Very, very strange. Anyway, the guy's lawyers are saying, hey, we got 2 things we're demanding. Or else, basically. Yeah. We want the employee to receive sensitivity training, and we also want a day's worth of Delta's profit, which they say is $20 million. And they gave him 30 days to respond before they file a lawsuit.
I was going to ask where they got the $20 million from.
Yeah. Well, there you go.
Interesting, right? It's strange.
Very
I mean, I think I would just go to the lawsuit route.
Yeah.
Just file the lawsuit.
Or else.
The NFL is easing some of the restrictions on Tom Brady as he prepares for his second season as Fox Sports' top analyst. So the league will allow him to participate in production meetings with teams as long as they're conducted virtually. So like a Zoom meeting, can't be there in person.
You can't be in the building.
Yeah, he's still not allowed to watch practices or set foot in a team's training
because
facility.
he is a part owner of the Raiders.
And that is why.
Yep.
But they still want him to have access to do his job as an
Interviews
analyst. Yeah.
Some kind of,
So
background.
Easing up a little bit on that. Do you guys remember the guy who faked his own death, left his wife and children, and then fled the country?
Yes.
What a story. If you don't remember it, he faked a drowning. He made it look like he drowned in a kayaking incident. He staged the kayak in the lake. He brought this inflatable raft, took that to shore, went 70 miles on an e-bike, took a bus to Detroit, then to Toronto, went on 3 flights to Paris, Asia, and then back to Europe. Anyway, it's all turned out that he was talking to this woman in Uzbekistan. Basically, it was like a mistress. It sounds, I didn't know this. He reversed his vasectomy because he was going to start a family with this new woman. All crazy. I mean, took out a $375,000 life insurance policy. Anyway, police obviously finally tracked him down, got him back to the U.S. He was charged with obstruction. He was facing up to 9 months in jail, but he agreed to a plea deal that lowered it to just 45 days. Now, the judge rejected the deal and almost doubled it. He was just sentenced to 89 days. That's the exact amount of days he made his family think that he was dead. And he had to pay $30,000 to cover the cost of his search and rescue.
Yeah.
And this all just happened this week. And during sentences, he said, quote, "I deeply regret the actions that I did that night and all the pain that I caused my family and friends." Now, here's a little update. His wife of 22 years filed a divorce 2 days after he got back.
Oh.
So
not a surprise.
Goodbye.
Yeah.
2 days
And
too
it's
long.
not clear if that mistress is still in the picture or not.
Wow, that's a wild story. Heather with the news. We've got Fact or Fiction Lion Season Edition next, 97.1.
Hey parents, it's Heather. As the new school year kicks off, you've got a lot on your plate. And if you're like most, you appreciate knowing what to expect, especially when it comes to your monthly bills. Well, Verizon has some big news that will bring you serious peace of mind. For the first time ever, they're locking in low prices for 3 years. That's right, 3 years guaranteed with my plan. Right now, you can get a single line for a low price of just $50 a month when you switch and bring your phone on unlimited welcome with autopay plus taxes and fees. And again, that amazing price is locked in for 3 whole years because at Verizon, they've got your back now and in the future. So go ahead, take one big thing off your back to school worry list. Visit your local Verizon store in Detroit today and ask about their 3-year price guarantee. Get ready for a smooth, connected school year. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
Get ready for the upcoming football season with Maran Chevrolet, Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer. Only at Maran, you can lease the 2026 Equinox LT for $295 a month. That's a 36-month lease with $999 down. Find your ride fast at MaranExpress.com or stop by. They're on Gratiot, just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Brian Moran and the staff will take care of you. That's Maran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Price to keep Brian Branch just went up. We'll get to how big a priority he is in the 9 o'clock hour. Just did Factor Fiction. Brought up Marcus Davenport, a guy that the Lions are going to be banking on. Still got one roster spot, John, but the 2 defensive linemen they added yesterday, nothing burgers. Undrafted dudes, interior guy. They're going to be leaning on Marcus Davenport. And I'll ask you, does Brad Holmes love Marcus Davenport just a little too much?
Well, I don't know. I'm trying to figure out what the strategy is, because if you start the season and they add a 53rd and it's not Za'Darius or it's not another edge, the question I have is not, we know even if you have Za'Darius, you're going to get double teams on Aiden Hutchinson. The problem is Aiden Hutchinson doesn't just have to be used as an edge guy. He can also be used as a defensive tackle if you've got a matchup that you like against a guard, either one on both sides of the line. So if you've only got 3 edge guys, are you telling me that if you want to, take advantage of one of those matchups, that one end is going to be Marcus Davenport, the other one's going to be, either Wheat or Lacey?
Well,
that makes no sense to me.
So Lacey's a former 4th-round pick. He played mostly interior. Could be a heavier edge, but again, not a true up-the-field pass rush guy. And then Tyrus Wheat, he was an undrafted guy. He plays edge, but they're telling you we believe in Marcus Davenport, that we view him as the bookend to Aiden Hutchinson. And there's 2 problems. One, he never stays healthy. He's played 6 games the last 2 years. And even when he is healthy, John, his last 19 games, he has 3 total sacks. Even when he's healthy, he's not very good.
And are they banking on, because Josh Paschal can't be there for the first 4 games, so who knows if he's there week 5 or how long it takes for him to come back. It's mystery of why he's out.
Yeah.
Are you banking on Marcus Davenport to give you 5 games until Paschal comes?
Well, I want both of them, right?
Right, but that's the issue is it just seems insufficient. And with one roster spot still available, I gotta believe, and I've been harping on this since before training camp. I didn't think Za'Darius was going to be there during training camp. Now we are literally 10 days away from the start of the Lions football season. At some point, he needs to be in those meetings and on the practice field.
When they brought Marcus Davenport back, it's a very small commitment. It's a 1-year deal, and it's a very low amount of money, right? It's like, what is it, like
it's $1.5 million, and then there's some incentives.
And when they brought him back, I didn't like that they brought him back. But a good friend of mine, John Jansen, said, don't worry, they're going to add more. I'm still waiting. We're all still waiting. I'm not trying to beat you up about it. It was April, and I do that thing where I jump the gun and you do the let it play out thing, and we're about to let it play out all the way to the start of the season. And Marcus Davenport is not only the starting defensive end, he's one of only 4. And John, they don't have anybody proven.
I know, and that's where I raised an eyebrow. And I know, every time that we have or anybody has asked Brad Holmes about an edge opposite Aiden Hutchinson, okay, you're not going to have Trey Hendrickson. You're not going to have Myles Garrett. You're not going to have anyone of that ilk. I understand that. But if you don't have a competent individual that can be healthy, that you can count on for 17 games, or somebody behind them, if Marcus Davenport goes down in week 2, it's Aiden Hutchinson and Al-Quadin Muhammad, and then nothing else.
Right. So when you look, they're fortunate Aiden is a workhorse and plays like 95% of snaps. It's one of the great things about Aiden Hutchinson. But you need to be able to rotate guys in to keep them fresh, and they don't have the bodies. And they went through that rash of injuries last year. I don't expect it to be as bad, but at the same time, learn your lesson, have some options. Davenport doesn't stay healthy, and when he does, he's not overly productive. And we got to go back 3 years. It'll be 4 years since he had a big-time, impactful season.
And there are a lot of guys that show up to training. We hear it in baseball all the time, right? Spring training. Oh, he showed up in the best condition he's been in years. Well, there are guys that show up and they look great in their pads. And for a handful of practices, you're like, wow, this could be our answer. The issue is the resume. The issue is the track record. where you can't stay healthy. And to your point, when he has been healthy, he has not been productive for 3 years.
So when Pascal comes back, and what do we think the timeline is? Campbell said longer than they initially thought.
Right.
Can I say at least like a month?
Well, so he has to be out for 4 games because they put him on the list that,
But if I said like 4 or 5 games, what happens if someone gets hurt at the edge position in game? It doesn't do you any good to go, well, we'll figure it out on Monday. I got to hit the quarterback on third down in the third quarter at the end of the game. I want Za'Darius or somebody a little more proven to be able to buckle up a chin strap and go in and not go, well, we'll figure it out next week. Go into the game with the tools to get it done.
I've got to believe whether it's Za'Darius or
Clowney?
It's a trade, or it could be Clowney. Or yeah, that's another good option. It's that 53, that 53rd spot will be filled with an edge that is better than what they have on the roster now.
Is it possible that Brad Holmes is just infatuated by Davenport, sees it as 6'6", thinks about the upside if he stays healthy, and is putting the blinders on? Or we had Stoney call in, a wonderful call from Stoney. He said, could it be Dan Campbell, who knows him from the days in New Orleans? But at that point, Holmes has to step in and go, Dan, you've got Davenport, you love him. I'm going to help you out and just give you one more body just in case.
I mean, both. Yes, it could be true that Dan he was there when he had that great year. Mm-hmm. It's possible, but I think Dan is very realistic in regards to understanding how hurt guys can get. And Davenport has been a guy that, even last year, and I know, like, I was asked on Twitch about a guy that's in the locker room that's always hurt. Does it affect locker room dynamics? And it can, but in this case, I don't think it does because, one, he's not making a lot. If there's a guy that's making a lot and he's always hurt, that becomes a different issue.
Sore subject.
But if there is a guy that is always, hey, he's got a strained toe, or it's a bad finger and he's not playing, depending on the position, like the questionable injuries where guys say, well, if I had that injury, I'd be playing. That's where there becomes a locker room issue. His issue last year was a torn tricep. Okay, you're out. You're done. Like, there's no question there. So I don't think it's a locker room issue. The issue is you're looking around going, who is going to fill that role? What are we going to do in game if Marcus Davenport goes down in the first quarter of the first game?
Yeah. Ticket text. They don't want an edge opposite Hutch to sack the quarterback. They want a body to set a hard edge. It seems incredibly obtuse, but that's what Brad Holmes wants. You should be bringing pressure from both edges. You should be trying to disrupt and move the pocket and create uncomfortable situations from the quarterback from all angles. And they did it a little bit through blitzing, but ideally you don't have to.
You just minimize. Hutch is going to be dominant in a lot of different ways, but you minimize his dominance if all they have to do to worry about the Lions' pass rush is try and slow down Aiden Hutchinson. If there is never a concern about anything that's happened on the opposite side, then we are going to set a tight end there. We're going to not only set a tight end there, but we're going to bring a receiver in motion. We'll bring a back. We're going to go waggle, and we'll bring another guard over. Like, we're going to run away from. There are so many different ways that you can minimize the impact of one dominant pass rusher because there's no one else that you're worried about. They don't even worry about Aleem McNeil because Aleem McNeil's not going to be there until at the best, maybe 1st of November.
Right.
And we don't know what Tyleek Williams is going to be as a pass rusher. DJ Reader can push the pocket, but he's not a dominant pass rusher.
No, they'll tell you like both those guys are sneaky good pass rushers in that they're viewed as like space eater run stuffers. And maybe they're a little better than you give them credit for, but they're not considered to be premium interior pass rush guys. And without Aleem McNeil, you're right, they're at a short supply right now outside of Aiden Hutchinson. Ticket Texter says Brad is looking at the clearance section like his buddy Scott Harris. We already had the comparison Davenport to Alex Cobb today. Crush the can is their philosophy. 2 edge rushers don't really exist in the NFL outside of a few examples like Houston.
Yes, I understand that, but the issue is you're minimizing the effectiveness of Aiden Hutchinson, and he is really good at being placed at any 4 positions on that defensive front. And if you aren't able to put him over a guard where you believe you can get a great mismatch, then you're forced with, because if that happens, like I mentioned earlier, it's Al-Quadin Muhammad on one side, Davenport on the other, and then Hutch over one of the guards. I don't like that because it exposes the edge.
This is a health issue. If Davenport was always healthy, then we wouldn't be talking about this. That's where the concern is, the depth combined with the health.
Well, he had to be productive too. Again, he hadn't been productive in 3 years, even when he played.
All you need is a guy that's average across from him, and then he benefits because of Hutch. It's like look at what happened in college with Ajabo.
Oh yeah,
what's happened to him?
Well, that's a good point. 248-539-9797. Texter says that the defense was top 10 even with the injuries, and that the town is obsessed with big name edges because of the quote media. John, I want your response to that coming up next. Plus the price to keep Brian Branch. It's soaring. How big a priority is he? We'll get to that. Our football coverage on 97.1 is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park, Gov, and Greg behind the glass. You hear Dustin Fiocco on the updates. Good morning. We got Dear John coming up at 9:35. John, I want your response to that ticket texter who says the town is obsessed with big name edges because of the media.
We're not talking about big name edges. And I know during the offseason, right, we all messed around with whether it was Trey Hendrickson, Myles Garrett, Max Crosby, like those were all pipe dreams. And I think I was pretty adamant at that time. Like those weren't guys that we were ever going to sign. And I never really went down that rabbit hole. The only possibility was Myles Garrett when he demanded the trade if there wasn't a new contract, because his cap hit was only going to be $20 million. Can you imagine getting a pass rusher like Myles Garrett for $20 million?
Steal, give up multiple first, do it.
Right. But again, then he signs a record-setting deal with Cleveland. Those were all pipe dreams. We're not talking about a pipe dream here. And I'll just ask you this. If they go with Zadarius Smith, would you rather have Zadarius Smith or Tyrus Wheat?
Zadarius Smith.
Zadarius Smith or Tylee Lacey?
Zadarius Smith.
Zadarius or Al-Quadin Muhammad?
Zadarius Smith.
Zadarius or Marcus Davenport?
Zadarius Smith.
All right, so
better than all but Aiden Hutchinson.
Right, so that's what we're talking about, and it's a guy that's going to sign a contract that is somewhere in year one. I don't know how many years he signs for. That is going to be between the $5 to $7 or $8 million. And I think 8 would be on the high end. But that is what he's going to sign for. So no, we're not talking about another dominant edge rusher.
Right, and they can clear the cap this year and worry about it next year.
They got plenty of cap space for it.
I know they're trying to roll some over next year. They'd have to worry about how much they're going to roll over in the future. You're trying to win a Super Bowl this season, I think, is the point. And if it's not Zadarius, okay, he's being obstinate. He's telling the media one thing and leaking stuff, but he's actually really difficult to negotiate with. Fine. then you drop it, you move on, and Clowney's out there, right? The fact that they waited to the very end and there's not 10 options, fine, but there's still some options out there to bolster the defensive line.
And the fact that we haven't heard that they've brought anybody in, like these things leak.
Yeah.
And we have heard nothing about any interest in, like you hear things leak out about Zadarius Smith where, okay, yeah, the Lions have remained in contact with him. All right. It's not breaking news, but at least they're talking to him. So are other teams, other playoff or Super Bowl contenders. So at some point you got to pull the trigger and bring him in. And you asked me the question. I thought it was a legitimate question on Monday. How long does it take for Zadarius to get ready? If they sign him now, would he be on the field against the Green Bay Packers? Yes. And I said 7 to 10 days. Oh. So by Sunday. That's your deadline.
It's quickly approaching. And if they go, well, we just need him to... The early schedule's tough. I want him on the early schedule. They're going to play some good quarterbacks in the first 2 months of the season.
Every game is going to matter when you're talking about winning the division. And you happen to start off with 2 division opponents.
It's a great point. Okay, the other thing we wanted to get into with the Lions is how this latest safety deal impacts the future. Kyle Hamilton signed a 4-year, $100 million deal, record-setting deal for the Baltimore Ravens. And naturally, we wonder, okay, that's going to be right around what Branch is targeting now, right? Whether Branch is better than Kyle Hamilton, the next guy always uses that deal as leverage. Where does Brian Branch fit in the hierarchy for Detroit? As I sat down to do this, I figure, okay, your quarterback's off to the side. You got your quarterback. I put Branch in the top 5 of building blocks outside of your quarterback. Sewell would be my number 1. Aiden would be my number 2. And you can flip-flop them, right? Protect the quarterback, hit the quarterback. St. Brown, Gibbs, because it's a big part of the identity, is running the football. And I put Branch 5th because I think he's so much more than a safety. I think he's more valuable than Kirby Joseph, who they already paid. I'd rather have him than Jack Campbell, Aleem McNeil. What you get out of Brian Branch in today's NFL with sub packages where you need to be able to play the speed on the outside while also being good against the run, he's the perfect blend. He's physical. He's a missile. You can blitz him. You can drop him in man coverage in the slot. You can play him deep in center field. John, Brian Branch to me is a top 5 important piece for the Detroit Lions moving forward. They should prioritize him.
Absolutely, they should. I think he is one of the top safeties. Other than Kyle Hamilton, he's probably number 2. And so you look at all of the other guys that are behind him. And, a couple of years ago, Xavier McKinney signed in Green Bay, 4 years, $68 million. Jesse Bates down in Atlanta. I think he's a terrific player. Doesn't do all that Brian Branch does, but he's good. 4 years, $64 million. That was 2 years ago. Kirby Joseph, we know he just signed 4 years, $86 million. Good on the list, and it's going to cost them, at a minimum, 4 years and $100 million. Now, if Brian Branch goes out and plays and continues to prove he's only in year 3,
he's all pro or
continues
something.
to get better, that number only goes up.
Right. And again, this is what they're bracing for, is trying to keep everybody. I just would make the case I'd be willing to lose other guys if it meant keeping Brian Branch. I'd prioritize him over J-Mo, over Laporta. Sure. I would have prioritized him over Kirby Joseph, but Joseph's deal came up first and they made that deal. Although it actually is more team-friendly than people realize if you look into some of the details with Kirby Joseph.
Yeah, and just real quick, Brad Holmes apparently is speaking this morning.
Yeah.
And thanks to our Twitchers, they've given us an update. Lions Brad Holmes on the open roster spot and Zadarius Smith coming back.
Oh, what'd he say?
He said, "You guys know me. Anything is possible." Says the open spot is not just about that player. The open spot affords them some flexibility heading into the new year. Brad Holmes says there are currently no active talks with Zadarius Smith.
Damn.
That's radio silence.
There's certain words I can't say on the air. Damn is, I guess, the clean version.
Right. And so it doesn't mean it can't happen.
But it
doesn't mean
it's
that
not
those
in the plans.
Well,
they're not currently
just because
discussing
they're not currently discussing doesn't mean that they don't have, like last week they could have said, "Hey, here's our offer. And if you want to be a Detroit Lion, we need you to contact us by August the 30th."
But then I would argue, look,
in the meantime, what are you doing?
I don't know what the offer is, but I'd argue that the offer's not good enough if he hasn't accepted it.
And you can't wait around. If you want to compare Scott Harris and Brad Holmes, like what happened with the Erod deal at the deadline? Like he just he waited so long, and Erod flexed his the parameters of his contract, and you're left with nothing.
The reason we keep bringing up Zadarius Smith is, one, it's a need on the roster for depth, if nothing else, right? He's also a guy they already did their homework on. They went through an agonizing process to identify him at the trade deadline. They gave up a pick to get him. They brought him in, and he was productive. He is a 3-down guy. He's not some, third-down specialist. They vetted him. He was here. They don't want him. I don't know what to make of this. And maybe the conclusion is that they just really love Marcus Davenport. I don't know why else they would be adding in undrafted dudes and day 3 guys and interior people and kind of ignoring the edge position unless they had, I would argue, an unfounded level of faith in Marcus Davenport. But the question would be, true or false, Brad Holmes loves Marcus Davenport too much. That's not encouraging to hear what you read.
Well, I don't think he loves him too much because, it's I don't know what it is. I'm left, like our fans, grasping at straws, trying to figure out what they're doing up front. And I just don't think, even if you don't like those that are there, they don't have enough depth at that position.
So why isn't it Clowney? Who's the better player?
At this stage, I don't know.
Right. Yeah, I think it's maybe they're exploring that, in terms of, look, there was some little bit of stuff talked about when they got Zadarius from, Vikings and Packers fans in the area. They isn't necessarily the greatest of teammates. Maybe that came out last year here. I don't know. I'm just speculating.
Okay, but I'm okay.
You don't have to do him because.
No, that's fine. Let's say that's true. And this is total speculative radio. We're not trying to harpoon anybody's character. Let's say, for whatever reason, was not an ideal character in the culture of the locker room. Add somebody else.
That's my point. Why can't it be somebody else? I think getting hung up on one name here is
right. So that's why I said it could be some other guys that are unsigned. It also could be somebody. Maybe they're working a trade for somebody that's on another roster. They have a roster spot available, and I know he said, it's not necessarily just for an edge, but you've got to go out and make that position better.
Clowney had 9.5 sacks in 23. He had 5.5 sacks last season playing for the Carolina Panthers.
14 games.
In a 14-game stretch, yes.
He's going to get hurt probably at some point, too. He's had
it's just the idea of having...
It's depth.
Yeah.
Proven depth.
Some bodies ready to go.
It's the ability to extend the guys that you have. If Davenport is expected to get 50 plays a game for 17 games, that's not going to happen. It's just not.
He beat me.
Somebody needs to do a shoot the boot on exactly how many snaps Davenport plays this year. Like if he gets to this number, they'll shoot the boot.
How about 30?
I laid it up for Smarts.
Right, yes. Yeah. And I mean, even on YouTube, the comments are the same on YouTube. I think the majority of us are just wanting another serviceable edge player for depth in case of injury. Don't get why Brad gets so offended by it.
Yeah, that's the thing. And we've talked to him in person and on the phone, and we've had multiple chats with him, and he jokes around with us, but we continue to ask about it. Yeah. And at one point he said, I don't get why people ask about it. So it's just a disconnect, man. We're all seeing something different than this guy. That's why I wonder if maybe he just loves Davenport too much, or it's just, for some reason, not a need. Anyway, we'll take phone calls and ticket text 248-539-9797. And coming up next, we'll play the world's smallest violin for Ndamukong Suh. It's 97.1.
Hey, we know the NFL season's starting next week. Week 1 in the college football season starts this weekend, and America's favorite place to watch all those great moments is Stadium Swim. Located at Circa Resort and Casino, you can catch all the biggest games at a viewing experience built for sports fans. Chill in one of the 6 pools on 3 different levels for a perfect view of their massive 40-foot tall high-definition screen located at Circa Resort and Casino in downtown Las Vegas, and it's right there on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com.
Tigers have lost 4 in a row, swept by the A's. Something or nothing. If you missed it, Odyssey Rewind, go back and get it. John, you read a quote from Brad Holmes, who's speaking this morning.
Yeah, let me see if I can find it again.
I think I could paraphrase it. No ongoing talks with Zadarius Smith.
Yeah, you pretty much nailed it.
And my conclusion is find someone who loves you as much as Brad Holmes loves Marcus Davenport, who, by the way, doesn't stay healthy. And when he has, last 19 games, hasn't been productive, only 3 sacks. John, I don't understand. I will concede that Brad Holmes has a bigger brain and knows more ball, but I don't understand this. This is not us begging for Trey Hendrickson or Micah Parsons, worshiping at the altar of 2 elite edge rushers. It's just have enough bodies, knowing that if one injury happens, you're going to be lopsided on defense. And you don't have somebody as a proper bookend opposite Aiden, so go by committee. And the committee right now is Al-Qadim Muhammad, Marcus Davenport, and an undrafted nobody.
It just feels like that is a position. I know Dan Campbell talked on Monday, and his take was that top to bottom, they believe that this is the best roster they've had since he and Brad have been working together with the Detroit Lions. And it may be. And he also mentioned that every roster has holes. I get that. But there are ways that you can not seal every hole or get a perfect roster, but you can improve on that roster.
I think that's really well
said. And I think there's some affordable ways to be able to do that right now.
Especially with some of the guys that are still out there. Zarius is not the only one. Text says, not filling this hole brings back nightmares of not getting any help in March, signed to Dylan in Royal Oak. Cookies, would you still say add somebody else if they added 2 folks and you're still not happy? Which is it? You say add somebody, but it has to be somebody specific. Well, no, the guys they added yesterday are not impact guys. Let's not mince words here. The guys they added yesterday are an interior player.
Roster,
yeah.
They could bounce up and down from practice squad to regular squad. They could be cut at any moment.
I mean, add somebody of substance. It does not have to be a superstar, but somebody of substance.
And it's like there's got to be something to be said for insurance. Like the reason you have insurance is so that you don't have to sit there and worry about everything you do all day long. Can you imagine the anxiety that, and maybe he doesn't, but when they take the field for the first time, there's got to be some maybe he's 100% certain that Aiden Hutchinson's going to play every game, every down for 17 games. But you have to have some anxiety that Marcus Davenport is not going to. What do you do in that case? What's the rainy day solution?
This town is going to need group therapy after the Tigers finish their letdown and the Lions miss the playoffs. I don't foresee the Lions missing the playoffs. Hey, we said we'd play the world's tiniest violin for Ndamukong Suh. He was on Up and Adams with Kay Adams.
Yeah.
And he spoke about the Detroit Lions and where that relationship is at.
Oh, where? Where? Who cares? I spent a decade in Washington and they moved on. I moved on. I don't care. I don't think anybody necessarily wants him to retire as a Detroit Lion. We appreciate what he did here.
Yeah, I think 3 All-Pros.
Yeah.
But he left. He chose to leave, and he did it at the first chance he could. His first time he was a free agent, he left.
Yeah, I don't.
I can think of one guy that's driving on the Philadelphia or Pennsylvania Turnpike that doesn't want him to retire as a Lion.
Well, I mean, he could retire as a Lion, just don't sign a one-day contract.
I was just perplexed by this. Like, are the Lions supposed to have done more for Ndamukong Suh? Have they wronged him?
Well,
they didn't steal any money. He left. He got more money. Good for him.
And I mean, he was back at training camp this year. He was back in the Allen Park facility. What did he not get the right escort to the field? Did the fans not cheer him loud enough? Like, get over it. Get over yourself.
Very bizarre. He's a Hall of Famer, you think?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, and he will go in the Hall of Fame as a...
Who cares?
Okay, I'm just asking. I mean, because it seemed to be up for
You
debate
don't think
there.
he is?
No, you don't go into the Hall of Fame as a something.
I'm sorry. This is
The
a Rieger
only
bit.
reason-
I shouldn't have brought it
The
up.
only reason you go in as something is baseball because you wear the hat
Right.
of the team.
Okay.
You guys don't want him to come out in the helmet? They walk on stage in Canton before with their helmet on.
He will be
Stoney
most...
would like that. He loves the helmet.
I know. He will be most known as a Detroit Lion. And Ndamukong Suh. His most productive seasons were playing for the Detroit Lions. The Lions have not wronged him in any way. If he doesn't feel the love, he burned the bridge when he left when he did.
How much do you trust Brett Holmes that, you mentioned it, his bane is a little bit bigger in terms of football.
Yeah.
That we'll ride this and see what happens.
I don't feel good about it. I think you're with me.
I'm not comfortable with it, but you know what? Let's see what happens.
Is that another way of saying
No.
let it
No.
play out? Heather with the news. Heather, what's going on?
Well, this news is brought to you by Foreman Mills. It's a quiet, probably very somber morning in Minneapolis as residents mourn the victims of Wednesday's school shooting. There's been a memorial that has kind of formed outside of the Catholic school and church where 2 children were killed in this awful attack, 17 other victims. We're starting to learn a little bit more about the victims. We still don't know the identity of the 2 kids that were killed, an 8-year-old and a 10-year-old. But one man, a neighbor who kind of jumped in to help when he heard the gunfire, says that when he got to the scene, he was trying to help 3 children who were visibly injured. He said one of the young girls he was with was grazed in the head by a bullet. He says, has heard from the parents, had a successful surgery. He says he believes is expected to do all right. She may have to have another surgery down the road. He says he was helping another young girl who was hit in the neck. He hasn't received an update on that. I saw another article about another young boy, a 13-year-old, who was struck in the stomach. He has had a successful surgery, is expected to survive. It's still all unfolding. I mean, that's what I want. We want to know about the victims. Like, enough about
The
not
sick,
even
twisted person. Yeah,
we know how sick this individual was.
No,
but
it's just
let's
you go
hear
through a
about the
range of
victims.
emotions. I mean, it's
Yeah.
you're sad, you're angry.
For sure. All of those things. It's just sad, too, reading about now the parents are speaking up of kids who were at the school who are terrified. I mean, not only they survived, which their parents are probably so thankful, obviously are, but there's still a lot of work. They've got to now convince this child that it's going to be okay to go back to school.
Oh, the
I mean,
trauma.
they're children. They've got to go back to school eventually, to go back to church. That's what one little girl was saying. I'm terrified. I don't want to go back to church. I don't want to go back to school. Obviously, this just happened. There's going to be more.
And this
but
stuff happens too much. And I know, look, you can have the conversation about too many guns. We also need to talk about mental health. We need to do something. I mean, there needs to be some meaningful progress so that we don't have so many of these stories.
Mm-hmm. On Saturday, the Michigan Wolverines will kick off their 2025 season by taking on New Mexico. Now, we know Michigan has announced a few starters like quarterback Bryce Underwood, but unlike the other schools, it has yet to release a depth chart. So now Mexico's kind of having some fun by trolling Michigan over this particular decision.
Did you see this, John?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So,
yeah, I love this. This is amazing.
They just released a very unique depth chart, and you can expect to see the likes of Tom Hanks on offense, Tom Cruise, little guy on defense.
What position does Tom Cruise play?
All the defensive players are around characters from Tom Cruise, so they're
The
all
D-line,
listed
yeah.
at 5'7" and 170 pounds. And then Leonardo DiCaprio,
That might
another
be
one of
giving
your
him a little
favorites,
bit too, yeah.
will be on special teams. They're all characters from these types of movies. Are on this chart. It's kind of funny.
I
It's
imagine
fun.
It's hilarious.
Yeah.
I love that teams do this.
I imagine Doug Karsh gets the sheets mixed up and he calls a tackle for
Yeah.
loss for Leonardo DiCaprio.
Forrest Gump there. Oh,
Yeah,
wait.
run, Forrest! Run!
Jordan Hudson is poking fun at her relationship with Bill Belichick. This week, she filed to trademark the phrase gold digger.
Okay, if
Having
she's
fun with
doing
this.
that, then we can call her that, yes?
Sure.
She'll probably wear a chain because it's for jewelry and keychains.
Okay.
So she might even wear a necklace that says it. There's other terms too. It's like her company, so maybe he's in on it as well. That's filing for these trademarks. Chapel Bill, No Days Off, Bellicast, those as well.
I ain't
Or
saying
up for
she's a gold
trademark.
digger.
Kanye.
Yeah.
All right, so this is interesting. A list was just compiled of the 25 most influential creators of 2025. And they range from streamers to podcasters to OnlyFans models to TikTok megastars. And everybody on this list is basically born from the internet. They're not celebrities that you already knew and then got online and created a bigger following.
Did you know a lot of these people?
I looked at the list of 25 and I know 3. I only know 3 of them. I know Dave Portnoy.
Okay.
Got that. I know Miss Rachel because of my children.
Kid stuff, yeah.
And I know, who was the other one? I highlighted them. Oh, Mr. Beast.
Oh, yeah.
Those are the only 3.
Mr. Beast, is that the guy that walks around without a shirt on and only eats meat?
No, that's the liver guy. Liver King.
The Liver King, yeah.
Yeah. No, Mr. Beast is the guy that like gives away all the money on his
Gives away
YouTube
money,
channel.
yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yes,
Yeah,
he
then
does
I
it
don't know
clothed.
him.
But
yes.
I was reading you some of these names, and it's like, who are these people?
Yeah.
Okay, the number 1, I Show Speed.
I don't. He's like a streamer.
A
or
streamer.
something?
And basically, it sounds like he just records everything he does. He just has a stream of daily life. Drewski, a
I've heard
sketch
of Drewski,
Have
yeah.
you? See, I haven't. Comedian, Miss Rachel. The list.
Kai Sinet's on that list. I'm sure you don't know who
Kai
that is.
I don't.
Yeah.
I don't know it. Anyway,
Yeah.
Anyway.
they're influencing a lot of people online.
Apparently.
Not me, just my kids, Miss Rachel. They do
Yeah.
love Miss Rachel. Jay Cutler finally is heading to jail, you guys. He pleaded guilty to drunk driving. He's got to spend 4 days behind bars, and he also has to pay $350. So,
A lot more expensive than an Uber or a Lyft.
Yes.
yes. Did you hear, though, he also tried to pay the guy off that he hit?
Oh, come on.
He said, I'll give you $2,000 if you don't say anything and let me leave now. Didn't
That's
work
the
out
time
for
to
him.
spend that money was before you got behind the wheel.
Yes.
Anyway, that's Heather with the news. Dear John is next, 97.1.
Founders Brewing Company has been making high-quality beers right here in Michigan for over 25 years. With a focus on using the highest quality ingredients, you can always count on Founders to deliver extraordinary quality in everything they release. With that dedication in mind, their all-day IPA is crafted for every and any moment. It's easy drinking, refreshing, and flavorful. All-day IPA is the kind of IPA that's never out of place. And just think about this fall. All the great moments, whether you're by the campfire, maybe it's a tailgate, grilling, could still be hitting the beach, maybe you're hitting on the boat, a great day on Lake Erie for fishing, or just simply kicking back, smooth, full of flavor, and endlessly crushable. It goes where the good times are. Look for All Day IPA at a store near you. Founders Brewing Company, Grand Rapids, Michigan. For 21 years old or older, please drink responsibly. FanDuel is giving you a reason to lock into the college football season early. Right now, new customers can bet just $5 and get $300 in bonus bets if your bet simply wins. That's right. Bet $5 on any bet, and if you win, you're going to walk away with $300 in bonus bets to use anywhere on the app you want. You can use those bonus bets in week 1 lines, Heisman futures, over-unders, player props. Again, whatever it is, whatever you've circled on the college football calendar, FanDuel is easy. It's safe. And when you win, you're going to get paid instantly. So there's no waiting around, no hassle. It's just straight to your account. So if you've got a team, a take, or a gut feeling before kickoff, now's the time to back it. Just head to FanDuel.com/971Detroit and sign up to get started. That's FanDuel.com/971Detroit. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager, only $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com.
We got some feedback on Dear John. We'll be sure to read some of that as we wrap things up on a Thursday. Good morning, 97.1. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park, Gov and Greg behind the glass. And we've had Dustin Fiocco on the updates all morning long. I'm excited for tomorrow. Tomorrow is the return of the picks. Tomorrow is that football Friday that I've been looking forward to all week. And who are we kidding? All summer. Some feedback on Dear John, and then we are going to get you a little more of what Brad Holmes has been saying. He's been speaking during the 9 o'clock hour on our show. Ticket Texture says, unless you're a godparent to the kid, I don't think it's an expectation that you go to things like school plays and birthdays.
Oh, no. It's there is no expectation, but
it's
if
nice.
You're only have one set of parents. You're only going to have one godparent. And I know it gets messy with divorce and all that stuff. But if you're that close of a friend, I just think you would want to be involved in all aspects of their life. And it's not every weekend you're going to a volleyball game or a baseball game.
It's the best. It's a la carte. Like, you're ultimately not responsible for every weekend or every tournament or every function. But you get
it's
all
a
the
beautiful
perks.
day outside. I get to go hang out with my friend for a couple of hours.
Yeah, we'll BS and watch the
chat
ball
for
game
a little bit, and then hey, I'm on my way. Oh, it's starting to rain.
Not my problem.
I don't have to be there.
See ya.
Yeah.
Oh, kids having a rough day?
Yeah.
Not my problem. But yeah, I would think if they're a good friend, and I'm not at the stage yet where a lot of my friends have kids, but I don't want them to like disappear from my life because they have kids. So you try to find a way to still be involved with your friends.
Yeah.
Ticket text 248-539-9797. Text says, who runs for fun?
There are people. Those people.
We got a lot of feedback on that story about the guy with the ex and the current wife.
Yeah. It gets really messy when you're talking about divorce. And if you can work things out with your ex to be amicable enough to be around the kids, then there really should be no issue. And your current wife just needs to deal with it.
Text says the new wife needs to get a grip and grow the bleep up. Mom can go run with the ex-husband and the children. No one should have wrinkled panties.
Yeah, well, that's uncomfortable, I guess.
I would think. I would think the way this breaks down, they're not doing a couples activity. The ex-wife wants to do it because their son is doing it and because it harkens back to their tradition at Disney.
They're not staying in the same hotel room, I would imagine.
And if it's a big deal, you could always invite the current wife to come on the trip, even if she doesn't want to run.
In my head, she was already going on the trip.
Oh, yeah. Then
right?
it's less of an issue then, right?
Yeah, I mean, you could make it a trip to Disney, and there happens to be a race at the same time.
Yeah, that your son and your ex are going to take part in.
When you're done, I'm going to get, I'll push back from the buffet, and I'll meet you guys up.
So Kang and Karsh have been listening to a lot of Brad Holmes. And I said, so what are we missing? What's going on? What's going on with this 53rd roster spot? And John, I believe if it's been relayed correctly to me, Brad's Holmes stance is we're not going to use the spot just to use it. If we don't have someone that meets our standards, we're not using the 53rd spot. What I don't understand is it hurts you none to have a 53rd guy. You could add someone and waive them. Why not use the 53rd spot? What's the rationale
They will.
here?
There'll be 53 on the roster.
So why is he being defiant about it?
I don't know. I have no idea. But when it's all said and done, they will have 53 guys on the roster. And it may be as simple as, I don't know, they pull somebody up from the practice squad on Tuesday. Mm-hmm. Maybe it's skipper. Maybe it's maybe they choose their favorite out of the 17 that they have on the practice squad. Hey, for this week, we're going to go ahead and pull you up. The issue with Skip is I think he is at that position in his career because he didn't have to go through waivers that if he is on the roster for the first game, then his salary for the season is guaranteed. So
they might play some games with that.
Yeah.
What's the difference? And there is a big difference in being practice squad versus 53. Like financially, it's a big deal, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. It used to. I mean, it's not. Well, so when I was playing, you would get a couple of $1,000s a week.
Okay.
And so
now,
now I think you're making around $135, $150 a year. So it's, it
sure beats a lot of other jobs.
But
but it pales in comparison to what you'd be getting.
And the guarantees matter as well. So That's all part of the equation. I don't know what they're going to do at that 53rd spot. And I guess we're just all going to have to sit here and wonder and wait and see what happens. And
when do we have to have an answer? Game week? Like next week we'll have 53?
So I would think if it's going to be an edge that you expect to contribute in week one, let's just throw Za'Darius in there.
Or whoever.
Yeah. I would think it would need to be by Sunday. So Monday, when you start game week, game plan's being installed, they're up to speed on all knowledge that's going into the game. If it's just a guy that's going to fill out the 53rd spot and probably be an inactive for week one anyway, I mean, Wednesday.
Then yeah, they could do it whenever. Well, I'm sure these guys will get into more of what Brad Holmes had to say. Gator is in the studio. Gator, good morning.
Hi, how is everybody?
Good.
All right, so I want clarification on something. When I was driving in, I listened to the Dear John. And
Yes.
the guy whose ex-wife now wants to do the
race.
running thing, the run in Florida. So this is not something they did when they were married.
They went to
They'd go to Disney.
They go to Disney, but recently running has been something the dad did, then the son did, and now the ex-wife mom wants to.
So now the ex-wife mom wants to get in on that.
Yeah.
But this wasn't a thing that the three of them ever did before. So now she wants to do
Correct.
it.
Correct.
Back off.
Oh.
Am I wrong with this? Just back off. Hey, we're no longer together. This is something that my son and I do, our son and I, and we do this. You want to do something that's cool. If you think it's cool, it's awesome. And it is fun. Find another race to do.
Do we know how old the son is?
I could try to pull up the email again.
He's 7 years old.
Well,
I'm kidding.
Running a marathon.
I pictured
but
the
it does,
kid older.
To me, that does play a part.
Yeah. I guess
The
I
kid's
would
20
assume-
years old. That's very different than the kids being
that's
15.
completely changes the equation.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's an adult.
Yeah,
Right.
I'm assuming they're, that
Teenagers?
If it's a run that he's probably older.
So he says, I was married. The marriage lasted 16 years. We had 3 kids.
So
the kid's got to be...
Well, and how long have they been divorced?
Yeah, that's a good question. I don't have all the
So
answers.
let's say the kid, whatever. You could say the kid's 16.
Yeah.
Back off. Find something else to do that's good, because this is our thing. This is what we're doing. Hey, thanks for enjoying our thing, but figure something else out. This is my time with my son.
Dad
Is
just
that
spoke it
wrong?
up. No, but that needed to be done before she enrolled in this race.
Well,
now she's enrolled. She's ready to go. She's been training. Now what do you do?
Well, she could.
Do you tell her now?
Yes.
Well, then it might hurt the relationship that you've created to be a good co-parent with your ex and your children.
Bah.
Well, yeah, but the
Says the guy
bah
without
does
kids.
not, or
Because
an
of
ex-wife.
this? I mean,
Trust me, there's a lot of things that can trigger.
It's a race.
of course there are. I imagine there's a million things can trigger it. But I mean, this is something that he's doing with his son, and now she's trying to horn in on it. Get out of here. Come up with something else.
I mean,
I'll support you
I do
doing
agree.
something else with our
I
son.
think that's
but
all right.
This just, I
This
mean,
is not the
no.
scenario is not there.
But it doesn't have to be
He
a
didn't
problem.
say that.
But he finds himself in a no-win situation. Doug, how you doing?
I'm good. I'm real good. Ready to unpack a lot of Brad Holmes' housekeeping today. So
Yeah, I'm excited to catch up on it and see what all he had to say about the entire roster.
Yeah.
Did he mention anything? I'll just ask you this. You don't have to. I don't want to ruin any of your teas.
Use
but
it as a tease.
On Monday, Dan said, top to bottom, he feels like this is the best roster. Did Brad echo that?
They asked him about it. He said, "Hey, Dan said this is your best roster." And Brad was like, "Oh, it's really nice to hear coming from the coach." He basically smiled like he was getting a compliment.
Yeah.
But he's really confident in the group of players he's put together.
Okay, cool.
Yes, he did. And we got some interesting predictions for the season. I want to run down what it says about our Lions because I think people might be surprised. We'll get to that at 10:30.
Carson Anderson next, 97.1.
I had a bad changeover today, Scott.
Yeah?
A bad changeover.
How are you going to?
Well, I had to run out and grab something, and nothing's live read's not loaded. Twitch and YouTube streams aren't up.
Well, I understand.
I'm not ready to go. Can you whistle for a second here?
You don't want me to whistle.
Can you sing?
I could, but
Coins in a fountain.
Yeah, wow. How old is my co-host? We're going to take guesses right now.
Flintstones. Meet the Flintstones.
Interesting.
Yeah. Did I just slip a movie reference past you?
No, you went 3 coins in a fountain. It's an old song, dude.
No, and then I went Flintstones.
Right.
I totally slipped the movie reference past you.
By saying Flintstones meet the Flintstones?
By going 3 coins in a fountain and then Flintstones.
Oh.
You have no idea what it's from.
I don't know. I feel like it's 3 Amigos or something. I don't know what it was.
That's actually stunningly close. It's Planes, Trains, and Automobiles.
Yes, I know.
It's a Steve Martin film. And Steve Martin tried to get everybody to the bus to sing 3 coins in a fountain, and nobody knew it. And then John Candy's character started singing the Flintstones, and everybody knew it. And Steve Martin was disgusted. But anyway.
I got it now.
Yeah.
I do
Way to
remember.
go, Doug. Way to reference a movie 40 years old.
Those aren't pillows.
No. Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
It's a great movie.
It is a good movie.
Christmas movie.
Yep.
Is it Christmas or Thanksgiving?
It's Christmas. He's going home for Christmas, and Dell has nowhere to go. But you don't know that till the end.
I mean,
of the
it's
movie,
tough when you're a
shower
curtain salesman.
Shower curtain ring salesman.
right.
There's
Not
a
even
little
shower curtain,
He
just
sold
the
the
rings.
rings.
Very specific.
Yep. But anyway, how are you today?
Yeah.
Uh-oh. You're not good?
No.
What? Oh, Tigers?
Part of it.
Yeah, I gave up last night. I'm like, forget this. I didn't even start the game.
It was so bad. It's, I mean.
Did you go walking there?
I feel like I'd done a couple of walk-ins in the last minute. They were totally unintentional walk-ins.
So bad.
So bad. Yeah. Guys, got to be better. Throwing a ball all over the place. I'm tired.
Yeah.
Stayed up last night watching a terrible team. I mean, the defense has been absolutely horrific lately. I thought I saw last night, it may have been a mirage, but was it 7 straight games with an error, which is the longest streak of error games since 2009?
Is that right?
Yikes. That's not good. That's terrible. And I mean, it's everybody. Everyone's to blame in this thing. I mean, the defense has been so bad. It's whether it's just a bad decision like Riley Green not throwing to the cutoff man or intending to trying to intentionally throw the guy out the plate when you have no shot. You know, Colt Keith dropping pop flies, Zach McKinstry throwing the ball all over the place, and there was confusion on a play last night. It was a ground ball to shortstop. Trey Sweeney's got it, and he's going to start what looks like could be the double play, getting ready to throw it to Torres at second, but Zach McKinstry's over there. Like Zach McKinstry crossed over from third base as he's running to try to make the play that he shouldn't have because Trey Sweeney's got it. And then he keeps running, gets over there to second base, and Trey Sweeney kind of like double clutches like, okay, I got to throw it to you. Like, what is that?
Mm-hmm.
Casey Mize fielding a ball and then throwing it in the stands. It's just been horrible. And there have been a few others that just go in there. This is not characteristic of the Tigers.
You know what it is? They inadvertently adapted to the environment around them. They went to a minor league park and they played like a minor league team.
They absolutely did. And, you know, I look at that and I wonder how much of that is just the unfamiliarity of playing in the surroundings there. I mean, it's that sounds like an excuse, right?
Yep.
Hey, I haven't had a chance to acclimate
it shouldn't
myself.
make a damn difference.
It shouldn't make
really
any difference. You know, you've got, it's 90 feet between the bases.
I said it in jest. Let me be clear about that.
Yes, but I had it in my show sheet. Like, is this a problem? Or thinking of it, I don't know if I actually put it in my show sheet. It was a note I had in a show sheet that I knew I was going to relate it to this. That this ballpark, I want to just say, yuck, throw it in the garbage. They won't have to worry about this again. Because that was just strange how things worked out in that ballpark, and they're not going to have to play in that ballpark again. But it was 3 straight games of ineptitude all over the place. A.J. Hinch said it after the game.
He swore.
Yeah, he did. As he should have. It was a blanky series, right? They did poorly in all facets of the game. He said it. You know, pitching, hitting, fielding.
bullpen, everything bad. No bueno.
No.
So
very no bueno.
Yeah. Fly out to Kansas City and take the day off and get back at it tomorrow night. And, you find yourself only 8.5 games up. It was, it's like that. It changes.
Yeah.
It's still a huge lead.
It's still a huge lead. I mean, we're getting into September
this weekend, but this series against the A's was awful. I hope we can just literally say yuck and throw it in the garbage.
It happens in baseball seasons. It's happened once to this team already. It happens to everybody. They just got to get back to they got a month here. They got a month. And, they can't. If this team shows up in the postseason, it'll be a quick postseason.
Yeah.
If this version of the Tigers, it'll be very quick.
Guys, they never win in Sacramento. Who cares?
That's a good point. Actually, the funny thing is, there's that stat floating around that the Tigers are like 16-30 against the A's over the last. It's worse than that. The A's have had their number.
I guess they only beat them in the playoffs. Yeah. I mean, the other thing last night, I didn't win the lottery. I didn't win the Powerball.
Well, that's unfortunate.
Yeah. Nobody wins when I don't win the Powerball.
Nobody won?
Well, I don't think anybody won last night, but I'm saying none of my friends, nobody benefits when I don't win the Powerball. When I win the Powerball, everybody benefits. People are going to want me to win the Powerball.
Yeah, well, I do. All right, here it is. Since 2017, the Tigers are 13-40 against the Athletics.
13-40?
Yeah.
Wow. Really?
That can't be true. That can't be true. I saw this floating around, and I'm only seeing it basically being retweeted by fan accounts. Is that true?
I don't know if that's true.
It's pretty bad.
That's really bad. I mean, if you said 13 out of 40, even then it's still 13 to 27
would be terrible. Yeah, but
I don't believe it.
A's swept them. So, okay. So Brad Holmes spoke this morning. I want to tie in something he had to say with a prediction I saw for this team that is being unveiled as we speak. We will get to that today at 10:20. It's a bit of a surprising prediction. What if I told you, Scott? We got a what if I told you prediction with the Detroit Lions. We'll get to that at 10:20. Hey, it's Doug Hart for Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights. And they're coming in hot with summer send-off savings right now. Lease a new 2026 model year Equinox LT for just $359 per month for 36 months with zero money down. $359. Go down to 17.5 in Van Dyke and Sterling Heights. 87-SAY-SARAH or saysarah.com. Together, let's drive with GM employee discount finance through Ally Financial. 10,000 miles per year plus taxes and fees with approved credit. Offer ends. It's coming up. Offer ends September 2nd. me focus on what Doug got right, not what Doug got wrong.
You got the movie right.
I got the movie right. I got the sequence right from the scene. It was apparently a Thanksgiving movie, not a Christmas movie. But it goes back to one of the things that we believe, and we just want to advise everybody, if you are ever hosting a talk show, do not make a factual mistake and then throw it to commercial break.
Don't do it.
Because the texts don't stop because they don't hear you correct it. And so they just keep coming and coming and coming. And then you're like, I know. I can't do anything about it. We can't bring it to the commercial break. We'll make the correction in a second. So, and I just broke one of the cardinal rules. I made a factual statement, an incorrect factual statement. I take great pride in trying to be factual at all times, but mistakes are made, Scott. And I made one, and guess what?
It's okay.
I had to sit through the commercial break.
I felt like I kind of led you down that path because it was a Christmas movie. That's what I said, forgetting if it was Christmas or Thanksgiving. Yeah. And
we've already dedicated way too much time to a movie that's 35, 40 years old.
But the movie holds up. Go see it. Rent it today. Or find it on Netflix or wherever
or don't, whatever. You do you. Or watch college football tonight. Wow. Yeah.
And there's that too.
Yeah.
Make some time for planes, trains, and automobiles.
All right, so the roster is almost set. They got that one spot open that looms. Last year, the Lions played in one of the toughest divisions really ever. I mean, if you start thinking about, there were 22 games over. Outside the division, the NFC North was 22 games over 500, which is pretty damn impressive. And of course, the Lions went 15-2, came down to the last week of the season, and beat Minnesota with the division title, the first round bye, and having to play in week 1 on the road, on the line. A 14-3 team had to go on the road. And of course, it was Minnesota having to go to Phoenix to play the Rams, and they lost that playoff game. But Scott, I saw a very interesting prediction that it's kind of a slow rollout. The Athletic is doing predictions by division by days, and today was the NFC North and AFC North. They have released the NFC East and AFC East. They have released the NFC South and the AFC South. Today was the NFC North and AFC North.
You know what tomorrow's going to be?
I do. It's going to be the NFC West and the AFC West, Scott.
Likely.
Yeah. Well, they have at the top of the page, it says Friday. So, yes.
Right.
Yeah. It's going to be tomorrow. Here is their prediction for the NFC North. In last place, the Bears at 8-9. Minnesota, 10-7. Green Bay, 10-7. And the Lions, 12-5. When they released the predictions for the other divisions, now, how would you feel? How do you think Detroit would handle a 12-5 regular season?
I think pretty well. I think there's nothing wrong with 12-5. Win the division.
Yep.
I think 15-2 is so incredibly hard to do or duplicate. I think fans feel like there's going to be a couple bumps in the road. They think the schedule is tougher. So 12-5. I mean, if you're going to tell me to win 12 games, I'll take it.
Let me add in this. In their NFC East prediction, they got Philly winning the division at 11-6. The NFC South, they have the Tampa Bay Buccaneers winning the division at 10-7.
Mm-hmm.
So tomorrow, unless they have San Francisco or maybe the Rams.
Rams are the hot pick right now.
Do you think they'll be 13-4?
No.
So 12-5 and still the 1 seed? I mean,
thank you.
Yeah, sure.
Stay healthy.
They kind of broke the scale last year, going 15-2. I mean, teams go 15-2, but you don't have to go 15-2. Many people look at the schedule and go, oh. Many people look at the loss of Frank Ragnow and the 2 coordinators and go, oh. But but what if they go 12-5 with this schedule, stay healthy, and are still the 1 seed? That's a pretty great scenario, isn't it?
Yes. It's a fantastic scenario. Look, I mean, again, the 15 wins last year, I think, took everybody kind of by surprise, given all the injuries that kept mounting up after like week 5. Mm-hmm. They just kept mounting and kept getting worse and worse and worse, and yet the team just kept winning. So you see what happened in the offseason, and yeah, there's some big changes on this team. But it doesn't mean that the big changes can't be handled, right? I don't have any issue with the coordinators leaving. Okay. And what's the big deal? Coordinators leave all the time. You know, how's it? Did the team disappear? No, it's the same team. There aren't many roster tweaks to this one. There's a big one at center, and it's going to be a downgrade at center. No offense to Graham Glasgow, but he's not Frank Ragnow. That's fine. But can Tate Ratledge be better than Zeitler was last year? He can be. So you can make something up there. But I don't care about the coordinators. I just don't. I think that's such to me, it's a lazy take. It's a lazy take by people outside the Detroit media who don't understand what has happened here, who haven't seen everything unfold from moment one when these guys were hired in the first place. And when these guys, I mean Dan Campbell and Brad Holmes, of what they've done, what Dan Campbell specifically did to instill and install this offense. It's Dan Campbell's offense. Stop with the Ben Johnson crap, okay? Ben Johnson did a great job here. Fine. But I expect whoever else is going to take care, and now it's Johnny Morton, that he'll be fine. All you have to do is go back to last year. If I could only think of a team that was able to endure a season where they turned over their coordinators and had brand new coordinators. Oh, wait, the Philadelphia Eagles did that, and they won the Super Bowl. I'm not concerned about the coordinator thing.
Yeah.
I'm just not.
Well, here's something to remember, is if the coordinators aren't working out, Dan Campbell's already shown he'll make a change. Midway through Anthony Lynn's season as the offensive coordinator, he took the play calling away from him.
Season 1.
Aubrey Pleasant lasted 2 months into a season, and he got fired. Like he if something is going wrong, they'll change midstream, and they'll try to improve how it's going with the coordinator. So that should be reassuring that the head coach isn't afraid to make tough decisions. I mean, when you work with people and your guys are on your staff and you're in the foxhole together, you get to know them. It gets to be very, very tough. So I'm hearing you and I'm with you. I'm not saying that those guys aren't losses. I think they are losses, but I also think their formula typically is, it's not like they're going to go out and hire some noob who doesn't know anything about what they're doing.
It's not unrecoverable. You know, they promoted from within with the defensive coordinator, and the offensive coordinator that they hired in started here. I shouldn't say started, but he was here.
Yeah.
When these guys started. So I don't think that's anywhere near the concern that others outside of this fine media market feel like it is.
Okay, let me be clear here. You're not saying it's not potentially a loss. You think that card is being overplayed.
Way overplayed.
Okay. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. All right, so coaching staff got set in the offseason. Roster's now set-ish. There's the one spot on the practice squad and one spot on the 53-man that are still open. I honestly don't expect anything big to come out of that 53rd man. I don't think they're about to trade for Micah Parsons. And I've gotten to the point, I don't think they're bringing back Zadarius Smith. And it has a little bit to do with the way Brad spoke today, but I think it would have happened by now. And I on top of that, in the waiver claims, they added 2 defensive linemen. I don't think they went to 50 so they could add 3. I find that hard to believe. But hey, look, maybe I'll be wrong on this one. As I sit here though on August the 28th at 10:25 in the morning, I do not think it is going to be Zadarius Smith. All right, phone calls. A question, bottom line question for Brad Holmes. He was asked today. He and Ray Agnew, who was at the assistant GM, were at the podium together, and they both answered it. We'll play it for you. Hey, have you built a Super Bowl team? Is this a Super Bowl winning roster? That was the question. Hear what they had to say at 10:35. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Let's go to Brian in Detroit. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, Brian.
Hey, Brian.
Brian? Sounds like he's there.
Does sound like it.
All right, Brian. Thank you very much. 248-539-9797. Okay, so we were talking about the Brad Holmes speaking with the media today, and, the idea that they've left this roster spot open. They've got one spot on the practice squad open. I do not think it's Zadarius Smith. I do not. I think the Zadarius Smith thing would have happened by now. And Brad basically, he didn't imply that anything was pending with Zadarius Smith. And I'm not. And we'll play the soundbite. He did a lot of housekeeping today, and we'll play the soundbite for you later in the show. But I'm not. Scott. I think it was an exchange where one of the reporters asked him, "Why did you go down to 50 and not just keep 3 guys up to 53 and cut them?" And he said they didn't live up to the standard, which was an interesting answer. Like, they had guys that they didn't want on the roster because they didn't, as he put it, make the team.
But they're on the practice squad.
They're on the practice squad, so maybe they can start to live up to the standard later. But there's, you got a team with still an open spot.
How do you feel about that message? When you use that term, they didn't live up to the standard. You're telling all the guys that are now on the practice squad they didn't live up to the standard.
I think you're telling them they got work to do. You got work to do if you're going to make this. If we're going to call you up. Yeah, it was kind of weird. I don't think he really understood the question, which was, hey, you could just keep those guys, right? Not expose them to waivers, and then see if there's anybody you like more that becomes available, rather than work the other way. But hey, whatever. I'm not. I think Brad usually has a plan, and Brad usually does something smart. So
I mean, yeah, they've constructed a heck of a roster. I'm not. That wording seems a little weird to me. It seems like it could really ruffle some feathers, but maybe that's the intention, to try to get the most out of somebody. I don't know.
All right, so right now, have they constructed a Super Bowl roster? That's the ultimate goal, is to win the Super Bowl. It was Brad Holmes and Ray Agnew were at the podium. Here's what Brad Holmes had to say. Okay, so he had a lot. It's kind of a catch-all answer there. Ray Agnew then gave his 2 cents. This is what he had to say about, this is the assistant GM. Is this a Super Bowl winning roster? That's a more specific answer.
Yeah, Brad Holmes' answers went off the rails a little bit.
A little bit. I mean, he basically ran down the entire organization.
Those on Twitter, I know, are kind of, and YouTube that are watching the live stream with the video are wondering why I'm batting flies out of midair, because I was out of just kind of picking it out of thin air, some kind of answer that nobody was expecting him to go towards ownership at the end when you talk about the roster of the team.
Well, I guess our question is to the people now. Are you comfortable with this roster? Do you think this team can win the Super Bowl? Are you confident that they can win the Super Bowl? 248-539-9797. Because I will tell you that that 53rd spot is such a point of curiosity. Why have they left it open? I don't expect anything big. But I think a lot of people are going to hope that they're going to do something sizable with that last roster spot. But if they don't, are you comfortable with this team being a Super Bowl contender? And I, for one, am. There's no such thing as a perfect team. It's clear that they've war-chested money to sign their own guys. Brad talked about it again today. It's clear that they love flexibility, and the cap space that they have could be extraordinarily valuable in a couple of months when we hit the trade deadline. So I don't expect a big move now. And I'm not sure I expect one at the trade deadline, but I think they like having the flexibility to do so. He mentioned that word a few times today. But are you comfortable that this is a Super Bowl contender and one that you're not mad about how they construct the roster? You're happy with the roster. Let's go. Let's just go. Now it's just a matter of going to do it.
Well, like Ray Agnew,
they got the material to do it. Sorry, go ahead.
Like Ray Agnew said, they've got difference makers at every level. So if you're going to tell me that the difference makers stay healthy, this team's they're going to get to the Super Bowl. I think this roster is that good.
Mm-hmm.
And I think this team is that good. But so much is dependent on the luck that is how healthy is your team in the playoffs.
Yeah.
We saw last year how devastating it was to this team once they got in the playoffs. They were able to withstand it during the regular season, but in the playoffs, it just became a little too much, and then your difference maker players didn't play like difference makers, and that's a combo you can't have. But if this team is healthy, particularly with Hutchinson, St. Brown, Goff, Jahmyr Gibbs, the safeties on this team,
Kirby
both
Joseph,
Branch
Brian
and Joseph,
Branch, yeah.
and Terry and Arnold. Give me that. Give me health. If you're going to tell me those guys are healthy, I'm going to tell you this is the toughest team to beat in the NFL.
248-539-9797. Let's get to your phone calls. We go to Jim in Grosse Pointe. You're on 97.1. Hi, Jim.
Good morning, gentlemen. How are you today?
We're
All
great.
right.
Thank you.
Good. Yeah, I think it's a great question, and it's really hard for fans because we just don't have the information that the people who are making all the great decisions are doing. Is Terry and Arnold going to have that bounce back year? Like you said, is everybody going to be healthy? I think seeing the offensive line come together and play is just going to make a huge difference in the confidence. And then, of course, first couple games, depending on what happens, we'll make overreaction decisions and judgments like we always do.
Yep. I mean,
but
go ahead. Sorry.
No, my fault. It is there. The components are there. Like, it's all the X factors that really we don't have control of, like every NFL team. Do you stay healthy? Who takes that jump that's hopeful and expected based on their draft position the year before, or incoming rookies? Who's going to surprise you and perform like a Brian Branch did in year one? That's the difference right there.
I'm really chesty. A couple things that you brought up there, Jim. One is I'm really chesty about this draft class. I think Ratledge, Williams, and Tesla have impressed so far, and I think that this draft class has a chance to rival all the other great draft classes. We ran down sort of the 3 or 4 players that he's gotten out of every draft. It truly is amazing. That's one. Two is you talked about players taking a jump. Brad Holmes was asked that question today. Is there a player or two that have really stood out that have taken a leap forward in the offseason? And the first name he said was Terry Arnold. And I think that kind of falls in line with with what a lot of people expect and hope.
Do you expect Williams to get pressure on the quarterback or just clog that middle so, the run game stops and maybe collapse the hole a little bit? Do you think he's,
I don't think he's going to be Aaron Donald or Lee McNeil in year one. No, I do think he has a very good chance of impacting the run game and collapsing the pocket.
I think that's why they brought him in, though, Jim. I think that's why they drafted him. I think that they feel the upside of him is kind of like an Lee McNeil type that will get pressure from there. But I'm like Doug, I'm not sure he does that from day one, but that's the intention.
Can't wait to see those two out there at the same time. That'll be great. Thanks again for everything, boys. Great show.
Appreciate it, Jim. 248-539-9797. Justin in Madison Heights, you're on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Justin.
Hey, fellas. Good to talk to you. Look, man, when I heard that cut from Brad Holmes, I love everything that Brad Holmes has done as a GM, right? This is probably the best roster the Detroit Lions have ever had, maybe rivaled by one of those 90s teams, all right? But, I was talking with Kenny on the screen, and I said, just lie to me, man. Yes, tell me, yes. This is the best team the Lions have ever had. We are absolutely going to go out and compete for a Super Bowl. This team can get it. Just lie to me. And Kenny made a good point. He said a couple of years ago, Brad Holmes kind of did that, right? He kind of came out and said, yes, it's Super Bowl or bust. We're going for everything. And then he backed down from that. And that was such a good point by Kenny. Don't back away. Don't shy away. The team just keeps getting better. Double down, man. Just lie to me, because when you don't lie to me, now you leave me in a position to speculate. Well, now I got to read between the lines, and are we going to draft, or are we going to sign Zadarius Smith, or are we going to go pick up, another? Just tell us what we want to hear. And when it doesn't happen, then backpedal. Instead of being mysterious. And now we all got to read between the lines. And, I listen to every show you guys have, love all you guys. So it's just all speculation, and then fans get riled up. I mean, listen to me. I'm riled up, man. Just lie to me. Get me fired up in a good way, not in a bad way.
You know what's funny about this, Justin? I'm not sure this call is truly a deep dive into Brad Holmes and what he needs to do, or more. It might be more about you.
You're probably right, man. You're probably right.
You are. I get it. Because it'll feel good in the moment. It'll feel good in the moment.
About.
Yeah.
Right? You want to go out and win on Sunday, and when you don't, move on to the next game. I want to win right now. And me winning right now is my GM fired up telling me this is the best team the Lions have ever had. You know what I mean? Don't leave me. I'm excited for the season.
I'll tell you what, Justin, I don't think you have to feel like he's lying to you. I've been going back and forth with this question since you brought it up, and we had brought it up the other day. And initially I was like, well, no, I don't think that's the case, because this team had Frank Ragnow before on the offensive line, which was that's a big addition and a big omission when you look at this team. But the more I think about it, the more I think that, maybe this is the best roster they've ever had, because if I'm going to compare this roster to last year's roster, for instance, okay, they don't have Frank Ragnow. But like I said earlier, if Tate Ratledge can end up being better than Zeitler this year, it's not a wash, but it makes things a lot different. Mahogany can play at a level that is better than what Glasgow played last year at guard. Well, that ups it even more. The biggest differences and the biggest gains come from getting more experience. Do you expect Branch and Kirby Joseph to be better as they've got now 2 years under the belt? Do you expect Terry and Arnold to be much better this year than he was last year as a rookie? Do you expect that Jamison Williams is going to be much better this year than he was last year when he kind of had a little breakout, but I think he's going to take a bigger step this year? I mean, there's a lot of yes, and yes.
Yep.
If you're going to tell me that Hutchinson plays the whole season, that's a heck of a lot better than what you got last year. So I'm now thinking that, yes, this is the best Lions roster we've ever seen. And no disrespect to the team from 1991 that went to whatever they were, 12-4, and made the playoffs and won that playoff game with Barry Sanders, but they didn't have the quarterback. This receiver group is better. I love Herman Moore, but this receiver group as a whole is better than the Herman Moore and Perriman and the others back then. It just is. And the offensive line, love Lomas Brown. Lomas Brown and Penei Sewell are both really good, but they kind of play different positions. One's a left and one's a right. Penei Sewell and Taylor Decker at the tackles are better than what they had that year at the tackle. So it's, and the defense, there's just more playmakers on defense here than there were back then. I think it's a better roster.
248-539-9797. The roster's set. They're still at one open spot, which kind of makes everybody curious. They have 52 when they can have 53. But are they good enough right now to win the Super Bowl? Are you confident that this team, this Lions team, is the best chance they have ever had to win the Super Bowl? 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. They specialize only in auto and truck accidents. Many law firms don't specialize, but focus on many different areas of the law. They also have elite customer service. Many people call Michigan Auto Law because they can't get a call back from the current law firm. Proactive communication is super important to them. Michigan Auto Law returns all phone calls within 24 hours. You will get a call back, so check them out online. They are the law firm that puts people over everything. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Look, we're asking, are you comfortable with this Lions roster? Do you think this is the best chance? This is the best chance they've ever had to win a Super Bowl. Are you chesty about this group? Or is that last roster spot they left open, is it very important to you? Do you think they absolutely have to add something else? I'm telling you, I really don't think it's going to be Zadarius Smith. There's just the more I hear them talk and the longer this goes, I don't think it's going to be Zadarius Smith. But 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We got a Brian in Detroit. You're next. Hello, Brian.
Hey, good morning, fellas. How y'all doing?
We're great, Brian.
Hey,
How
Brian.
are you?
Oh, I'm doing pretty good. Hey, Gate, I would ask you a question.
All right.
I agree with you about the coordinator, but the year before, when there was a chance Glenn and Johnson could have left, Gator, that's all they talked about, as if they had to have him. All I heard was Goff was great when he got Johnson. Now all of a sudden, these two guys are gone, plus their best lineman. It's not going to be an effect on this team? It has to be an effect on this team.
Well, I mean, if you're asking me what I've said, I think I've been pretty consistent all along that I think Ben Johnson was great for this team, but if he were to leave, and I didn't want him to leave because I like the well-oiled machine and I like continuity, but if he were to have left, and he didn't, but if he were to have left, I was fine with it because I've always given Dan Campbell the credit because I don't think Dan Campbell gets enough credit for being the guy that brought the offense in the first place, for being the guy that took over for Anthony Lynn, for being the guy that actually called the plays. So, I mean, I actually think that the bigger loss to me, hang on, Brian, one more thing, and I'll let you go. I'll let you continue. The bigger loss to me is Aaron Glenn. I loved Aaron Glenn. I like Doug. I think we both say we both think he was a great leader of men, and I think that in the long run, I think that guy's going to be a better head coach than Ben Johnson. I really liked Aaron Glenn, and I'm not sure what to expect, except Kelvin Shepard apparently is very well respected. And is also very fiery. So
I see why they hired him.
I can see why they hired him. Yep. I don't have as much confidence in him being able to replace Aaron Glenn as much as I do that Johnny Morton and the offense can hum along as well as they did previous.
Well, I agree with you about Johnson because I thought they overhyped him all the time. But I think the Lions have a great team, but I think Philly just have a better team. And I think that's what it's going to come down to. That was a hiccup against Washington. Goff just had a bad day. But it's going to come down to the Lions and Philly. And I think Philly just have a better team. And I think they're going back to the Super Bowl again.
Hey, appreciate the phone call, Brian. 248-539-9797. Philly's great. I mean, I think in a single game, Detroit can beat Philly. Philly, would, depending on where it's played, Philly would probably be favored. But I guess that's not a guarantee. Are the Lions hungrier than Philly? I think it's really, really difficult. I think the motivation to repeat isn't the same as the motivation to get to the mountaintop for the first time. I think when you win back-to-back championships, you have rekindled the hunger and repeated the performance because it's not easy to win. And so, but when you've never won, it's an authentic drive to get you to the top. When you've won one and you've done the talk show tour and the banquet tour and you've had the Stanley Cup or the trophy and you've done whatever it is to take, like you've celebrated that and you get back at it, you want to repeat the feeling, but I don't think you can mimic what it's like for a team trying to do it the first time. Philly might be better than Detroit. And that doesn't mean Detroit's going to beat them. I think that's one advantage Detroit has over them is I think the Lions will be hungrier than any team that's already won it. And then when the Lions win it, they'll have to try and be the team that mimics it.
And being chesty about your team doesn't mean that the other teams are dog crap, right?
Right.
I think if the Lions stay healthy, yes, I think this is the team that wins the Super Bowl if they're healthy. But it's a giant if. And that doesn't mean they steamroll over everybody. There will be bumps in the road, and it will be tough to do. Why? Because there are teams in this conference like Philadelphia that are awfully tough. And you don't win a Super Bowl by accident. Washington is awfully tough. I think that the teams in this division are going to give the Lions all they can handle. I just think in the end, the Lions end up being on top of everybody because they think they're the best.
Let's go to Bernard. You're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Bernard.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yes, got you loud and clear.
Okay. I couldn't make sure. I don't know, man. I mean, can I be honest? I'm disappointed. I'm just disappointed. It seems like we always build the same type of team. We're good, but we're never a super team. We're never the super team that has everybody that everybody wants, and we're the dominant team going into the. It's always like now the defensive line has to be the weakest defensive line in the NFC, and they know it, but they won't do anything about it.
You think the Lions' defensive line is the weakest defensive line in the NFC?
NFC. Everybody else makes an effort to make their defensive line tough. They'll have an edge, or they'll have a defensive tackle that is good.
Let me ask you this: so you don't think the Lions have an edge rusher?
We got one.
Okay, and is he good?
And he's one that everybody wants.
Is he good, Bernard?
Yeah, but he's good, but he's not great.
He's good, but he's not great.
Because we're always talking about getting somebody to help him.
Who is? Are you?
That's all people say. Hutch needs help.
Well,
but if he's great, does he need help?
I think the people that say it are asking for something that is almost never done, which is teams have two elite pass rushers. If you look around this league and the history of this league, it's not it's a roster abnormality to have that. And we went back and looked at teams that have had like two guys in the top 10 in sacks on the same team, and there was like been one in the last 10 years. Like Hutch doesn't need help. It's a luxury if they happen to get another elite pass rusher. That's one. Two is you made the comment, Bernard, that they're not a team that has players that everybody wants. And I'm like, wait, what? Other teams don't want Jahmyr Gibbs, Amon-Ra, Penei Sewell. Other teams don't want Aiden Hutchinson, Kirby Joseph, Brian Branch, Terrion Arnold, Jared Goff. Other teams don't want these players?
But you keep saying Arnold, but Arnold hasn't proven anything.
Okay, fine. Take Arnold off the list. Give me all the rest. You don't think other teams want those players?
Branch is a good player up to game 10. After game 10, he fades away. He disappears.
Okay,
after
all right.
game
Even
10.
if I disagree with that premise, you know, teams want Kirby Joseph, Aiden Hutchinson. They don't want Jack Campbell. They don't want J-Mo, Amon-Ra, Jahmyr.
No, because they have their own players in those positions.
All right.
No.
All right, Bernard, I am.
I mean, Amon-Ra St. Brown is top 5 wide receiver in the NFL. Aiden Hutchinson is top 5 defensive end in the NFL. Sam Laporta, would you say he's top 5 tight end in the NFL?
If he's not, he's real close.
Real close if he's not. Penei Sewell, is he top right tackle in the NFL?
Yes.
I mean, just keep going on. The two safeties, both safeties are top 10 in the NFL.
I'm not sure.
Is J-Mo a nice compliment?
Look,
Jahmyr Gibbs a top 5 running back?
I don't mind him saying he wants them to do more, but his premise was
you can't start with
was
that.
not. It's like he doesn't watch other teams.
No, you can't start with saying this is the worst defensive line in the NFC, which is a complete falsehood.
And you can't say they don't have players that other teams don't want. I'll give you Jack Fox led the NFL in punting last year.
Wow. I agree with you. And the caller can be upset if he thinks they haven't done enough to put them over the top, which I think is what everybody says. When everybody says they want another defensive end, they want another edge rusher,
more assurance,
because they want the assurance that they've got it now. Because this team is so close. They're so close, and if you get that one more piece to put you over the top, it literally puts you over the top to win what everybody wants, which is the Super Bowl. And I can understand that.
Mm-hmm.
And I'd like to see that piece land here as well. I don't know if it's feasible. You know, is Micah Parsons really on the trade block? Is he? And if he is he attainable for the Lions for this season? Is that possible? Because if it is, then by all means, go get him. But if he's not, and they can't do it, then okay, going to war with what they have is pretty good.
97.1 the ticket. Look, I have no issue with our guy Bernard, who's obviously I appreciate you listening and thank you for the phone call. I just don't think he's operating in reality. The idea that the Lions don't have players that other teams want, the idea that they have the worst defensive line in the NFC. Wow. I guess that's a glass is half empty kind of call. I think the Lions have a ton of players that other teams would want. A ton. Ray Agnew, we played the Ray Agnew soundbite, the assistant GM, saying he was on a Super Bowl team that had playmakers at every level. And that's the feeling he gets with this group. And I think he's right. I think they have coveted, literally young, talented, coveted players in every position group. Guys who make plays in every position group.
Well, I mean, I guess if you look at the NFL.com, which is run by the NFL, they are currently unleashing their top 100 players in the NFL.
Yep.
Just looking inside the top 30. Checking in at number 27 is Lions running back Jahmyr Gibbs. Checking in at number 20 is Lions wide receiver Amon-Ra St. Brown. Checking in at number 15 is Lions quarterback Jared Goff. And checking in at number 13, the latest addition, is Lions offensive tackle Penei Sewell. I haven't checked to see if Hutchinson went, if he's outside the top 30, but if Hutchinson hasn't been selected yet, guess who's going to be inside the top 30? Now, I could be wrong.
They haven't released the whole 100.
No, they have 12 more to go.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, they got a ton of players. They got a ton of players. I'm shocked at that. Hey, you might want to see him get more. You might have concerns about Philly. You might have real concerns about the loss of the coordinators, Frank Ragnow. We're whistling past the graveyard thinking this old line's going to be able to get the job done. But by saying they have the worst defensive line in the NFC and don't have players that other teams want, I can't. If that's the premise for your argument, I don't know that we're going anywhere with any conversations. Kang, what do you we haven't had a chance to bring you in. You feel this is the best you felt about a Lions team ever? Best chance to win a Super Bowl ever?
No, I actually felt better last year to start the year.
Okay.
But with that being said, it's not far off. I mean, this team is definitely good enough to win the Super Bowl. I think people are looking for perfection, and you're just not going to get it. I'm sure last year Eagles fans and Eagles media were like, well, Jalen Hurts, he can't throw the ball. Or they lost Kelsey. What are they going to do? Hey, we have 2 new coordinators. You're not going to have the perfect team, and we're going to let this thing play out. I think my biggest concern is Frank Ragnow, to be honest with you. So the question is, has the rest of the team gotten good enough or better to offset what you might lose there? Right. Is Terry Arnold a lot better? Is a healthy Hutch much better? Don't forget, Gibbs, Branch, all those guys were so young, they still haven't hit their ceiling yet. At least we hope not. So I'm hoping those things offset what I feel like what they did get worse at, which is the interior offensive line. Now, there's a chance Mahogany could be really good, but I'm not going to count on that. Graham Glasgow is getting older, and you have a rookie at the other guard. So those are things we'll have to see play out. But right now, on paper, they're not better than they were last year as far as the interior line, but I'm hoping everything else is better.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. But definitely with the interior line, there's reason to question it. I'm chesty about Ratledge. I like Mahogany a lot. We'll see how it plays out. You got a veteran center, but a guy who every year you wonder if there's going to be some regression. I hope not with Graham Glasgow. But
I mean, you want to be in that tier 1 group of teams that have a really, really good chance to win the Super Bowl. And the Lions are in that group. So I don't know what more you can ask for. I know people wanted a better Rudge Escher opposite Aiden Hutchinson.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
He Rudge Eshed people.
But and I get it because Marcus Davenport hasn't stayed healthy. And that's what you're kind of banking on right now. And that's not a lot of confidence in that bank,
Hey, there's no reports of him being injured in the last 24 hours. We will probably update that all season long. 248-539-9797. Elliot in Allen Park. Hi, Elliot.
Hey, how's it going,
We're great.
Gator and Doug? I agree with what Kang just finished saying. This is the best team I've seen since the 1970 team, which had 4 Hall of Famers on it. But I question the opposite defensive end, Marcus Davenport, because if you look at the 3 losses we had last year, our kryptonite defensively is the running quarterback. In the first loss, Baker Mayfield took the game on his shoulders, and he started running in the second half. We couldn't stop him. We lost that game. Then we faced Buffalo, and Josh was Josh. Then in the playoffs, injuries caught up to us. However, Jaden started running, and that was effective. So I think what teams are going to do is double team Hutch and then just run away from Hutch towards the other defensive end, and they're going to be effective running that way. That's what I think.
Well, look, I mean, a quarterback that gave him a problem for a couple of years was Geno Smith, and when Hutch was healthy and they faced Geno Smith, they won that game, and he wasn't as effective as far as with his feet when they had a healthy Hutch. 2 of the 3 games you mentioned, there was no Aiden Hutchinson. So he will be on the field for those games, presumably. Does that make you feel any better? I mean, you say they'll just run the quarterback away from Hutch. I don't know how many times you call a quarterback run against the Lions defense as much as you are a quarterback runs because they are scrambling, and then they run to wherever open space they can find.
Yeah, I do agree with you there. Yeah, I love Hutch. Don't get me wrong. It's just I'm trying to see what weakness we have. Like I said, this is the best team I've seen us field, but I'm just hoping for the best because we're going to have a tough schedule and a lot of running quarterbacks we're going to have to face. So
every championship team has to have a share of luck, and you can't control like who stays healthy, who doesn't. You look very cynical over
I
there.
think there's just something that's kind of funny about this. You mentioned Baker Mayfield. He mentioned Baker Mayfield in the game last year.
Yeah.
With the Buccaneers won the game 20-16. Mayfield ran 5 times for 34 yards, had a touchdown run.
Mm-hmm.
Longest carry was 12 yards. You know what Aiden Hutchinson did against the offensive line?
Did he have 3 sacks in that game?
No.
He didn't?
No, he had 4.5 sacks in that
game. I mean, they did lose a game.
They lost, yeah, but they also dominated offensively, but they turned the ball over, and that's why they lost.
As I was sifting through that prediction in The Athletic that has the Lions 12-5, and maybe even the 1 seed at 12-5 in the NFC because they unveil a division each day, and we're waiting one more division. But as of right now, 12-5 is the best record they have for any team in the NFC. They had this Hutch stat. Do you know that Aiden Hutchinson, who got hurt at halftime of the Dallas game, or right around halftime of the Dallas game, was that week 4 or week 5?
Week 6. It came right after a bye week, but it was the 5th game.
It was a 5th game, so he played 4.5 games. Aiden Hutchinson last year had as many or more sacks than Max Crosby, Nolan Smith, A.J. Epineza, Von Miller, Khalil Mack, Rashawn Gary. In the 4.5 games he played, he had as many or more sacks than all those guys who all played double-digit games.
He led the league in quarterback pressures by a mile after the 5 games. It took like another 3 weeks before somebody passed him in the quarter. He was having one hell of a season last year.
Yep. Bobby is next on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Bobby.
Hey, how's it going?
We're great, Bobby.
So, I don't really understand why the guy was saying we don't have an elite defensive line. I think Aiden Hutchinson is a premier pass rusher in this league.
Well, hold on, let me just clear it up in a second. He didn't say that he said they had the worst defensive line in the NFC. And I don't think and just to further clear it up, Lions don't have an elite defensive line, but they sure as hell aren't the worst in the NFC.
All right, sorry about that. That's on me. But, Tyleek Williams, I think he'll be a really good space eater for us for the time being with Halim being out. I think DJ Reader's still got some gas left in the tank, And the fact that Marcus Davenport hasn't been injured yet, I think that's a good sign.
Hasn't played a game yet either.
But if Aiden stays healthy and he produces like how he was before he got hurt versus Dallas, I think he could be putting up DPOY numbers again this year.
Defensive Player of the Year, yeah. I mean, because that's the trajectory he was on. I don't know if it's sustainable, like what he was doing. I mentioned he had the 4.5 sacks against Tampa. That was in one single game. When he got hurt, he had 7.5 on the season through 5 games. You're looking at a 20+ quarterback sack season. I don't know if that's in the cards for him or not, but I certainly expect him to be a dominant force as he has been since he came in the league.
Yeah. And, not calling him an elite pass rusher, I think that's pretty disrespectful, personally.
I'm not too worried about Bernard's take on Aiden Hutchinson. I mean, seriously, if there were a draft of NFL players right now, I mean, he's going in the top 10. Okay, 11. Whatever it is, he's going very, very high.
Actually, if you were going to look at the top edge rushers in the NFL, I think he'd go in the top 5 for sure.
Yeah, well, I think you look at it would be quarterbacks and edge rushers. He would go very high, and a much coveted player. In that NFL list, he ranked 55.
Yeah, off
of 4.5 games.
Right.
So, 248-539-9797. More of your phone calls and feedback coming up. Hey, do the Lions have a team? Is this the best Lions chance to win a Super Bowl in your lifetime? Are you confident they can do it? And then we got the curiosity of that one open roster spot that Brad said, we just like the flexibility.
Technically have 2. They've got the practice squad
They got
spot
a practice
open, too.
squad, too, yeah. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1.
All right, you guys know which car dealership I love. It's Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield. And it's because they give you real honest pricing and the best deals around. And I'm talking about no gimmicks, no surprises. It's just straight up amazing offers. Here's what I'm talking about. A 2025 Equinox EV, it's only $999 down and just $159 a month. If you're more of a truck person, that's cool. Get behind the wheel of a 2025 Silverado 2FL. It's only $999 down and just $229 a month. That's right, only $229 a month for a truck. And here's the best part. Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield is giving employee pricing for everyone on select demo Equinox, Silverado, and Trax models. You heard that right. Employee pricing for everyone. So whether you're upgrading to a sleek new electric ride with the Equinox or grabbing that tough Silverado for work or play or looking for a solid SUV, Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield has got you covered. Now, these deals won't last, so head on over to Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield and see why they're the best. And trust me, you're not going to find a better deal anywhere else. That's the Sarah difference.
Got Are You Going to Eat That scheduled for 12:35. Gator, also a follow-up on a story we had yesterday. Fox and YouTube, or Google, has come up with a temporary agreement that will keep Fox and Fox products on the air for a short period of time while they continue to work on a long-term solution. So those of you with YouTube TV that were worried about maybe the college games tonight, the Michigan State game tomorrow, Ohio State, Texas Saturday, Lions football this year. We had a caller call yesterday and say, guys, we've been through this before. They always work it out at the last minute. It sounds like that guy might have been right. So a bit of a breathing a sigh of relief for those that have that format, YouTube TV.
I'm happy for everybody that they get to watch what they want to watch.
248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. Lou is in Detroit, and he is next. Hello, Lou.
Hey, guys. Doug, Scott. My problem, the last very good team, but Brad Holmes, very good general manager, but he doesn't address the defensive line. That's my only problem with him. I mean, you got to the offensive line and defensive line, the team is supposed to be built that way, inside out.
Those were their first two draft picks.
Huh?
Their first two draft picks this year were offensive line and defensive line and offensive line.
It's the defensive line that concerns me more, though.
So that's why they used a first-round pick on one.
Yeah, but see, what Philly has, what they did is Kansas City just pressure them from all throughout the whole game. And when the New England Patriots back in the day, undefeated team, the Giants put the beat down on Tom Brady, sacked him 6 times.
So let me be clear here, Lou.
One good pass rush.
Let me be clear here. You don't think that Brad Holmes put in an effort to build the offensive line in his time in Detroit?
It's more so the defensive line, Doug, that concerns me. You don't seem to address that for some reason.
They drafted Aiden Hutchinson. They drafted Aleem McNeil. They went out and got DJ Reader. They drafted Tyleek Williams. They've drafted a number of other defensive linemen.
Won't be back to what's that? November, I guess.
Huh?
Aleem won't be back to November, right? With his injury, am I right?
Yes, and that's why they took a defensive tackle with their first-round pick.
And this other guy, what's his name? Carlton. The guy's never on the field. He's always hurt. That's my only problem with the team.
Who is that?
What's his name? Carlton Davis?
Carlton Davis isn't on the team.
Yeah.
The defensive end that's always hurt all the time.
Oh, Davenport. Well, look, Davenport is a risk, and I'll give you that. And I thank you for the phone call. There are some concerns with the defensive line. Look, there's a lot being placed on a rookie.
They're banged up right away.
DJ Reader and Tyleek Williams will be the starters in there. They did sign some veteran defensive linemen. They aren't guys that are, they aren't sizzle additions. Ray Lopez is a veteran that's played in this league and can make some plays. They last year brought in El-Quadin Muhammad, who's made plays for them. McNeil will be back. And there's a risk with Tyleek Williams, right? Can a rookie in the trenches, you start with just holding your own. Can he hold his own? And can Davenport stay healthy? Those are questions. Those are legitimate questions. I would never say he didn't address it. He might not have addressed it as much as you would have wanted, but they've put a lot of resources into it. There's multiple first-round picks, and there's been big free agent signings. Well, one, DJ Reader was a big free agent signing, but they've used 2 of the, 5 drafts he's had? Their first pick in those drafts. Their first pick in 2 of the last 4 drafts have been defensive line. They've addressed it, and we just got to hope it works.
Yeah, and they've drafted defensive linemen in the second round and in the third round. When in some work and some don't, right? Onzarike hasn't worked out.
No.
Broderick Martin didn't work out, but it doesn't mean that it hasn't tried to address that in the draft. Now, if you're saying that they haven't done enough in free agency, okay, I'll listen to it.
Would you feel better if they'd signed a veteran defensive tackle with a high ceiling or high end player than putting a rookie in there? In the short term, without question, I would feel better. But and we'll see what Williams is.
And I feel like that's they added Lopez, and it's kind of like that's for depth. Maybe that's that move. But everybody wants the flashy one, which is the edge rusher.
Yep.
So we'll see what is left to accomplish here. They do have one roster spot to fill. Is that going to end up being a defensive end or someone on the defensive line? I'm not so sure because
I'm not so sure either. Yeah,
the first 2 guys they added when they needed to fill 3 spots, the first 2 guys are defensive linemen. So that's another area.
Let's go to Doug next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, Doug.
Hello, guys. How you doing?
We're good.
right.
Thank you.
Good. Just want to say I'm a transplanted Detroiter living here in the DMV, so I get a lot of Commanders information, and I will be at that game on November 9th.
Cool.
But anyway, what I want to talk about is I hear a lot about the defensive line, the secondary. I think the Lions have the potential to be one of the best secondaries in the NFL. I think the defensive line will be solid. But it seems like the linebacker group is not all that great. I mean, we have Anzalone and Derek Barnes, is it?
Don't leave somebody out.
I'm sorry?
You're leaving somebody out. You're going to hurt Doug's feelings.
Who's that?
Well, the best of the
leading
bunch,
tackler
which
from
is
last
Jack
year.
Campbell. Yeah.
Jack Campbell. Okay. Okay. But I guess, does Brad Holmes feel confident with this linebacker group? I just don't hear a lot of noise about them.
Well, they did go out and add Zach Cunningham in the offseason to help them when needed.
Grant Stewart.
Yeah.
Grant Stewart.
Yeah, but I really like Zach Cunningham a lot. And I like Jack Cunningham a lot. The only one likes
Jack
Doug,
Campbell.
Jack Campbell. And Doug loves Jack Campbell. I'm not worried about
He's worthy of love.
I'm not worried about the linebackers. Why are you worried about the linebackers?
It just seems like the linebackers haven't been a strong suit on the defense. Not that I'm that worried about them, but all the attention seems to be focused on the defensive line and secondary. And I'm not worried about them at all. If Hutchinson is back and gets double teamed, whoever's on the other side of that defensive line, I think will get pressure. He wasn't there last year to get double teams. But the linebacker crew, I guess they just have to really show me that they can handle quick screens, the slant underneath routes, things like that.
Okay, thank you for the phone call, Doug. Appreciate it. I like the linebackers a lot. Anzalone, you hang another year on him. You always wonder about that. Derek Barnes is coming off injury. Jack Campbell's, obviously trending to be the best linebacker in the league. And then the depth, Stewart and Zach Cunningham, and Rodrigo comes back at some point, is a pretty good second line group of linebackers. But, there are questions about, I hope Barnes is healthy and making plays, and I hope Anzalone is still playing at a high level.
Barnes is playing. He's practicing the whole bit. He's better off right now, I feel, than whenever Rodriguez comes back to the team, because Rodriguez is going to have to take a while before he gets reacclimated to it.
248-539-9797. Do you think the Lions have a team to win the Super Bowl? The roster's set. Is this the best chance in your lifetime? You've seen them with a chance to win the Super Bowl. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. You know, Scott, I'm sure it wasn't lost on you what one Parker Meadows did last night.
Oh, did he go 2 for 3 with a triple? Leading off for the Mud Hens before exiting the game late?
Yeah. I know some people will be saying their thought on this will be, well, Parker Meadows can't pitch. No, he can't.
No, he can't. But
right now, currently, I'm not sure some of the Tigers can. We got to get this out of their system.
I just want to get different. How about a Major League ballpark? Let's see this again.
Mm-hmm.
The Athletics are a team I really think that in the next couple of years are going to take big steps forward. They've got a lot of young talent there. If they can hang on to it,
yep.
They could do some stuff.
248-539-9797. Back to your open line calls. We go to Kevin. You're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, Kevin.
Hey, how you doing, guys? Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
I just wanted to piggyback off the other guy who was talking about the Lions. They're going to be fine, guys. I think the line. I know the line is missing Ragnow. I miss him too. That's my boy, but I think they're going to be fine. Even though they're young, and that other guy was talking about. I don't know what planet he's living on, talking about their defense is terrible. But Detroit is probably going to have. I'm predicting a top 5 defense. That's what I'm feeling.
Wow.
I mean, let me tell you guys something. I have feelings more like my mom, and when I usually have feelings, I'm right. I told a partner of mine last year that they was going to go 15-2 when the season started, and he was like, "Man, you crazy." I said, "Just watch. At the end of the season, they'll be 15-2." I'm predicting right now here on you guys' show.
Let's hear it.
They're going to be 17-1. I don't know. I'm not feeling exactly which game they're going to lose, but I see them being better than what they was last year.
Well, I'll tell you
and
what.
Going to the Super Bowl.
If they go 17-1, I'll tell you which game they lose. You ready? I'll tell you which one they lose. The first game of the playoffs.
No, they're going to win the playoffs.
Okay, you do
they're going to
realize.
the championship game.
Realize.
They're going to make the Super Bowl this year.
Yeah, there's
no, let me tell you what team they're going to lose to. I think I see them losing to
Kevin, let me stop you.
San Diego.
San
Diego.
Let me stop you.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes, San Diego. They're going to lose to San Diego.
That's even funnier. Kevin, there are only 17 games in a regular season, so if
Right,
you go 17-1,
No, not 17, 16-1. I'm sorry, guys.
Okay,
I'm
there we
sorry.
go. And the other
I'm
thing
sorry.
is, the team that used to play in San Diego plays in Los Angeles and has for the last several
L.A.
years.
Yeah,
Okay.
L.A. Not San Diego.
All right.
L.A. Stafford.
Other than that,
Other than that,
man, I think they're going to be fine, man.
and it's not
I know- I
Stafford,
think they're
it's
gonna be
Herbert.
fine.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Back away from the desk.
He's got the Lions win the 4 nations.
He's got them traded for Bregman.
The funny thing is, hold on, they don't play the Chargers. So it's not even San Diego moved to L.A. It's the Rams.
What about Stafford?
He did say Stafford. He did say Stafford.
So who does not play in San Diego?
And never did. Anyway.
He was
there
all
was a lot
hyped up
going-
on his 15-2 record from last year.
But this year he's got
a feeling.
But he's on the record. 16-1, and you're right. 17-1 would suck.
That would be the worst ever. That would be the
17-1.
worst.
17-1 would mean they go undefeated in the regular season and lose their first playoff game.
You would have some very unhappy folks out there.
Because for people who don't know why, there's only 17 regular season games, so the only way to possibly get to 17-1 would be undefeated in the regular season, lose the first game in the playoffs.
That's right.
Because if you are 16-1 after the regular season,
You need to keep explaining.
and I'm making sure. I think I'm explaining to Kevin. And you win your first playoff game, you have to play another game, so you can't finish. Anyway, Black in Detroit, you're next on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Black?
Oh my God, Doug, stop it!
Hey,
and you know what's so funny? He probably don't know what you're talking about.
Well,
right now,
he's starting to figure it out.
right, right. Because you could tell where he was. He was all over the place. Bernard was all over the place. But here's what I wanted to say to you guys real quick before I hit it. I love your show because it seems like the rabbit ear fans in this town now wasn't like this because the Tigers were, basically not good. The Lions were not good. The Pistons back, in the day. But now, if a team loses 3 games or 4 games like the Tigers, if the Lions lose to the Commanders in the playoffs, go 15-2, if the Pistons, when they lost to the Knicks, it's like the world, and I think that came from the media. Not you guys' show, but the other shows, and I won't get into none of that. It's always negative. And there's a way to do it, but you don't have to be it doesn't have to be the world's coming to an end. And everybody's a better than Brad Holmes. They're better than Scott Harris. I get it. You're entitled to your opinion, but the way they push it, like now, the guy gave his narrative, Bernard. All the Lions don't have no players. Y'all didn't just you still allowed him room for opinion. It was off, but you gave him that much. It wasn't like, oh, this guy's stupid, hang up on him. And I'm listening to people, I'm like, what is wrong? What happened to talk radio?
An indictment, that one phone call is an indictment on the entire format. Look, everybody does their show their own way, and Gator and I are comfortable with the way we do it, and we have no problem with people who do it other ways. It's because, we appeal to different people, and that's perfectly fine. We've been around for 18 years and like doing it, much to the dismay of maybe a show that follows us, but we're still here. The guys sometimes bring up some points in crosstalk and stuff where I'm like, that's a good point. I get worried about stuff too, and everything's not always positive. But what you're doing when you're building a team and you're coaching a team, to me, it feels like you're just trying to come up with the best % chance you have to win, to mitigate the chance of loss. Because there's no guarantees. The biggest debate right now, and it's a valid question, with the Lions, is should they put more effort into one season? And the reason why I don't have a problem with them putting more effort into one season is because that is GMing out of desperation. And I think if you let the history of the organization dictate what you do now, you are overreacting to stuff that had nothing to do with you. Brad Holmes, that stuff had nothing to do with him. He is trying to build a team that's going to win multiple Super Bowls. Is he making massive moves and trades that are going all in for one? And I get why fans want him to. Hey, I haven't seen one.
Right.
I am getting older. I want to see one before I die. He isn't. That's not how he GMs. He's trying to sustain this thing. And here's the best part. If he keeps drafting like this, and I don't want to do victory laps for this year's draft already, I think this draft class is going to rival the previous draft class in terms of the level of impact it has. I think these top 3 players that he got are all going to be really, really good. But with that said, that's the way to sustain it, and you will compete for Super Bowls if you keep drafting like this.
Yeah, but you have to have the opportunity to pounce on something when it presents itself, right? Mm-hmm. So was the opportunity there to pounce on and landing Trey Hendrickson? Well, I don't know. He ended up re-signing. Was the opportunity there to pounce on any of these other players? Myles Garrett, he re-signed. All these guys have ended up re-signing with their teams. So how realistic was it to land him? And now the newest one is Micah Parsons.
Yeah.
How realistic is it? Well, everybody's talking about, Green Bay they're going to make their move to go get him. And they might. Does that mean that the Lions are asleep at the wheel, or does that mean that the Lions can't get it done, or what?
Well, if a team makes a move for Micah Parsons, what they give up is a big part of the story, because you're not going to get him cheap.
No, nor should it be. But I think if you ask Lions fans right now, would you give up 2 first-round picks and a second-round pick to get Micah Parsons? And people would say, hell yes. And I would too. Because at this point, they have built this roster up through the draft. You do have confidence that they're going to be able to continue that going forth. But what you don't know is what Dallas is willing to do. Yeah. Are they serious about trying?
Right. I hope Brad Holmes knows.
Brad Holmes should know. But, I mean, what Jerry Jones is going to do, really only Jerry Jones knows. if he's going to end up, capitulating and giving Micah Parsons the contract that he wants or not. We don't know. And, one thing we've always said about Jerry is, sometimes just give him a little more time because he'll do the crazy. Remember that
that's true.
He traded for Roy Williams way back when, and we're like, wow, he really the Lions got a first-round pick for Roy. Okay, great, we'll take that. You never know what he's going to do, which means you
There's
should
just
always,
enough bourbon down in Dallas for him to do something crazy.
Just stay in touch with Jerry, because if he is willing to move that piece, can you get that piece? And you certainly would rather have that piece than see that piece go to your rival.
It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 A Ticket. Hope everybody's doing well. It is the Carson Anderson program. Gator, I got to tell you, I have something in common with you. I've realized it, and I realized it yesterday.
Our love of flannel?
No, It is, why don't you like ribs?
Get messy.
Yesterday was National Peaches Day. That's what I don't like about peaches.
Did you get messy?
Yeah, when you bite into a peach, invariably, like the juice starts to drip down your hand. It's true of nectarines. It's true of plums, which I like them all, but I think they're all messy. And I was like, because we sometimes check what national day is it that we have a topic on it. And it was National Peaches Day.
Sometimes, like every day check it, but yeah.
And I was like, you know what? One of the drawbacks of peaches, and I like them, is that they're messy. And sometimes they're like they're in that sweet spot where they're hard enough and you can cut them up and quarter them or whatever.
Sure.
And then you take the
eliminate
pit out.
the mess.
Yeah, that can help. But sometimes they're so soft, which people think sometimes it's the best of the peach, and it just starts dripping down your hand. I can't stand that. So we have that in common. For you it's ribs. For me that's also why I don't eat ribs. they're messy.
Chickens have ribs, right?
Chicken wings, though, you're same thing with chicken wings?
Right, which is kind of like, I'll eat chicken wings, but typically I like to dip them in the sauce, or if I get them, I'd rather the dry rub chicken wings.
Okay.
But if I had my druthers, I'll just get the chicken tenders or the boneless chicken wings, the misnomered boneless wing.
Gotcha. 248-539-9797. Anyway, next hour, another edition of Are You Going to Eat That? 12:35. We go to Colin and Macomb. You're on 97.1. Hello, Colin.
Hey, Doug, Gator. Great show as always. Always appreciate it.
Appreciate it.
Absolutely. So really, I wanted just to call in to kind of tell everybody to relax on the D-line. I mean, really, if you think about it, there's only a few teams that have just up and down studs across the line. And and think about it, it's one of them's the Giants. And that's not even a team that's really going to be, I'm not going to say not competitive, because with that great D-line that they have, they are going to be pretty competitive with Russell Wilson hopefully kind of being a good quarterback for them. But if you look at all great teams, Kansas City, you got Chris Jones, but really who else on that D-line is formidable to compare to another Hutch, and even the Eagles weren't able to keep Sweat on the D-line. They have.
Well,
really
I think we can agree the Eagles have a better defensive line, and we can agree on that. And there's nothing wrong with that.
Absolutely,
and that's one of the things that helps define who the Eagles are. But I understand why people want the perfect team. They want the perfect roster, and the perfect roster means that you've got Pro Bowl players at every position. So that's what they want. They want somebody opposite Hutchinson that can continue to wreak havoc. You get that pass rush; it takes pressure off of the secondary for sure. I understand it. It's just that there's no example in the history of the NFL of a perfect roster.
Absolutely, and that's all I was really calling about is like even Kansas City, they've never had a great receiving core. Every year it feels like some people fall off and they make, do with what they have. And I think that's kind of a problem in Detroit is we don't understand this culture thing because of so long we had such a bad culture that it's not exactly about 100% of the people that you put into those positions. It's about everybody doing their job. And I think that kind of showed last year with even having 15 injuries on our defense. We were still competing. Yes, towards the end of the year, we were struggling. But when you pull Jamal Adams off the couch and Kwan Alexander, people that we haven't seen that actually were great players, come in and actually do something for us, people are they're panicking. And Brad Holmes is telling you, like, we have the culture that can keep us in the winning position. And I think people talk about the 2 first-round picks and a second-round pick for a defensive end. Are you okay with giving up a Jahmyr Gibbs, a Jack Campbell, and a Sam Laporta, or a Brian Branch? It's about really thinking about who are we getting in those positions off of the deals, because you're getting a guy that you're going to want to give $40 million, and then you got three players that could go off of rookie deals.
Something, Colin, to keep in mind is Philly did just win the Super Bowl, and Philly finished in the middle of the NFL with 41 quarterback sacks, only 4 more than the Detroit Lions, who did not have Aiden Hutchinson for the bulk of the season. Another defensive line measurement is yards per rush allowed that I put a lot of stock into, and Philly was 18th in the league in yards per rush allowed. I think that speaks to I might have that wrong. Hold on for a second. They were a little bit better than that. They were, my apologies, they were 10th. The Lions Philly allowed 4.26 yards per rush allowed. The Lions were 4.53. And again, the Lions didn't have Hutch. And the Lions ended up in the end, they didn't have Lee McNeil, and they didn't have, it just felt like it was just a who's who of injuries. Philly's defensive line is good. But they weren't so off the charts good that you look at it and say, boy, the Lions better do what Philly did. Lions are good in other ways, and I think they're good enough up front defensively with a healthy group. Now, we're going to have to sit and wait on Lee McNeil.
Well, I mean, the thing is, there's such the contrast, right? I mean, Philadelphia went with the defensive lineman in the draft where the Lions could have gotten him, and instead Lions went offense. And it happened 2 years in a row like that, didn't it? The Lions ended up taking Jahmyr Gibbs and Jamison Williams into back-to-back drafts, and they got Jalen Carter and Jordan Davis. I mean, it's just different philosophies on how to do things.
Yeah, I mean, look, the reason we're talking about this is because this morning one of the questions at the Brad Holmes news conference was, have you built a roster that can win a Super Bowl? Is this goals to win a Super Bowl? Have you built a roster to win the Super Bowl? And he basically said, yeah, he loves everything in the organization, and started laundry listing all the things he loves. And then Ray Agnew came in and it was there too, the assistant GM. He was also at the podium, and he said, look, I've been part of Super Bowl teams. And you know what this team has that Super Bowl teams have? Playmakers at every level. And he's right. They really do. They have pretty much an elite player, if not elite, exceptionally good player and playmaker at every level. I mean, they got guys in the secondary. Yeah. They got guys, the linebacking core, I think, is very good. I don't know if they have a technically elite playmaker, but the defensive line clearly has one. Penei Sewell's the best offensive right tackle in the game. You've got playmakers at wide receiver. Quarterback's great. Running backs are outstanding. I mean, it looks like a pretty damn strong team.
It's almost like they're one of the favorites to win the Super Bowl or get there. So I think all three of us agree that the Lions have a really good team, a really good roster, a really good chance to go far in the playoffs.
Yep.
But if you had to pick one specific area where they're the weakest at, what would you think it would be? What would you what would you point out?
I think the center.
I worry about the interior of the offensive line, and I worry about the interior of the defensive line. I can see why both could be successful, but a lot is being asked of some young players at both those positions, at the defensive tackle spot and the 3 interior offensive line spots.
And I don't want that to sound like it's a complete indictment of Graham Glasgow. I actually think Graham Glasgow will be fine at center, but you're asking what's the weakest part of this team. It might be it, or you could say maybe the defensive end opposite Hutch. Well, but you really have to search to find weak links. And I don't know if they're weak links. They're just, okay, if I'm ranking all the positions on a piece of paper, that comes down at the bottom of it, but it's good enough.
Mine would be defensive end depth. Okay, so I think we all have a clear, absolute stud in Aiden Hutchinson. And that after that, just depth-wise, they don't even roster enough guys. You know what I mean? They came out of the first cuts with just Davenport and Muhammad, right?
Yeah.
And so then they went out and picked up one from waivers. But other than that, defensive end depth would be, I think, my personal weakest spot for the Lions. And we'll see what happens because there's still an open roster spot. And even though I don't think they're very interested in Zadarius Smith, that's a possibility. Other than that, though, I really love the team. I do.
248-539-9797. Carson Anderson, we got open lines. We will get to your phone calls coming up here on 97.1. We will play more of what Brad Holmes had to say. This got people going. Dave in Gibraltar writes in, yes, best Lions team ever, top to bottom, with the mental fortitude to win tough games in a lot of different ways, despite the one outlier game with Washington last year. Yeah, I mean, It damaged some people is what it feels like. What else here? As constructed, no, they're not winning the Super Bowl nor going to the Super Bowl. Way too thin at defensive end. That's from Med in a van. Hey, guys, this is Mike B. from Detroit. I like the roster that the Lions have, but I feel like we're an injury away on the defensive line. If Hutch or Davenport gets hurt, then we'll be running around trying to find a body to fill in. I mean, you guys are bringing up there's a lot of teams, probably every team that has a player or two that if they get hurt, they're screwed.
Yeah, most teams it's the quarterback.
And that would
100%.
be screwed
Injuries
too.
can derail a season like that. Absolutely, they can derail a season.
Hey, Doug and Scott, this Lions team is not a Super Bowl level team. I think it's a good team and a fun team, but not great. They are missing an elite rusher opposite of Hutch. Do we need a shutdown corner? How's our center and guard play? Okay, nobody else has an elite pass rusher opposite their elite pass rusher.
It's not true.
Who?
Houston.
Okay, they're pretty good. But
and the Giants they have yet to realize that potential, but these guys can be very good with the Giants. But to the point, there ain't in many of those teams.
No,
and neither of those teams. I mean,
those teams that have it aren't
make
Super
some
Bowl,
noise, but Giants do not.
Yeah, and I'm not sure I'd call them both elite, but I would say this: neither of those teams that have that are Super Bowl contenders. Well, they're not as strong as Super Bowl contenders, the Lions.
Right.
248-539-9797. Are you going to eat that at 12:35? 97.1.
I'm sorry. Did he say 15 months? Is that from right now for Tyrese Halliburton? Or is that like from when he got hurt in the first place?
Indianapolis Star Tyrese has ruptured right Achilles tendon. Couldn't come at a worse time. That I agree with. Blah, 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 blah. What is the update? From the injury, I think it'll be 15 months until I play my next game.
Okay. Well,
so essentially he's going to miss this entire season.
Yeah, which I think we kind of knew.
Yeah. I thought he's I don't know if Dustin said it or I heard him wrong. I thought he meant 15 months from today. And I'm like, well, he injured that thing 3 months ago, almost 3 months ago. And it's 15 more months?
So that would put him a year to today that he should be back and ready to go.
He'll miss this whole season. Should be good to go for next year.
Wow. That sucks.
Yep.
Achilles, man.
It's the new knee.
Doesn't sound right.
Knees are the new ankle. Achilles are the new knee.
I still can't get past. Konstantinov did not miss much time. He snapped his Achilles in the offseason, and I don't know if he missed more than like a month of the following season.
Really?
Yeah. I have to go back and
that's
look
pretty
at what his time served in the league was, but
pretty crazy.
Yeah, it was nuts.
All right, so look, we're talking about the Lions have a shot to win the Super Bowl, the best shot in your lifetime. Did Brad Holmes and company build a Super Bowl team? Because the roster's been set minus one spot. They're holding that last spot open. We'll hear more from Brad Holmes as the day goes on, but we played the soundbite when they were asked, do you think you have a chance? Do you think this team can win a Super Bowl? And he basically just went on and started. He didn't say the words yes. He just praised all different aspects of the team and the organization. Ray Agnew, who was at the podium with him, said, can we just replay the Ray Agnew cut? Because the Ray Agnew cut was really interesting. It was the more interesting of the two. And, whatever. It leads to interesting discussion. Here's why Ray Agnew thinks the Lions have a Super Bowl winning team. There you go. 248-539-9797. Do you think this is the best chance of your lifetime for Lions to win a Super Bowl? Interesting prediction from The Athletic today. They did the NFC North. They do release each division picks day by day from all their insiders, and so far they released two divisions a day, one from the AFC, one from the NFC. They did the AFC North and the NFC North. They did the AFC South. The NFC South today was the NFC East, and the AFC East tomorrow it's the West. And they had the Lions going 12-5, so a step back record-wise, but winning the division by a couple of games over Green Bay and Minnesota, who both they have at 10-7. Chicago they have at 8-9. What's interesting is that so far, with 3 of the 4 divisions revealed, the Lions have the best record of any team in the NFC. They have the Eagles winning the East, going 11-6. They have Tampa winning the South, going 10-7. So unless they have the Rams or the 49ers with 13 wins, they might be projecting the Lions to go 12-5 and still have the 1 seed.
That'd be awesome.
Would. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your phone calls. Bob is in Shelby, and he's on 97.1. Hi, Bob.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good. Thank you.
Yeah. A couple of points. I think now is exactly the time to get Micah Parsons. And, Ray Agnew, I just heard that, said, oh, yeah, you would difference makers and playmakers. And, there's a lot of question marks on our defensive line. That's a lot for Brad Holmes to gamble with, honestly. And really with the with the schedule that we have coming up, that's the toughest in a long time, and also we got so many contracts coming up in the next couple of years. If Brad Holmes doesn't go all in on this and put his chips in the middle of the table, I think the window's going to shut. Not maybe this year, but after next year, because we can't afford Laporta, Branch, JMO, Gibbs, and whoever else might be coming back up. He's got to show the team that he means business and go to get a real big name and close the defensive line hole. That's a lot. To go into the Super Bowl with a defensive line like that leaves a big question mark.
Well, but to go into seasons with the roster that they have, and I do think they can hang on to the guys for the next several years, because the salary cap goes up and up and up, and they can keep doing that. And they'll also have it at one time or another. They're going to have players who, at that point in time, can restructure their contracts to make it easier to hang on to those guys. Bob, if they were to go ahead and make a big splash move now, that's where you have the hurt that you can't re-sign one of these guys. If you go after like a Micah Parsons, for instance, that's going to cost you twice as much as what Brian Branch cost you, or almost twice as much as what Brian Branch would cost you.
Yeah, but if this is the year, and really, do we really think we're going to be able to get Laporta back, all these guys back that are essentially?
Yes. Yeah, I do. I think that's what I think that's why they're doing it. Yeah, I do.
Oh, okay.
I mean, there might be one or two that they lose, but
like 2 years.
Bob, I guess I wouldn't. I appreciate that you want to win this Super Bowl, and adding Micah Parsons, we'd all agree would be an elite move, and yes, that would help tremendously, and it would make them look like an even stronger team, in a lot of ways, of course. However, the cost of what it would be to give up financially and the return is, I think, that closes the window. That makes it more like this year or else. I mean, one of the things that Brad Holmes values, he does value his draft picks a lot, but those draft picks become cheap alternatives to veteran players that he can keep cycling veteran players, getting them their money, but keeping cheaper players, helping them make plays. That's what makes it sustainable. I said it last hour, and I don't mean to get super repetitive, but he shouldn't be running this organization with the desperation of 60 years hanging over his head. If you do that, you're going all in. He should be running it the best way to build a team that's got a shot to win the Super Bowl each and every year. There are no guarantees. You cannot build a perfect team. You can try, but if you start going all in for 1 year, that's what closes the window quicker, if you ask me. So I'm okay with it. But I know a lot of people agree with Bob.
Yeah, because it's like, I've said this before, sometimes GMs operate and fans don't like this. Like they're trying to win multiple championships, but you haven't won one championship yet. And if you want to go back to where Brad Holmes came from with the Rams, F them picks, they went all in, right? They went and traded Goff and a bunch of picks and got a quarterback they thought could win it for them that year. And it happened, and it paid off. And it doesn't always happen, but it happened. And so with the fans, like that last caller that wants Micah Parsons, whoever, they want to go for it now because being competitive for 3, 4, 5 years is fun. But if you have no championships, they're like, well, what are we doing?
The one thing that's happened too is, and I mean, if you go back and listen with Max Crosby, Myles Garrett, Trey Hendrickson, we've been pretty consistent here saying, I don't think any of those guys are getting traded. I don't think they're really on the block. I think it's all part of negotiation, and they're not really getting dealt. Hold a fork to my nose and make me make a prediction. Where's Micah Parsons' next team? It's Dallas.
I would agree with you.
I don't know that these guys are actually available.
Yeah, my 51 says he stays with Dallas, but if it's possible he gets traded, you would hope that the Lions at least picked up the phone and talked with him.
There is a variable here that is different than any other, and that is Jerry. 248-539-9797. Jay in White Lake. Hi, Jay.
Hey, boys. How you doing?
What's up?
This has been a great hour and a half of radio. I don't think I took enough crazy pills to understand what some of these people are saying, but I got to say thank you, guys. I'm a restaurant guy, and one of my fryers went down last night, and I'm driving out to get a new one. It's $1,500, and I've been frustrated and ornery all morning, but for the last hour and a half, I have been laughing, and I have been it's been great. So you guys made my day a lot better. I really appreciate it.
Maybe a couple of air fryers instead.
I wish I have air fryers at home, but I can't use them at the restaurant. But I'm going to maybe go the opposite. Maybe I'm naive. Maybe I got rose-colored glasses. But, this team, I think we got a fantastic football team. I mean, you can pick everything apart all you want with all the negativity and the frustration. But at the end of the day, we got a great O-line. We got a great D-line. We've got so many offensive weapons. It's ridiculous. Ben Johnson walks out the door. It's not like there was a whiteboard that magically got erased when he walked out and we're starting from scratch. I guess for me, it boils down to, I think that from the ownership down in this team, they have made so many good decisions over the last few years and taken us from historically a horrible football team into something that gives Detroit a reason to be excited for the last couple of years. I'm going to put my trust in these guys, and I'm going to sit back and I'm going to zone out the noise, and I'm just going to watch and enjoy. And I'm going to take more from their decisions than Bill in a car or Steve at work and whatever their opinions are on the Lions need to do this and need to do that, because I played Red Baron Little League football when I was a kid and I know better. I'm not interested in all that. I think we got a great football team. And when I listen to these pressers from like Agnew and Brad Holmes, I don't get frustrated and want to pick it apart. I get excited. These guys are excited.
Jay, hey, look, we're up against it.
I
Appreciate the phone call. Thank you very much. And thank you for listening, and good luck with your fryer. But we do got to get to a break. It's Carson Anderson coming up. Brad Holmes, which player has taken a big step forward in your opinion? And you hear what he had to say at 12:18 here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, there's been air quality alerts out there, right? Are you concerned about the air you breathe? You should be. That's why you should contact CGC Home Services. CGC offers Aeris Active Pure technology, reducing 99% of airborne bacteria, viruses, and mold. Why choose CGC Home Services? Well, rapid response, zero hassle, upfront pricing, no hidden fees, plus the latest advanced equipment and precision techniques. Call CGC Home Services at 855-339-4242 today. That's 855-339-4242, or visit them at cgchomeservices.com. Are you going to eat that coming up at 12:35? It's Coach and Anderson, open lines. Are the Lions good enough to win the Super Bowl? And is this like the best chance in your lifetime? Do you feel as good about this team going into a season as you have had any Detroit Lions team? This was Brad Holmes speaking today. And one of the more interesting questions he and Ray Agnew just asked straight up, do you think your team's good enough to win the Super Bowl? And, hopes are high. Agnew had a great comparison between Super Bowl teams that he was part of and how this Lions team has mimicked that with playmakers at every level all over the roster. They're not perfect. They do have holes. They do have concerns. My bigger concerns are I hope all the young players and the new guys that are going to be counted on in the interior of the offensive line and the defensive line can get the job done. Those things stand out to me. The center spot, Gator, you said that. You go from Ragnow to Glasgow. I mean, Frank Ragnow was one of the best in the league. Yeah. And so now it's even if Graham Glasgow isn't as good as Frank Ragnow, it doesn't mean this team can't be competent and can be better in other ways. So one of them is who has stepped up. Like, who has stepped up elsewhere? Because there's players that are kind of in the infancy stages of their careers that can be better this year than they were a year ago. And that was one of the questions asked of Brad Holmes today. Who looks better this year than last? Here's what he had to say. I'm such a huge Terrion Arnold fan. I think Terrion Arnold, like the concern over the pass rush that some people have, and I get it, I would say they have addressed it in this way. I think their secondary is going to be better. This is all part of pass defense. When the quarterback drops back to pass, if they are better in coverage, and I think they've upgraded at the corner spot, going with DJ Reed over Carlton Davis, I think Terrion Arnold will be improved. The safeties have been nothing but really good. And Amik Robertson, who got hurt last year in that postseason game early, that was a big loss. He's a damn good player. I think you're looking at a better secondary, and hence those guys are going to cover longer, and the guys up front will have more time to get to the quarterback. And so while they didn't address the pass rush directly opposite of Hutch with any kind of big move, probably the biggest move of the offseason in terms of veteran signing, am I wrong? Is it DJ Reed?
Yeah.
And so that helps the pass rush.
Yeah, look, I don't expect it to be DJ Reed be a drop-off from Carlton Davis. And does he have potential to be an upgrade? He's got potential, but I'm not going to hold my breath on it. Let's just say it's a good swap out, and that's fine. But this team, you go back to the first 5 games of last year, one of the best defensive teams in football. They were. And then all the injuries happened. They still finished, if I'm not mistaken, the top 10 of the NFL defensively in a lot of the passing categories. So I think if you look at passer rating against, I think they were one of the tops in the league. This is a team that has a ton of young players that can get better quickly, that already have hit the ground running with their careers. You know, we talk about offensively with Jahmyr Gibbs he's just entering his 3rd year. He's already one of the best running backs in the league. Jamison Williams is getting ready to start his 3rd real year of football here. And judging by what we were able to see at training camp, he is poised to have a monster year with the Detroit Lions offense. And that's just the offensive side. The defensive side, my God, yes, you have 2 really young safeties that are playing great together. Terrion Arnold, who's going to take a big step forward this year, and already did last year. In the second half of last year, he was light years better than what he was to start the season. I expect this team to be very, very competitive. It is not a perfect roster that is nearly impossible to attain. If it's possible for them to go out and trade for Micah Parsons, yes, I want them to explore it. Do I think it's realistic? Probably not. Do I think Jerry's going to end up re-upping with Micah Parsons? I think he should, and I expect him to. But what they can control is their own roster right now. Do they need to add Zadarius Smith? Maybe. Maybe not. I'd like to see him add him just because it's another healthy body at a position that might be thin right now because they only have a few edge rushers on the team.
248-539-9797. Jacob, Plymouth, you're next. What's up, Jacob?
Hey, guys, to what you just said, I don't expect a secondary, no matter if it's an all-pro secondary, to cover more than 4 seconds. And Aaron Glenn's gone, the defensive coordinator from last year. And I called last year about the pass rush. And I said, outside of Adrian Hutchinson, who do they have? And McNeil isn't going to be back for a while. If you told me they signed Zadarius Smith, I'd love Michael Parsons, but a Zadarius Smith would work. They just need a 7 to 10 sack guy on the other side if Hutchinson is controlled or is hurt.
I think Davenport can be a 7 to 10 sack guy.
There's a caveat.
He had it once. He had it maybe once in his whole career. Didn't he have it like 5 years ago in like St. Louis?
The caveat to the Davenport discussion is if he can stay healthy. If he can stay healthy, they're fine at the other end. But he hasn't been able to stay healthy, so it's a big question mark.
And I would love, anybody. I'd love Crosby. Who wouldn't say, oh yeah, who wants Crosby and Hendrickson? I mean, all I'm saying is they need someone. And I called last year about it. It's just
none of those guys got dealt. I don't think any of those guys were legitimately available.
And it got exposed in the playoffs. And to win a Super Bowl, you have to have a pass rush. And I think you have to have more than just one elite player. It doesn't have to be 2 elite, just one elite player and one pretty good one to win a Super Bowl. If they sign Zadarius Smith, yes. Is it the closest to a Super Bowl in my lifetime as a Lions fan? Yeah, but that's also not saying much.
Well, look, I mean, I guess we have a fundamental disagreement in terms of, you want – I guess you do want Zadarius Smith. He is available. I don't think the Lions are interested. And if I had to speculate why, pure speculation on my part, I mean, maybe something behind the scenes happened. I kind of wonder a little bit if he wanted to sit out training camp, and they don't want any kind of player that wants to sit out training camp. It doesn't seem to fit their mold. They want a guy that leans into the work. But that's pure speculation. I'm trying to make it make sense as to why they don't want a guy that seemed to help them.
The only way that I can...
And a guy who's available that seemed to help him. Sorry, Gator.
The only way I can see where it makes sense for them not to bring back Zadarius Smith is that they saw enough last year to say this isn't going to work out.
You do have to think about diminishing returns. We had the data last year that when guys hit 30, not all of them, but there's a good number of edge rushers whose sack numbers really start to drop.
Right. And I agree with that. But do I expect him to be more productive than one of the guys they just picked up or anybody that's on the current roster? I mean, I think he can be, but we don't know what's going on behind the scenes. We don't know what Smith's camp is asking for. We don't know how the Lions feel about Zadarius Smith.
I think everyone's just digging way too deep into this. I think he's just not a fit for what they want. Like, he's a guy who just wants to get to the quarterback. Now he's getting older. He's probably not going to get the quarterback as easily. Guess who's healthy this year? Aiden Hutchinson. You know why they love Davenport? He's a power edge guy that sets the edge. It sets the edge, and then he also plays the run. I think that's the type of guy they're looking for opposite Hutch. I just think Zadarius was a guy they had to sign because they were so depleted on that defensive line and they needed a guy to get to the quarterback because they didn't have Hutch. Zadarius was the guy who's available for cheap. But as far as moving forward, I think they knew they were going to cut him immediately after the season, which they did. And bringing him back, they have an open roster spot right now, and they haven't called him.
Yeah, there's something up there, and it might be just that. It might be that they just don't think he fits. He's just too much of a – they want somebody that maybe plays a run a little bit more than Zadarius Smith. I don't know, but there's – I'd love to have the truth serum and find out why they're not interested. Brad Holmes got asked about it. We'll play it for you later today, and he didn't give up a whole much. To the caller's point, though, would Max Crosby and Trey Hendrickson help this team? Of course.
Yeah, thanks. You know who was not available last year at the trade deadline?
Max Crosby.
There you go.
And Trey Hendrickson, where'd he end up?
He ended up
back in his team.
Cincinnati.
Where did Myles Garrett end up?
Right back with his team in Cleveland.
And there's the one variable with Micah that might be different. And that's enough bourbon in the glass, and you never know what Jerry might do. And so,
has Parsons burned that bridge? Has Jerry burned that bridge?
Yeah, maybe that's a possibility. And so he might be the one that there is a path to, but I even suspect not in reality. I bet he's back with Dallas. Another edition of Are You Going to Eat That today at 12:35 here on 97.1. There is one other variable here that I think is realistic. And we do something, we put up these guardrails and try and stay within them. And I think honestly, thinking Max Crosby was really, truly going to be traded last year was outside those guardrails. I think the same thing was true with Myles Garrett. I think the same thing was true of Trey Hendrickson. I don't know that that's always going to be the case. Trey Hendrickson got a 1-year contract. He got this contract redone for this 1 year.
Right. They gave him more money for this year.
Yep.
And now he's a free agent at the end of the year.
And reading stuff out of Cincinnati, the belief is this is the last year for Trey Hendrickson in Cincinnati. If the Lions sit tight and the Bengals poop the bed the first half of the season, I do think Trey Hendrickson will become available. Because Cincinnati will find themselves in a situation where they're going to lose them anyway, and they're not going to go to the playoffs. Now, last year, they looked like they weren't going to go to the playoffs, and they made one hell of a run, right? They almost did.
It's a very talented offensive football team that if they can get out of their own way on as an organization, they'll be fine defensively to make another playoff run. But sometimes they can't help it. And this offseason, they tried to get in the way as much as possible with their rookie defensive lineman they drafted, the rookie edge rusher they drafted, and then with Trey Hendrickson, this whole experiment. But now these guys are back on the roster. Cincinnati should be a playoff team. But yes, if they're not, if they struggle out of the gate, Cincinnati should trade them because you don't want to lose that for nothing. I mean, getting a compensatory draft pick doesn't mean anything.
I think when you really get down to is there accessibility, real accessibility to these players? I think that's the only one with Trey Hendrickson. That's the path to actual accessibility. I don't think Cincinnati was ever interested in trading him. He talked about it, but they weren't really that interested. And then the Bourbon Glass and Jerry, maybe something can be worked out with Micah. This one seems to have crossed some lines. But if I were a betting man, I bet he's playing in Dallas this year and beyond.
Yeah.
If I were a betting man.
Probably is. The thing with Hendrickson, if he does become available at the trade deadline, if Cincinnati is in the crapper and need to make a move, the Lions won't be the only team interested. There's going to be a bunch of teams that are interested, and then it becomes who can bid the most to get the player. And that's a whole other discussion to have, 10 or 11 weeks from now.
All right, are you ready for another edition of Are You Going to Eat That?
Most definitely.
Let's go. All right, here we go. These are new things available, or new things to us available. Want to know, have you any interest, Scott, in the new Duke's Mayo Spicy Habanero Flavored Mayo? Spicy habanero flavor, a kick of heat from a fiery habanero peppers balanced out with garlic. Scott, are you going to eat that?
Yeah, I'd try that out. I think Duke's Mayo is the best. And I love Hellman's, but I think Duke's is a little notch above it. You want to add some kick to it? Yeah, I'm about that. I'd give that a shot.
Kang, you?
Yeah, I'm a spicy mayo fan. As long as it's not too spicy. Habanero can get very spicy, but with that being said, I like spicy mayo. I'd give it a shot.
I really can't stand mayonnaise, but I really like spicy stuff. And I think this might actually be something that could work for me.
Whoa.
So I think.
Yeah, but think about it. You love elote, right? Yep. Use this instead of regular mayonnaise.
No, I like that. I like that a lot because that's the
bit.
one. Elote corn is the one use of mayonnaise that I accept.
Tortilla cheese and the spicy mayo. Yep. There you go.
All right, so 3 yeses. Next up, Twisted Tea has come out with something new. The brand has a nostalgic red pop flavor inspired by the classic red, white, and blue ice cream treat that you used to get, like the Bomb Pop.
Oh, Bomb Pop, yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, when you say red, white, and blue and you start talking about a drink, I started thinking about red, white, and blue beer.
No.
Oh, I miss RWB.
It offers a bold flavor profile of lemon, lime, cherry, and blue raspberry in the hard tea. The Twisted Tea Rocket Pop. Scott, you going to drink that?
Yeah, hell yeah, I'm going to drink that. It's going to taste delicious. I'm going to give that a shot for sure. Faux show.
Can you?
Yeah, I'm in. I don't know how many of these I could have, depending on how sweet it is.
Yeah.
But I'd definitely try at least one.
Yeah,
for
this
sure.
sounds way too sugary for my taste. Like,
of course.
Yeah. So I'm out.
Hey, you can have one wine cooler, right, Doug?
Yeah, come on,
Little
man.
Bartles and James.
Yeah.
Little Sun Country.
Little California.
Let's go. Yeah, I can't believe how I used to put away 2 liters of that back in the day. I mean, it's just sugar.
I just had such a visceral reaction thinking back to the last time that I had a wine cooler out of the 2-liter bottle. That is not something that you want to pound in the parking lot of Cobo Arena prior to going into the wrestling matches. That just
Okay.
let me let you know that for sure.
In case I'm ever at
In
Cobo.
case you're ever at the rooftop.
So
at
you've
Cobo.
heard.
Yeah. You do not want to be pounding the 2-liter
They
with,
had
with
2
a buddy.
liters of wine coolers?
Yeah,
2
it was
liters.
amazing.
And I bet
It was so
It
sweet.
looked like 2 liters you have like popping, but it'd be wine coolers.
Yes, it was wine cooler. Isn't that amazing?
Yes.
Yes.
I mean, wine coolers were a generation's seltzers. A different generation's seltzers.
Yeah, like
when wine
Zima,
coolers
right?
came out, Zima
Zima's
was part of
different.
it.
It was different.
Zima was different, but it was that era.
I miss wine coolers. Now that I think, I get a little nostalgia, but then you said 2-liter, and then
The
that
2
whole
liter
different
things.
remember.
That was really aggressive. All right. So next up, Lay's. Lay's has come out with 3 new tailgating inspired flavors.
It'll be tough to say no to these. All right, what do you
The
got?
hot sauce is made in a partnership with Frank's Red Hot and features fiery, spicy Lay's. There is the loaded nachos chip, which is a fan favorite on game day. It is a mix of cheese, spices, and jalapeno flavors.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's the kettle cooked cheesy buffalo dip potato chip with creamy, cheesy, tangy, spicy flavors in one crunchy bite. Gator, are you gonna eat that?
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
All 3, huh?
Yes. Well, I mean, what's any of those sound bad? And all 3 of those sound, oh, here we go. The hand races from Doug. Which one sounds bad to you?
The first 2. I would try the kettle cooked cheesy buffalo dip ones.
Kang?
Listen, I'll try them all because I just like the salted snacks.
Yeah.
But I will say this, Gator. I think a lot of these are not as good as ever advertised.
They may not be.
You know what I mean? Like in general, like whenever there's a new one, I'm going to try it, but I tend to just go back to the classics with chips. You know, whether
I
it's
agree with
ranch
you.
or nacho cheese or just,
But
a
gonna
sour
try
cream
it.
and onion.
A loaded nacho? Come on
Yeah,
now.
I'm definitely going to try it.
Yeah.
Buffalo, because you love buffalo chicken dip, but
I'm
it's not going to
saying.
be as good as buffalo chicken dip
Maybe I should make some buffalo chicken dip this weekend.
with those chips.
Got football coming out. Well, the chip's not going
I
to
know,
stand
it's
up
not
to
going to
the
hold
dip.
up. Yeah.
All right, TikTok. Burger King has introduced an all-new crispy onion Whopper inspired by customers. The new crispy onion Whopper is a crunchy, savory, and even a bit sweet quarter-pound flamed grilled burger topped with lettuce, tomato, mayo, American cheese, bacon, pickles, and the chain's fan-loved onion rings, crispy onions, and sweet and smoky barbecue sauce.
All right, so it's basically it's a Whopper with bacon, and it's the crispy
And the
onions
crispy
instead
onions,
of, and
yeah.
the crispy onions instead of the regular onions. So
No, and barbecue sauce.
and that's fine. I'll try it. I don't love to have bacon on my burger.
I think there's actually onion rings on this too.
Most barbecue burgers have some kind of onion, like fried onion on them. Onion petals, onion straws. This one, onion rings.
I try it. It's not typically something I would order. I mean, I don't go to BK all that often. Once every few years I'll go there. I love the original chicken sandwich they have there, old school, and I like a Whopper. I'll try it. I'll give it a bite.
You, Kang?
Yeah, I'll try it. I think they have one. It's called the Rodeo Burger cheeseburger, though. I feel like it's the same thing, except bigger.
Could be. I could do this without the bacon and the Impossible Whopper. That would work for me. I'd be interested in this. And I think they substitute the Impossible Whopper out for anything. So, are you ready, Gator, for the last one? It is pumpkin spice season.
Do I need to look that up?
I'm out.
That sounds like something
all you
waiting to
get.
happen on the Urban Dictionary. I'm going to stay away from this.
I'm out.
It is pumpkin spice season. The pumpkin spice lattes are back at Starbucks. They also have a pumpkin cream chai and pumpkin cream cheese muffin. Gator, all the pumpkin options at Starbucks. Are you going to eat that?
I don't drink coffee, so all that stuff's out. But the pumpkin spice, cheese muffin. Yeah, I'll try that. I'm all about that.
Okay, Kang, you?
I'm not a hot coffee guy. I'm an iced coffee guy. So maybe it comes in iced coffee.
They do have it. Yeah, there's a pumpkin spice iced. I had a whole long list.
Latte, frappuccino.
Yeah. But they got an iced
Colada.
version.
Yeah, grande.
Yep.
Venti.
With oat milk.
My friend drinks coffee all the time, but she had never had a pumpkin spiced latte before.
PSL.
So last week when it came out, her coworker said, "You've never had this," and she said, "No." They all got her one and gathered around to see what her opinion was of it. And she's like, "I mean, it's good, but it's like dessert. What am I?" And these people are living off it. Like have these giant. They get the biggest. The venti or whatever it is from Starbucks, the biggest ones that you can get, and they just drink them all day long. And yeah, I mean, I'd like to have a milkshake all day long too, I guess, but it seems weird. Is that basically what it is?
No, it's an oversell. But Kang, you get a cold one.
I try a cold one.
Yep. I will drink a pumpkin spice latte. I love them, and they're not too sugary.
They're not?
No, I don't think so. Well, you skim milk, but yeah, they're not too sugary. So there you go. There's another edition of Are You Going to Eat That? All right, coming up, Brad Holmes, what happened with Broderick Martin and Hendon Hooker? You'll hear what he had to say today at 12:52 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, let me tell you about Twin Peaks. It's Thursday, and you got to be thirsty, right? Let's talk about a best place to go to quench that thirst. Twin Peaks, you know what I'm talking about if you've been there. If you haven't, what are you waiting for? Let's talk about their draft beer for a second. Chilled lines poured in those drafts at a bone-chilling 29 degrees. They pour that into a mug that's been freezing for a minimum of 6 hours. That combination creates beer crystals. You will literally see glaciers in your mug. And they got enough mugs on hand where each mug is used only once a day. You know what pairs well with 29-degree beer? Well, how about a great kitchen with scratch-made food? On top of that, their beer of the month this month is Twin Peaks Light, just $5 for 22 ounces. It's a great place to go after you're done golfing or watching football. You know, the fancy football drafts, if you haven't done yours yet, there are spots still available. Talk to your local Twin Peaks. Special perks for league commissioners and members. Draft kits available. Call to make your reservation today. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views.
So I've, in full disclosure, I've never, I shouldn't say never. I have ordered a coffee for others at one of the establishments that changes the name of small, medium, large.
I think we all know what you're talking about.
Yeah. And I refuse to use the other vernacular. Refuse to.
You always say small, medium, large. You will not say what else they have.
Whatever they want you to say. So they'll repeat, oh, you want the blank. I'm like, whatever the medium is. Yes, black coffee. And oh, did you want the French roast? Or black coffee, medium.
Did it ever occur to you you're turning into a grumpy old man?
No.
Exactly something a grumpy old man would say.
I just
No, but honestly, the whole Starbucks thing, Doug, I wouldn't even know how to order going in there. Like if someone handed me their order and I know it's gonna be insane because that's how it is, right? I'd be like, I'd rather just go buy you tampons because I honestly am gonna rather do that than try to stand up there and put this order out there. And
well, there's a new way you can do it.
Are you sure you don't want tampons?
I know, right?
I mean, really, are you sure?
I'll go get them right now.
You can always just order on the app and you don't have to say anything.
You still got to do the whole order though, right?
I mean, sure, but it's just clicking on buttons.
What's it? Oat milk, venti, froth.
If you don't want oat milk,
Splenda.
you don't click on oat milk.
Pumpkin spice latte, colada with a couple cubes of ice, with a half frappe, steamed skim milk. Can I get a half soy, half oat milk, chunkalada, whatever that.
Chunkalada?
I don't know, man. I think that's what would happen if I drank one of those things. I would chunkalada.
Do you guys have 2 liters of wine coolers?
I get some Sun Country.
It was only like one flavor. They only had like this citrus flavor, which was great. But yeah, it's
Did they only have one flavor?
Sun Country, I think, only had the one.
They had more than that.
Did they have like a fruit punch one or something? Or is it just the?
Dude, we're talking to an audience of people over 50, and we can probably let it go. But yeah, they were. That was sort of a breakthrough deal when we were that age. We had seltzers too. They were called wine coolers.
Remember, California Cooler had the orange flavor, which was delicious. And then he had others. Seagram's had one they had different flavors, like black cherry or something like that.
They need to make a comeback.
You think so?
No, but
the problem is
everything else comes
over.
back. Yeah, everything comes back. So, can you get wine coolers?
Doug, I got to ask you a question.
Sure.
All right, because you said you can just order on the app.
Yeah.
So Kenny brought up the app, and he said he's more confused than ever, and I am too. It says shot prep upside down. What does that mean?
That I have no idea.
The option.
I have no
of
idea.
The shot prep upside down or not?
Does that mean that they put the
shot goes in last?
There's something they squirt in there, or do they wait till they don't do it first? They do it last? Yeah. Is that it? I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't know either. I don't have when I do get Starbucks, it's not a very complicated order, so.
What do you get when you go?
I just go on and hit order, previous order, and order again.
Yeah, and what is that order?
It would be a pumpkin spice latte. They're really good.
How many a year do you get, you think?
I don't know.
Season.
How season? I don't know. 40.
Really?
That's a bit of an overstatement.
Did not expect it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't go for coffee every day. That's the thing. Coffee to me is, and I'll tell you why. I did for a while, and then I was like, it got to be a Saturday, and I didn't have to get up early, and I woke up and I had a searing headache because I hadn't had any coffee, and I'm like, oh, this is caffeine addiction. And so I'm like, I'm not going to be that guy.
That or the 12 beers the night before, but yeah.
Well, I mean, I'm pretty sure I know the difference between a caffeine headache and a hangover, but
yeah, no, there is a withdrawal that happens.
Yeah, it sucks. So I've decided, and I'm getting dangerously close to a point in my life where I'm like, should I just start drinking coffee? Can we sound older? Let's move on. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Roy. You're next on 97 Win a Ticket. Hi, Roy.
What's your favorite candy, Roy? Werther's?
I don't know. Reese's.
There you go.
Okay. So I had to make a couple quick points because you guys were driving me crazy. I love your show. I'm a Michigan fan, Live in Michigan.
Go ahead, Roy. Let us have it. What do you disagree with? Why'd you call in?
Okay. So Hendrickson, Doug, 100% agree. Great opportunity to get him at the trade deadline because obviously he's going to be 31. You're going to get him on a rental price
if he's available.
Yep, they got to
start. If they're in the playoffs, they're not going to trade him.
Exactly. But I do disagree with the Bengals part. It's not their fault that they didn't get the contract done. He's 31 years old almost. I'm not putting that on them. I'm not paying a guy that old as much money.
Did we say that?
No. This part here is the next part. Is what I disagree on. Micah Parsons, you have 0% chance at getting him.
Well,
I will beer bong 5 shoot the boots if you want, but it's just there's no way. This conversation is a fun conversation, just like Roy from Jetto bagging Sidney Sweeney, but it's not going to happen. I mean, Jerry is a horrible GM in my opinion, but he's not stupid. He's not going to trade this man to the Lions, and the Lions aren't going to trade for him.
Right. So understand that neither Doug nor I think that Jerry's going to trade him.
I know. Yeah. But the problem I have is you had a fan call in earlier, and he's like, "Oh, Brad Holmes, he's got to make a play for Parsons." Well, I'm sorry, guys. If that's what you're thinking, that's ridiculous. It's not going to happen.
But
not you guys, but fans. There's
the thing is that we have in Detroit is that they traded Roy Williams to the Cowboys for a 3rd-round pick, and a first. And we're like, what? So there's always a factor with Jerry that is in the back of my mind that something crazy could happen. And then I'll say what I say at the end of this. I've said it at the end of every sentence. I think he will be in Dallas this year. I don't think there's very much of a chance, but with Jerry...
Because the crazy part with Jerry is usually acquiring somebody, not giving up something. Hey, you're dead to me. I'm going to trade y'all for nothing. No, that's not going to happen. If he does decide that he's going to trade him, all I'm saying is I would hope that the Lions are on the phone to try to make an offer. Would the Lions be able to make the same competitive offer as other teams? I don't know.
Look, let's be clear too. I don't even really think it's worth talking about. Fans talk about it a lot, so we bring it up. I don't expect he's going to be traded, but there's always that Jerry crazy factor. And if there's a Jerry crazy factor, you want to be the team that takes advantage of crazy Jerry, not the team that sits it out. You know what was funny last year about I went back just to look up what Philly did because Philadelphia won the Super Bowl, of course. What did they do at the trade deadline? And you know what I found? I found stories criticizing Howie Roseman for sitting out the trade deadline. And I'm like, And they were like, the Eagles decided they didn't need anything. And people were being critical of them at the time. And, these guys, the problem with trade discussion is operating in what's real and what's not. We had the one guy call and tell us he would have traded for Trey Hendrickson. And he would have traded for Max Crosby. And he called us a year ago to tell us that. I'm like, dude, I'm glad you would have. I think a lot of people would have. If they were actually available and had a reasonable price tag. But you're mad at Brad Holmes because you didn't make those trades. You don't even know if those players were available. And Brad said guys weren't. Now maybe that doesn't fly with you, but they didn't get traded. And if they were, the price tags, you go, okay, would you do this? Oh, I wouldn't have done that. When you start talking about, because if I'm doing a talk show I'm doing a talk show in Detroit. And somebody in some other town is going, you know who we should trade for? Aiden Hutchinson. I'm like, okay, you call me and I'm the Lions GM and you want Aiden Hutchinson? And I'm actually at some loggerhead over the contract and he's under contract this year and next anyway. I'm asking for like 5 first-round picks.
Right, and players.
Because they're still a team trying to win a Super Bowl. So, yeah, I mean, but that guy called and wanted us to know that he was the guy that would have traded for Max Crosby last year and would have traded for Trey Hendrickson.
No, I mean, the thing that you always have to say is how far would you push yourself? And you got to do it at all cost. Okay, here's the cost. Would you do it for that? And if you're still yes, okay, fair enough. But if you hesitate, then understand that that's a real possibility of what's being asked.
All right, we got sidetracked, and we'll get to the soundbite from Brad Holmes. What happened with Broderick Martin and Hendon Hooker? That straight ahead on 97.1 The Ticket.
Final hour of the Carson Anderson Show here at 97.1 The Ticket. Taking your calls and texts, 248-539-9797. Tell you, we had I'm not going to say it's a heated discussion. It's been an interesting discussion today regarding football and the Detroit Lions and perceived missteps along the way to creating what Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell think is the best roster they've ever had.
Look, I think we all want to improve the team. We all want to see them win the Super Bowl. There's so many different ways to get there. This is, after being out there at camp and seeing the joint practices, even the days they didn't dominate, God, they look good. And the Goff to Amon-Ra thing, they are so dialed in right now. They are so dialed in. I think you're going to have one of the elite connections in the NFL. There's talent at every position group. Like, they're ready to roll here. You don't turn down a chance to get better. They got this really weird thing with this open roster spot. And Brad said, we got down to 50 because, we had a standard and we had 50 guys that made the team. And then they claimed 2 off waivers, both defensive linemen. Ray Agnew actually talked about those players. We'll play that for you coming up, what they got in those 2. But here's what we promised. What happened with Broderick Martin and Hendon Hooker? Here's what Brad Holmes said. Okay, there's a few things there. One, I really like the line after action review. Got to take a look at it. There's a few things I'd like to get better. I mean, if you got to be able in any line of work, look in the mirror and say, I could have done it better.
Sure.
But pretty good at your job, Brad. Like, I'm glad you're doing that. It's a good thing that you're doing that. Those picks didn't work out. A lot of third-round picks around the league don't work out. It's not like you wasted a layup. You took a shot, it missed. Got it. He's owned it. He's owning it there. After action review.
Yeah, and fortunately he hasn't missed any of his first-round picks yet. And those would be layups. Like, particularly when you're drafting.
Supposed to be, yeah.
When you took Aiden Hutchinson, that's a layup. And same thing with Penei Sewell. I mean, I still don't know what would have happened if Atlanta didn't do what they did in that draft, if they didn't take the tight end, if they went and took Penei Sewell, would the Lions have taken that player from, I can't remember the tight end receiver from the Falcons.
They took number 8, yeah. Kid from Florida. What the hell's his name?
Kyle Pitts.
Thank you.
Pitts.
God.
Because remember, they were really high on Kyle Pitts. Had the Lions taken Kyle Pitts, if he were there, it'd be a whole different discussion. But he didn't. Penei fell into their lap, and now they got one of the top players in football.
Okay, so here's a soundbite, and the question was asked about the 53rd spot, and I believe the questioner, Kang, am I right? The questioner brought up the name Zadarius Smith in the question. Here's what Brad had to say about that open 53rd spot on the roster. I don't understand that. And Dave Burkett sought explanation, and Brad was just like, we wanted to keep 50 players. 50 met the standard. But it doesn't sound like he's about to jump out and go after Zadarius Smith. Specifically.
No, not specifically. I mean, they have to fill the roster.
Or do they? Are they going to be the first team to try and win it all with just 50?
I mean, it seems like a missed opportunity if you don't fill the roster, but we'll wait to see who they do fill that roster spot with. Do I think it's specifically for Zadarius Smith? No, but I think it's a strong possibility it could be Zadarius Smith.
I just don't think it is.
Well, the longer it drags out, the more I guess it plays into that thought, but he hasn't signed with anybody yet.
I know.
And I wonder if it's because he just wants to be in Detroit and he wants Detroit to meet the number that he's willing to play for.
Well, he was under contract this year and they cut him. So there's no way they're going to bring him back for more, right? They'll only bring him back for less. All right. Those are some of the house cleaning, keeping issues there with Brad Holmes. And there's more. We'll get to it later this hour. Kyle Pinckney says, am I the only one who thinks that this year's Lions team is actually better than last year's team? Our core young guys have experience and are hungry. Kyle, I don't think you're the only one. Like on paper, this might be a better team with a worse record. Schedule's tougher. And again, on paper. Are we on week 4? Are we going to be saying, why did we call this a tough schedule? Are we going to be doing that again? We do it every year. The schedule isn't what we think it's going to be. I don't know how this one isn't tough.
It seems like this one's really tough.
It does.
But it's tough in that when you look at it, you're not saying automatic win. Like, you think it's going to be a battle. I think that's fair. Doesn't mean they won't win the games.
Mm-hmm.
Just means when you go to Baltimore, it's tough to win in Baltimore. It's a good football team. I'm not saying they won't win it. Same thing with going at Kansas City. It's not easy to win at Kansas City. Though the Lions have done it. Going into Washington, that's a house of horrors for the Detroit Lions, historically. Into Philadelphia. Man, this is looking tough.
It does look tough on paper, doesn't it?
Yeah. Let alone, Green Bay, Minnesota.
I know, but every year we say we learned our lesson, and then we do the same thing.
No, I think this is I
think this is authentically tough.
This is authentically tough.
All right, here we go.
Yeah.
Ryan and Brighton. The Lions have bad linebackers. The defensive line has no depth or talent aside from Hutch. The corners are serviceable. The Lions were 0-2, Bills and Commanders, in shootout. Okay, first of all, I don't know what your record in shootouts has to do with anything.
Well, when the game gets to a shootout is what he's saying. They ended up losing those games.
Well, if you give up a ton of points, I bet when you give up a ton of points, your odds of losing goes way up.
Yeah,
That's
probably.
one.
But, I mean, when you score 42 in a game, you expect to win.
Like they did at 42-29 over Seattle. Was that a shootout?
I would say that's a shootout, yeah.
Or is it only a shootout if you lose it? Or the San Francisco game, they won 40-34.
I think
Was
that's
that
a shootout? Yeah. I think you can say that.
Mm-hmm.
When you have two teams combining for, you get into the 70-point total, I think it's fair to say. But, yes, they lost a shootout against Buffalo, 48-42.
Well,
and they lost a shootout against Washington, 45-31.
Are the Lions linebackers bad?
No.
No depth or talent on the defensive line aside from Hutch.
Now, that you can I think it's a strong statement to make, and trying to combat it. I don't know if they have a ton of depth on the defensive line.
I'm not sure they have a ton of depth, okay? Like, they brought in Ray Lopez. He's a respected veteran, but he's not a frontline defensive tackle. Aleem McNeil is talented, but he is out. DJ Reader is talented. I'm sorry. And I think Tyleik Williams is talented, but he hasn't proven it yet.
Right. Mekhi Wingo.
Marcus Davenport is talented. He just can't stay healthy.
But that's the thing. So
the depth thing, it might be an issue. It might be an issue. But, well, I mean, look, the corners are serviceable. DJ Reed was considered the best free agent corner on the market. And you're going to drop a serviceable tag on him? And Terrion Arnold, I mean, did you watch the way the season went on? Did you watch how his season went? He got better as the year went on. I mean, I would, everybody says he's better now. I don't know. I don't know what to tell this person. The Lions' success 100% depends on health, period. They have the roster. People are sleeping on Barnes helping the pass rush. That's from Sauce and Howell. I agree with that. Derek Barnes was effective when he was out there. But he's got to be out there. 248-539-9797.
I mean, he's had 4 sacks in his career.
Yeah, but
he
they started
played almost every game the first 3 years, and he only played 3 games last year.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Didn't they start lining him up at edge last year?
I think they've used him as a pass rusher. Yeah, they have. I'm just not sure how good of a pass rusher he actually is.
Well, I guess we'll find out. But I thought last year they started using him as a little bit more on the edge when he was healthy. How many games did he say he played?
He only played 3 games.
Yeah, him before he got hurt. 2-4. He's got to. I agree with the guy that says they got to stay healthy. That's a huge factor.
Big one.
FanDuel's giving you reason to lock into the college football season early. Right now, new customers can bet just $5 and get $300 in bonus bets if your bet wins. That's right. Bet $5 on any bet, and if you win, you'll walk away with $300 in bonus bets. So here's the deal. Don't mess with the parlays or the futures or all that. Just go find a heavy favorite and bet them on the money line with your $5. Just do that. That will give you the best chance of getting that $5. You won't get a big payout on the $5, but you get the $300 in bonus bets if your bet wins. So visit FanDuel.com/Doug and sign up and get started. That's FanDuel.com/Doug. Must be 21 or older and present in Michigan. First online real money wager, only $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Two 248-539-9797. Telephone number, same thing to text. However you want to communicate, you can. You can watch us on Twitch, live stream video, twitch.tv. Search for 971 The Ticket. Same thing with youtube.tv. We're on YouTube as well. You want to live stream that.
.com. YouTube.com.
Yes, youtube.com. And if you want, Doug, if you were somewhere out west, somewhere in like Montana, and you wanted to listen to our show, could you do it?
Yes, with the Odyssey app. Get it for your mobile device today, AUDACY, or you can stream to our website, 971theticket.com. Montana, you say?
Montana.
Okay.
Billings.
Actually, I've never been to Billings. Been to Missoula.
Missoula, yeah.
Kalispell, Whitefish.
Whitefish, huh?
Been to Libby. Libby's out there.
Libby?
Yeah, Libby's out there.
Libby the rural?
Yep. Got yelled at by somebody in a truck from Libby. Have you ever been driving? We were just driving, okay? There's a truck. There's a guy in this truck in Libby, and he just turns and looks out the window and starts screaming at us. And it wasn't like I couldn't imagine it was a road rage deal because it was a 4-lane road and we were in the passing lane and we were passing him, and I couldn't for the life of me figure out why he would be yelling at us or anything we did while we were driving. So he was just yelling. Crazy truck dude in Libby. That's what we saw.
Do you think you were going the wrong way?
No. They had a falls and a rapids area there. Really cool. Pulled the car over, stopped, went for a little hike. Train came through because you had to go over the tracks to get down to the rapids. But cool state. 248-539-9797. Mike's in Sterling Heights. What's up, Mike?
Hey, what's up, fellas?
Hey, Mike.
Hey, I got some serious concerns, man. I'm not feeling good, and I'm gonna tell you why. 4 concerns, 3 of them are tied together. Number 1, the schedule last year. I saw some bums at quarterback that we played against, man. I mean, some serious bums at quarterback. I saw some injured guys that our defense went up against, too. And then this year's schedule is loaded with MVP and Hall of Fame quarterbacks. So looking at that and then looking at the team, the weakness, if I'm, football coaches, they look at more film than any other sport. And the weakness up the middle, I'm attacking the Lions' interior line. And I haven't seen where we focused on getting a fullback to help out because we don't have a mobile quarterback. So if I'm going against the Lions, I'm coming bring all the pressure right up the middle, man.
Fullback.
And I haven't seen where they're working in a fullback. And then the last thing, injuries. When you talk about the defensive end and having defensive end talent, when you look at the guy that Davenport, 7 years of being injured. We look at injured players tend to continue to be injured. Davis, we got him for 1 year. He got hurt. Now Davis, we get rid of him, and he's hurt right now. So I do not understand us not doing like Philly and getting some help at the end position and not putting all our eggs on an injured superstar when it's 2 sides of a football.
Well, they addressed the interior of the offensive line with one of their top picks and the interior defensive line of the other, which were your concerns. But, you can only do so much. Could they do something still at the edge spot? They could. They're counting on Davenport being healthy. Maybe it's a fool's errand. But, there's the one thing they are getting, Mike, is they're getting a lot of players back and healthy defensively, which should help a lot.
Yes, but let me just ask you, who is the playmaker that can go get these quarterbacks? Who is that guy?
Aiden Hutchinson.
Other than Hutchinson, baby. We keep saying that. Other than Hutchinson.
Who is the playmaker? How many teams have the 2 guys?
Look, if you looked at the Super Bowl, Philly had guys all over the place that could beat one-on-one, beat their man one-on-one, and that's how they beat.
There's more than one way to win, Mike.
No. You have to stop. You defensively have to stop the world-class offensive player that you're going to play against in the Super Bowl. You're not going to be able to let the guys sit back. Let's be honest. And we're blind in Detroit. We sat back all year last year, and we saw guys
get all the time in the world to throw the
They had
ball.
guys
Mike,
off the street
I mean-
playing. I'm sorry, but
How many teams were able to stop Aiden Hutchinson in the first 5 games?
nobody. He was on his way to being
It's a
defensive player of the
wrecking ball.
year.
Absolute wrecking.
Gator,
ball.
you brought up earlier. I mean, look, the pass rush is incredibly important. It is what, I mean, when you sack a quarterback, the percent of drives where you give up a sack that end in a touchdown is extraordinarily small. But it's all part of pass defense. You mentioned the quarterback rating against. With all of those injuries, do you know what the Lions' quarterback rating against was last year?
It was really good.
It was 82. Do you know where that ranked in the NFL?
Top 3?
Number 1.
Yeah.
And they spent the bulk of the season without their best pass rusher.
Well, think of all the players they missed. At some point, halfway through the season, they're without Aiden Hutchinson. They're without Aleem McNeil. Guys were rotating in and out of the secondary because of injuries. Other guys rotating in and out of the defensive line because of injuries. They played without Malcolm Rodriguez and Derek Barnes. Barnes only played 3 games for him last year. Alex Anzalone broke his arm towards the end of the season last year. The amount of injuries to the defense was staggering, what they went through.
Schedule's tough.
Yeah.
My man's right. Schedule's tough.
And
the quarterbacks are better.
And there's no question that the quarterbacks that they played last season are, on paper, going from one season to the next, they can't compare to what they're going to face this year. Nobody's arguing that.
And I don't think anybody's arguing their record's going to be as good.
Right.
They could be a better prepared team offensively with a worse record. In fact, I think they're a better prepared team offensively and defensively, and they're going to likely have a worse record. 248-539-9797. And yes, he's right. They did not get a fullback. Didn't keep a fullback. Let's go to Chris in Livonia. You're next. Hi, Chris.
Hey, guys. How you doing today?
We're okay.
Awesome. I see. I can't believe some of the things I'm hearing from some of these callers. I'm right on the same page with you guys, just in terms of like what we have addressed, what we have available. The comparison to last year with all the injuries, it's baffling to me. So I'm not even going to go into that because I see it the same way that you guys do. What I do want to talk about is Grant Stewart. And I have this kind of like outside the box idea. And I think people are kind of forgetting how good, in my opinion, the depth at the linebacker position is. And I really like what Grant Stewart put on tape during the preseason. I think that guy plays like an absolute animal. And am I crazy to think that they could, obviously they'll use him in blitz packages, but am I crazy to think that they could use him on the edge, similar to the way they do with Derek Barnes?
I don't know. It's a good question how they're going to get him involved. He did make plays. Hell, I love Zach Cunningham. I loved him when he was coming out of Vanderbilt, and I can't believe he's a depth piece for this team now. But yeah, Stewart looks like he's going to be a useful depth guy. Like when they have to play him,
literally.
I think people are really going to like him.
Right. Well, and that's what I'm saying. You have, Barnes, like you have your 3 starting, linebackers, your presumed starters, Jack Campbell, Anzalone, and Barnes. What's to say that Grant Stewart, I think he has the size and the speed, the same kind of like build, maybe he's a little bit smaller than Hutch, but I think you could easily put him on the edge and just have him fly at the quarterback. Every possession.
It's a great possibility. I'm not ever pretending to be a football coach. If his skill set works in that regard, sure. I mean, they saw something that had him starting to use Derek Barnes in that way before he got hurt. 248-539-9797.
Sometimes I think people just call up and say things because they just want to complain. Like the caller before the one you just took there about the Eagles. They have guys that get to the quarterback, all this stuff. They finished the season last year with 41 sacks, okay? Right. The Lions finished the season with 37 sacks. I mean, yeah, I want more sacks like everybody else does. And I'd love to... Sacks, I said Gator, okay?
No, I understand.
and we all know, would love to have someone opposite Hutch to get to the quarterback as much as Hutch does, but...
Their defense, I get it. I mean, and that's a stat there. I mean, the other stat you could look at, tackles for loss. I think the Eagles had 81, the Lions had 70. Lions had 16 interceptions, the Eagles only had 13. But you look at forced fumbles, Eagles forced a bunch of fumbles. Eagles also this year, it's a different team on defense this year, isn't it?
Well, they lost some guys. Yeah.
They've lost a lot of guys. They don't have Darius Slay anymore. They don't have
Josh Sweat.
Gardner Johnson, right? They don't have Josh Sweat, so they're going to have to see what they can do. And did they have injuries like the Lions had injuries?
Nobody had injuries like the Lions had.
Despite the fact that Aiden Hutchinson was gone, the Lions still had 37 sacks last year compared to the Eagles' 41. So I get it. Everybody likes the team that just won the Super Bowl, and that's how you got to do it. And it also coincides with that's the team that drafted 2 players on the defensive line that lots of Lions fans wanted. The Lions went the other way. They went with offense instead of that defensive line. And the guys on the offense are one of the reasons why this team is as good as they are.
Straight ahead, Brad Holmes from today. What does the Tim Patrick trade mean as far as Isaac Tesla? And will this offensive line, with the changes in the middle, be ready to go? Hear what the Lions GM had to say starting at 1:32 on 97.1 The Ticket. You got your eye at all on any of those college games tonight? Anything appeal to you? Anything you're looking forward to watching?
Well, I'm going to be scouting all of them for fullback. Because, Doug, that's how you get it done. Got to go fullback. I'm going to be scouting the Big Ten for sure with tonight's games.
Ohio at Rutgers doesn't really move the needle. It will be on because it's football. I think Buffalo at Minnesota. I actually kind of like your Minnesota pick over Oregon yesterday as a massive upset. I think that Minnesota team could be pretty good. Miami of Ohio at Wisconsin. Fickell needs a good year.
Nebraska,
but
Cincinnati.
The game is Nebraska at Cincinnati. That's the best game on the board. And Cincinnati, Brendan Sorsby is a quarterback to keep an eye on as it pertains to the NFL in a couple of years, I think. Of course, last week I told you to watch Dylan Edwards, and he got hurt the first time he touched the ball and was out for the game. So
watch him quickly.
Yeah. So hopefully you did pay attention quickly. 248-539-9797. He was the running back from Kansas State who got their best player got hurt the first time he touched it, which sucked. Anyway, all right, we promised we'd get to it. Brad Holmes, what does the Tim Patrick trade mean? First of all, was it like trading him? And secondly, what does it mean for Isaac Tesla? Here's what Brad Holmes had to say. Yay. I think people will like that. I think this is a player that I don't know how else to put it, other than appears to be a real find. They, comes from completely off the radar to making a veteran player expendable.
Yes, I think he's going to be a real nice addition to this team. I think particularly in the red zone because of his size advantage that he has, his leaping ability, and winning the 50-50 passes at the battles. I really like that. But my expectations have gone up a little bit since Tim Patrick was released, but not a ton. I don't expect him to step in and be Amon-Ra St. Brown.
No.
Amon-Ra ended up with 119 targets that first season with the Lions. And this is an incredible rate of catching the football. He caught 90 passes that year on 119 targets for over 900 yards and 5 touchdowns. I don't think Tesla is going to go anywhere near that.
Do you have the stats in front? Do you have the Lions stats from a year ago in front of you by chance?
Sure.
Okay. Well, how many targets did Tim Patrick have?
Tim Patrick last season. Sorry, I had it there. He had a total of 44 targets, and he caught 33 passes.
That's kind of what I expect out of Tesla.
I think it might be a little bit more, but not much more. Yeah. Because you also have to keep in mind that Sam Laporta only had 83 targets last year compared to the year before, where I think he had way more.
There's a lot of weapons.
Yeah, and I think they're going to throw the ball up to Jamison Williams more. I mean, there's only so many footballs you can throw around there.
All right, more from Brad Holmes this morning. Will the revamped offensive line be ready to go? It is a concern. Here's what Brad Holmes said. It's probably on an offense that it feels like it's complete. It kind of is all predicated on these young kids being able to come through. I like them a lot. I think they clearly got talented players there. Mahogany played well last year. The theory is a year later he should be better, right?
Oh, and he didn't even have a training camp last year because of mono.
Yep. And then Ratledge is impressed people, so we'll find out, man.
I don't know how high the ceiling is for the players, but I think Tate Ratledge looks like he could be a real good player for this team for years to come.
I felt like Dan Campbell was kind of checking himself a little bit, like, okay, I don't want to get carried away with my praise, but I thought you could read between the lines that he loves Tate Ratledge. 248-539-9797. Bill's in Clarkston, and he's next. Hello, Bill.
Hey, guys. How we doing?
What's going on?
Just listening to everybody call and complain about how we need to go out and get this Pro Bowl edge rusher opposite of Hutch. It's so aggravating, especially when they say, well, look at what the Eagles did. Look at the Eagles. Look at how they won the Super Bowl. And that's not how they won the Super Bowl. Their leading sack guy had 8 sacks. Their next guy was like 6.5 sacks. They played a team that was broke down on the offensive line and took advantage with a really deep roster who was healthy.
I mean, I don't know that you're wrong. I think there's some truth in what you're saying.
And didn't Philly go out and try that? Didn't Philly go out and get Hassan Reddick and then immediately say, oh, nope, this was a mistake?
Yeah.
Yep.
I don't understand where that narrative comes from that we have to go. If you go back and look at the last, 10 Super Bowl champs, the most important part of their defensive lines was their up the middle in their defense. It was the Chris Jones, the Vita Veas, losing Aleem McNeil. Yeah, Aaron Donald. Losing Aleem, I don't think people understand how big. I mean, obviously Hutch was huge, but losing Aleem McNeil was everything.
Well, it hurt them significantly, without question. And the way the Eagles built their team, they built it around the defense first. They built it around the defense and their ability to run the football. Jalen Hurts can certainly throw the ball, but he doesn't throw the ball nearly as effectively unless they're able to run it with Saquon Barkley and with himself. They had over 3,000 yards rushing as a team. That's amazing. You know what you do when you rush the ball for that many yards? You control the clock.
Yeah.
You keep your defense off the field. Now, they went out and they built up that defense significantly. I've already talked about the 2 defensive linemen that they got that everybody was bragging about. The other thing they did was they double tapped on the cornerback position last year at the draft with Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean. And both of those guys played significantly, and they played very, very well. And the linebacker they took a couple years ago, Nakobe Dean, who was a guy I really liked, he ended up being the second leading tackler on the team. Everything was built with that defense and the ability to run the football. The Lions are built by their offense and a defense that apparently is really good against the pass.
You know, it's funny because Philly's the first team in a while where I felt like it was the defense that won them the championship. But prior to that, it was a lot of offenses winning championships. But the moral of the story is I no longer subscribe to the defense wins championships theory. But if you just got to be really, well-rounded teams can win it. Teams that are exceptionally good on one side of the ball, the other can win it. There's no exact formula that gets you there. There's a ton of talent. And that's why I thought the Ray Agnew soundbite earlier was so important. It was one that he basically said, look, on the Super Bowl teams I played on, or I was on, a part of, we had playmakers at every level. This Lions team has playmakers at every level. It's pretty reassuring if you look at it that way. But nonetheless, nothing matters till you go out in the field and do it. And there's definitely intrigue and excitement. Straight ahead, we got some news from the world of merchandising.
Oh, merch.
Yeah, sports merchandising.
I like merch.
Yeah, we'll get to that today at 1:46 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Found something that was kind of funny today. Lions practice squad, blah, blah, blah. Lions sign player A, player B, player C.
Fullback?
Tom Kennedy. They signed Tom Kennedy. They did sign Zach Horton. He plays fullback a little bit, doesn't he?
Tight end.
But Tom Kennedy re-signs. I just went back and looked at Tom Kennedy's career. His log. Kennedy signed as an undrafted free agent with the Lions in May of 2019. Okay? May of 2019.
Pre-COVID.
He was waived on August 31st as part of the final roster cuts of that year, was re-signed to the team's practice squad the following day, 2019. 2020.
COVID.
On September 5th, Kennedy was waived by the Lions and signed to the practice squad the next day.
Oh, there you go.
Back-to-back years, same thing. 2021, due to some injuries, he actually started the year with the team, but was waived on November 8th and re-signed to the practice squad right afterwards. That was 2021.
Okay.
2022, on August 30th, Tom Kennedy was waived by the Lions and signed to the practice squad the next day. 2023.
Wow.
He actually made it because of some injuries. He got hurt. Then when he was healthy again, signed by the Lions and assigned to the practice squad on November 29th of 2023.
Oh.
2024.
Happy Thanksgiving. Yeah.
2024, August 27th, cut down day. Waived by the Lions on August 27th, re-signed to the practice squad. And then this year on August 26th, cut down day, waived by the Lions, and on August 27th, signed to the practice squad the next day. So this is Tom Kennedy's career.
Just to look at it, 7 years.
Yes.
7 times he was on the practice squad. And the other thing I find interesting, he was on the Lions. He was always a Lion?
Yep.
He was on the Lions before Dan Campbell and and Brad Holmes came on board.
Yep.
Huh.
There's a pattern here with Tom Kennedy.
Yeah.
Now, I believe I saw that practice squad players can make like a full season. You get paid by the week.
Oh, dude, they make bank.
Well, they
for
make
a regular person, not for not for a pro NFL player.
Yeah, they make like $250,000 a year being a practice squad.
Well, it's 17 with his service years, more than 2 years. You receive at least $17,500 a week. All right, $17,500 a week with a maximum of $22,000 a week. I honestly think he'll never admit this publicly. His goal is to make it the practice squad every year, as long as he possibly can, until he's got to enter the real world and like sell insurance. Or
I'm
whatever.
sure he has dreams of it, but he's like, hey.
Yeah,
the bar I need to clear.
Yep, make the practice squad, and I think they might want to retire his practice squad jersey. I'm just saying the Pistons are thinking about it.
I mean, when you look at this, 7 years assigned to the practice squad, and of those 7 years, 1 year he was hurt, so he didn't sign till November. But 5 of those 7 years, he made it to the final cuts, got waived, and got signed to the practice squad the next day. 1 year he made it because everybody else was hurt. 1 year he didn't sign with the Lions until November because he was hurt. So, all right, world of merch, Gator. Guess whose jersey sales skyrocketed 200% Monday and Tuesday?
There's got to be a correlation here, obviously. Somebody who skyrocketed Monday and Tuesday.
Mm-hmm.
Shedeur Sanders.
No. Kang, do you know?
I don't know. I have a guess, though.
Go for it.
Is it Travis Kelce?
Oh,
200%. His jersey sales surged Monday and Tuesday.
Dude, so wait till his jersey sales. Check his jersey sales numbers after he changed his name to Swift.
Right?
Those jerseys will be the new jerseys.
Now, are the Chiefs
Swift?
Are they the Chiefs home, Chiefs away, or the Chiefs pink jersey?
I don't know which jersey it is, but the Travis Kelce jersey sales skyrocketed.
I had already forgotten that even took place. I'm thinking about
Don't
football.
worry, we'll remind you.
Yeah.
Next up, did you see that Bill Belichick and Jordan Hudson have formed an LLC?
Yes.
And they have trademarked 7 names or 7 phrases they have trademarked. I assume to put these phrases on merch. Have you seen these 7 names?
I believe I have. I've seen most of them, not all 7.
Number 7 is Trail of Salty Tears.
Yeah.
They trademarked that. Trail of Salty Tears.
Yeah.
Number 6 is Dynasty, Bill's version. Number 5, the Belichick way.
Yeah, not the Patriot way.
Yep. Number 4, no days off.
There are no days off.
Number 3, they trademarked Gold Digger.
Yeah.
Gold Digger. Number 2, they trademark the Bellustrator, as in Belichick instead of Telestrator.
I like it.
And the number 1, Chapel Bill. They trademarked that.
Instead of Chapel Hill. I like it.
Yep. They trademarked Gold Digger.
Well, a lot of nose pickers out there in Carolina.
You think that's what they're referencing?
Sure.
So anyway.
Could it be something else?
There's some sports merch. Oh, yeah, it could be. But she had to approve that. What are they planning on doing with Gold Digger?
I don't know. Maybe it's just it'll be her apparel line or something like that to make fun of what people think she is.
Perhaps.
It's really that's unfortunate. Can't Bill just have some fun?
Oh, I think Bill's having some fun. Feedback. I'm still worried about the interior of our offensive line. I'm worried about the edge rusher rotation. I'm also worried about the new coordinators. With the schedule being what it is, I believe it will be hard to get momentum to make a Super Bowl run. So, for what it's worth, the Athletic has them at 12-5, and we'll see who they have winning because they're unveiling them division by division, and we only await the NFC South. I'm sorry, the NFC West. But unless San Francisco and LA have 12 or 13 wins, that 12-5 would be the best record in the NFC, according to this prediction, and would get them the 1 seed again, even though they have 3 fewer losses. So expect more losses this year. I think it's fair. I don't know if it has anything to do with a Super Bowl run. Lions can win the Super Bowl if the starters stay healthy, period. That's from Deanna in Detroit. I trust Brad Holmes. He has yet to give me reason not to. He can't draft and play the game at the same time. The couch GMs that can't even win their fantasy football league are trying to tell one of the top GMs in the NFL what he should do next. It's from an unnamed texter. I mean, you're allowed to have your opinion. We have ours about what he should do next, and fans are allowed to have theirs. If you're outraged about it, well, maybe I would check myself if I found I was getting outraged about it. But
better check yourself.
Zero confidence. This team is no better than last year. Actually, a little worse with the movement of the offensive coordinator and O-line. I don't even think they'll make the playoffs. If they do sneak in as a wild card, it'll be a quick exit. So the team's no better than last year. Are they better defensively starting the year than they finished last year? Is that even debatable? Is that even a debate?
That they'll be better?
That they're starting the year defensively better than they finished last year.
I don't think that should be a debate at all. I think that they absolutely should be better.
He says the team's actually a little worse than last year.
No, they have a healthy Aiden Hutchinson.
The only thing that can make them worse, honestly, is if it's a disaster in the middle of the O-line or bad. Maybe it doesn't have to be a disaster. If those guys are average with the tackles they have.
Like you're taking health out of the equation, right? As long as the team stays healthy. I would agree with you. It's that the interior offensive line is nowhere what you had hoped it was going to be.
Are there players that you expect to be better that played last year like J-Mo? You think J-Mo's going to be better?
Yeah. I think I've already said, I think J-Mo's going to have a breakout season. And he's going to be used. He's not going to come off the field too often. I mean, he is a legit wide receiver, too, in this league. And look, everybody was on notice last year when he had 1,000 yards, right? And you know how explosive he can be. But watching him in practice this training camp, he was open all the time and making all the catches. And the practices we weren't at, there were video would come out every week about, hey, look at this over-the-shoulder catch J-Mo was making. I can't wait to see him play. I did see one little tidbit on Tom Kennedy. I don't know if you remember this. I didn't remember this. First year with Dan Campbell, the Lions went 3-13-1.
Mm-hmm.
They finished the season with a win against the Packers, 37-30.
Mm-hmm.
In that game, the Lions' first touchdown. Do you remember how they scored?
Was it a pass to Tom Kennedy?
No, it was a Tom Kennedy pass to Khalif Raymond that went for 75 yards and a touchdown.
That's awesome. Well, he was the lacrosse kid. He played professional lacrosse. Then he went back to play at one of those NESCAC schools, Bryant or Bates or one of those. I don't remember which one it was. And he ended up decided to go play college football for a year and ended up latching on with the Lions in 2019. He's been assigned to the practice squad 7 different times. What else do we got here? Feedback to the Carson Anderson inbox. Super Bowl is possible, but it's not likely. There's way too many good teams out there, and with injuries, I just think it's a long shot.
It's a long shot. I mean, every team is literally in the same situation.
Seriously, what you just wrote, apply that to every team. Kansas City, Super Bowl is possible, but it's not likely. Way too many good teams out there, and with injuries, long shot. Philadelphia, Super Bowl is possible, but not likely. Way too many good teams out there. And with injuries, long shot. If you get hurt, it's a long shot.
Yeah, and you might want to redefine what long shot is.
What are they? Do you have the Vegas odds?
I do not have the odds in front of me to win the Super Bowl, but,
Don't they have some of the best odds to win the Super Bowl?
I thought they did.
Here we go. They have not constructed a Super Bowl roster. One, they could have done better. One could have done better than asking a rookie to start at guard. There are better O-line free agent veterans still left versus starting a rookie. 2, D-line edge depth, and D tackles not up to Super Bowl standards. Well, I mean, I think their first line of defensive tackles, if they have a Lee McNeil, DJ Reed, or Tyreek Williams, that's pretty damn good. But until Lee McNeil gets on the field, and depth on the defensive line is not.
That's going to be a question.
That is going to be a question. These are all questions. There's been some legitimate questions brought up. All questions for a team has a great shot, and it was one of the Vegas favorites to win the Super Bowl. Imagine all the questions all the other teams have based on a deep dive, where their depth problems are, where their weak spots are. Because if those teams didn't have them, they'd be favored ahead of Detroit.
There you go.
We bring in Rico Beard, who joins us now on 97.1 A Ticket. Hello, Rico.
Gentlemen.
How are you?
You guys discussing the Brad Holmes press conference?
It sparked an entire show worth of discussion today.
Really? What was the major topic for you guys?
We just asked, did he build a Super Bowl contending team, a legitimate Super Bowl contending, the best chance to win a Super Bowl in your lifetime? And we got a variety of opinions.
I think offensively, yes, they've invested heavily on the offense. But in the infamous words of Lawrence Taylor, in Any Given Sunday, there's 2 halves of a car, son. There's the offense, and then there's the defense. Not so much on the defense.
No, I mean, they're counting a lot on people staying healthy. Davenport and Hutch, for sure.
Yeah.
They did their first-round pick to go to defense, and their biggest free agent signing was on defense. But, I mean, it's until they get on the field and until they stay healthy. If they stay healthy, I think they'll be fine. Their strength is the offense, and I'm fine with that.
I think most people just kind of want to see a little bit more, especially on the defensive line.
Well, there's plenty of people out there that agree with you, and they called us.
Really?
Yep. Have fun with it.
Yeah, trying to figure out how you do that, that's a different story. How are you going to do that?
You know what? It's going to be people that most people are go, this guy? Yes, that guy. He's a warm body. That's what you need right now.
Have a great show. Stay safe, everyone, and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Brought to you by Mastercraft Heating and Cooling. The Lions still have one roster spot remaining after their flurry of moves yesterday. Lions GM Brad Holmes spoke with the media today and was asked whether that spot could go to free agent Zadarius Smith. He was also asked why they ended up injuries settling and waiving rookie defensive lineman Ahmed Hassanin. He said they wanted to have the best path for him back to the practice field when he does get healthy. He confirmed that he will be back as a Lion and playing at some point this year. Offensive lineman Christian Mahogany and receiver Jamison Williams are two players he named who made significant jumps during training camp. Former Michigan QB J.J. McCarthy has been named one of the Minnesota Vikings captains today. The Tigers have the night off. They spent an extra night in Sacramento and were due to fly out to Kansas City today to begin a 3-game series. According to The Athletic, ESPN broadcaster Doris Burke has been pulled off the number 1 NBA game team. Tim Legler is taking her place. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, let's get to business. I don't want to break up Rico and Jeremy Otto's debate team exercise here. Let's get into it, shall we? We had something planned that we're going to shelve for a little bit. We were going to talk about Tigers something or nothing, and I guess there's no point because all I've endured the last 90 minutes is David yelling at anyone who will listen. David being angry at the cleaning guy, at a sales rep, at Jimmy Powers, at us, and it wasn't about anything any of us have done. It's about Brad Holmes. Then I talked to Doug and Scott. They were both like, yeah, people are really up in arms and want to talk about it. So I said, okay, fine. You know what? The tsunami's here. May as well not walk into the thing. Let's ride this one out.
Okay.
So I'm going to bring David into the mix because he has the audio. I heard Cookies allude to it early this morning. I didn't stick around for it. That's no smarm. I just wasn't able to hear it live. I know what was said. I haven't heard the tone. So we're going to listen to this together. And then I want to understand what the to-do is. Because David, I mean, it's almost like David found out his kids weren't his last night. The mood is not optimal for David right now. David, oh, and by the way, congrats again on your son transferring.
I don't know what you're talking about, but let's get to Brad Holmes.
Okay. Yeah.
What? Oh, hold on.
No. I was going to say, before you get to that, I just realized Stellar Expo hat.
Thank you.
Love it.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Dave.
Listen, you're the hat master. I have the more understated ones, and then you'll roll in like an Earl Campbell autographed beanie. I can't compete. Yes, David.
So Brad had his press conference today, like he usually does every year. Last year, his press conference before the season talked about Super Bowl or bust. That's what he believed was the goal for last year, and then that changed at the end of the year after they lost in the playoffs. So this year, he was asked again about the Super Bowl. Here's what the question was asked to him. It says, Brad, the mission every year is to win the Super Bowl. Are you comfortable that the team has been put together in a good spot and maybe the best chance for this organization to win their first Super Bowl? And I'll play the audio, but it's word soup.
Wait, David, did you play the wrong cut?
No, that's the right cut. Not answering the question.
Wait, so, okay. I feel like, I mean, especially, what was the original question again?
Brad, do you like artichokes?
Brad, the mission every year is to win the Super Bowl. So are you comfortable that this team has been put together in a good spot and maybe the best chance for this organization to win the Super Bowl, their first Super Bowl? Now, let me say this.
I mean, the answer is simple. Yes. Yes,
Or
I
no.
do.
It could be no. Or it could be, you know what, I'm not ready to answer that. It could also be that. That's what I want to say to Detroit Lions fans. I'm not expecting him to go out there and tell you Super Bowl bust again. I don't need him to say that. But if he goes out and answers that question with the same answer he had at the end of last year, I'm okay with that too. You know what? I don't believe in a Super Bowl window, but there is not one point of his answer that actually answers the question. A lot of word soup. And I think throughout the press conference, you heard Jeremy's cut during the update where he is asked about, is the spot open for Zadarius Smith?
Can I hear that?
Sure. Let me bring it back.
I mean, I appreciate you yelling at me. I'd like to hear the audio before.
I mean, well, while David's looking for that, what I heard was pretty much every excuse if they don't win the Super Bowl was all in that answers from the new coordinators to, it's like, that's not that hard of a question. They don't ask really gotcha questions at the Lions press conferences. That was, hey, Brad, here's softball, knock it out the park. And you struck out in softball.
And here's his answer to the open roster spot.
Yeah. Wow. Okay. I mean, I guess that ranks right up there with knowing the salary cap and how we all don't get that. And you guys, you don't really understand the roster spots. It says 53, but,
I just want him to be more succinct in his answers and about his team. That's all it is. Like, I don't need the arrogance. I get it. You have a way. That's your way. I get it. But almost getting into arguments with beat writers because they're asking you about the open roster spot, that's not necessary.
I got
that's
the
not
impression,
necessary.
And maybe it's just me, I got the impression, looks like, seems like, feels like, he didn't really want to be there today. Like,
too bad.
The assistant general
too bad.
manager?
You know what? Kenny doesn't want to be here today. He's here. How about the guy who's digging a ditch outside in the rain? Shut up and show up to work. I'm not even going to entertain that leaving your mouth.
No, but the assistant general
Show
manager
up to work.
He looked like, okay, let's go. And you got more fire from him. And it's like, Brad was like, well,
And I'm glad you brought up Ray Agnew. He is the assistant GM because he also answered the Super Bowl
Former
question.
New York Giant.
And his answer made a lot of sense. He says it's not going to be easy, but we got guys that are difference makers. That's it. He didn't say it's Super Bowl or bust.
Yeah, I felt pretty good about that.
That's all I need from
Strong
a GM.
J. Right. That's all I
So really, your issues with Brad Holmes and
Yes.
being aloof and arrogant, you don't like the presentation.
Yes.
And by the way, I think the highlight that's been buried in all of this bleep and vinegar is the fact that there are no active talks with Zadarius Smith. So you can just put it to bed.
Mm-hmm.
They have an open spot. No, it's not reserved for Zadarius or Jadeveon Clowney. It's just an open spot, and they want to be able to be flexible and stuff. And basically, your angst, David, if I could try to laser point this, you're upset in that this guy, look, while he's done a very nice job, let's be clear, he's not able to roll his rings across the table. And you feel like what? this is just enough already?
Yes.
Answer a question?
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
I want to know what I'm getting out of this before I offer you my take.
No, and going back to that open roster spot, Mike, it almost feels like they're waiting for Hassanin to get healthy. And because they're like, he's going to be back. So, like, that can't be what we're waiting for spot 53, is it? But it kind of felt like that's what they're waiting for. Once he's healthy, he'll be back.
I mean, look, I'm the wrong person to talk to here. I'll answer this question, but I also have a baseline that I, in general, have a disdain for almost all sports executives and owners. I think they all think that their bleep doesn't stink, or somehow that they're doing God's work, like the people at Beaumont or Carmanos fighting cancer. Like, I laugh at all of it, because the reality is, while their job isn't easy, don't sell me that this is something. Like, you're not a brain surgeon, okay? And you take a billionaire's money and you parcel it out and play fantasy football. That's really what it is. Mm-hmm. Or fantasy hockey. Like, I just don't want to hear it anymore. It's buy and sell. You're a commodities trader. You're a flesh peddler. That's what being a sports executive is. I'm not telling you they don't work extremely hard. I'm not telling you they don't dedicate their life to it. But what I don't do is put them on a pedestal. So when they speak in general, I find them to be distasteful. Based on, not just here in Detroit, everywhere, Earth. So for me, I am not the right person to talk to, because I don't get down with any of it. The idea of a sports executive telling their customer base they're always stupid, or writers that they're always dumb for having to answer the most basic of questions, you can miss me with it. I don't care. What have you done for me? Oh, well, we won 15 games last year. Well, great. Guess what? You and the kid who won a game of pinball at Dave & Buster's have the same amount of Lombardi trophies. I don't care. So I just want to be real with everybody. Right. I'm not the guy to talk to. You could load all sports executives into a boat and take the GPS out and send it out to sea. I wouldn't care. I don't fall in love with these people. I don't defend them. They're not my friends. Win, or I'll find another guy. That's the world I exist in. That's why I don't like the bots.
Right.
Like, what do you think? Brad Holmes is going to pay for your kid's private school? I mean, stop. What are you defending these people for?
Look, man, I'm with you. It seems to me that there's a disconnect down in Allen Park, because when you got Dan Campbell saying he feels like this may be, and I'm paraphrasing, the best roster he's had in the 5 years he's been here. You got Agnew saying, yeah, you know what? We got difference makers on every level. And then you got the guy who built the team, who did the grocery shopping, who put it all together. Well, things and stuff. And
he's also the same guy who did a petty Mean Girls receipt segment.
Yeah, he did.
And not for a radio show for entertainment. As a supposed high-level executive, demeaning takes? The only reason you exist is that people care enough to offer takes. Otherwise, you'd be the general manager of Columbia football in the Ivy League. And you'd make nothing. Takes and discourse and coverage are why you make what you make. I mean, that's like me getting mad that we get phone calls. Huh? 248-539-9797. What is your takeaway from Brad Holmes? I mean, David is leading the charge. I'm along for the ride today. I don't like much anything I hear from sports executives in 2025. And look, I think Brad Holmes has a way about him that, whether it's real or not, he puts off a certain vibe. Mm-hmm. Smartest guy in room vibe. Okay. I take away more that they are not even having active discussions with Za'Darius Smith. That is what I would be more upset about if I'm a Lions fan. But if you're saying to me you think he's gotten too big for his britches, it's a different conversation. But that one's going to have to come from the fans because of my general viewpoint. Is that fair?
No, it's fair.
That's where the people need to speak.
248-539-9797. I have something I want to add to this.
Oh, great.
I'll do it next.
Okay. Karshian. All right. Fall is upon us, and soon winter. Don't come home to a freezing cold house. Call Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Upgrade your system now and save up to $1,000. And whether it's a new AC, new furnace, new generator, you save up to $1,000. Call today. Schedule your free in-home estimate. It's Mastercraft. Honest work. Great same-day service when you call before noon. It's mastercraftheating.com. All right, Brad Holmes spoke today. David has kind of gone to the forefront here. He's very upset, whether it's no active talks with Zadarius Smith, to him not being able to answer the Super Bowl question. You know, last year it was very chesty, very Super Bowl or bust. David, I think the question you're asking is Brad Holmes starting to rub you the wrong way as a Lions fan? Is that where you're at?
That's exactly where I'm at. And it pains me that I'm more angry than some of these Lions fans, because when you look at the structure of the roster, when you only have 3 defensive ends and then he gets asked about it in a press conference and he says, well, what do you mean? It's just like, come on now.
It did, David. It felt very much like when we asked back in the summer about, are you going to go get somebody opposite of Aiden? Why? We have Aiden. All you need is one. How many teams have more than nobody has 2. We got 1. It's almost like condescending when he says something. And the other thing,
it's not almost like.
And when I listen to this press conference, Mike, hey guys, correct me if I'm wrong. When Brad Holmes feels good about something, he lets you know, right? He told you that Isaac Tesla, how great he felt about this pick, and he goes on and on. And when he re-signed all his players, he goes on and on. But when you asked about the Super Bowl, he didn't have that same passion. I've seen this man have passion in things he believes in. I didn't get that passion when that Super Bowl question. That, to me, that's troubling.
All right, I mean, David, give it a little time to breathe, too. And you might just be a little too close to it. I mean, I'm not sitting here telling you I enjoy listening to him. You know, I also don't need him playing dress up at the draft. I don't need the receipt segments. I don't need any of it. Just win. You know, I thought Jim and John did their level best in an interview. It's why I don't think interviews in 2025 are worth a damn. And, you know, is it like this in other markets? Okay. You know what? Here's a market it's not like this. Kansas City. They have rings. Okay?
Yeah.
Hey, you know where it's like, Brad? You know where it's exactly like this? Philadelphia. And they have rings. What you haven't even been there. So it's the idea that if you don't think you're going to get asked about, hey, you know, we only have 3 edge guys and one of them's only started 3 games in 2 years. Any interest in X? Yeah, I could do without the whole, why are you asking me about that? You know, I didn't ask you for your opinion on the Pythagorean theorem. I asked for why is it this way? And if you don't want to answer those questions, don't do the press conference. That would just be my general viewpoint.
Because if you're confident in what you have, and that's why there's no other moves, just say it. Just say that.
David, I'm with you. I've seen this man when he's confident about something and he lets you know. I mean, he says it with his chest. Absolutely. This, that. It's like, well, you know, we're looking for the best person. And it's like, Brad, these aren't tough questions.
Here's an idea.
These aren't that difficult.
Like, here's what you wouldn't have the ability to do. And again, it's why interviews and press conferences now, not 15, 20 years ago. Now it's so PR'd and teams have their own writers and websites. It's pointless. But you go, okay, Brad, all right, so the 53rd, you want to be flexible. And give me the last 20 guys on the roster. Are any of them better than Zadarius Smith? Do any of them play a more important position? See, it's an indefensible position. Now, if they don't like Zadarius Smith or he did something to rub them the wrong way, you just come out and say, here's the deal, guys. You know what? We're not going behind the curtain on everything, but we don't feel Zadarius is going to be a good fit for us this year, okay? And that's as far as I'm going with it. Wish him all the luck in the world. We're just not going there. The whole point is, don't sell me that you'd rather have an empty roster spot to do what? Play around with somebody else's practice squad fodder? Mm-hmm. Versus add a guy that you brought here. He had 9.5 sacks. And by the way, it doesn't take anyone's job. Whether it's Marcus Davenport, Alquindin Muhammad, or Aiden Hutchinson, you know what you're actually giving them? Support. You know what you're actually doing? You're making Aiden better. And if you don't want Zadarius, go get Clowney. You don't want Clowney. I don't understand the theory of a Super Bowl team only going into the year with 3 edges. One of them's a mediocre NFL player. One of them can't stay healthy, and the other's a superstar. Okay. But, yeah, hey, guys, if you think David's gone too far, go ahead. Slap David around a little bit. I'm here for it. 248-539-9797. David, what did the Ticket Text have to say?
Is it as simple as last year? He was very outspoken about winning the Super Bowl and functionally got his butt kicked. So now he's hedging himself a little bit.
Okay.
Someone else says, we're not dumb, Brad. 3 edge rushers, especially considering one is an off-injured one, another is always injured, is not enough. So what's the plan? This one from Richard. I really don't know what I've heard. I guess I have to hear it again, but it seemed like more evasive talk. LMAO, anyone who is being rubbed the wrong way by Brad Holmes is a moron. Please stop.
Why? Provide reasons. And remember, you're the one texting a radio show. Mm-hmm. So just throwing that out there.
Same number you text, just call.
I'm sorry to take you out of the courtroom while you were texting us.
We'll put you to the top.
Like if you're gonna call people names, can you provide a reason? That would just be favorable.
SS from Farmington Hill says, this feels like a bad movie. We finally have a team that feels like it's so close to the goal line, and for some odd reason, Holmes wants to spike the ball at the 5-yard line. Where are my edge rushers? Brad does not have to answer the question the way you guys want him to, so get mad. And he does that on purpose.
Yeah. I hope you, are you grabbing your own balls when you texted that? You think Brad's going to, dap you up, you loser? Here's my problem in all this. When you say that team executives don't have to answer questions, then you are essentially the same person who says politicians don't need to answer questions. People in power don't need to answer questions. Actually, you do. Right. Okay? And especially when you're a president or GM in professional sports in 2025 and you never have press availability, so then you drop from the clouds and people get a chance. No, you do. You run a multi-billion-dollar corporation. Answer the question. These aren't the launch codes. This is football.
No, I'm with you.
Good God.
No, because here's the thing. He doesn't have to answer your questions. Very simple. Then don't have a press conference.
That's right. Then just disappear again.
Because guess what happens at press conferences? The press gets to ask a question. Funny how that works.
Hey, but Rico, we've arrived at a point now is you get a lot of these people that they view the press as the enemy. Instead of the person that's up there being dishonest with you. And it's not just in the world of sports. It's in life right now.
Right. Where it used to be the press gets to hold people accountable. You said this, but you did that. Why is that? Could you explain?
I was watching America's Team last night, the Netflix doc on the Cowboys.
Oh, yeah.
I got 2 episodes into it. I mean, you should have seen the questions Jerry Jones was asked about firing Tom Landry. It was a massacre at that press conference. Is the press at fault, or were they simply asking the questions that the fans wanted to know?
Correct.
And they were unrelenting on Jerry Jones. Now, fast forward 30 years, you dare to ask about an edge rusher, get mad. He's doing it on purpose. And you're supporting that?
Yeah. Well,
that's madness.
Well, Brad came out and said, well, guys, we came out with 52 players last year, and, it worked. And okay, yeah. But, yeah, they did this before. They didn't have a full complement of players, and they went 15-2.
We're going to get to the people, and I'm interested in what you have to say. I mean, clearly David's the leader in the clubhouse about being upset. I am the wrong person because I don't like any of these people. So for me, it doesn't matter. Win and I say nice things, lose and I say mean things. This is not rocket science.
Yeah,
they're not our friends. I don't care about you. If Brad Holmes retired tomorrow because he wanted to take a hot air balloon around the globe, it would have no impact on my life. So for me, I understand where David's coming from, but it ultimately just comes down to the product on the field for me. I don't have to like or dislike somebody. I just want to win. That's it.
Yeah, I just didn't really understand the purpose of the press conference. And when listening to it today, I was like, Brad, did you want to be here?
It feels a little weird. You're right.
Yeah.
It feels weird. You're not wrong to say that. It felt off.
Yeah.
I thought Agnew gave a thoughtful answer.
Right.
Dan Campbell has sounded very thoughtful.
Right.
You're right. It sounded off.
Like, we're not all on the same page here because the GM is not saying with the assistant and the head coach, they're enthusiastic. Like, yeah, we got something. And, we got new coordinators and we're all kind of going in the same direction. And
248-539-9797. We go straight to the phones next. 97.1.
Hey, you want a career in radio or TV or a graphic design artist? Let Specs at LTU get you started on your career path. As a matter of fact, if you contact Specs at LTU today, you still may be able to get into the fall classes. But if not, you can sign yourself up for the winter courses. Specs at LTU, located right here in Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. You're going to learn by people who work in the business like myself. From day one in the labs, it's a hands-on experience with the latest technology and media communications. So if you want a career in radio, TV, or graphics design, go ahead and join up in the broadcast media arts, the digital media arts, and the graphics communications programs at Specs at LTU. It is very simple. You need to make an appointment today with an admissions counselor to discuss your next steps to your future. Go to admissions@ltu.edu, admissions@ltu.edu, or 1-800-CALL-LTU. Make your appointment today with your admissions counselor.
All right, straight to the people. And yes, we got plenty of college football to get to today. We have a little Tigers thing to do, but Brad Holmes spoke. People are reacting to it. David's really reacting. Let's see what you guys have to say about it. Sam's on a cell. He bats leadoff today. Sammy, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Hey, Sam.
I don't know who played the audio cut, if it was David or Rico, but I think you guys played the wrong one. Because that sounds like the answer that Iserman gave when they asked him a question. Brad, are you going to make it to the Super Bowl? No and no. It was stupid. Just answer the question. You're not asking you the velocity of a rocket re-entering Earth's atmosphere. Do you think we're going to go to the Super Bowl or maybe not this year? It's a simple question.
Sam, let me ask you this question, and whether it's Brad Holmes or any of the management in this town, I've made the point before, I think everyone here plays it so safe because so many people defend them. Like, I would love to hear them be a little more aggressive and say, you know what? No, our entire existence is to win a championship. Anything less is unacceptable. Like, that would make me want to rally around said team or said executive. Is that what you're looking for?
That's what I want to hear.
Yeah.
Yes, I want to hear, yes, I think we have a good shot at going to the Super Bowl, or no, because of staff changes and new players, maybe not this year, but we'll be in the playoffs. Now, I want something definitive. I'm tired of the beating around the bush answers. Just grow some balls and give a real answer.
Yep. No, Sammy, I think it goes to what Rico has said about the 4 GMs have breakfast at a Coney together, and they all point at each other and go, don't you dare make a bold move. You make the rest of us look bad. If you're Brad Holmes, what would it have killed you to get up there today and just said, listen, we've got a great team here that we have assembled. It's one of the most talented teams in the league. We think we can compete with anybody. And yeah, as always, championships are our goal. And that's it. Very easy answer. Nothing you're going to put on a T-shirt or anything. Simple. So if David's upset about that or Sam the caller, I do understand that. I've just given up because I feel like this town has gotten so soft that when I say those things, then I'm the enemy. Because so many people get on the ticket text, or maybe you get one or two of them on the phone, they want to defend these people. So, okay, we'll do a little serve and volley. What are you defending? Let's check the trophy case. There's nothing to defend.
Right. And that's it right there. It's just like, Brad, this was your press conference. If you didn't have to call it, you didn't have to be there, you could have sent Agnew up there, do the talking for you. Hey, guys, and as a matter of fact, I got to go and scour the waiver wires to fill up our roster spot, so I'm going to put him up there. Okay, great. But when asked the question, is this a Super Bowl team? The answer is yes.
Just say yes.
If the answer is not yes, then you shouldn't be up at the press conference. You should be in the back room somewhere yelling at a lot of people
or
saying,
better yet,
why aren't we a Super Bowl contending team?
Even if you don't want to say it. Let's say you want to do some fun, little word two-step like a politician. You go right back at the person who asked you and you go, come on, if you got to ask me that question, then you don't know me or our standards here.
Yeah.
And you didn't say it, but you at least addressed it. That's it. Now, that part I can vibe with. I can work beyond tone and all that other stuff. I just, but Rico, again, you can't get anybody in this town to set any expectation for any of the teams.
Exactly, because if he comes out, because he did this once and it didn't work, and I don't think he liked the fact that he got held accountable.
Too bad.
If you never say we're going to win the Super Bowl, Stanley Cup, World Series, what window? The clock never starts, and you're never held accountable.
So everybody in this world, all your customers, if you're driving around right now, you know the accountabilities you have in your life. So you mean to tell me that it's acceptable that the people that run these teams, the teams that drill their customer base with expense, they are not to have accountability? That's insane. Not you. I'm saying if you accept that principle. Go to Rob, 97.1. Rob, what's going on?
Hey, guys. Long time. Good to talk to you again.
How are you, Rob?
Dude, I'm doing good. This whole thing with Brad Holmes just irks me every time he's on the air, whether it's radio I hear him or I saw it in a video today. He acts like a guy that's gotten the job done. You know, I've been in sales a long time. If I didn't win the sale, I don't get happy. You know what I mean? Like I'm not fulfilled. He acts like he's fulfilled, and I just don't understand where that's coming from just winning the division a couple times and having a better record. I feel like, I mean, at some point Martha may need to be an owner and make a demand. I don't know. What do you guys think about that?
You got to be careful on that one, you know, because again, you can end up in a Mr. I situation where it's like, oh, Max didn't want my money, give it to Miggy. You can end up in trouble there, and I don't think we're there yet. But Rob, I think it's
we may.
Agreed. I just think we're in a very weird place. This is a town that has had no success with their football team, not consistent. So fans, after a decade of darkness or more, fans are reticent to have an opinion anymore. And I think, Rob, society's changing. I think we're living in idiocracy. People don't want to think for themselves. They don't want to talk sports anymore. It's like politics. Say I'm pretty or I'm an idiot. You're an idiot. No, Rob, you're not wrong. It's okay to talk about this team. And in fact, talk about them more because they are good. You know, this pass rusher thing, I don't think that's cheap radio idiocy.
No, it's a key position to have on a football team. You have to have depth. You only have 3 of them. What's going on?
I don't know. And one of them has played 3 games in 2 years and has missed over half of his career games in the NFL.
Right. And he spent more time.
A football player.
Oh, I'm sorry, Rob. Go ahead. Yeah, he spent more time talking about the 6th round draft pick who's injured. Yeah, you know, he's going to be back. It's like, oh, is this what we're waiting for?
He's Tabor.
Oh, geez. No, there will be no mention of Tease Tabor on this show ever again.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, God. No, Rob, I would love to hear Brad just be forward about it. Like we have a standard.
He used to be honest.
Well, I think, I've heard him be forward about things, Mike, and when he thinks he has something, he will let you know. That was a little bit telling. Like, was Brad telling us something without telling us something? Like, Dan Campbell, hey, best team I've had in 5 years.
I love what Campbell said. I think the quote was, it's gotten a lot harder to make this team.
Yeah.
What's wrong with that?
Right.
I thought Ray Agnew. I liked his answer.
Right.
There's no issue.
But yeah.
I think there's a lot of residual negativity towards Brad Holmes based on the interview he did on this station with Jim and John. And the whole, is it like this way in other towns? We have Aiden, just be happy. You know, why do you need another guy? But then today, when he said openly, there's no active conversations with Zadarius Smith. And, hey, what do you essentially, what do you care what I do with the last roster spot? Yeah, that's probably got people a little triggered. Mm-hmm. I'm pretty even Steven about it. Because I understand what this is now.
I get it, Mike, but when he's confident about something, remember telling us about Tesla and this guy, I mean, I regretted not taking Puka Nacua, but you felt the passion. He believed in this, and you're seeing it.
Yeah, see, you're taking it to a different place. I'm not mad at you for doing it. I'm just not there with you. Okay. I don't know if it's a lack of confidence as much as I don't want to answer these questions. I'm above you people, and have a good day. In fact, don't have any kind of day. I'm leaving. That's just what it felt like to me. But I'm used to it now. This is this guy's game. If first of all, I want you to understand the patent absurdity that a grown man who runs a multi-billion-dollar corporation did a receipt segment like a high school junior. And people applauded it. Mm-hmm. Okay? So let's have a reality check of where we're existing. I think this town, he could get away with this. Mm-hmm. He wouldn't get away with this in other cities. The difference is expectation. Yeah. And fans and media alike. Look, we're all thrilled the Lions are good. I'm excited to watch Lions football. I went most of my adult life, like you guys out there. I couldn't be excited about it. I felt like I was simply driving to a funeral. Or going to visit grandma while she was on life support. That was Lions football. The point is, they're good now.
Yeah.
But people have got to have a level of demand here.
But I remember the most exciting day for Lions fans was draft day.
Yes.
Because it was like, okay, this guy's going to be the next great Hall of Famer. And then the season started. It seemed very weird, that whole press conference. And it just left you wanting more. there were no gotcha questions for anybody wondering, like, oh, we're trying to be tricky. No, they were softball questions. They were set up for Brad to knock it out the park. And he struck out, in my opinion, he struck out in softball.
Oh, and
Slow pitch softball.
It's up to you guys, including the people who pay the ticket prices. What's your view of Brad Holmes now? You can both be thankful for the job he's done, but not be totally satisfied. You can find him off-putting. You're adults. You're free to feel however you want to feel. What I don't understand is the visceral response if people don't kiss his ass. That's weird to me. Unless you're related to him and you're just not telling us. Well, then that would be more acceptable.
You mean like this? Reasons to trust Brad Holmes. Amon-Ra St. Brown, Panay Sewell, Jahmyr Gibbs, David Montgomery, Jack Campbell, Sam Laporta, and the list goes on. I have no reason to doubt him.
Okay, cool. You're welcome to live in that world. No one's arguing he hasn't done a nice job with premium draft picks. It's not even the topic we're having. How about the fact they had an offseason this year where they did a lot of nothing? I mean, is your offensive line better? Is your defensive line better? How do you win in the NFL? I'll await your text on that. Okay, then. Good talk. Northville Lumber, largest Trex decking outlet in the country. And in fact, Northville is Michigan's Trex Superstore. They stock all colors of Trex decking, railing, lighting. They have it all the time. And if you go to their brand new showroom, you don't have to ask if it's in stock. The answer is yes. If you see it, you can buy it. It's simple. Call Northville Lumber today, Trex Superstore, or simply go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. All right. Get back to the people in a second. Let's touch the table on some football. David, music, please. I know what this is going to be. This has got receipts. What is this, the Brad Holmes segment?
Yes.
Receipts? Oh.
Sponsored by Brad Holmes.
No. All right, let's go.
All right, guys. College football, especially the local teams, are getting ready to start. So let's do a little futures look and see what we think is going to happen. I'm going to offer you some props, and you tell me over or under, and we'll come back at the end of the year and see how correct we were.
All right.
You ready?
Yeah.
It's so good. Evan Jenkins is joining us.
Oh, I can't wait. I love this.
All right, let's just start off with David's team, University
Cass
of
Tech.
Michigan.
Oh.
Over under in victories, 8.5.
Over.
Okay, I'll go next because David offered nothing there. I'm going to say under because there's going to be growing pains for the quarterback, and he's going to make some errors down the stretch in games that are going to cost him.
See, that's where you're wrong because he's going to lead them because he is Bryce
Okay,
Underwood.
To a couple Heismans and a natty.
I got Bryce Underwood's props a little bit later in this segment. So,
Kenny?
I'll do the under because I had 8 when he was asking it. New quarterback. Yeah, it's under for me.
Same. I think they could be good. I think Bryce can have great moments. When it's a freshman QB, what do you want me to do? I'll go under.
I'm going to go under as well. A lot what Evan said. I think there's going to be a lot of growing pains this year. Kind of looking forward to next year.
Just so much on his shoulders.
Bryce Underwood is so good, he can parallel park a 747.
Throws both-handed.
All right.
He ate an orange from an apple tree.
40-yard bombs with the left hand, dude.
Okay. Let's just stick with Bryce Underwood.
Okay. Over.
Over, under, total touchdowns this season, both passing and running. Over, under, 14.5.
Over. I'll go over because I do think his physicality and the size profile, he can be a weapon inside the 5, the QB power, some read option stuff. I'll go over.
Do you really need my answer? It's going to be over for sure. 14.5 is low.
God, that's a good number because my question is if he fumbles early in the season, do they still count on him going through with the running? But it's Bryce Underwood, so it's over. I mean, that might happen on Friday night or Saturday night.
I'm going to go under because getting into the 5 requires actually getting inside the 5, and that might be a problem for a quarterback with growing pains.
You guys are missing it. It's over. Do you know Bryce Underwood made a tsunami turn around by simply standing on the beach?
It was like, whoa! Stopped in his tracks.
I thought he told Chuck Norris to sit down.
That's right. He called Chuck Norris a bitch. It's over 14 for me. Go ahead.
I'm going to go under, but there's a reason why.
Because you're a Sparty.
No.
Mikey Keene's coming in.
No. Over, under. Bryce turnovers, 11.5.
I'm going to say under because I still believe they're going to limit it. Like they're going to allow him to get comfortable. They're going to run the football. They're going to lean on their defense. I'll say under. How many throws are they going to allow?
I say 20 a game.
But it's passing. I mean, it's interceptions and fumble.
I'll say under. Bryce Underwood doesn't fumble.
20 interceptions a game?
Other people fumble when they make eye contact with Bryce Underwood.
I was saying I don't think he's going to throw the ball many times more than 20.
So you're going under?
I'm going under as well. They're going to protect him, man.
Yeah, I'll go under too. I don't think they're going to give him the chance to do that.
They will give him a chance, so he will have over.
Wow.
They run a lot of short routes, too, that
You're
are
a hater.
easy throws to the tight end. Klein said he's going to be the best tight end in the nation. Not for him, but for the team.
I'm going to go over. Most freshmen, especially true freshman quarterbacks, especially early in the year, turnover prone.
So I'm the Wolverine slap here who said under the turnover number.
I said under.
Yeah. And Kenny said under as well.
Yeah. We all
Do you know
love him.
Bryce Underwood solved the Middle Eastern crisis without ever picking up a phone?
Bryce Underwood passing yards over under 2,099.5 yards.
Like, what did Davis Warren throw for last year, David? Do you know?
5.
Not close. It wasn't close to that, I don't think.
I think it was 5.
I'm going to say under. It's going to be like 1,800.
This is really difficult because I do think no smarm they will pull him in some of these games because, like, for instance, they're 40-point favorites over a god-awful New Mexico team. Will he get the total there?
See, I think they leave him in the game, Mike, because he needs the game experience.
You
If
know
he was
what?
a veteran, yes, you're right.
To hell with it. 2,099 yards, over. He'll have that in the first half.
It was $11.99 for Davis Warren.
Okay.
Give me the over, because it's still less than 200 passing yards a game. That's not a big number.
Yeah, I'll be taking the under here.
David, should we just go over for you?
Sure.
Okay.
Still got to remember that they're a run-heavy team.
And that's why I'm going under.
You know Bryce Underwood turned water into wine in his sleep?
He said, Jesus, move over. I got this.
Jesus, step aside.
Jay.
Sir.
JC, move. I got this. Running back, Justice Hayes, over touchdowns, over under 12.5.
Under. That's a big number. I'll go under. Plus, they like to use multiple people at the goal line post-quorum. And I just said over for Underwood's total T. I'll go under the 12.5.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree. They expect big things out of Jordan Marshall, too, so that's why I'm going under.
Yep, same reasoning, under as well.
Under, because Bryce Underwood.
I'm going over because this was the Alabama transfer who's going to be that guy. I think he's going to eat up. He's going to become your Blake Corum this year and get all the touchdowns.
Watch this. Mike, remember when Michigan State got an Alabama transfer?
Oh, boy. Yeah, I do.
Sorry.
He actually went to the league. All right.
I saw you lean in. Why would he say
I've been
Alabama?
to NFL games, too, Rico.
Evan, great segue. Michigan State, over, under.
Under, they suck.
6.5 wins.
Oh, God.
It better be over. They need to fire this coach. There.
I
It's
don't
not
care if I'm wrong.
over, please.
Over.
God,
Yes.
if you can't win 6 games, leave.
Do it for this man. You know how miserable he's going to be if they win 4 games this year?
Please.
The Big Ten is terrible. Give me the over.
David,
My
under.
son is going to burn his hat if they don't win 7.
No, he's
7
not.
over.
Okay.
Yes, he will, Evan. Yes, he will.
Can't hide money. Just
I'm going to go
burn him
over
ass.
as well. So either we're going to look great or we're going to all look very, very stupid. Aiden Childs, total touchdowns, over, under 19.5.
Do you know when Bryce Underwood does push-ups, he simply pushes the earth down?
I heard that.
That's a good one. Is that an
Is
original?
that why we have earthquakes?
Yeah. Jeez, it's got to be over if they're going to win more than 6.5. So I'm taking over.
I forgot the question.
19.5 touchdowns for Aiden Childs.
Total
Over.
touchdowns.
Over.
Refer to my last answer. The Big Ten is terrible. Give me the over.
But that doesn't mean he can't get his numbers.
Yeah,
over.
I don't know.
I'm going to go over as well. So I set these numbers too low. All right. Aiden Childs turnovers this year.
Over.
Over, under 10.5.
You know Bryce Underwood is so fast, he can run around the world and punch himself in the back of the head.
He's going to go very
Very
fast.
fast.
Aiden Childs turnovers, focus.
Give me the number.
10.5.
I'll say over. I still think he trusts his arm a little too much. Plus the fumbles. The fumbles drive me crazy. He's probably good for 3 or 4 of those.
Well, that's why I said total turnovers.
yeah, I'll go over, sadly.
I got to go under to fit my narrative. If they're going to be good, he can't be turning it over like that. Can't do more than 1 a game.
Yeah, I'll say under as well.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm going over.
I'm going to join you and Mike. David, I am going to go over as well. It is the fumbles and Aiden Childs total passing yards over, under 2,199.5 yards.
Over.
Over.
I mean it when I say it. He's a buy low candidate. He's on a team that doesn't have a dominant ground game like U of M. I think he has a shot to lead the Big Ten in passing based on situation and how much he's going to have to carry. I think State's a 7 or 8 win team, but he's going to throw for a lot of yards. So I'll go over.
It should be over, but if they're doing these long, built out, drawn out play action passes, it's going to be under, but I'm going to say over. If they're running those plays again, Rico, just slap them.
I'm going to go under because I think it's going to be a very run-heavy offense. I think that's what Jonathan Smith wants to do.
I'm also leaning under because of those play acts. It's going to be that
They're
again.
so long. I feel like I could get back there and touch
Can somebody wake Kenny up because I know we're talking Big Ten.
The long, drawn out, long developing. Yeah, give me the under.
Nick Marsh, total touchdowns, over, under 7.5.
You know Bryce Underwood has a grizzly bear rug in his room? The bear's not dead. He's just afraid to move.
I'm gonna.
If he ever fights the bear, help the bear.
That's right. Best call 911.
He just dials 9.
Yeah. Yes, sir. I gotta go
Nick Marsh
under because everything I read is how great this receiver room is. So he's gonna spread the wealth.
He'll get 8 because Childs goes over on his total, so he'll get 8.
What's the total again? One more time.
7.5.
Oh, 7.5.
Yeah, I'm with David. 8. Not a bad number.
To hell with it. He's still going to get a huge target share. He's good contested catch. I'll go over.
All right. Jack Velling, over under 4.5 touchdowns. No Bryce Underwood. Just answer the question because we run it short.
So do you know when Bryce Underwood? Do you know when Bryce Underwood turned 18? His parents asked him permission to leave his house.
Bryce, is it okay if we leave now? We know that you're 18.
I don't even remember the question.
Jack Velling touchdowns.
I'll go under.
4.5.
I don't even know if Jack Velling's alive. Okay. Did we have a shipping error? Like, did they give us the wrong Oregon State tight end?
Yeah, we got Mac Velling.
Yeah, Mac Belling. I'll say under. I don't even know if Jack Velling's a real person anymore.
I kind of agree with Mike. I need to see it to believe it, so I'm saying under. He was so underwhelming, dude.
Boy, that was a great sales pitch by you guys. I think I'll go under as well.
He was really good at Oregon State.
You know what? I'm just going to say over just to have some fun. And finally, bonus, Dante Moore from the city of Detroit.
Under.
Over, under, total passing touchdowns, 17.5.
Under.
Is UCLA going to score 17?
No, Oregon.
Oregon. Oh, over then. Yeah, Dan Lanning loves to throw it.
Under.
Under for me as well.
Dude, Dylan Gabriel had that many.
He went to King. Under.
Under. I got to see it to believe it.
I'm going to go over just because Oregon is kind of idiot-proof. You can't fail in the Oregon lineup. So
Bryce Underwood didn't dial the wrong number. You answered the wrong phone.
That's our Michigan State's receipt segments. 97.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. Lions GM Brad Holmes spoke to the media and was asked whether they view Tate Ratledge as a viable long-term option at center in the future. He said yes, but... Holmes said their open roster spot is not designed for any specific player after the media asked him about free agent defensive lineman Zadarius Smith. The Tigers have the night off. They're back at it tomorrow against the Royals on the road. KC also has the night off. Ex-Yankee slugger Mark Teixeira has announced that he's running for Congress in Texas. Michigan State Athletics continued to tease their new improved game day experience for tomorrow's opener. Today they posted a video with pictures of the new video board, sweets, food, and fireworks at the end. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Three o'clock. Good to have you with us. We're going to get back to the people momentarily. You're giggling over there. What's going on?
Always be you. I was like, as soon as he said all of that, and then I was like, and chair drop.
Because I'm not interested. Like only MSU with this Mickey Mouse approach. Like, ooh, what if they have fireworks now? That fixes everything. Who cares?
I know.
Fix your stadium. Fix your NIL. Get your head coach to have the personality of something other than a jar of mayonnaise.
No,
How about that?
This all boils down to go win some games.
Yeah, and score touchdowns.
Win some games, score
Fun.
touchdowns, and all of this other stuff becomes background.
Correct.
That's why I laughed. But as soon as he said that, I'm like, and fireworks and
yeah, like I care. All right, so
you're not gonna be up there.
No. Back to the focus. And it's really a weird deal. I think it's totally okay to talk about your GM when your GM talks. I think it's totally appropriate. I'm not bent out of shape because I'm pretty used to the Brad Holmes experience by now. Do I wish he would have been a little more forthcoming? Yes. Do I wish he would have talked about, of course, our standard here is to win a Super Bowl versus absolute Bavarian pretzel talking himself in circles. The thing that bothered me most was, again, almost flippantly going, yeah, in fact, I'm glad all of you want this player so bad. There's no active talks. Like the idea that they're not even talking to Zadarius Smith with an open roster spot. Okay. Now, when you sort through like ticket text, you get a lot of people angry at us. Too bad. But it's the idea of, okay, are fans not allowed to be upset? Are fans not allowed to say, hey, I don't like what I heard or wish it was different? It's very bizarre to me to want to defend this stuff. That I want to know why. We can say he's done a very good job, which he has, but it doesn't mean the job's done, and it doesn't mean all of a sudden you earn this Willy Wonka golden ticket that everything you do is perfect. Right. David is very upset. I'm letting David can stand on his own 2 feet. I'm not letting it change my day. But I understand why people are annoyed. I'm not mad at that.
It was a very weird press conference where when asked just that simple question of, it's a Super Bowl team. And it was, instead of just the confidence of, yes, like you're, Agnew, the assistant general manager, and Dan Campbell said, it's the best roster I feel like I've had in the last 5 years. It's a vote of confidence for the fans. It was just a lot of word soup. I think David put it best at the beginning of the show. It was just word soup. It's like, dude, you said a lot of words just to say yes.
Can I also say one quick thing? I just because people continue to, I guess, amaze me. Guys, if you took offense to us having some fun about the Bryce Underwood hype, seek a therapist.
No.
We're having fun, okay? Like, the hype is kind of out of control. I just want to see the kid play. And whether he plays well or poorly against New Mexico, I'm going to feel the same way because that's not a Division I team. But some of you need help. Seek it.
I think people got upset.
Oh, 100% they did. Making some fun Chuck Norris jokes. Like, really? Why listen? Do yourself a favor. Don't listen. I don't need you. Our ratings and revenue are plenty good. Bye. Like, why listen to something that upsets you so? That's like me listening to country music. I'd only get upset. I don't like hillbillies. I don't, it's amazing to me.
Well, I'll tell you this: there are actually there are more jokes coming in.
Well, that's
They
people with a
loved it.
sense of humor enjoying sports for what it is.
Right.
Like when you have someone like Jake Butt go on the air in an interview and say, J.J. McCarthy was a first-round pick and a great athlete. Bryce is just a level above. Before he's ever thrown a pass, shame on you. That's not fair to Bryce Underwood. That's not fair to the kid. Let him carve his own path. And if he plays well, we'll have all the time in the world to say, damn, he's better than JJ. Or, damn, this kid might be a... You don't do it before he makes a pass. That's not right. But we live in a very strange time right now. It's all I can tell you.
We do. You know what? We can have some fun with that. I'll come up with a segment later for the show.
Okay, that's fine. How dare you? Let's go to Danny, 97.1. Danny, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, Mike Rico, how's it going?
Hey, man, what's up?
So I called you a couple months ago when Ragnar retired, and you answered a big question for me about, the window closing for the Super Bowl and everything, and I appreciate that. But I feel the same way, and I even feel stronger now. I feel that this team is going to regress. Obviously, they're not going to win 15 games, but I think they're going to struggle throughout the year because I think not only on the defensive side with the defensive ends, but that offensive line, did they even play together in preseason at all? You're going to go out there to Green Bay with a revamped offensive line, and it just scares me that offense, yes, they have weapons and stuff, but now you're going to have teams that are going to throw pressure at these guys. And is Goff going to be able to stand up? Is Montgomery and Gibbs going to be able to hit those gaps like they did last year? Because you don't have Ragnow. I think people are kind of underselling that a little bit. Like my buddies and stuff. Oh yeah, 12 games. They're going to win 13 games. All this kind of stuff. And I don't feel that way. I feel like they're really going to struggle out of the gate. And I think it's going to make them I think it's going to humble them. And I think it's more like the approach of how Philadelphia was when they lost their coordinators, lost some people. They came back the next year stronger. Maybe it makes them realize a little bit more that, hey, we can't continue to bring the band back together.
There's a lot there. I mean, Danny, I still think they're a really good football team. I still think they'll make the playoffs, but no, I don't think they're winning 13, 14 games, anything like that.
No.
And I'm not ready to I guess maybe I approach it differently. I don't look at any one particular part of the schedule and I go, look, it's a tougher schedule because last year ended up being a cakewalk. And regression's real. The O-line thing, remember, Danny, they're working together every day at practice, the joint practices. The games, that's why the games don't mean nothing. But is the line going to take a step back? Yeah. I mean, you got to replace Zeitler and Ragnar. That's really hard to do. So that's not any hot take. I think the line just won't be as good. It's just by how much does it falter. And look, if Mahogany turns into an all-pro and you drafted the best rookie guard and Tate Ratledge is a plus player, we have a shot to reevaluate it and go, okay, we're going to be just fine. That's why I just want the games to start. Tired of all this.
Yeah.
Just play the damn games. I mean, you go beat Green Bay 38-10. Nobody's talking about an edge rusher. Just go win. That, in the end, that's all it comes down to. That's where I can't generate the anger David has today. Because ultimately, it's just about the result. But no GM in this town is going to give people like David or me or some of our listeners what they want, which is just standards.
Yeah, and it's just so weird because, like I said, the question was very simple. And
play the audio on the bump back so the 3 o'clock audience can get hip to it, and we'll go from there. We'll take a quick TO. We'll get more of your phone calls. We got a college football blitz to get to. Yes, we have Who Am I Big Ten edition. Lots to do as we do head towards, thank God, actual football. Like Bryce Underwood gets to play a game. Aiden Childs gets to play a game. 97.1. And that was the answer to a question of, are you a Super Bowl team? So some fans are a little annoyed by that. The other audio we can play is, no, if you think they are holding out space for Zadarius Smith or they're even talking to Zadarius Smith, the answer is no. You do what you want with it. I'm at a point now, just play the games. Because it doesn't, none of what we feel, want, desire, there is a disconnect here. They have a way they're doing it. They believe in their system. And that system just does not feature prioritizing whoever plays opposite of Aiden. And again, no, this isn't like, oh, we have to have a superstar. Yeah, it would have been nice. I think right now, most fans would be happy with known NFL veteran, decently productive guy. That's kind of what Zadarius Smith is. Mm-hmm. But we use him as this figurehead because they did the diligence and traded for him. But it's now, okay, they are relying on Davenport in a way that, look, John Jansen said this. So if you hate me for saying it, then hate John. John's a former player. You cannot responsibly count on, this is John's words this morning, you cannot responsibly count on Marcus Davenport for 50 snaps a game for 17 games. Can't.
No.
John Jansen said that. So if you hate me or Rico, that's cool too. But that's where I get a little bit weirded out by this. Clearly, schematically, they're going to be aggressive. At times, Aaron Glenn ratcheted up pressure because they can't win with a front four.
And he had to. I mean, he literally had people walking on the team. This open tryouts like it was the movie The Replacements.
But to start a year, we're going to see what the new scheme looks like, the new way of doing business looks like. And there won't be Aleem McNeil, and there won't be Josh Paschal. And this is what you got. Maybe it's good enough, maybe it's not, but I think it's fine to talk about. Let's go to people. Mike is up next, 97.1. Mikey, how you doing, buddy?
I'm good. How you doing, Mike?
Good.
Listen, I'm 110% with David, 100% with you, 95.9 with Rico. This is crazy. You need at least 5 rushers. And you cannot depend on a guy who hasn't been out there. I don't know what are they doing, but I can't depend on them. Mike, you was 100. Every team has a pass rusher. Every team. All of them. That's what won Super Bowl.
Well, listen, the same conversation is happening in Green Bay right now, where they're going, wait a minute, we have Rashawn Gary and nothing, and you're gonna depend on Lucas Van Ness, who's been a disappointing young player. It's the same conversation, Mike. It happens in a lot of markets.
I can't believe it, but if we go back to all the bowls, they chased Brady out of the pocket every time. And then Tampa Bay chased whoever it was.
Mahomes.
Mahomes, right. But ever since then, it's been get that quarterback off his square and just get after him. And it's kind of funny because I had sat back, and I'm older now. Deacon Jones and them, they used to get him off the school. I mean,
my goodness.
They didn't even count Saxton.
Mike, did you just do a Deacon Jones head slap
No, but I'm saying they didn't count Saxton, but that's the name of the game now.
And Deacon also used to fill his glove with plaster and concuss his opponent. That head slap was nasty.
Well, whatever to get the advantage. Things happen.
I thought it was kind of funny. It was kind of good. But it
was more than kind of good.
But no, well, I'm saying they got Brady. Hey, Mike, and I ask you one question. Didn't the Giants use like 3 or 4 defensive ends to come after Brady?
The Giants in that Super Bowl had what was called the NASCAR package, and they would put 4 defensive ends on the field on all third downs and go and get them.
Thank you very much. That's all I was saying.
We played, I think, 9 linemen in that Super Bowl. And
okay, and they kept after him.
I know, and Mike, look, I want to be fair to the Lions. I'm not saying they can't get it done. This is simple. Why accept good if better's available? That's all.
Exactly.
Hey, if you got the budget to buy something better, you don't have to take less. You could take less if you want less. I have never said they can't get this done. I have never said they're missing the playoffs. And by the way, don't make this a Mike thing. This is a David thing. This is a Brad Holmes thing. Man, I'm just here.
No, I think this is more of a Brad Holmes thing, and I think David heard what a lot of us heard. Like, whoa.
Did you know Bryce Underwood can win a game of Connect 4 in only 3 moves?
I did not.
Do you know when 911 has an emergency, they call Bryce Underwood?
Ticket text. I heard Underwood doesn't grow his grass. He dares it to grow.
That's right. That's right.
Mike,
let me see you grow.
I heard God consulted with Underwood about this whole creation thing.
That's right. 100%.
Bryce, what do you think?
Ticket text. Bryce Underwood actually picked up Joe Milton and threw him 95 yards from his knees.
There it is.
Done. That's the winner. That's the winner. 100% the winner. I laugh that the people get mad at me when I'm the one going, hey, this might be unfair to the kid. Yeah, shame on me. Like that the hype may go too far. Let him play.
Yeah, I've been the one saying, whatever happens, don't eat your young. This will pay off in year 2.
And if he's great from game 1,
then that's a bonus.
But you get to say all of this once he's done it.
Yes.
Why do it now?
Right.
Yes, David.
Superman wears Bryce Underwood pajamas. Okay. Now let me get back to the Brad Holmes stuff. Oh, don't let these loser Lions fans talk back to you guys. It's extremely concerning and clear that Brad doesn't think they can win the Super Bowl.
Bryce Underwood doesn't wear a watch. He decides what time it is.
Bryce Underwood is actually Chuck Norris.
All right, let's just having some fun. Let's go to the people. We'll go to Christian, 97.1. Christian, what's going on?
What's going on, fellas? Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, loud and clear,
clear,
man. What's up?
So it gets more and more frustrating every time because this is not the first time that he's been, dodging the answer, patronizing the fans. It's just what I feel like it is there's a lack of understanding that, you're leading an organization that has provided 50 plus years of nothing but suffering. And to sit there and act like your own poo-poo doesn't stink, and it might only be, 4 or 5 years for Brad, but again, for the fans that you're speaking to, for me, it's been, as a married man, it's been decades of nothing. So it's just, you know what I'm saying? Like there's a lack of understanding, and it's just so frustrating every time he opens his mouth.
No, it is. And Christian, I think all you really want to hear is I'm well aware of the history of this, and we've gone a long way in fixing it, but we have one goal, and it's the same thing these fans want, and we're going to do everything in our power to get that done. Say that, absolutely, and there is no problem. But
yeah, and then the other thing I think is like if to go back to the previous caller's point about just a talent standpoint, if you make the corresponding moves that everybody wants to make and then you make those comments, I don't think there's an issue. But the fact that neither thing is happening, it's beyond frustrating. I'm super grateful for Brad Holmes. I'm grateful we have him, but again, enough of the patronizing. The cuteness is gone. It's time to go. So thanks, fellas. Have a good show.
Yeah, Christian, appreciate it, brother. As a married man. I appreciate the callers picking up on Kenny's bit. Let's go to Keith, 97.1. Keith, how you doing?
Great. When it comes to Brad Holmes, the thing that scares me is that since Hutch went down last year, he's been drilled with questions about the defensive end position. And everybody in Detroit knows we need another defensive end or at least a backup plan or something. But he's condescending, this and that, yada, yada. What scares me is that he's like so spiteful for being asked this question because he's built this roster that he refuses to address it. And if that's the case, then he needs to be fired because that's the one position everybody knows you need and everybody's worried about, but you refuse to address it. And what's wrong with Zadarius Smith? Oh, we got one good guy. Well, Cleveland had Zadarius Smith and Myles Garrett. How'd that work out? They were great. So I just don't get it. And it scares me if he's doing it out of spite, spite everybody because he thinks he's the smartest guy in the room, which he does.
No, they just have a belief structure. I mean, I don't, Keith, it doesn't need to go, I'm not being insulting, but we don't need to go tinfoil mode here. They have a belief in a way they want to do things. It's not spite. No high-level executive is spiting the fans. That's no. We got to stop that. They have a way. They trust their process.
And there it is.
And they just don't believe what, frankly, everyone else believes. Because here's the problem. It's not just Detroit media or radio idiots or Bob the plumber. Every national media outlet said the same damn thing all summer long. Lions got to add somebody. Got to add a pass rusher. People that you might respect far more or far less than me and Rico said it. So again, it's I would comp it out to the Michigan cheating thing when people get mad and go, oh, only Spartans and Buckeyes. Cutscene, every national outlet shredding Michigan. Guys, if you don't like the message, that's fine, but don't deny that everyone is saying the same thing. So that's the key here is it's not agenda-driven or narrative. Real football people who have played the game or you respect, it was obvious. They should add a pass rusher.
Yeah. Because you have a championship level team, that's probably your only weakness. So show up your weakness, and you really have one of the best teams out there.
No. 248-539-9797. Listen, dinner, you're busy. Let's solve that problem. The 73 Classic from Hungry Howie's, a large for $9.99. That's a large pepperoni pizza, 73 of them to be honest, and accurate. And you get in-house made dough. You get 100% real Mott's, and you choose what flavored crust you want, all for $9.99, and dinner is on the table in under 20 minutes. So, hungryhowies.com. Place your order for a 73 Classic today, and thank me later for solving your dinner crisis. It's Hungry Howie's.
Brought to you by Maran Buick GMC. Lions GM Brad Holmes says that their last open roster spot is not meant for any particular player, but instead the one that makes the most sense. According to ESPN, the Cowboys are listening to trade offers for defensive lineman Micah Parsons for the first time. A couple of teams have called. The Tigers are out tonight after the A's swept them out of Sacramento yesterday. They'll be back in the field tomorrow in Kansas City. Former Michigan Heisman winner Desmond Howard has released a new apparel line that reads just fine, and a portion of the profits are going back to the university to pay for their NCAA sign-stealing fines. MHSA varsity football kicks off.
We truly live in the upside down.
MHSA varsity football kicks off today. Belleville and Clarkston start the action at the Prep Kickoff Classic in just about 30 minutes. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 971 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Okay, hold on a second. Nope. Some things you can't just... I know. Oh, my God. That rest stop looked amazing. They had a coffee shop I liked, and you keep driving. Sometimes you can't drive by the exit. Jeremy Otto just rolled a hand grenade in here and shut the door. Desmond Howard is doing what? I know it ain't completing sentences.
No, they are selling a T-shirt, Mike. I think it looks like $30.
That says what? We cheated?
No, close. It says just fine, period. Oh. That's the shirt. And it's to help offset the cost of Michigan's fine. So you, the fans, it'll sell for $30. It'll be found at the Champions Circle and also at Michigan Stadium. Sweatshirt for $50 and a hat for $30. Portion of the sales are earmarked to help poor Michigan pay the fine.
Aren't you just labeling yourself a bleep hole if you buy one of those? Like it's on your chest now. You can see it.
I'm not even angry about it. That's sad.
Brought to you by the same people who had the Bet T-shirt. So, as a matter of fact, Desmond had something to say.
Oh, good.
This is
Hopefully
from,
he typed it, because Lord knows he can't talk.
Well, yeah, this is from an article, Detroit News. Angelique wrote it.
Yes, the head propagandist.
We believe the leaders and best are not defined by circumstances, but how they rise above.
Wait. No. Famine is circumstance. Cancer is a circumstance. Poverty can be a circumstance. Your own cheating is not a circumstance, you moron. That's not a circumstance.
Right.
A circumstance is not you got 6 women pregnant and none of them are your wife.
Right.
That's not a circumstance. Those are bad life choices.
Right. Circumstance is not a divorce because your wife caught you at a whorehouse.
There you go. That's not a circumstance.
Right. That's a poor decision on your part.
This is real?
This is real.
Oh, my God.
Wait, there's more.
You poor things.
We've already been tried time and time again.
Stop. Because you keep getting arrested. It is not a point of pride to say that I am being persecuted. Cutscene, you're on your 4th dope dealing charge. Then naturally, you're going to be in front of a judge 4 times. You are not this is not religious persecution. You are repeat offenders.
I understand.
You poor thing, David. These are your people. You poor, poor man.
But wait.
There's more?
There's more. That same edge that once answered doubt with a single word still fuels us now. Bet.
Oh, you poor things. Oh, my. And you wonder why it is impossible to care about this sport.
So let me get this straight.
This is
You
wild.
cheated. You got fined. You appealed probably the softest penalty ever when the NCAA said we should have hammered you, but we didn't.
We have the goods to give you a multi-year postseason ban.
But
let's
we did.
make T-shirts. A charity drive for a school with a $20 billion endowment.
So then you and your alums flex. Oh, that's nothing but pocket change. As you pass the hat around to your fans saying, will you please help us? We're poor. It's Ward Manuel on the corner saying, we'll give a hat for food. Please help me.
David,
Because
would you
Rico-
like one of these shirts?
This shirt is more than fabric. It's a statement of pride, unity, and confidence in who we are and what we've built together.
just fine, period.
What we've built together.
Yep.
I'm sure Bernie Madoff sold those same T-shirts
Just
as he was
fine.
hauled off to jail in a Ponzi scheme. This is pride in what I've built. Yes, a fraudulent scheme. Again,
Send me 5.
So, and this is why I said, I respect, I fully respect Michigan fans who come out and say, you know what, we won the Natty, but we cheated. All respect due, because you get it. It was a cost, and you paid the cost. And you said, I don't care. I don't care. We got the Natty. I'm not mad at you.
Do you want one of these shirts? Is that what you're telling me?
No. But what for the aggrieved to celebrate? They celebrated like they won the title again when an NCAA verdict came out. And then, well, no, that's not us. We didn't cheat. Okay, we cheated, but can you help us pay the fine? The audacity that you are asking your fans to help defer the cost of the fine, and the stupid fans who go out and buy this. Are you kidding me?
I actually almost stand and applaud this. It's so patently absurd. I almost want to do the Derek Jeter kid respect thing where you're like, you know what? You know your audience.
This is the art of the grift.
You know you can grift your way through.
Yes.
God bless.
This is the art of the grift. Like, this is grifting. This is PhD level grifting right here.
We have been through some hard circumstances. Yes, you robbed a bank.
Wait.
That's not a circumstance.
Wait. Will Desmond wear one of these shirts on the set of Game Day?
Well, I think that's the part that bothers me a little bit, is that you're on College Game Day. You probably shouldn't be involved with a T-shirt drive.
You know, I will only respect Desmond if he wears the hat and T-shirt on Game Day. Now, at that point, you're pot committed. Now, okay. Man. I Kurt Herbstreit. Hey, so Des, why are you wearing that hat? Glad you asked me about that.
You know, is that to support kids with cancer? No. This is about supporting what we've built together and the heinous fine that has been put upon us.
Wait, you mean your football program that prints money? Wait, you need help for $20 million?
Like the funniest part in all of it, and it's a compliment to Michigan football because it's a massive brand. If they made an offering, which some schools are doing, if they made an offering to private equity, Michigan football would probably receive $1 billion valuation, meaning if they're going to sell 10% of it, it would be $100 million. You get my point. You paid your quarterback $15 million. Your NIL is top notch. You're not going to have a problem paying this. T-shirt drive? Like vote Dez for class president?
Yeah.
Like, what the hell? I tell you what, Dez, why not sell mixtapes out of your trunk? This highlight drive of the cheating goes towards paying for the cheating?
Yeah, because we're all one. Join us in unity.
Wow.
We're gonna rise above the circumstance.
Kind of with Kenny on this. I kind of almost like, I want to know the person who like buys that T-shirt and pimps it. Feels great about it.
Just wait till next week.
You're buying one?
No. Mike, every person who bought a Bet T-shirt will have one of these.
Okay.
And they will see my Bet T-shirt?
They will rotate
I didn't wear
them.
it here?
No, David, they're going to rotate them at every game. Wait, are we wearing the Bet T-shirts or are we wearing the just fine T-shirts?
Look, I will give him credit in this regard. He knows the audience. And look, ultimately, this is why I can't take sports serious. This is wrestling. I mean, this is like, can you smell what The Rock is cooking T-shirt? Oh, I don't know. More scripted drama?
No, but
like, if you want to buy it, buy it. I do whatever you want. But we need your help to pay this.
I think what we have found out, Mike, it's a question you've asked for years. Going back to the, I think Terry Foster once said, yes, Michigan can always be right.
Yeah, T used to always say something that, like, he would always tell Wojo, Michigan can't always be right.
Yes, they can.
I think we've accepted that.
In the words of Obama, yes, you can.
I got nothing. Follow also in the same segment where Rico said, it's not a circumstance if your wife caught you at a whorehouse. That's a consequence.
Right. We
Wow.
will not be defined by circumstances, but how we rise above.
Why did you get arrested? Oh, you were doing cocaine off a toilet seat. at the Pink Pony. Mm-hmm. It's not a circumstance.
That's a circumstance. It was,
Okay, we're good. That's it. Thank you for this. That was tremendous. 97.1.
I'm here for you, man. Wow. My apologies to Matrix Basements to lead into this. Football season is coming up, and Matrix Basements has really hooked up my unfinished basement. Right now, I got the drywall going up today. It's gone through all the inspections. It should be ready in time for the Lions seasons. Yeah. By the way, Matrix Basement is a proud sponsor of the Detroit Lions. Yes, bet. Go to matrixbasements.com. You'll get a ton of great ideas, and you'll sign up for some free consultations. So if you're looking to finish your unfinished basement, add a bathroom, add a bedroom, add a bar, just turn it into the man cave that you always wanted, Matrix Basements is there for you. They will come up with a design plan. They came up with an awesome one for me. And you know what? We've been tweaking it throughout the entire process. If you like something, move to a different wall, no problem. They will get it done. Go and check out matrixbasements.com. Right now, it's easy to turn your basement dreams into a reality with Matrix Basement.
All right. Sorry.
We're gonna rise above circumstances.
Yes.
I'm gonna sell a T-shirt.
That's an amazing bit.
I'm gonna help out Mel Tucker.
Circumstances. David, ticket text, and if you'd like one of the shirts, I'm happy to do it for you.
Oh, my text has already been sent out. My order's already in.
Did you get the hat, the sweatshirt, or the T-shirt?
All the above.
Okay.
David, ticket text.
My local soup kitchen is holding a fundraiser for the Michigan football fines.
Right.
Oh.
F them pores. Right. We need the money.
Kevin, U of M fan, if I see someone with that T-shirt, I'll rip it off of their back.
Don't do that.
You can't take it anymore, is
Do
what he
not
says.
put your hands on anyone. That's inappropriate.
I mean, this is the epitome. This story won't end. And Michigan fans will be like, well, you guys keep bringing it up. No, you keep doing dumb things. We've all let it go. We accepted the fine. We knew nothing was going to happen. And now, wait, you're not looking at us again. Let us do something else stupid.
Shouldn't the T-shirt read just a fine, not just fine?
I don't. David, don't. Please leave me out of the creative lab in coming up with this T-shirt.
I mean, general studies.
This is definitive proof it is a cult.
I mean, I've been trying to tell you for 20 years, man.
Someone else says, don't take the bait, guys. The purpose of the T-shirt is to upset everyone, not to actually make any money. It's what U of M fans love to do.
Yeah, the problem is when you misplace that, there's no anger. We laughed our way through it. It's so absurd. You can't get mad at it. If you're mad at it, like, you got to step back. This is all wrestling.
You literally got caught with your hands in the cookie jar and then said, well, define what a cookie is, because this is more of a Biscoff. This is not quite a cookie. It's more of a graham crackerish. Like, what are we doing here?
Jesse the mailman says, what's next for Michigan? Maybe a car wash? Selling dinners, maybe?
Yes.
Spaghetti dinners.
Friday night fish fry. To hell with Lent. We got paid his fine.
Someone says, this is crazy. I thought this story was fake, but yeah, I guess it's real.
And again, like, this just shows you where we're at with our industry. This guy works for ESPN and he's doing a T-shirt drive. Are you kidding me? You're on ESPN's pregame show.
Mike, I showed you the picture of the guy working for Fox now, out in the central Michigan get up at the pizza house.
I know. Again, though, like, here's my one thing. Fox, when they hired Dave, they knew what they were getting. So now you have one choice as an employer. Stand behind your guy. You knew. You can never claim that Dave Portnoy has not been honest about what he is, who he is, and how he's going to do business. Fair. Okay? Fair. So what I would say is this. Anyone who's upset, I wouldn't even be upset at Dave.
No,
be upset. Right. Now, where I think it's a joke is if Fox hires the guy and then asks him to be something he's not. That's what would upset me. Look, I have a conscious decision as a choice. I don't watch Big Noon Kickoff anyways. I want to watch the game, and that show only upset me before Dave got there. So now Dave's going to go on TV and, like, what? Take a chainsaw to Sparty. I mean, come on. I'm not going to watch that.
I'm very anxious to see what happens as the weeks progress.
But I'm also not going to get mad about it.
No,
it's like I said, I don't like country music. You know what I don't do? Listen to country music. It's just a simple choice. People, I think, like being angry and forcibly watch or listen or read things that they don't want. And then they do it, and they get mad about it.
Just fine.
Okay, listen, circumstances. That should be the T-shirt's one-liner, circumstances.
And we're going to rise above the circumstances.
Maybe Michigan should try a pop can drive. Oh, wait, Brady Hoke already did that. Oh, man.
Oh, dear. The David Brandon promotion.
Someone else who was on hold, he said, had to pick his daughter up. He says him and his daughter stopped by the store and Desmond Howard was outside trying to sell me a chocolate bar for the fine cost.
Wait. Maybe they'll take over Girl Scout cookies.
It's just
mints for Michigan.
It's wild to me because they have an unbelievable cash flow right now. And it
one check and they're done.
It just
you Treat it like it was a quarterback's NIL. Write the check and move on.
And I think, like any school, look, if you tell any school you could pay $40 million, $30 million, and win a national title, you'll take that deal.
Yeah.
Because no school attaches their worth to a reputation like Michigan did. Now, we've put that aside. The point I'm making is the boosters that are the movers and shakers in college football, you get a couple of these guys together, that thing is done. And they're happy to write that check.
I think you get the one person, Mike. But here's the thing.
Selling T-shirts?
Maybe, just maybe, the NCAA knew what they were doing. And I know, this sounds ridiculous for me saying NCAA. Because everybody's like, oh, well, they're going to come out and they're going to, take away games. They're going to take away the titles. They're going to postseason ban. The NCAA knew what hurt Michigan the most is their reputation. And said, no, we could have done all of this, but we're just going to label you a felon for life. You have to own the fact that you cheated. Here's 73 pages worth of you cheating. Your head coach that you turned into a deity, he was one of the worst ever. They publicly put it out there for it's kind of like when, one of these side chicks go on Twitter and just post the photos.
Oh, the Zion.
Yeah, of the Zion. NCAA posted all the photos, and now we all know Michigan's business, and that hurt them more than anything else because of circumstances. This is why you get the T-shirt, because you're trying to gain your reputation back that you'll never get. So the NCAA may have just gotten it correct.
It's interesting. I don't know. Like I told you, the day this stuff came down, it wasn't surprising to me. We talked about it for a day.
But think about this, Mike. Most other schools, Georgia laughs it off. Whatever.
Well, Georgia, they can't. You can't get behind the wheel of a car with that team.
Right, but think about you can't. Oh, you guys can't drive. Yeah, but we win titles, and that's it. They move on. Michigan, you won a title and you cheated. No, we didn't cheat. You did. Own it. No, never. They knew what they were doing.
How about Ohio State winning the title and they're flexing while Ohio State didn't beat us? Okay, so I'm a Giants fan. The Giants beat the Eagles in Week 8, but the Eagles win the Super Bowl. Can you imagine me going on a radio show and priming my garden hose to that? But you have to laugh at this stuff. Otherwise, you get upset. Nobody wants to be upset. All right, David has said that's enough.
Okay, maybe that was just, I'm saying, maybe they knew the proper punishment.
Fine. All right, we'll get some of the calls. We're going to do a football today, and I do have Who Am I? I've got the 3 divisions again. We'll do that in the 4 o'clock.
Alive?
I can confirm all 3 players are alive. Okay. 97.1.
Brought to you by Hamilton Chevrolet. The Lions still have one roster spot remaining after their flurry of moves yesterday. Lions GM Brad Holmes spoke with the media today and was asked whether that spot could go to free agent Zadarius Smith. He was also asked why they ended up injuries settling and waiving rookie defensive lineman Ahmed Hassanin. He said they wanted to pave the best path for him back to practice when he gets healthy. He confirmed that he will be back as a Lion and playing at some point this year. Former Michigan quarterback J.J. McCarthy has been named one of the Minnesota Vikings captains. The Tigers have the night off. They spent an extra night in Sacramento and were due to fly back today to Kansas City. They'll begin a 3-game series there tomorrow. According to The Athletic, ESPN broadcaster Doris Burke has been pulled off the number 1 NBA game team. Tim Legler is taking her place. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto from Oregon at 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, let's touch table on a little bit of football. David, some music, please. Ah, yes. As we do have football tonight, by the way. We do. Nebraska-Cincinnati counts, right?
Yeah.
And at 5:30, for no reason, number 25 Boise State taking on, you guessed it, South Florida.
Why is it at 5:30?
I.e. kickoff right now.
I saw the countdown clock like, okay, let's
Here
go.
we go. All right.
All right, I got a few questions here. I'm not going to treat this as receipts. I just want to go through and get your idea right now of what you think is going to happen in college football. Let's start with a few regarding some coaches and some teams. Is Notre Dame here to stay?
Yes. Marcus Freeman's a superstar. Been saying that since he was the DC at Cincinnati. Marcus Freeman is a superstar, and you know, he is becoming, forget about the recruiting, which he's excellent at. Rico, you know what I like? I never feature him in coaching malpractice. He's become one of the smartest in-game coaches in America. Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yeah, and he's only going to get more and more talent, David. They're there until he gets that NFL job, because that's the only thing that's going to happen. Now, I thought for a second maybe Notre Dame wouldn't be patient with him and would fire him prematurely. I think they realize what they have. Yes, Notre Dame back, and he's going to get more and more talent. I got a feeling he's going to win a national title before he leaves.
Florida State went 13-0. Quarterback gets hurt, don't make the playoffs, and everything's gone downhill since then. Can they rebound?
They can rebound because you can't be 2-10 again. But ask yourself this question, and it's just what I did going through preparations for the season. How did they get better? They're not recruiting at a Florida State level. No. They are choosing to do this portal thing, but the problem is they haven't figured out a way to be successful at it. And of all the quarterbacks you could get, back-to-back years, your answer is DJU and Thomas Castellanos?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Like, okay, great. You've rebounded to 6-6.
Saying that you're going to beat Bama. Yeah.
That was not right.
No, it's not. David, I think they need a coach very similar to a Marcus Freeman, somebody who could bring the passion back to Florida State. Because, look, that's a blue blood program, but they're acting like, I don't know, like a generic Florida school. Like they're right up there with FIU and everybody else.
Hey, shout out Pitbull Stadium.
I'm just saying, but that's how they're acting. Like, you are Florida freaking State. Go act like it.
Yeah, it's almost like you're Michigan State. Act like it.
Florida State has titles. You know, famous Jameis.
Oh, we've got pretzels at our games.
Hey, famous Jameis. And they got pizza at the game now.
David, please, God, say something.
You cannot be happy that they have pizza. That cannot be the happiness
David,
point.
You know
it
what?
Can't be.
Just move on.
David,
move on.
Hold on. Sometimes you just take the small steps, and smaller steps lead to bigger steps.
Okay, all right. Next question. Can
Bryce Underwood doesn't step; he flies.
Okay.
Can Brian Kelly and James?
When Bryce Underwood was born, he drove his mother to the hospital.
I heard Bryce Underwood delivered himself.
You ready? We're all set.
Yes.
Can Brian Kelly and James Franklin get over the hump?
No. Next. What do you want me to say, dude? You've picked the two coaches I loathe the most. I'm going to say no.
They got you eventually, right?
Here's the thing. And we did a breakdown of Penn State on the 5-star zone. If James Franklin cannot do it this year, you should just fire this man at the end of the year, because you brought the band back together. Similar to what you saw Michigan do, similar to what you saw Ohio State do. everybody came back. You got the quarterback, you got the backfield, you have everything minus a tight end. Yes, if you don't do it this year, he's got to be fired in December. Don't even coach the bowl game. Just leave.
How many wins does North Carolina and Bill Belichick get?
6.
7.5 is the over-under.
I'll say 6.
How many games does he actually stay? I just feel like he's just going to walk in one day. I don't feel like doing this anymore. I'm leaving.
I mean, that's what it feels like. Look, they have TCU Monday night. I think they're 3.5-point dogs. They didn't have time to recruit really well, and they raided the portal, but it was with very paltry results. I got to see it to believe it. I just don't even know what they are. And I'm with you. I can't believe he's actually there.
I don't see the passion. Like, at least, a guy like Deion embraced it. He had his son there. Bill Belichick just looked like a man who was looking for a job and got it because he didn't want to sit around the house and do nothing. So I don't see the passion. I don't see more than 7.5. So I'm going to go under.
So I have some choices here because I know sometimes you might not have it top of mind.
Yeah.
But game of the year options here. I have a November 1st game, Penn State at Ohio State. September 27th, Bama at Georgia. November 15th, Texas at Georgia. And then November 8th, LSU at Bama. Does any of those games scream this will maybe decide things this year?
I like the Texas at Georgia.
Same.
Yeah, that's the one. If I had to pick one, yeah, Penn State at Ohio State just means massacre. Now, if it was at Penn State, they got a chance of winning. Penn State doesn't win at Ohio State, and Ohio State may be like a top 5 team, which means they really won't win that game.
I like a pair of this weekend's games. Not that anyone's going to be kept out of the playoff, but your margin will be reduced to maybe 1.
You will understand who they are.
Utah, UCLA?
Got it. Texas, OSU, and LSU, Clemson. Whoever loses, your margin's down to 1, which that's the best we can ask for now because you're allowed to lose a bunch of games. But no, the Texas-Georgia one, the venue, that late in the season, yeah, I'll go with that.
Yeah, I didn't want to choose this week because you'll probably learn a lot, and then you can go from there with Ohio State. You'll learn about Sayin. You'll learn about C.J. Carr.
You'll learn about Matt Patricia.
Will you, or do you know enough?
Don't look at me, man. He ain't my defensive coordinator.
Right. You know what, David? It's college. I think he'll actually work and kind of fix his image, kind of what Chip Kelly did, and then he'll move on.
Let's get to some teams here. Biggest surprise team you think from this season?
Define surprise, though. They got to be unranked?
They don't have to be unranked because we talked about this earlier this week, Mike. LSU. They're, yes, in the top 10, but everyone ahead of them is figured to be better than them.
Oh, boy, this is difficult. So to be a true surprise, team that could make the playoff?
Possibly, yes.
All right. I mean,
make noise.
Won't be South Carolina. I talked about Iowa State preseason. Now they've beaten Kansas State. That helps. They got a tricky game this weekend against South Dakota because next week is the Cy-Hawk. But Iowa State kind of broke through last year, got to the Big 12 championship. They weren't ranked to start this season. Does that qualify?
Yeah, sure does.
Rocco Becht.
You know what? I'm going to go to an oldie but a goodie.
What's that?
I'm going to go out to the West Coast. I'm going with the Huskies, Washington. Demond Williams.
Oh,
No.
No, I just know you love UW.
No, but Mike, I'm looking at their schedule. They're on the road a lot, but they got a quarterback that could be that sneaky good guy that nobody's paying attention to. And with the schedule they're playing, if they win games, it won't be like Indiana. They'll actually earn a spot in the playoffs. I don't think that the Big Ten is going to be this dominant Big Ten. It's really kind of Penn State, Ohio State, ? And then who?
I got a lot of questions about Ohio State.
Right. And that's what I'm saying. I think they're coming in with the best quarterback, running back, and wide receiver returning combo. So that's why I'm saying they could make the playoffs. Now, I know. I wish it was another school other than Washington or Maryland because you guys are just going to make fun of me.
I'm not making fun of you. I'm just waiting for you to move on to the next team. You love the school. You gave good reasons. What do you want me to say? Demond Williams, he's electric. Go ahead.
Then let's close it out with this. I am not going to hold you to it.
Oh, good.
Who wins the national title?
Clemson. Klubnik, FTW.
You really want Dabo telling everybody, I
don't
did
care.
it the right way?
No, I don't care.
I'll take the field. He'll take
That's not fair.
Who? Pick a team.
I don't know.
Mustard or ketchup. Relish. Come on. Pick one. Now.
Texas.
There you go. Was it? See, that was fun, wasn't it?
It was.
Now I'm going to hold that one against you because it took so long to answer it. That is
You know what? Just fine. Michigan.
That is your college football blitz.
You've been injured in an auto accident. Now you're drowning in medical bills. You're dealing with insurance companies that they don't care about you. Enter injury attorney David Feminino. Insurance companies, you think they're on your side, think again. You need David. He will get to work day one. Get David, get paid. That's not just a catchphrase. It is a promise. He'll get you taken care of. And if someone you know has been injured, don't sit there and hope it gets better. Call David Feminino, 855-65-CRASH, or go to that website, getdavidgetpaid.com. Okay, we'll get back to business. You are an hour from a football game, South Florida and Boise. We're going to play Who Am I as a part of our kickoff special. 3 Big Ten players. I give you clues, and you have to guess, who am I? Okay, the 3 divisions, per usual. The shout out to the Godfather, the Stone Age division. This is a player that is at least 20 years ago. We have the Rico Beard division, which is a curated prime of Rico's life Spartan, or the New School division, aka something so Kenny can play. Based on
That's Big Ten. I'm just glad Kenny plays.
A new wave player. So Evan Jenkins is joining us today for this as well. Evan, where would you like to start?
I want to do the Stone Age.
You want to go to the Stone Age? Okay, here we go. I am 44 years old.
Is that Stone Age?
I tried to. I'm trying to mix
Don't
it up.
I'm sorry.
I'm 44.
Hold on, let me do my math.
Okay,
All right.
good. Get
All
your
right, all right,
abacus
I'm there.
out.
I'm
All
there.
right. I hail from the Sag Nasty, a Saginaw product.
I'm out.
Whoa! At clue number 2?
Well, based on my math and yes.
Okay, all right, then just hold your water.
I really hope Evan's right now, by the way.
This
That'd
would be
awesome.
incredible.
That'd be a record for this game, right?
Yeah, like Kramer.
I
take it.
started all 4 years at my school. So 4-year player.
I'm out.
What? All right. Well, for David and Kenny's sake, I'll continue. I was the Big Ten Freshman of the Year in 2000. David's cursing me behind the glass. I can see it.
I'm cursing them.
You calm it down in there.
I tallied a school record 17 interceptions.
Throws a little wrinkle in mine, but
Aha!
I said a little wrinkle.
Okay. I beat Charles Rogers in a track meet.
Yes.
Okay, all right, just sit tight. I was selected in the 3rd round by the Oakland Raiders. David, you're still confused, huh? No? Do you have a guess?
I'm not ready to say out yet.
Then perhaps this next hint will guide you. I am white.
Big wrinkle.
He chose the wrong race. He chose the wrong race when he shouldn't have.
And I know exactly who you're
Look
talking
at Larry
about now.
Stevens.
And I can't remember the name.
Okay. And the last hint, a Family Guy character shares my first name. Everybody have their guesses.
Yeah.
Now, Evan, you locked in
I
2
did.
guesses in, and it sounds like you haven't selected a white person. Who was your guess?
Lamar Woodley.
Wrong. Over to Rico Beard, who locked in after guess number 4.
It would be Stuart Swigert.
Nailed it.
Great choice. Great choice.
Do you remember those YouTube videos of watching him race Charles Rogers?
Right,
It was
right.
incredible.
Yeah.
You want a fun fact? Yeah. If Nick Saban had stayed, he was going to Michigan State, but he didn't. We got Rogers instead of Schweiger.
Yes.
It worked out fine for both schools. All right. Do we want to go to the new school?
Sure.
Everybody can play. I am 23 years old. Okay? 23. Nice time range here. I was all conference at 2 different schools in 2 different leagues. Okay, so we're working in the portal era. All right. I only played 1 year at each. Only played 1 year at each. I was 3rd team All Big Ten. But I ended my career in the ACC. Kenny's just looking lovingly.
I have an idea, but I want to hear
Evan's
more.
snapping his fingers like a fly girl on In Living Color. You're locked in.
Yes.
Okay.
You have the right race this time.
I think it's.
I haven't given that away. I was drafted in the 6th round by the Philadelphia Eagles.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
All right, chill out over there. You're very pleased with yourself.
No, I'm glad I didn't go out.
I lit
me
the
too.
world on fire after I left the Big Ten with 4,700 passing.
I'm out.
Oh, okay. I was blamed for losing at Michigan.
I'm out.
It's a stunning development. Rico Beard, guestless. Those are the clues.
Oh, that's it. Oh, okay.
Can I give the answer? Since I was the first one, Kyle McCord.
Yes.
Yes.
It was once you said Big Ten to ACC, I was able to narrow that one down.
Okay.
I keep
I
forgetting
was so
Syracuse.
close.
And boy, did they put all that blame on him.
I was so close to being out for ACC and going with Keon Coleman.
And that's what I was about. And then he said the 6th round
Yes.
selection.
But you see, but this is why this, and again, guys, I am trying to make it so somebody gets to have fun versus height of pandemic. I was doing these, and Rico's like, I hate you. This game sucks. I can't get anything.
Backup punter.
Now,
I'm having a great time. I don't know.
Evan, I think.
I was about to say Keon Coleman.
Evan's a Sparty. Lord knows you are. And David's old. So
He
3
is.
out of 4 have got a shot. I just don't think Kenny's going to
I
be
love
able
those
to do it.
categories.
Here we go. Now this is Rico division, but towards the end of your run of the
What
prime
is
of
your run?
life,
Like, what are those years?
I listed as 1990 to 2000.
Okay.
That was kind of peak.
47 at 1980.
Yeah.
Yeah, 1938.
Last time they won a national title.
I am
Bubba Smith. I'm out.
I am 47 years old.
Oh, geez. Hold on, math.
Okay, do the math. Take your time.
Okay, I think I'm in that ballpark.
All right. I was 6'3", 260.
Oh, did he shrink?
Oh, I don't want to.
I know.
I'm saying as playing weight and height, the rest. I mean, who knows? The guy might be 340 right now. 6'3", 260.
But alive.
Yes.
Okay. See, I got that out of him.
I hail from New York State, just like Mike, but I played high school football in Saline.
Okay. I think.
Hold on. Are you ready to guess?
No. But we've eliminated some people.
That's the design. All right, here we go. I was a second-team All-America in 2001. Second-team All-America.
My math on that 47 years was way off.
Evan's got this guy playing in 1983. Are you okay? I was very productive, but never quite as much as I should have been.
You know what? I'm gonna keep. I can tap out, but I'm gonna keep going.
Okay. Now this one is now. Remember, I designed this division for Rico, Kenny. So don't laugh when you go, "Who the hell would know this?" This freakazoid would. I had a horrific fumble at Minnesota that cost us the game and made young Mike very upset. I'm out.
I'll say I'm out too, and I'm just going to throw crap against the wall and see if it sticks.
All right, I'll do the last 3 clues for David.
Oh, there was more clues?
Yes.
I thought that was it. That's why I was
I finished my career with 15 touchdowns.
Oh, I might not be off.
I caught passes, but I wasn't a wide receiver.
Oh, I'm getting closer.
And I was drafted in the 3rd round by the Jets.
Ooh.
And the last clue, a Detroit owner of 2 teams shares my first name.
All right. Well, my answer of DeAndre Cobb is out the window.
That is, yeah, the 6'3", 260 may have.
Maybe 5'3".
Yes. Rico Beard, center square.
That would be
Say it.
Chris Baker.
Yes.
Touchdown maker, Chris
My
Baker.
guy.
Oh,
He
I
always
remember
could have been
him.
more productive. He was a monster, and we could have thrown him the ball more. Damn it.
He was a tight end, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
and he was a damn good one. Except that game at Minnesota, I wanted him launched into space. David doesn't have a guess. He quits.
That was the only turnover in the game.
I'm going to go with Chris Baker.
Yes.
No, Chris Baker, the touchdown maker.
All right. Couple of ticket ticks. Nice job. Everybody feel like you got a fair shake here?
I feel great.
Yeah, I got
David doesn't look great.
David started out hot early in the week with
I
this.
got one today. I'm good again.
Okay.
Reset the timer.
I thought it was Keon Coleman. I was like,
Almost
okay.
got me on that one.
I forget that Syracuse exists.
No,
Okay,
you don't. Everybody
do.
in broadcasting went to Syracuse. They'll let
right,
you know.
but I don't think of them for sports.
They'll let you know.
He's not wrong. I went to the school of Newhouse.
At some point or another, they will tell you.
When was the last time they were good at anything?
They did win 10 games last year. I just would like to say accurately.
He said, did they? Yes, they
They
If
did.
you didn't see it, did it happen?
Well, they beat Miami and kept them out of the playoff.
Was it
That
on
was
the
great.
WB?
That was a great game.
CW. I'm sorry. CW.
Did you just ask me if it was a WB?
I said, was it on the WB?
What was that car? What was the frog's name?
Michigan J. Frog.
Honestly, the way college football is going, we're one step from having him call games.
Hello, mommy.
That's where we're at right now. David, what do you have on ticket?
People were guessing too early. They guessed Woodley on the first one. Then you said white guy, and they said, oh, crap, I'm wrong.
Yeah. Well, and again, if I did Lamar Woodley, it would have been, I got slapped by John L. Smith.
I was headed to Michigan State and got slapped. I would have gotten that one.
I forgot all about that.
Yeah,
story.
I didn't.
Oh, man.
First time he met him, David. First time. Not hello. My name is Coach Smith. Just slapped him in the face.
Yes, David.
Says Stuart Swaggart, whatever he says.
Schweigert.
Yeah, he said it was a great choice there. He sagged nasty. Great athlete.
He was a cult hero. He was a top 100 recruit.
I mean, there was only a couple of players, and the caveat was alive, so that took Rodgers out. So at that point, it was only two. And I figured Mike can't be going with no, I'm like, I know where he's going. He's making it difficult. So I took a chance. It was 50-50.
No, you did good. You did good.
Because there's only been three good players from Saginaw.
And then if I tell you there's a white guy from Saginaw who plays football, I ain't been one of them in 25 years. So, pretty much.
Yeah. Speaking of, someone says, I played flag football with him. Besides me, his team was full of white guys, and they killed us up and down the field all day.
He was a damn good football player, man. He was a really good football player. All right. I've got an update on something. I want to read this to you. I think it's a shocking report from the Washington Post about Jim Irsay. Have you read this?
No.
I want to read you a couple of these excerpts.
I won't read anything about it.
It's newsworthy for one segment, and then we will get back to business about Brad Holmes, Tigers, and the rest. 97.1.
Yes, it is, Mike. All right, sports fans, listen up. Is your internet performance on a losing streak? Are you dropping connections, lagging streams, missing those game-winning plays? Not with Xfinity Internet. We're talking the champion of Wi-Fi with the best in-class equipment. So whether you're live streaming the game, video chatting with your fantasy league, or just downloading the latest highlights, Xfinity Internet means no timeouts. Do more of what you love faster than a touchdown dash. And if you're an Xfinity mobile MVP, even better. Xfinity brings the power of internet and mobile together, so you got victory level speeds at home and on the go. Combine Xfinity internet and mobile together and supercharge your phone with Wi-Fi power boost for that winning edge. That's gold medal speeds with reliable home internet and a secure game-ready network on the go. You ready to score big? Call 1-800-XFINITY, visit Xfinity.com, or just drop into an Xfinity store today for more details. Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
Brought to you by MyMichiganRoof.com. Brad Holmes spoke to the media today and confirmed that he's begun a dialogue with Aiden Hutchinson about his potential new contract. The Cowboys have begun listening to offers on defensive lineman Micah Parsons for the first time since he requested a trade. The Tigers will enjoy a night off. Kansas City is on tap tomorrow. The Rangers still just 4.5 games out of the wild card. Today they learned that Corey Seager has appendicitis. He'll be out for a period of time, but not the entire season. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 5 or at 971theticket.com.
No, we're not getting Micah Parsons, so we're not doing that. It's not happening.
But
no, there's no buts, there's no ifs, there's no it's not happening. Especially after Brad Holmes talked today. We're not doing that today.
But
no. Now, I want to read this story to you. Just a moment of serious in a fun day that we've had. Because this is a stunner. I don't know if I'm more stunned by what's in the report or the fact that there was actual investigative journalism being done in 2025. Colts, this is from the Washington Post, all right? And just bear with me. I'll try to read as little of this as possible. Colts owner Jim Irsay privately grappled with a relapse in his last 2 years before his death. This is according to the Washington Post. Spent the last 2 years of his life in the throes of a relapse, alleging the NFL exec was prescribed ketamine from a private doctor. So it starts to take on like a Michael Jackson feel. The doctor signed Irsay's death certificate stating the cause was cardiac arrest, per the report, which stated no toxicology testing was administered nor an autopsy. So what happens in this piece, they're starting to like build a case that there's a cover-up. Those close to Irsay relayed concerns over the treatment he was receiving from California-based addiction specialist, I'm going to butcher this guy's name, I apologize, Harry Haratunian, who was residing at the Beverly Hills Hotel where Irsay passed away this spring. The report states he was prescribed over 200 opioid pills before Irsay overdosed on 2 separate occasions in December of 23. Once at his Indianapolis home and another at a rental home in Miami. Before the incident in Florida, Irsay, who became Colts owner in 1997, allegedly fired a nurse because she attempted to conceal his pills. She was worried he was ingesting them at a rapid rate. In the weeks following those ordeals, cops suspected in January of 24, Irsay had suffered an overdose. However, both Irsay and the Colts publicly denied that was the case. The team described Irsay's issues as severe respiratory illness. When a Colts executive called 911 that night, they did not mention pills or drug use, just that his heart may be failing. Again, from the Washington Post, ex-Colts employees alleged Chief Operating Officer Pete Ward and General Counsel Dan Emerson helped keep Irsay's relapses under cover. Again, according to WAPO. I've always approached my responsibilities with the utmost professionalism and care, Ward told the Washington Post via email. Out of respect for everyone, I don't believe it's appropriate to comment on anyone's private health matters, whether living or deceased. Emerson went on in a phone interview. We handled everything in a professional, ethical, and moral fashion. I wish people would let my friend rest in peace. Irsay's treatments eventually escalated to ketamine injections in the month before his death. That's from people with knowledge of the relapses. I dedicated 18 months of my life to care for him as a brother. This is from Haratunian in a phone interview, but he did not respond to emails that detailed our reporting. We did everything we could to make him as comfortable as possible. Upon announcing his death in May, the franchise stated he died peacefully in his sleep. And then it just goes on, talks about his daughters, etc. It's an awful story. But that is a level of detail in the reporting, and there are red flags everywhere in it. Here's my one thing. This is where I think I've changed. Like when I was 25 or 30, I was far more curious about, well, how did it happen? Now I'm 44, and maybe it's because my parents are getting old, or I know I'm getting older. I kind of just take the approach of, I don't care. The dude's dead. Like, do I really need to know how that went down? Everyone knows he battled substance abuse.
Right.
Everyone knows it was a lifelong thing. That's an illness. Am I wrong in that? Look, I appreciate the reporting, but it's nothing I needed. David, you're putting your hand over your face. Did I say something wrong?
It's because I had the same conversation with Doug earlier because the story came out and he came out during the break and I told him the details and both of us looked at each other and said, I wish this didn't come out. Like I
Here's
just
why you
wish
need
the
it.
family would have dealt with it. That's it.
Here's why you need it to come out.
If there was a cover-up?
Exactly.
Okay.
So that you don't have doctors abusing, the prescription pad and writing like the Michael Jackson doctor. It's like he should have just said no and known better, but instead I like the free ticket. I'm allegedly, but you get the perks of hanging out with a celebrity, so you'll just basically become their pusher. And that's what he did, and that's wrong. So, yeah, if you can expose something like that,
That's
then
No, I get Matthew Perry type thing, Michael Jackson type thing.
No,
where the
I
doctor's
can
doing
stand down
things.
on that, and I think you can be right, but it's also like I'm with David where I go, okay,
it's sad.
Jeez,
it's sad when you hear, when people leave, and it's like, wow, I would hate to go out like that. Yes,
But the thing is, and this will support your point, the NFL is run like a mafia. So the idea that something could get covered up while it seems far-fetched, it actually isn't when you know what the NFL's capable of.
Right.
So to your point, I can absolutely accept what you're saying. Just understand, like, the evolution of, like, where I'm at. I start going, damn, do his 3 daughters really need to relive that? But you're right.
Because I don't know how to say this, but
carefully. How about that?
It was already in the back of my mind knowing he struggled with this his entire life.
And he died at 65.
I didn't need the story because I knew he was at the owners' meeting the morning before. I didn't need the story to tell me what I knew already.
Or what you suspected.
Yes.
Yeah, I hear you. But I wanted to pass it along. It's a major news story, and I just was like, the details in the reporting.
Right, but here's the thing. It wouldn't have been a big story if you just came out and said, kind of, look, he died of whatever. You didn't have to say he overdosed.
Yeah, but you
didn't have to play people for stupid.
But I guess
either.
you could tell the truth because ultimately
somebody's going to find out.
No, he's a human being.
Yeah.
And we are imperfect creatures.
Yeah.
And you just say it. Like, it sucks, and you just say it. Does it matter to me how he died? No. But you're right, is that if you weren't honest about it, or if there is a cover-up, you're right in that the press, who doesn't investigate much, Michigan, then you're right, at least they did something. Yeah. Sorry, that slipped out. Had an almond. David, do you have any ticket text?
Yeah, Dom in a truck says he believed the report was already public knowledge. Pretty sure I read most of that immediately after he passed. No, not a lot of this I didn't read. So
You could read he was at the owners' meeting, but WAPO just released this piece today, and it's getting picked up by every newspaper in America. Next.
Yeah, someone says, I agree with Rico. If it's a cover-up, we do need to know. Other than that, we don't.
And it's
need
not
to
even
know.
it's not the cover-up. It's to stop doctors from not doing their job and basically becoming drug pushers. And just instead of saying, no, you have a serious problem and I'm checking you into rehab, well, okay, you're injecting people with ketamine? Like, come on.
All right, let's move it along. We'll get to a football today.
Let's Heather with the news.
No, definitely not. All right, FanDuel giving you a reason to lock into college football early. Right now, new customers. Bet 5, get $300 in bonus bets if your bet wins. Bet $5 on any bet, and if you win, you walk away with $300 in bonus bets to use anywhere you want on the app. So whether it's the exotic stuff or just betting straight up games, FanDuel's got you covered. Nobody has more betting markets. It's FanDuel.com/ticket. Sign up, get started. That's FanDuel.com/ticket. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions do apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. And if you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. I know what this is going to be. This has got receipts. What is this, the Brad Holmes segment?
Yes.
Receipts? Oh.
Sponsored by Brad Holmes.
No. All right, let's go.
All right, guys. College football, especially the local teams, are getting ready to start. So let's do a little futures look and see what we think is going to happen. I'm going to offer you some props, and you tell me over or under, and we'll come back at the end of the year and see how correct we were.
All right.
You ready?
Yeah.
It's so good. Evan Jenkins is joining us.
Oh, I can't wait. I love this.
All right, let's just start off with David's team, University
Cass
of
Tech.
Michigan.
Oh.
Over under in victories, 8.5.
Over.
Okay, I'll go next because David offered nothing there. I'm going to say under because there's going to be growing pains for the quarterback, and he's going to make some errors down the stretch in games that are going to cost him.
See, that's where you're wrong because he's going to lead them because he is Bryce
Okay,
Underwood.
To a couple Heismans and a natty.
I got Bryce Underwood's props a little bit later in this segment. So,
Kenny?
I'll do the under because I had 8 when he was asking it. New quarterback. Yeah, it's under for me.
Same. I think they could be good. I think Bryce can have great moments. When it's a freshman QB, what do you want me to do? I'll go under.
I'm going to go under as well. A lot what Evan said. I think there's going to be a lot of growing pains this year. Kind of looking forward to next year.
Just so much on his shoulders.
Bryce Underwood is so good, he can parallel park a 747.
Throws both-handed.
All right.
He ate an orange from an apple tree.
40-yard bombs with the left hand, dude.
Okay. Let's just stick with Bryce Underwood.
Okay. Over.
Over, under, total touchdowns this season, both passing and running. Over, under, 14.5.
Over. I'll go over because I do think his physicality and the size profile, he can be a weapon inside the 5, the QB power, some read option stuff. I'll go over.
Do you really need my answer? It's going to be over for sure. 14.5 is low.
God, that's a good number because my question is if he fumbles early in the season, do they still count on him going through with the running? But it's Bryce Underwood, so it's over. I mean, that might happen on Friday night or Saturday night.
I'm going to go under because getting into the 5 requires actually getting inside the 5, and that might be a problem for a quarterback with growing pains.
You guys
That's
are missing it. It's over. Do you know Bryce Underwood made a tsunami turn around by simply standing on the beach?
It was like, whoa! Stopped in its tracks.
I thought he told Chuck Norris to sit down.
That's right. He called Chuck Norris a bitch. Right. It's over 14 for me. Go ahead.
I'm going to go under, but there's a reason why.
Because you're a Sparty.
No.
Mikey Keene's coming in.
No. Over, under. Bryce turnovers, 11.5.
I'm going to say under because I still believe they're going to limit it. Like they're going to allow him to get comfortable. They're going to run the football. They're going to lean on their defense. I'll say under. How many throws are they going to allow?
I say 20 a game.
But it's passing. I mean, it's interceptions and fumble.
I'll say under. Bryce Underwood doesn't fumble.
20 interceptions a game?
Other people fumble when they make eye contact with Bryce Underwood.
I was saying I don't think he's going to throw the ball many times more than 20.
So you're going under?
I'm going under as well. They're going to protect him, man.
Yeah, I'll go under too. I don't think they're going to give him the chance to do that.
They will give him a chance, so he will have over.
Wow.
They run a lot of short routes, too, that
You're
are
a
gonna be
hater.
easy throws to the tight end. Klein said he's going to be the best tight end in the nation. Not for him, but for the team.
I'm going to go over. Most freshmen, especially true freshman quarterbacks, especially early in the year, turnover prone.
So I'm the Wolverine slap here who said under the turnover number.
I said under.
Yeah. And Kenny said under as well.
Yeah. We all
Do you know
love him.
Bryce Underwood solved the Middle Eastern crisis without ever picking up a phone?
Bryce Underwood passing yards over under 2,099.5 yards.
Like, what did Davis Warren throw for last year, David? Do you know?
5.
Not close. It wasn't close to that, I don't think.
I think it was 5.
I'm going to say
NFL
under.
yards.
It's going to be like 1,800.
This is really difficult because I do think no smarm, they will pull him in some of these games because, like, for instance, they're 40-point favorites over a god-awful New Mexico team. will he get the total there?
See, I think they leave him in the game, Mike, because he needs the game experience.
You
If
know
he was
what?
a veteran, yes,
To
you're right.
To hell with it. 2,099 yards over. He'll have that in the first half.
It was $11.99 for Davis Warren.
Okay.
Give me the over, because it's still less than 200 passing yards a game. That's not a big number.
Yeah, I'll be taking the under here.
David, should we just go over for you?
Sure.
Okay.
Still got to remember that they're a run-heavy team.
And that's why I'm going under.
You know Bryce Underwood turned water into wine in his sleep?
He said, Jesus, move over. I got this.
Jesus, step aside.
Jay.
Sir.
JC, move. I got this. Running back, Justice Hayes, over touchdowns, over under 12.5.
Under. That's a big number. I'll go under. Plus, they like to use multiple people at the goal line post-quorum. And I just said over for Underwood's total T. I'll go under the 12.5.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree. They expect big things out of Jordan Marshall, too, so that's why I'm going under.
Yep, same reasoning, under as well.
Under, because Bryce Underwood.
I'm going over because this was the Alabama transfer who's going to be that guy. I think he's going to eat up. He's going to become your Blake Corum this year and get all the touchdowns.
Watch this. Mike, you remember when Michigan State got an Alabama transfer?
Oh, boy. Yeah, I do.
Sorry.
He actually went to the league. All right.
I saw you lean in right when he said
I've been to
Alabama.
NFL games, too, Rico.
Evan, great segue. Michigan State, over, under.
Under, they suck.
6.5 wins.
Oh, God.
It better be over or they need to fire this coach. There.
I don't care if I'm wrong.
Over, please.
Over.
God,
Yes.
if you can't win 6 games, leave.
Do it for this man. You know how miserable he's going to be if they win 4 games this year?
Please.
The Big Ten is terrible. Give me the over.
David,
My
under.
son is going to burn his hat if they don't win 7.
No, he's
7
not.
over.
Okay.
Yes, he will, Evan. Yes, he will.
Can't hide money. Just
I'm going to go
burning
over
hats.
as well. So either we're going to look great or we're going to all look very, very stupid. Aiden Childs, total touchdowns, over, under 19.5.
Do you know when Bryce Underwood does push-ups, he simply pushes the earth down?
I heard that.
That's a good one. Is that an
Is
original?
that why we have earthquakes?
Yeah. Jeez, it's got to be over if they're going to win more than 6.5. So I'm taking over.
I forgot the question.
19.5 touchdowns for
Total
Aiden Childs.
total
Over.
touchdowns.
Over.
Refer to my last answer. The Big Ten is terrible. Give me the over.
But that doesn't mean he can't get his numbers.
Yeah,
over.
I don't know.
I'm going to go over as well. So I set these numbers too low. All right. Aiden Childs turnovers this year.
Over.
Over, under 10.5.
You know Bryce Underwood is so fast, he can run around the world and punch himself in the back of the head.
He's going to go
Very fast.
Aiden Childs turnovers, focus.
Give me the number.
10.5.
I'll say over. I still think he trusts his arm a little too much. Plus the fumbles. The fumbles drive me crazy. He's probably good for 3 or 4 of those.
Well, that's why I said total turnovers.
Yeah, I'll go over, sadly.
I got to go under to fit my narrative. If they're going to be good, he can't be turning it over like that. Can't do more than one a game.
Yeah, I'll say under as well.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm going over.
I'm going to join you and Mike. David, I am going to go over as well. It is the fumbles and Aiden Childs total passing yards over, under 2,199.5 yards.
Over.
Over.
I mean it when I say it. He's a buy low candidate. He's on a team that doesn't have a dominant ground game like U of M. I think he has a shot to lead the Big Ten in passing based on situation and how much he's going to have to carry. I think State's a 7 or 8 win team, but he's going to throw for a lot of yards. So I'll go over.
It should be over, but if they're doing these long, built out, drawn out play action passes, it's going to be under, but I'm going to say over. If they're running those plays again, Rico, just slap them.
I'm going to go under because I think it's going to be a very run-heavy offense. I think that's what Jonathan Smith wants to do.
I'm also leaning under because of those play acts. It's going to be that
They're
again.
so long. I feel like I could get back there and touch
Can somebody wake Kenny up because I know we're talking Big Ten.
The long, drawn out, long developing. Yeah, give me the under.
Nick Marsh, total touchdowns, over, under 7.5.
You know Bryce Underwood has a grizzly bear rug in his room? The bear's not dead. He's just afraid to move.
I'm gonna.
If he ever fights the bear, help the bear.
That's right. Best call 911.
He just dials 9.
Yeah. Yes, sir. I got to go
Nick Marshall.
under because everything I read is how great this receiver room is, so he's going to spread the wealth.
He'll get 8 because Childs goes over on his total, so he'll get 8.
What's the total again? One more time.
7.5.
Oh, 7.5.
Yeah, I'm with David. 8. Not a bad number.
To hell with it. He's still going to get a huge target share. He's good contested catch. I'll go over.
All right. Jack Velling, over under 4.5 touchdowns. No Bryce Underwood. Just answer the question because we run it short.
So do you know when Bryce Underwood? Do you know when Bryce Underwood turned 18? His parents asked him permission to leave his house.
Bryce, is it okay if we leave now? We know that you're 18.
I don't even remember the question.
Jack Velling, touchdowns.
I'll go under.
4.5.
I don't even know if Jack Velling's alive. Okay. Did we have a shipping error? Like, did they give us the wrong Oregon State tight end?
Yeah, we got Mac Velling.
Yeah, Mac Belling. I'll say under. I don't even know if Jack Velling's a real person anymore.
I kind of agree with Mike. I need to see it to believe it, so I'm saying under. He was so underwhelming, dude.
Boy, that was a great sales pitch by you guys. I think I'll go under as well.
He was really good at Oregon State.
You know what? I'm just going to say over just to have some fun. And finally, bonus, Dante Moore from the city of Detroit.
Under.
Over, under, total passing touchdowns, 17.5.
Under.
Is UCLA going to score 17?
No, Oregon.
Oregon. Oh, over then. Yeah, Dan Lanning loves to throw it.
Under.
Under for me as well.
Dude, Dylan Gabriel had that many.
He went to King. Under.
Under. I got to see it to believe it.
I'm going to go over just because Oregon is kind of idiot-proof. You can't fail in the Oregon lineup. So
Joey Bryce
Underwood didn't dial the wrong number. You answered the wrong phone.
That's our Michigan State's receipt segments. 97.
Brought to you by Founders Brewing, all-day IPA. Lions GM Brad Holmes spoke to the media and was asked whether they view Tate Ratledge as a viable long-term option at center in the future. He said yes, but...
Yeah, thanks, Brad. Listen, Micah Parsons is now a Green Bay Packer. Jeremy?
Geez, you just took my job. The team just announced they've signed defensive end Andre Carter. The Lions, that is, to the practice squad as well. That just doesn't stack up. I'm sorry, but this is the news.
Oh, tell your friends. We got Andre Carter.
Talk amongst yourselves.
How can I
I'm getting verklempt.
The Tigers have the night off. You should have let me say it. It at least sounded better if I comment with that. The Tigers have the night off. They're back at it tomorrow against the Royals of the road. KC also has the night off. Ex-Yankee slugger Mark Teixeira has announced that he's running for Congress in Texas. Michigan State Athletics continues to tease their new improved game day experience for tomorrow's opener against Western. Today, they posted a video with pictures of the new video board, sweets, food, and fireworks at the end. At the Corwell Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, stop the presses. That is a major breaking news, and now we have time, and I do apologize to Jeremy, but he was trying to communicate with David, and then as Jeremy's want to do, ask 800 questions.
Wait, what Jeremy
just say it.
So Andre Carter is now on the Lions practice squad.
Great.
He is.
So is Coach Carter.
But the
Who
only way to
cares?
find out information is to ask questions. Don't you know that?
Not live. You just say, this is what happened. More details in 97.1.
What if he made it up?
David doesn't do that. He's a man of God. David, please, details of the trade and details of the contract. And all I will say is this. This is the one thing I said all summer. You best pray the Packers don't wake the F up and get Hendrickson or Parsons. And here we are.
Can you please just give out the Powerball numbers?
Man,
you've been on fire.
If I could, even though this is a dysfunctional family, I'd make sure all of you never walk in this building again. I promise. Right. David, what are the details?
So Micah Parsons is getting traded to the Green Bay Packers and will receive a 4-year, $188 million extension with $136 million guaranteed.
Woo!
So that's $47 million a year.
Woo!
And Aiden Hutchinson says, thank you.
Yeah, I think Aiden might need a wet wipe. His people are going to be asking for 50.
Now, the other side of it, we don't know yet. All Pelissero says is the Cowboys are expected to receive a huge trade package in exchange. So
Let me
that has
offer
not
you a
come out
guess.
yet.
My guess, the closest comp for this would be Khalil Mack getting dealt in his prime.
Yes.
Maybe 2 firsts, a second, a fourth. I'd be surprised if it was 3 first-rounders, but guess what? I would do it because now, oh my God, wait for this. Why can't you just be happy with Rashawn Gary, bitches? Well, now they just added a guy opposite him. Kind of like what we wanted to do.
We can't even get
Oh, is it like this in other markets? Yeah, apparently it is.
Wow. Micah tweets out, thank you, Dallas. Go, Pack, go.
Listen, he's a nuclear warhead. He's a difference maker. He's the closest thing I've seen to a Lawrence Taylor type player. That pure stand-up edge. He's built different, man. He's had at least 12 and a half sacks each of his 4 years in the league. It's just not a guy you want in your division. And not a guy you want to deal with.
I didn't think that this was going to happen. I thought in the end they're going to kiss and make up, and he's going to be there going up against the Eagles. And
no,
division just got a lot tougher.
Well, maybe it did or maybe it didn't. Now, Lion fans, what's your reaction? Look, we started the day talking about Brad Holmes' press conference. We started the day talking about, them saying, no, the extra roster spot, that's not for a pass rusher. That's just for us to do what we want with this. I'm paraphrasing.
Right.
And Brad said, no, we're not in active conversations with Zadarius Smith. And then when he was asked about the Super Bowl, he was very noncommittal. And it upset a lot of people. Not me. David was upset. Lions fans were upset. Okay. Well, on the heels of that, the Green Bay Packers have just made the most seismic move in the NFL offseason. And it is the one thing that team was missing. Because Rashawn Gary's a very good player. They just didn't have anybody opposite him. Mm-hmm. And instead of Lucas Van Ness, basically their version of Marcus Davenport, they're adding Lawrence Taylor. I mean, they're adding a gold jacket, first ballot Hall of Famer, a warhead, a guy that can line up on either side or over the A gap. And he's, what do the kids say? He's him. Micah Parsons is a freak. So, okay. Did the division get tougher, or are we just going to kind of, laugh at this one and move along? I think this absolutely catapults the Pack into being the favorite in the division. Period.
Division got tougher, especially
he's that kind of player.
Game 1, brand new interior line. Yeah, this could be problematic. Now, down the line, when you play the second time, I think Thanksgiving, maybe it's a little bit better. Thanksgiving. But yes, Game 1 just got a lot tougher.
I mean, well, what did the Pack give up? I don't want to make. Look, I don't care. I think ultimately,
it really is.
I don't care. That's my answer.
It reaches that point because, if you'd have told me that, you know what, the Lions signed him, well, I really don't care who you gave up because it's probably draft picks. Probably a lot of draft picks.
So Ian Rappaport has updated his tweet, and he says he has $47 million and nets 2 first-rounders for Dallas. So that's
steal.
what he puts on there so far.
It's a steal. And again, if you said to me I could have made the same trade, but when Burns is up or when J-Mo's up, they both got to go, I wouldn't care.
Because here's the thing. Green Bay is banking on the fact we're going to be a winning team now. And Dallas, congratulations. You can have our pick 28, 29, 30, or whatever.
Yeah.
And
again,
we don't plan on being in the top 10.
Green Bay, whether you have the cap space now or not, it's about next year. I mean, Green Bay's middle of the pack. I think they're 17th or 18th in cap space for 2026. Forgive me if I'm off by 1 or 2. The Lions are not. Could you create the room to have done it? Sure. You chose not to. And that's okay. I am not going to sit here and scream and yell. What I'm saying is he ended up in the one place you didn't want him.
Right.
Because now you're going to deal with him. Twice a year, every year.
Would this be the equivalent of when in the 90s when they got Reggie White?
Yes. Yeah, 100%. I just 100%. And I think now you're getting a player with a chip on his shoulder, and I think you're getting a guy that's going to prove a point, and he got his respect, and he got his money, and he's going to play in an organization that their standard is the standard, and it's been a while since they've hit it. But Green Bay is sitting there going, the Lions are good, and so are we. How do we get better? Let's go out and get a Hall of Famer.
See, and it's what the Eagles did last year.
It's what any real team does.
You know what?
And I'm not yelling at you. Why am I being aggressive?
Okay.
I'm so sorry.
No, because we're all kind of.
I turned to Rico and scolded him like, eat your peas.
Because we're all shocked and we're all a little upset and we're all thinking, well, why couldn't we just do this here? Especially off the heels of the press conference of, stuff. Because, it reminds me of the Eagles. You know what? You can't trade within the division. Watch this. We want Saquon. All right, let's work something out. Like, they're constantly trying to get better. And I think Lions fans, maybe you now understand what Mike and I have been trying to say all summer long. You just don't stand pat and say, we like our guys. You can love your guys. But that doesn't mean you still can't improve with your guys and bring in somebody else
and look
and get aggressive because trades happen in the NFL.
Will this cost Green Bay players in the future? Yes. You're paying an edge $47 million. Was it really going to be realistic to do this for the Lions? No. And I understand that. Realistic doesn't mean impossible. My point to you all summer was do something. Well, you've done nothing. And now I got to be honest with you. It's Aiden Hutchinson's going to cost you $50 million a year. There's no scenario if I represent Aiden Hutchinson as an agent that I'm even having a conversation that doesn't start with a 5. Oh, okay. Well, here's the deal. 4 at 200 with 175 fully guaranteed. There's my offer. Well, that's not our offer. Well, then too bad. So, look, I'd like to know what your review is right now, Lion fan. As we sit here today, do you feel like now the division got tougher? Or do you still want to live in a world where you're going to go 14-3 and disco your way to just cake?
And you know what? Look, this is me. I said for years, I've wanted defensive linemen. I want them to draft them.
You don't understand the salary cap. Go sit in the corner.
Maybe not re-sign a safety and wait because you have so many disgruntled defensive edge rushers to see if you got some extra money to manipulate to bring them in, to maybe move that safety in a trade to do instead of just locking him up. That's just me, because now, Green Bay.
I mean, Green Bay is going to have $100 million in 3 linemen: Kenny Clark, Rashawn Gary, and now Micah Parsons. I'm just looking at their cap table right now. And if you factor in Xavier McKinney, you factor in Nate Hobbs, but hell, you could throw Devontae Wyatt in there too, who's making $13 million. Look, they've made an investment up front. How do you win games in the NFL? Up front. So, look, if you want to say, well, listen, it's different paying Rashawn Gary $30 a year and Aiden's going to cost more. The point I'm making to you is they're going to spend $80 million on their edges. All right? You get to a certain point, 80, 90, what the hell's the difference? They've made a decision. This is where their money's going to go. Don't tell me it's impossible. And by the way, it's a shame this happened now. I almost wish it happened this morning so Brad could tell us no team has to, even though that's just not honest. So here we are. I mean, yes, I really think it's sickening he's in Green Bay. It is. It's the one place you couldn't want him. Philly didn't have the chops. Why? They're at the end of a 5-year run of saying F the cap. But the Packers are going for it. And I mean, what am I going to do? Make fun of them? I can't.
With still enough young players on offense that they don't have to worry about paying those guys.
You could have 100
years.
first-round picks and never find a Micah Parsons. That's just reality. Yeah. So I'd like to know where you guys are at with it. I mean, what's your reaction? Micah Parsons is a Green Bay Packer. And if it's 2 first-round picks, that's a steal. It just is. And if you're going to call in and say, well, we can't do things like that because we'd lose X, my answer is I don't care. I'm not going to yell about it. I'm not mad. I'm making a point. All offseason, I get mocked and made fun of like I'm some terrible guy. And then watch what happens. A team in your division does exactly what I've wanted. So tell me it's impossible again. Oh, next year's cap. F next year's cap. Restructure, kick money down the line, get creative. You got creative with Kirby Joseph's deal, a deal that Rico and I had no need to get done. You could have signed him to a transition tag, let him shop his own deal next year, and you get first right of refusal.
Yeah.
Again, Kirby Joseph had a great year. You know what he didn't have the previous 2? A great year. Outside the top 30 in coverage grade. I didn't have to run to that altar. You did. And you're already future-proofing. Here's the deal. You put 3 third-round picks into Tesla, which means, in my world, J-Mo's already gone. So who cares? And I'm going to pick between one of Brian Branch and Kirby Joseph, not both.
Yeah, and I mean, if you're really going to go F those picks and give them away for Tesla, give away the 2 first-round picks and bring him here. Yeah.
But again, if you tell me it wasn't in the best interest of the Lions to do this, I'm not mad at you. I want you to just please stop being mad at me. Because now irony is a bitch. Because now this guy's here. And if you're going to do the poo-poo platter, you can call a different day part. If you want to minimize Micah Parsons, please let's just agree to disagree. No, people will. Can we just agree to disagree and remain friends? I don't want to do this.
You want to hear about irony? Irony is what Adam Schefter put out there. I'm so sorry, David.
What's happening?
I have the complete trade. I will give it to you when we come back.
Oh, man. And then we'll hear from Rico about Adam Schefter. All right, elevate your tailgating. Maran Chevrolet, Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer. Game day start, the 26 Silverado LT Crew Cab. Lease one at Maran right now, $265 a month, 24 months, or the 26 Equinox LT, $295 a month, 36 month. And if you want to go electric, God help you. Listen, Equinox EV is there for you, the Karsh Edition 209. Find your ride at MaranExpress.com or stop by on Gratiot, just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Maran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. All right, timeout. Micah Parsons is a Packer. The trade just went down. I'd love your guys' reaction to it. David, you have the complete deal. This deal gets even better to me for what the Packers did. You want to know how they swung this cap-wise? Take a listen to this. David, go ahead.
Yeah, the Cowboys will receive 2 first-round picks in exchange for Micah Parsons. The Packers gave them Kenny Clark also in the deal.
Who makes $30 million a year.
Correct.
Bye-bye. It's brilliant. It's not to say Kenny Clark's not a good player. It's just to say he's not Micah Parsons, and we're gonna get better.
You're exactly right.
Take this. Yeah, you're going to defer that money. He's now gone. He's off our books. There you go.
Yeah, he's a 3-time Pro Bowler, but Micah Parsons is probably going to be wearing a yellow jacket soon.
David, good luck selling that to. I feel bad for the fans of Dallas sports because you lost Micah Parsons and Luka Doncic
Good.
same year.
Good. I hope next year lose your team. Oh, we put a hole in the roof so God could watch his favorite team. F you. I hate Dallas.
I mean, imagine trying to explain to Cowboy fans. No. Kenny Clark.
There's no explaining it. All right, David, what's the initial reaction on Ticket Text? We'll get to the people, but I want as many opinions as possible.
I had the Lions at 10-7 in the playoffs, and now I have them at 9-8 and out of the playoffs. Someone else says, we are cooked. Another person says, now we just lost the North. Parsons to the Packers? Oh, no. I guess I should have played that drop for that one as well. I thought the Lions were going to go to Green Bay and beat them now. I'm not sure anymore.
Well, listen, I let's not overstate it. Me saying the division got tougher and me saying he ended up in a spot, the nightmare scenario, I think some of you are overreacting a little bit. I'm not changing what I think the Lions are. I think the Lions are a playoff team. But I didn't think you were going to win the division before this happened. So, no, I wouldn't pick you now. But, no, I don't think Micah Parsons all of a sudden means you can't win against the Pack.
It makes week one very interesting.
It just makes it more difficult than it needs to be. And considering we've been sitting here with over $40 million of cap this year, this team's more interested in rolling it over and worrying about next year than even paying a Zadarius Smith.
And this team is more worried about planning their class reunion than paying anybody.
Yes, Dave.
Someone else on the text says, this is malfeasance by Brad Holmes. First huge strike against him. I'm pissed.
No, hold on. I can't do that.
Well, I understand where the person is coming from because it's in division. If this were, you know what, he went to Buffalo, he went to Kansas City. Okay, I get you went to Green Bay and you look at the terms, you're like, well, why didn't
because you never called.
And that's where I can see somebody getting angry because he was so hell bent. We got Aiden. What else do you need?
Look, the difference is Green Bay is in a different cap space arena next year. Now, could you have altered things and done things different? Yes, you can. You can always, for a player like Micah Parsons, you can always make something happen. You will lose players. But look, I think part of it is deep down, I feel like their best shot to win a Super Bowl is gone, meaning it was the last 2 years. That doesn't mean the
Green
window's
Bay or the Lions?
The Lions.
Okay.
It doesn't mean a window is closed. It just means the optimal time was the last 2 years. Up 17 at San Francisco in the NFC title game. And then last year, and yes, injuries played a big role. So did your offense turning it over 5 times. Now, the division's gotten a lot better comprehensively. But for the Packers to pull this move off 10 days before the season, it's okay if it gets your attention. I don't think that makes you a bad fan. You want to go to the people, see what everybody's got to say?
Yeah.
All right, we'll go to Eric, 97.1. Eric, what's going on?
Hi, Mike. I'm not worried about this trade at all.
Explain, Eric.
I think the Lions were a good team before the trade, and I think the Lions are still a good team. I might be out of the norm. I'm not really all that sold on Jordan Love being that good. So for Green Bay to add Micah isn't all that concerning to me, especially if we have people like Penei Sewell. And I think we beat Dallas last year with Micah.
Okay. Penei Sewell can only really go after one person. So if he's taking away Micah, then you have Rashawn Gary on the other side. Okay.
They won't even lie.
Yeah, but that's not all that. That doesn't seem all that scary. I mean, we played Houston with Daniil Hunter. I mean,
but here's the thing.
Okay. No, handle it, please.
No, but here's the thing. Eric, you can move Micah over to the left tackle spot and have him go up against Decker.
Sure, Decker's old, but I mean, I think especially from the fan base, there's a lot of doom and gloom based on the text that were just read, and I don't see it. And I don't think Brad Holmes has done all that bad of a job as GM, and I don't think that, it was so vital that we added another superstar opposite Aiden. Because would we be able to pay Aiden and Micah?
Yeah, if you wanted to. If you didn't pay all the other people too prematurely, yes.
Who got paid prematurely? I like Amon-Ra's deal. I like Panay's deal.
Kirby Joseph could have franchise
yeah,
tagged.
I can understand that not being the greatest of deals.
So you kind of bid it against yourself, but you really don't think this is that big of a deal?
I don't think the sky's falling, and I think we're just as capable of winning the division now as we were yesterday.
Okay. All right. Good talk. Mike?
Nope. Nope. I'm in a good mood. Not doing it.
Come on,
I'm going to do this David Christian card for a
Come
second.
on, man.
Nope. I'm good. He has an opinion. It's America, and may God bless him. No, I'm not. I'm not taking the bait. I'm not doing this.
I mean, you can move Micah wherever.
No,
No, you can move him.
No,
you can put him right in the middle, and have him rush right up the middle. Shh, Dr. Evil.
Shh. Shh. No, I'm just going to go to Ian. Personal growth. Ian, how are you?
I'm good. How are you guys?
Good, Ian.
Stellar.
All right. Well, Mike, earlier in the show, a couple segments ago, you said you were in your 40s and you've changed your thinking, but I'm 29 and I haven't done nearly enough changing yet. I just want to talk to Eric for a moment.
Please do, Ian.
Eric. Oh, my God. Eric, you just brought a gold jacket to town in Green Bay. Yeah, Decker's old. How about understatement of the year? Decker is going to get carved up like a pumpkin if he goes against Micah Parsons this year. We've also paid Kirby Joseph prematurely, as you mentioned. Thank God we have Derek Barnes under contract. And, that David Montgomery contract in the middle of the season right now is looking real juicy, isn't it, Eric? So how about we just cut the crap and say our chances of winning this division this year have shrunk drastically. I no longer consider us the favorite at all. I think Green Bay is the clear favorite. Jordan Love, you're not sold on? How about he had 2 separate injuries all last year and didn't play a single healthy game?
And I'm going to let you finish. I don't understand why Lions fans just can't give Love credit and just, he's a pretty good quarterback. Am I saying he's first ballot Hall of Famer? No, but people act as if this guy is just out there, he's horrible. I don't get that.
He played his ass off 2 years ago in the game versus Dallas when they spanked him. What was it, 44-16?
Mm-hmm.
I don't get the Jordan Love slander. It's just because people are biased. And I've been screaming at fellow Lions fans all summer long saying we have to improve this team. Oh, well, we got all these guys back from injury. Yeah, but you didn't add anybody new. So whatever you had last year pre-injury, that's your ceiling this year. Do you think you were a Super Bowl winning defense last year? No. And the Brad Holmes nonsense with, you never see a team have 2 elite edge rushers. Mike, how did your teams win their Super Bowls versus the Patriots? You had some of the best defensive linemen of all time.
Yes.
How did the Broncos win their Super Bowl with Peyton Manning?
That would be
2 of the best defensive ends of all time.
That'd be Von Miller and DeMarcus Ware.
So where are we getting this idea that it's never happened? Because it's happened at least 3 times in the past 25 years, and I haven't even been an NFL fan that whole time, and even I know that. So I am beyond upset because, once again, we've done absolutely nothing to improve our team. Lions fans are eating up the slop from the organization like they always do and saying everything is awesome like the Lego movie, and we're just going to run it back when we love our guys, and Derek Barnes is going to win Defensive Player of the Year if it's not Aiden Hutchinson, because we've just got the best defenders in the world on our team. And David Montgomery and Jahmyr Gibbs are going to be the best running back duo in the history of the NFL, and they'll each have 4,000 yards. And we'll just win the Super Bowl. We'll go 17-0, and everything will be sick.
Yeah, listen.
Michael Parsons doesn't matter at all.
No, Ian, I'm glad I didn't say anything to the last caller because you pretty much said it all. I owe you a beer. Do you want me to present a silver lining in all of this? Yeah. Let me try to extract one positive. I'm being totally sincere.
You want to do it now?
And I'll give it to you next.
There you go.
Respectfully.
97.1.
Brought to you by MyMichiganRoof.com. The NFC Nords just got a little better. The Packers have traded for pass rusher Micah Parsons. He receives a $188 million extension over the next 4 seasons. According to Adam Schefter, the return includes 2 first-round picks and fellow defensive lineman Kenny Clark. How will this impact Aiden Hutchinson's extension? Lions GM Brad Holmes said earlier that both sides are talking and it's important to get the deal done. He also said the open roster spot they have left is not meant for any particular player, but instead the one that makes the most sense. The Tigers are off tonight after the A's swept them out of Sacramento yesterday. They'll be back on the field tomorrow in Kansas City. Former Michigan Heisman winner Desmond Howard has released a new apparel line that reads just fine, and a portion of the profits are going back to the university to pay for the NCAA sign-stealing fines. Howard is also re-upped with ESPN. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 6 or at 971theticket.com.
All right, we'll go to the people. To hell with football today, and just where are you at with it? Micah Parsons got traded to the Packers. You wanted a silver lining? I can offer you one thing. Because I do think the division got tougher. I don't think the sky is falling. I don't think the Lions can't all of a sudden, fulfill their goals. But it's a nightmare that he's in Green Bay. The one positive, all right, they traded Kenny Clark. Did the Packers get better stopping the run? No. They didn't. If there's a positive, there you go. You want to tell me they softened up their underbelly a little bit? I'm not mad at that take. But the idea of Gary and Parsons together that's terrifying.
Right.
So I don't know.
But if you're celebrating the fact that, when we play them, no, Clark's not there, well, you have a brand new interior of your offensive line. So I kind of figured that as a wash.
We'll go to the people, see where everybody's at. I mean, did the division get tougher? Yes, it's okay to say it. If your rival, who's right kind of neck and neck with you, gets a first ballot Hall of Famer in his prime, I think it's okay to just tip your cap and go, all right, well, that's going to be more difficult. Let's go to John, 97.1. Johnny, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good, John. What's up?
I just feel like it's kind of like you guys are both ways. Like it's bad and it's good. I feel like we don't really know what it's going to be, but I feel like the last guy that called in said that the defense wasn't Super Bowl caliber before the injuries. We were almost Super Bowl caliber with the injuries. So in a way, the team did get better. Yes, I understand they should add another rush. I'm not saying they shouldn't do that, but I think people are going the other way where they're freaking out way too much about this. I think we beat the Packers pretty soundly the first time, and yes, the second time it wasn't as sound, but I feel like, yes, did the division get harder to win today? Absolutely. But I don't think the Lions don't have a shot, or they're not. Like, it seems like there's some people that feel like we have no shot now, and I just don't get that.
No, and listen, you can't react to the fringe, John. There's going to be people who say things that are way too negative, and then there'll be people like caller Eric that their head is in the clouds.
Everything is awesome.
John, I'm with you. I think you've got the right perspective. It got more difficult. Nothing's impossible. But yeah, I mean, John, how about this? Let's just have some fun for a second. If we broke into coverage at 5:02 and the Lions had just traded for Micah Parsons, what's your reaction?
Oh, I mean, I would be thrilled. If I was a Packers fan right now, I'd be beyond thrilled. I would think the Packers just went from being maybe a fringe, the most fringe Super Bowl team that there could be, to they're right in the pack now.
There you go.
All the other teams.
So that's and John, that's where we're simpatico. That's the point. You're willing to say, yeah, this guy's really good, and so that has to mean something. Let's go to Hans, 97.1. Hans, what's going on?
Hey, what's up, guys?
How you doing?
Not too bad. Hey, look, is he a good player? Yeah, Parsons definitely a good player. Would we all be salivating right now if the Lions got him? Absolutely. But at the end of the day, the guy's a little bit of a turd. Sat out training camp. Why? A lot of people think that he was nursing an injury that didn't even exist. So you have that factor. And then, all this talk about Rashawn Gary, he's a nice player. He's not great. So, I mean, at the end of the day, so what do you got? You got a guy that had, 8 sacks last year in Gary, and you got Parsons that had 12 sacks or 13 sacks, 12 and a half sacks. So let's say, for instance, the Lions go out tomorrow, which they probably are going to do. They bring Zadarius Smith back.
They're not talking to Zadarius Smith. Brad Holmes just said it today. He basically said, we're not talking to him, and the last spot on the roster isn't for him.
Yeah. And Hans,
well, that's
Micah.
Is that to build a sense of urgency with Zadarius to get to the table and figure out a deal? I mean, Zadarius is going to play, right? Or is he just going to, is somebody else going to magically show up that's going to pay him a ton more money than the Lions? Probably not. If that was going to happen, it probably already would have happened at this point, but it hasn't. So, and he's given every indication he wants to come back.
But the problem is he can say that, but he's not here. That's the whole point.
And Hans, I think you're downplaying a first ballot Hall of Famer in Micah Parsons, just kind of making it seem like he's just okay, better than an average player. If he were to come to Detroit and we said he's a Lion, are you kidding me? You would just be like, well he's okay.
I completely agree with you. But he's not a Lion, so I can look at it with kind of a little bit of a cynical approach and say, is this guy, is he as good as Hutchinson? Let me ask you that. Who would you rather have? Would you rather have Parsons or Hutchinson?
I'll take Parsons.
Me too.
I'll tell you, how about this? He's had at least 12 and a half every year of his 4-year deal. He's a first ballot Hall of Famer, and he's not coming off a broken leg. Yeah, Hans. They're the same player, but if you want to do it, yeah, sure. I'll take Micah Parsons. There you go. Where's your big win there? The whole idea was to put them together.
Correct. And I can give you this here.
Oh, by the way, we are rocking and rolling in the no big deal bistro here. That's great. You know what? Actually, the Packers have just acquired Christ. He's overrated.
Right. Well, the Lions as a team
he takes 3 days off at a time.
The Lions as a team had 33 sacks. Parsons and Gary combined had 20, and Parsons missed 4 games.
Yeah, whatever, dude.
Yeah, but Hutch
I don't know. Forward down the field. I don't know what to tell you. Look, and I'm going to say it again. I'm not saying they can't win the division. I'm not saying the season's over. You guys are projecting as if those things are being said.
I like that. The no big deal bistro.
Yeah, that's all. NBD bistro. What's on special? Copium.
Oh, man.
Like, I'm sorry, but it's like I said to the one caller. If we had traded for Parsons, there would be babies born 9 months from now named Micah. So then what do I say if it goes to your rival who, by the way, has every right to believe they can win the division? Their quarterback was hurt all last year.
Right. And when you played and beat them in Green Bay, yeah, he was still nursing that injury from never should have been down in Brazil on that horrible field.
Let's go to Alex, 97. The Brazil thing, I'm with you. If we're going to send these guys overseas to play, can we please have a standard that the field is of NFL caliber? Mm-hmm. It's not right. Whether it's the Lions or somebody else, it's ridiculous. Let's go to Alex, 97.1. Alex, what's going on?
Hey, Mike. Hey, Rico. First-time caller, long-time listener. So I was just thinking about it. We blew the Cowboys out with Parsons on the field, right? I'm not mistaken. We beat them like 40 or something with him on the field. I really don't see a big difference.
Mike, no, hold on, Mike. No, you're good. No, Mike, sit back down. Mike, sit back down.
It's booming. Have a good day. I'm out. Take some notes. Let me know.
It's okay. Finish, Alex. Finish.
No, that was my point. Are we really going to take the Packers defense over the Lions offense? My dad's listening. He made that point, and I was like, I kind of had to agree with him. Like, I'm not too worried. I just feel like we got the best offense in the NFL.
But what if I told you that Parsons didn't play against the Lions last year?
Well, I didn't remember. That's why that was more of a question. But even still, I don't think that he would have made that big of a difference. I still feel like, the score
your offense is not the same as it was last.
Parsons!
Your offense is not the same as it was last year. Your interior of your offensive line has changed, where there's one guy who's started 3 games, one guy who's yet to start, and another guy who's very questionable at center. So, yes, you could just line up Parsons right over Glasgow, and he could just bowl him right over. He's a first ballot Hall of Famer. I can't sit here and say he's nothing. Lions.
No, not at all.
But
Alex,
you just said he wouldn't have made a difference.
Alex, okay. Let me ask. Hold on, Alex. Let me ask you this question for you and your dad listening. Where would your excitement level be if we broke in and said, "Guess what? Micah Parsons is a Lion." You would be saying Super Bowl, right?
Oh, yeah. I still think Super Bowl.
Okay. All right. Good talk, man. This is the No Big Deal Bistro. Guys, it's okay. It's okay to say, you know what, Green Bay, you did what I wish we should have done here. Instead of saying, maybe we got Aiden Hutchinson, and that's all you really need. No, Green Bay tried to go get better. Okay, they did. You know what? Rieger's coming up next.
No.
Rieger's not coming up next?
Nope.
You going to stay on an extra hour?
No, did you take notes? What do you have to say? I missed it. Because I can't do this.
Well,
I just said to Paul, Sarah, and Kenny, this has turned into politics. Your side can't be wrong. The other side can't be right. Like, why can we not just reach a point where you go, damn, Micah Parsons is a really good football player?
And that's what I'm saying.
Division got tougher.
And I was just saying, he was like, well, if the Lions would have got him, I'd have said Super Bowl, but I'm still saying it now. And like, what was it? It's like he didn't play against the Lions.
Also,
last year.
what he did with Dallas is really immaterial considering Dallas is nowhere the caliber of Green Bay. But again, I don't want facts to get in the way of it. Right. Fine. There's nothing to see here. Also, the
even
Packers,
if you did beat the Lions last year, Baker Mayfield.
Packers just traded for Lamar Jackson. What would it take for you to say division got tougher?
Oh, Mike, he can't throw passes.
Gotcha. The only reason I returned is to tell you about Abraham and Rose. Honestly, I was halfway to my car. I've had enough. IRS collection
what are we
or audit.
at the bistro?
Yeah, the no big deal bistro. Maurice and Jerry will talk to you. You need legitimate representation before your tax problems get worse. Call Abraham and Rose. Not a random tax organization. Real lawyers who have real experience. Call them up. They'll get between you and the IRS, get to work, save your time and money. Visit AbrahamandRose.com today, or you can call 248-539-5040, and you will never have to deal with the IRS again.
248-539-9797. The Green Bay Packers have traded for Micah Parsons. Fans don't think it's a big deal, and everyone has left the
Nothing to
studio.
worry about. 17-0, win every game by 50. You're a doomsdayer.
I had to get Mike back from the bistro, but he's back.
No, I'm here. I'm here. I was talking to Wojo. Let me be totally transparent with the listening audience. I was just explaining. He was like, "What's the reaction so far?" And I was explaining to a man outside of one caller. No big deal. Nothing's changed. I'm not worried. And then you flip the script with people and you go, okay, well, hold on. Well, what if we acquired Parsons? Oh man, these people would be making a baby in their pants. Well, then wait a minute. Then if that player goes to a division rival who's neck and neck with you, then how do you not come to the conclusion, yeah, man, things got tougher? And now I got to deal with calls from people about, well, what happened last year when they played? One problem, Micah didn't play.
Or how about this? Let's just take bias out. Green Bay is now the favorite to win the division, according to Las Vegas.
Well, they're liars and dirtbags, and they don't know ball and things. I don't look. It's fine to believe the Lions can still get it done. I haven't said otherwise. Rico hasn't. David hasn't. Kenny hasn't. But to just practice a suspension of like cognitive dissonance, it's okay to say, hey, my rival just got a first ballot Hall of Famer in his prime, and to put him opposite Rashawn Gary. Meanwhile, we're pinning our hopes to Marcus Davenport.
Well, and it's funny because Rashawn Gary is just okay.
Yeah,
and
you can't.
They can't stop the run.
Listen to me. You can't win because sports is now politics. Yeah. I said this to Paul over here. I said, do you realize what this would be? Giants, Eagles, and the Eagles got this player. It would be pandemonium in New York.
Mike, you just did that last year. I mean, I'm not trying to be funny, but it's Saquon.
Yeah. 100%.
It was Saquon Barkley.
100%.
Okay, it just happened.
Right.
I'm quite sure.
Right.
That's no big deal.
No, it's a great way of putting it. I don't think it bums me out because it takes the fun out of doing any of this. If people are just if it's politics where I can't be wrong and you can't be right, there's no point in any of it. There really isn't. Micah Parsons is a Hall of Fame football player in his prime. There is no knock on him. He wasn't nursing a fake injury. He wanted a contract. Jerry Jones acted like a bleep hole. And I said it to you earlier this week. I said Micah Parsons is the first player to do this to Jerry that had the leverage. And I hope he sticks it to him and gets out. What did he do? Mm-hmm. And it's okay to just say neighborhood got tougher. That's all. What's up, bud?
What are you worried about? You don't think Ragnow and Zeitler can handle him?
No, not at all.
Oh,
look
at this guy.
We're good. No, Bob, you know what I'm saying is no declarative statement has been made about, we can't do X, Y, and Z. But I said this is a bit of a nightmare. That's the one place you didn't want Micah Parsons to go.
I agree. Totally.
But
100%.
who isn't saying, listen,
Look
you
at the
probably
calls.
weren't going to get him. Right, people are saying we were out show prepping, Mike. We take our show very
Oh,
seriously.
very
yeah, you're telling me the majority of Lions fans are saying not a big deal to have this man in your division?
To a man who has called so far.
Wait, let me.
No.
I'm not buying
You
that.
do realize in the last 40 minutes,
You got to let me finish.
Mike walked
To a
out.
man?
Mike walked out. We have taken a bunch of calls and ticket text of, it's not that big of a deal. He was okay.
And I didn't yell at anyone. I ignored one caller, and I just said, Rico, handle this. Then the next one called in, and I didn't yell at that person. I simply got up quietly. Look.
We had one caller admonish a caller, like, come on, dude.
Now, I'm not asking for anyone to say, well, that's it, pull the plug. No. But to deny reality that the division didn't get tougher, I can't do
It
this.
totally did, right? Didn't you say the odds have
now
within
changed.
the last 30
Packers?
minutes.
Now, I think what'll happen is we walked so you could run. We dealt with the nonsense. I think you're going to deal
we get
with
the smart fans.
Yeah, you'll
But-
deal with my
but
people.
I do have a question. You guys have done this in the past where you just say, pick up the phone. If a guy's available or even rumored to be available, you're like, pick up the phone.
Yeah.
Did Brad pick up the phone?
No.
Listening to
Well,
that
we
press
don't
conference
know.
this morning.
No, hold on.
asking.
He asked the question. These are opinions. This isn't a court of law. No.
It's not a court of law. It's not a court of
Listening,
law.
listening to the press conference this morning, it leads me to believe, no.
Yeah, but he knew at this point. Don't you think this morning that Brad Holmes knew there was probably a high % chance that Michael Parsons going to be a
Maybe
Packer?
that's why Brad was in such a bad mood this morning, huh?
Rieger.
Don't you think? Oh, I get a bell.
Hold on.
Poor Holmes. All he does is change a culture.
Maybe that's
and
what he was so
build a
upset.
winning team.
Hey,
and
can I
everybody's
ask another
mad at
question
him.
before we leave?
Yeah.
Are you
what?
buying one of Desmond's T-shirts?
Fine, just fine.
Can you believe that?
Just fine.
Can you believe that?
That's all they
He
got
has
was a
3
fine.
in his car.
Of course I can believe it. Why couldn't I believe it?
Because it's patently absurd.
You ever see the people outside of a concert that are selling the fake concert T-shirts?
Yeah, that's Desmond.
That's Wojo
He's
right
selling
now.
mixtapes to pay the fine.
Ask him to unbutton his dress shirt, Mike. See what's underneath.
Oh,
have him unbutton that shirt.